Palace Fae, Supernatural Penitentiary Book 2. Written by Drake Mason and Marissa Mills. Narrated by Annalise Scott. 1. My wings were thin, translucent things, trimmed in burnt orange and black, like those of a glass wing butterfly, the Greta Otto. I had no idea how the hell they'd come to be between my shoulder blades, but they definitely felt real. Tiny muscles stirred in my upper back, and the wings flitted. I sat as still as possible, half afraid they'd pop up of their own accord and carry me away. "This doesn't make any sense," I said. The empty room didn't answer. I barely noticed the details, too consumed in my thoughts to have any situational awareness, but I double-checked to make sure I was alone. A slight throbbing pulse in my neck and shoulder, and my arms and legs were bruised from battle, but somehow I still appeared to be in one piece. My breath hitched when I realized I'd emerged, not just unscathed, but with collectively more pieces than I started with. After what felt like an hour, I got up with a sigh and paced the floor, retracing through my memories, trying to wrestle them into a logical framework, trying to figure out how these wings magically appeared. There was the purge, the prison-wide duel to the death, and the cheering crowds that watched it. The whole affair had been water-themed, and I managed to survive through a combination of luck and a few well-timed rescues from unexpected allies. A wave of cold rushed over me as I remembered Aurora trying to drag me under and drown me. I remembered the world blurring around me and the pain in my skull. And then, I muttered, furrowing my brow. It was all a blur after that. I remembered Ember, leaping into the fray to help, her red hair wild like a lit match, and Jackson, human like me, had been fighting someone. I couldn't remember where he'd been exactly. Michaela, cowering for her life. And then, nothing. Nothing, until I woke in a plush bed in an unfamiliar room. I sat on the bed and looked over the room around me. The walls were roughly carved stone, but richly embroidered tapestries covered them now. And the floor wasn't cold and rough. Instead, it was sleek and polished black marble. Somehow I knew I was still in the Fae prison, and it was just a nicer room. A much nicer room. But was I still a prisoner, or something else entirely? I made a checklist of the people who might feasibly help me, but all my friends had been with me in the arena. The purge. My heart throbbed painfully as I remembered the rules. There could only be one survivor. I'd tried to bargain with Aldrin for an exception, but he hadn't confirmed it. Did the fighting continue after I passed out? Were my friends even still alive? Guilt tore through me as I realized how much time I'd wasted sitting around in shock about my new appendages. So what if I'd become a freak show carnival attraction? I had other, more important things to worry about. Like what happened to Ember and Jackson and Michaela? I frantically searched my memory, but it was blank after I jumped in front of that jagged spear to save her. "I have to get out of here," I muttered, climbing to my feet again, fighting against the soft lure of the smooth, lavender-scented blankets and pillows that seemed to pull me backward with invisible chains like an anchor. I walked the perimeter of the room, looking for anything I could use to my advantage. Aside from the plush bed, its blankets, and the tapestries, this room was entirely empty of furniture. Not even a chest of drawers or a closet. Still, there might be something I could use. A loose piece of tile, or maybe something better. I thought about breaking off the wooden bedpost to use as a club, but I needed something more subtle, at least until I knew what I was up against. I pulled up the edge of a massive tapestry displaying a medieval hunting party of elegantly dressed lords and ladies, all with large wings on their backs. For some reason, I expected the chamber to have a secret passage behind the wall decorations, like in Hamlet. But the stone looked sturdy and even. There was no hint of anything being awry, not even a crack in the facade. I went further along, tracing the perimeter of the wall, tapping my foot into the corners, which I could barely reach due to the infernal wings. They folded gently when the walls pressed against them, but I didn't like the reminder. If I thought about them too long, I'd spin out again. When I reached the door, I observed it. The hinges were on the inside of the room. I went onto my tiptoes to look at them. Instead of the usual dull gray screws I'd have expected, these were a gold-orange color, probably bronze. Too bad I didn't have a screwdriver. I felt a sudden longing for the magical dagger tip I'd once used to melt a lock and slip out of my room. Where was that shattered piece of crystal? I furrowed my brow, trying to remember when I'd last had it. After my prison escape, had I made it to Ashley's apartment with it? A deep throbbing ache spread through my chest. Oh, Ashley! Where was she? Had Aldrin kept his promise of making sure she... No, I can't think like that. She didn't fight in the purge. She must be fine. Instead, I forced myself to conjure the image of her apartment, small and cluttered, books and papers taking up every surface. It always smelled like the inside of a Bath and Body Works. I remembered her, glossy blonde curls, blue eyes, and Instagram-worthy makeup, curled up on her old thrift store-bought sofa, always with a book. There was nothing Ashley loved more than a good book. Lord Byron was her one true love, and mine was Margaret Fontaine, lepidopterist and Victorian badass. I recalled Fontaine's watercolor butterflies with a bittersweet clarity. I couldn't remember if the Greta Otto was one she'd recorded or preserved in her collection. I shivered, imagining myself pinned to the wall, a specimen in some grotesque collection of rare species, wings spread to catch the light. Without warning, the door opened. I grabbed a pillow off the bed and stumbled into a fighting stance. "Let me..." The words fell apart in my throat, threatening to strangle me, because Ashley stood in the doorway. Her hair was more disheveled than I was used to, and her face was devoid of the usual eyeshadows and lipstick. She wore the same clothes I'd last seen her in, when she was abducted. But she was fine. Here. Alive and breathing. Absolutely fine. "Noel," she whispered, her eyes widening. "Ash," I rasped. But when I looked past Ashley, my blood ran cold. Astra, the prison warden, stood back a few paces. Usually, I saw her in a white uniform with gold buttons, but today, she wore a long blue dress embroidered with delicate spun glass beads. A snowy white pelt embellished with silvery snowflakes rested over her shoulders. The same snowflakes were woven into her elegant updo, twinkling in her thick blonde hair. "I thought you might like some company," Astra said, her voice sweet and girlish. "I think you can drop the pillow, unless you plan to smother me with it." The warden's blue eyes were wide and guileless, but I knew she could be cruel, and she had 2 guards, new ones, because I didn't recognize them, standing behind her, their swords and armor gleaming in the dim light. I dropped the pillow and ran to Ashley, clinging to the crumpled silk of her blouse. My eyes burned with barely contained tears. "Ash, are you all right?" I whispered. I moved back, just a little, and ran my hands through her hair. Nervous energy crackled inside me as I tried to smooth the tangled strands. Ashley always looked so polished and trendy. It didn't seem right for her to look like this. Streaks of dirt lined her jaw and cheek, and her wrists were red and chafed, no doubt from handcuffs. "I'm fine. How are you?" She looked on the verge of tears, and her smile was forced. My poor friend had been imprisoned here without warning because of Aldrin the asshole, the January prince who'd abducted me from the human realm and then came after my best friend as well. Her entire world had been freaking upended. My eyes darted to Astra. She stood, unmoving, a few feet away, just watching us, with a calculated expression. The warden gave no sign of moving. A shiver shot up my spine. She was like an invasive species, someone that didn't belong here, but it wasn't as if I could make her leave. Instead, I drank in Ashley's face like I hadn't seen her in a million years. "Noel?" Ashley asked, her voice becoming softer. "Talk to me." "How much do you know?" I asked, taking a step closer. I was kidnapped and locked up. Some of the others said this was a fae prison. I didn't believe it until this very moment." She raised a trembling hand towards my wings, as if she wanted to confirm that they were real, but too afraid to actually touch them. "I swear I'm going to get you out of all of this," I said. "Somehow." "Wait, hold up. You knew about all this?" Ashley asked. "This is where you were? All that time you were gone? And you couldn't tell me?" "Abducted by the fae? Seriously, think about how it sounds. With my mother's history? I'm your best friend," she snapped. "I'd have believed you. And then you came to my house. Astra told me that you'd escaped and that you knew they were still after you. That Ember is some kind of fae assassin, a wanted convict. It's not like that. You put me in danger. You didn't give me a choice. I never thought Aldrin would kidnap you. You didn't think about me at all," Ashley said, crossing her arms. The pain in her eyes was so poignant and sharp, so foreign on her normally cheerful, lively face, that I desperately wanted to tear my gaze away and look at anything else in the room. But she deserved better than that. This was a mess of my own making, and I had to own up to it. She was my best friend, my only friend, and I'd gone to her apartment and lied to her, not even thinking to tell her that I might have brought danger with me. It didn't matter that I'd come back for her, ready to die, that I negotiated for her life only to have her condemned to 10 years of fae prison until the next purge. That was the deal I'd made with Aldrin, and it had turned out poorly. If I was going to make deals with fae, I needed to be much more careful. I swallowed hard. I'm sorry." Ashley's eyes brimmed with tears. "Sorry? That's all you have? You're sorry?" In another time and place, I might have tried to defend myself, but I couldn't do that with Ashley. She roughly rubbed her hands against her eyes, leaving spots of red across her face. I can't. This isn't happening." "I promised you a minute," Astra said apathetically. Ashley glanced over her shoulder at Astra and the guards. My friend tipped her chin defiantly up. "I know," she said, her voice shaking. "Only a minute? And then what? Ash, what are they?" Ashley looked at me again, a fresh wave of tears coming. "You should have told me," she whispered, but her anger had evaporated. Now, she just sounded defeated. I swallowed hard and tried to dredge up some encouraging words, but they all failed me. "It's not Messalonki," I said. "We'll figure it out." I knew Ash would get the reference. Byron had died fighting the Greek War of Independence against the Ottoman Empire. But she just gave me a hopeless, dead sort of look. I didn't mean it as a joke. I mean, I can make it right. I'll do whatever it takes to get you back to your normal life. I promise, Ash." "I'm having a really hard time believing that," Ashley said. I winced. I deserved that. And more, really. I could still sort everything out, though. I had to. Once I had, Ashley would forgive me, eventually. "Enough," Astra said, waving her hand. As the guard pulled Ashley away, the warden gave me a sharp, bitter smile. I tried to follow, but the other guard blocked my path. My blood roared in my ears, and without even thinking about it, I threw back my arm and punched him as hard as I could. My fist collided with his jaw, shooting bolts of pain up my arm. The guard stumbled back, his gold eyes narrowed and angry. "I'd hoped we could resolve this civilly," Astra said. "Just the two of us. But only if you're going to behave." She waited until I gave her a small nod. With a dismissive wave, Astra sent the guard away, but Ashley had already turned the corner, out of sight. When would I see her again? How could I save her? I wanted to scream and throw things. Instead, I bit my lip and stared down Astra as the door closed behind her. She looked so unruffled and unaffected that I wanted to scream in her face. I wanted to cross the room and choke her with my bare hands. But I knew that whatever fury I directed towards her would be pointless. She was the warden. Even if I could beat her or catch her off guard, there was still a lot of ground between the prison entrance and me. "If it pleases you, I can release her," Astra said, spreading her hands in a placating gesture. "She has, as far as I can see, done nothing deserving of imprisonment." "Neither did I," I retorted. Astra's sweet smile never faded, but her eyes darkened for a flickering moment. "I do apologize for the oversight. I was acting on the orders of Prince Aldrin. It isn't my place to question the January prince." "And Michaela?" I asked, heat rushing to my face. "Jackson? All those children harvesting their food?" Her expression tightened. "I said I can release her. In doing so, I risk angering Prince Aldrin. I would appreciate it if I could have at least something equitable in return." Equitable? I raised an eyebrow. The dynamic between us had changed. The last time we'd been alone, she'd forced me to my knees and branded my face. Now, she was walking a cautious line between authority and deference. She was trying to soften me up. But why? That's when I realized I was negotiating again with the Fae. The one thing you were never, ever supposed to do. She'd shown me Ashley as a bargaining chip to prove that she could still control me, that she had something I wanted. Ashley was just a regular prisoner here, under Astra's domain, and she'd do anything to cling to power. That meant she'd hurt her to hurt me. I couldn't let that happen. "Like what?" I asked. "I don't have anything." "That, my dear, is obviously not true. Haven't you put it together yet?" She glanced at my wings warily. I could almost hear Ember's voice in my head. "Only royal fae have wings." "But that's impossible. I'm not fae, and I'm not a royal. Apparently, you're both, which complicates things a great deal. I don't think anyone is sure what to do with you. You've created quite a stir. If that were true, wouldn't that make me in charge? I demand you shut down this prison and free all the remaining prisoners." Astra's eyes gleamed. "You're a princess, not an empress. And as of right now, you're houseless, without a royal court, with no position or political backing." "What's that mean?" "It's a different kind of game," Astra shrugged, "but no less dangerous. I imagine after a few weeks of courtly intrigue, you may be begging for your old prison cell. I'll hold it for you, if you'd like." She smiled wickedly. The newfound muscles in my back twitched with something like irritation. "Come now," she said, nodding towards the door. "Can't you think of something you want? Something that I can give you? Ashley's not a chip for you to bargain with. You're fae now. You'll soon realize everything is a chip. Everything can be won and lost. So what? You give me my friend, and I'm supposed to just forgive you? For everything you've done? For this?" I gestured at the hourglass-shaped burn on my cheek. "First of all, asking for forgiveness would imply a concession of guilt. Many of the things I've done in service of the prison have been at the direction of royal fae. If I admit my guilt, I would be implying that they, in turn, are guilty, that the whole prison concept is faulty, and I would never dare to question the royals. Secondly, I'm not asking for forgiveness. You're going to have a lot on your plate as a new royal, a lot on your mind. Let's just say I'm hoping to be removed from your list of priorities for a while. Perhaps in time, you will also come to value my role and the service I provide to the fairy kingdom. And if not, we can discuss a more equitable arrangement to state your vengeance at a later point in time. I believe you humans call it a rain check?" I was so surprised by her offer, I backed away and sat on the bed. I knew it couldn't be that easy, but if Astra was negotiating for her own safety, that meant she was afraid of me. And with Ashley's safety on the line, there was nothing I wouldn't agree to. The Fae were unable to lie. I just had to get the wording absolutely clear before I agreed, and Ashley would have her freedom. Suddenly, I wished I'd gone into pre-law studies instead of biology. "I shall prepare a bath and fresh clothes for you," Astra said, "while you think it over." "I don't want a bath," I scowled. Astra's smile wavered, becoming nervous. "Unfortunately, Queen Jonquil insists upon it." Jonquil. I knew that name. She was Ember's lover, or she had been. Ember was imprisoned on charges for killing the Knight Commander, and at the purge, Jonquil had appeared as the new March Queen. I'd only spoken to Ember for a few minutes then, so I had no idea what the situation was between them now. "What does she have to do with this?" I asked. Hope flared in my chest, and I bit the inside of my cheek. Could she be an ally? I had no idea. I didn't even know what happened to the other competitors who'd survived until the final round of the purge. Ember had jumped into the battle to protect me, and I hadn't seen her since. Which meant she was probably a captive as well, along with Jackson and Michaela. "Her Majesty wishes to speak with you," Astra said. "It would be unwise to refuse the summons of a queen, particularly one from an equinox court." Although there were 12 courts, one for each month, I knew the most powerful of them were March and September, the months of the spring and vernal equinoxes, and June and December, the months of the summer and winter solstices. I didn't trust Astra, but if I could get an audience with a powerful Fae Queen, maybe I could ask her to release my friends. Maybe she'd even be sympathetic. After all, she couldn't be that bad if Ember had loved her once. At least I'd finally get out of this damn room. I narrowed my eyes at Astra, silently considering my approach. I had to be really careful with this. Could Astra really override the bargain I'd made with Aldrin? Somehow I doubted it, but I'd sell my soul to the devil at this point if it meant winning Ashley's freedom. "Fine. Shall we make an agreement?" I asked. Astra's eyes shined with a new, eager light. "What do you have in mind?" "I will play along with this, I trailed off. "The whole thing. I'll wash away the stinkin' blood and dirt and evidence of my abuse. I'll play nice and not embarrass you in front of Queen Jonquil, but only on the condition that you free Ashley immediately. No delay, no tricks in your wording. At once. She goes free with no restrictions, and you leave her alone forever. You understand that I can only control what's in my power, under my authority." "But you can free Ashley?" "I can." "What about the others? They are alive, aren't they?" "The top competitors are still alive. That is true. After this..." The warden paused and waved a hand toward the general direction of my wings. "The tournament was halted inconclusively. Something like this has never happened before." My pulse jumped. They were alive, for now, but that didn't mean they were out of danger. "I want them freed. Michaela, Jackson, the other children." Astra straightened her back. Something subtle seemed to change about her. A certain power hung about her slender form. "There are limits to my authority. I cannot simply release every prisoner. With most inmates gone, we still need those who maintain the gardens or grounds, and we must prepare the facility for fresh arrivals." My stomach twisted painfully, thinking about all the innocent children who would continue to be kidnapped by the Fae and forced to compete in their cruel games. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to do something, to save everyone, but I didn't see how. At least not without help. I clenched my jaw as a wave of helplessness rose inside me. "Michaela and Jackson," Astra shrugged. "2 humans are no great loss." "And Ember," the warden hesitated, though it appeared she was considering it. That is something you ought to speak to Queen Jonquil about, Astra said slowly. Releasing SP-4562 may be something that displeases her greatly. She was imprisoned on charges of treason and for the murder of a nobleman. Those crimes are not so easily forgiven as the paltry charges against you and your friends. She was innocent of both. Astra's lips twitched faintly into something like a smile. Even if that were true, it's none of my business. I enforce the laws, I don't judge them. But again, you should raise your concerns to Queen Jonquil. Something tells me you might find a more sympathetic ear, and one who would have the power to repeal the sentence. I felt like Jonquil would probably eat me alive. But if she was the key to Ember's freedom, I had to try. I owed her that much at least. I couldn't help wondering what the price would be, and whether I'd be able to afford it. But I had to do something. I just think of it like a list and check things off as I went, one item at a time. Fine, I said. Ashley, Jackson, and Michaela for now, and I'll discuss Ember with Queen Jonquil. I'm afraid you've misunderstood our bargain, Astra said coyly. The Fae trade in boons and favors. So? I asked, dread creeping up my spine. You've asked for one favor, the release of your friend Ashley, which I've sworn to seek, according to my power, in exchange for a temporary halt of any lingering animosities between us. But it wouldn't profit me to give up 2 more of your friends without proper compensation. What else do you want? I asked. Why don't we see how long you last? And what else you have to offer? 2. After months of being her captive, I didn't want to appreciate anything Astra did for me, but I had missed warm baths, complete with salts and scented oils and having my hair clean and brushed out. I'd missed having clothes that didn't break me out or razors that weren't shared by other people in the prison. I felt like I was betraying my friends by being pleased by the tub of water and the collection of herbal soaps that left my skin feeling soft and healthy. And though I fought against it, it was hard not to feel grateful as I followed Astra down the winding stairs of the prison, now dressed in a soft blue silk gown with a flowing train that seemed to shimmer with tiny sequins. I knew I was probably still too thin, and wearing the cuts and bruises I'd earned during the purge, not to mention the brand on my cheek. But it still felt like I'd been reborn, somehow. I'd passed the floor several times during my captivity, but everything seemed brighter and clearer. Maybe it was just that I had to pay more attention to my spatial awareness so my wings didn't get caught on anything sharp as I passed by. We passed Astra's office, and towards a tall door that had always been locked, tucked into the end of a hallway. Astra halted before it, acknowledging the 2 guards standing on each side. I recognized one, Borealis. He was a handsome figure with gold blonde hair and a fine structured face, but his green eyes darkened when he saw me. The other guard was absurdly tall and thin, like the limb of a weeping willow. His brown hair hung limply around his face. His eyes were honey brown, like embers. Is the Queen already present? Astra asked. Yes, Borealis said. He swung open the door, and Astra entered. I followed, conscious of Borealis's eyes on me. He hated my guts ever since my escape attempt, and if I hadn't been so anxious over my new wings and precarious situation, I might have taken a grim satisfaction from his forced niceties. His last threat still rang silently in my ears. You'll pay for this. Borealis opened the door, and Astra entered. I followed cautiously. Your Majesty, Astra said, sinking into a curtsy. I have brought her, as requested. The queen sat on one end of a love seat with green velvet cushions and arms made of polished rosewood, carved into flowers and songbirds. Her back was to us, and I took a moment to study the room. It was an older part of the compound, like a medieval chamber, and the stained glass windows cast a strong light across the ancient stones, gracefully hidden by ornate furniture and thick carpets. A fire smoldered in the mantel, illuminating my host as she turned to greet me. "Leave us, Astra. I'll speak to her alone." Jonquil's voice was soft and friendly. I'd expected something much colder. She was taller than I expected, with dark eyes and warm, russet-colored skin. Her hair was black and iridescent green, arranged into soft sweeping curls piled up high on her head and held in place with ruby-tipped pins and a gold tiara. She wore an extravagant gown of shimmering green material with massive skirts. Upon closer inspection, the gown itself appeared to be made entirely of tiny feathers. The dress was tight around her bust and waist, accentuating her curves. Jonquil looked as though she could have been an Instagram model with 1 billion followers, apart from the pair of slender green-gold wings that fluttered lightly between her shoulder blades. "Of course, Your Majesty." Astra curtsied again and retreated. I didn't take my eyes off Jonquil, but I heard the door slam shut behind the warden, trapping me in with the unfamiliar Fey Queen. Jonquil patted the opposite end of the sofa. "Come." I crossed the room, my new silk slippers silent against the carpet beneath my feet. It was a thing of beauty, a woven rug depicting a forest and a castle, like something from a book of fairy tales. When I sat on the opposite end of the love seat, my wings bumped into the arm. I winced as pain jolted up my back. This was going to be a problem. "Noel, was it? You may call me Jonquil." I nodded, and the queen pursed her lips together. As she looked me over, I let my eyes rove over her face, taking in the high cheekbones and the full lips. Up close, Jonquil's eyes weren't as dark as I'd thought. Instead, they were a dark sage, edged with crisp jade. They seemed to encompass all the beauty of the forests within them. I could see why Ember had fallen in love with her. She was breathtaking. "It is a pleasure to meet you," Jonquil continued. "Because of my position as the March Queen, Court of the Vernal Equinox, I've been given the great honor of explaining the current situation to you." "Awesome," I muttered. Finally. Especially considering I had absolutely no idea what was going on. "The Fey courts believe that you are one of our number, the lost heiress to one of our royal lines." I shook my head. "There's been some mistake. That can't possibly be true." "You deny it." She smiled. "Even as the proof makes it difficult for you to fit into your chair." "Oh, these old things?" I said, wiggling my shoulders. I reached for the platter of frosted cupcakes and grabbed one with my palm, taking a bite so big crumbs fell across my new dress. Nobody said I couldn't have one, and if I was going to die, it might as well be on a full stomach. Jonquil arched an eyebrow. "Do you have an alternative explanation you'd like to offer?" "Well, no," I replied, with my mouth full. "But I know it's not that." "Well, frankly, there's no other option. What you did at the purge, your wings emerging like that, it was quite a spectacle. Your wings proved you have royal blood. It simply has to be the case. A bastard, of course. But that's not as big a deal here as it would be to you humans." I hadn't actually seen many Fey wings, and I found myself mesmerized by the way Queen Jonquil's seemed to punctuate her sentence, almost like they held meaning or added subtle subtext to the conversation. Although her face held no expression, somehow I sensed her wings were unhappy with me. Jonquil paused and reached for a cupcake of her own. She tore off a small chunk with her delicate fingers and carefully placed it on her tongue. Then her lips curved into a small, careful smile. So here's the thing. Royal courts are delicately balanced over decades, if not centuries. Our family trees are vast because we live a long time. They need to be carefully pruned to keep the balance, the beauty. Fae do not lust for power, but we adore a challenge. You could call us ambitious, I suppose. But it's in our nature to test our limits. If we see weakness, opportunity for advancement, we will take it. What's that have to do with me? Well, a new royal could either be a very beneficial addition to a royal house or a grave danger to another. It creates uncertainty, which may inspire reckless behavior. I have no doubt some of the houses are already scheming on how to curry favor or use your miraculous appearance to their advantage. So let me go. I leaned forward suddenly, nearly losing my balance as I got caught up in the layers of my dress. I ended up much closer to her than expected, but neither of us pulled away. She smelled like frosting and juniper. That won't be possible, unfortunately. At least, not yet. Not right away. I'm quite certain if you were allowed to return to the human world, you'd be followed by assassins. You simply pose too great a threat. What? A royal fae cannot be without a court. Doing so places you at great risk. Here is how we anticipate the matter being resolved. But I don't want anything to do with this, I interrupted, standing up suddenly. I just want to go home. Let me do that and I'll never bother any of you again. That is not an option which the courts can agree to. Instead, I will escort you to the Hahwirfing. I stared blankly at her, trying to wrap my mind around that name. I didn't even think I could manage to repeat it back. It is the neutral meeting grounds between our 12 kingdoms, Jonquil continued, and we will determine whose court you belong to. Then you may bargain with whichever fae is determined to be your king or queen. Depending on your monarch's wishes, you might be allowed to return home. But it is just as likely that you will begin courting suitors. It all depends on the wishes of your monarch. Suitors? My mouth went suddenly dry. It is the duty of a royal fae to forge an alliance with another court. Marriage is the most common way of doing that. You must be assimilated or destroyed. So the fae are like the Borg? Resistance is futile and all that? I don't get your human reference, but I agree with the sentiment. An anxious laugh bubbled up from my throat. But that's just it. I'm not a royal fae. I wasn't born into this. Surely no one would want a Star Trek fan in their court. Royal blood is still royal blood, Jonquil said. Someone might. And have you married? I asked. No, Jonquil replied. But I'm not without tangled obligations and loyalties, some of which came at great personal cost and risk. I arched an eyebrow, trying to figure out if there was a clue of some kind in her wording. But honestly, it was hard to glean anything from her. I felt like I'd fallen through time, ending up in a blue dress and an old castle, being forced into an arranged marriage, like I was some sort of sheltered Victorian heroine. If I concentrated hard enough, I could almost wrap my head around the fact that we were both just inches tall, eating tiny cupcakes with silken wings. Jonquil looked expectantly at me, clearly anticipating a response. But what could I possibly say? This all sounded so unbelievable. I leaned back against the soft padding of the couch, pulling my legs up under me for support. Am I high? I asked at last. Or tripping on acid? Those were stupid questions to ask at this point, but I probably would have given my soul for this all to be some really bad acid trip. Even though I'd never tried LSD, I didn't even know where to get LSD. No, Jonquil replied, her voice and expression completely devoid of humor. You sound displeased with the idea With potentially marrying a complete stranger? I asked. Yeah, surprisingly, I have a problem with that. Imagine it like a wild card, or an extra chess piece on a game that's been played over 100 years. The chess piece will be added, but what kind is it? What side of the board is it on? Who gets to claim it? I'm not to be claimed, I growled. Says the girl who got locked behind bars for months. Surely this is a better option. I mean, less than a day ago you were fighting giant spiders in a pit, condemned to die. Now, you're eating cupcakes with a fairy queen. There are worse fates. She smiled coyly, and her eyes sparkled. For a moment, it almost seemed like she was flirting with me. Besides, she said, finishing her cupcake before folding the paper wrapper into a tight triangle. Depending on what house you're from, you may find yourself with no shortage of suitors to pick from. So the Fae were going to play Bachelorette with me. Fantastic. That really doesn't make me feel much better. Nevertheless, it is the only option you have, Jonquil said. If you're fortunate, you'll be related to a sympathetic monarch. Once you're suitably settled in a decade or two, I'm sure you'll be allowed to visit the human world as often as you'd like. But I'll be old, I groaned. This time she leaned forward, turning towards me and reaching out to touch my cheek. Your years will expand and fade like petals, but your beauty will endure like a diamond. For as long as you stay in our world, time has no power over you. I held my breath, captivated by her intense gaze and the wings hanging lazily behind her shoulders. I knew that the Fae couldn't lie, but I still had a hard time believing her. I don't trust you, I said slowly. Well, she smirked. I'm glad to see you have some sense at least. Jonquil got up to stir the coals, adding another piece of wood to the fire, then returned to the table to pour out 2 cups of black tea from a porcelain tea set edged in pink and gold. I took in a breath, trying to decide how to play this. While she'd stressed that I had no choice in the matter, this conversation felt like it was just getting started. She'd mentioned chess, made some vague threats, and played her opening move. Now she was waiting for a response. While I obviously wasn't going to just marry some random Fae guy, at least now I knew what the Fae wanted from me. I just had to turn it to my advantage. I might consider it, I replied, choosing my words carefully. If you would be willing to do something for me, as an act of good faith. So, you'd offer me a meaningless promise, Jonquil mused. You'd consider it. The words were cold and struck me with a chilling accuracy, but Jonquil's smile never wavered. She looked as though she'd expected my answer, and being a Fae, she probably had. I want my friends released, I said, deciding to be straight with her. Did Astra not already agree to release your friends? She agreed to free my friend Ashley, if she can, but won't promise anything else, at least not until she sees how this all plays out. Also, she specifically said if it were within her power, and I'm not sure how much power she actually has in the Fae realm. You flatter me, Jonquil said, but you're not wrong. Ashley must be freed. Jackson and Michaela, too. Humans. And all survivors of the purge, I'll assume? Yes. A man and a young girl. Ah, yes. The girl, Jonquil said, with a gleam in her eye. A royal Fae risking her life for a human child. That's something peculiar, I'll have you know. Everyone is already talking about it. You've earned some fans, and some enemies. They all go free, forever. Do we have a deal? Of course, she purred. She was giving ground far too easily, but maybe it was just because she thought so little of my human friends. She even seemed mildly bored, like she was losing interest in the conversation. Really? I asked. Jonquil inclined her head, studying me. If it'll set your mind at ease. Astra is too clever of a woman to risk putting herself at odds with a royal. I'll check in to ensure she fulfills her promise about Ashley. And with a little pressure, Jackson and Michaela will have their freedom as well. Relief flooded through me, followed quickly by skepticism. Why? I asked. What do you get out of it? Astra is ambitious. She will not like to let anything go. For that reason alone, I will enjoy taking it from her. For now, that's enough payment for me. But let's say I already had a number of problems I'm dealing with, and I don't have time to babysit a clueless bastard or let the insecurity spread and linger through the Fey kingdoms, creating instability. You are a royal, one of us, and that earns you certain rights and privileges. You'll need to be introduced formally at court. I'd rather not have to torture you or drag you there in chains. Jonquil's shift in demeanor was so sudden I felt sweat on my brow. When had it gotten so warm in here? Now, Jonquil said, suddenly sweet again. Is that all? If she was satisfied, that meant for sure I'd gotten a raw deal. But I wasn't finished negotiating, and there was one more person I was determined to save. I only have one more condition, I said, meeting her eyes. Ember goes free as well. I watched Jonquil's face closely. Her expression revealed nothing, but she rose suddenly and turned away from me, silhouetted by the fire. Her dress bared her back nearly to her waist. I leaned forward, looking for the place where her wings met her body. The biologist in me was fascinated, and I couldn't very well look between my own shoulder blades. Ember, Jonquil said, committed high treason. She was an orphan who seduced me to get close to those in power and then killed the Knight Commander, leaving my mother exposed. It was like a father to her, foundling though she was. She told me she had nothing to do with that. She said many things to me, whispering sweet nothings after we'd exhausted ourselves in bed. Surely she told you all about that as well. My cheeks flushed. And on top of that, my noble mother, Queen Beryl, was recently found slain with her throat slit. Not in a duel, as would be honorable, but in her chambers, whilst half-dressed. That doesn't sound like something Ember would do, I said. The muscles in Jonquil's face grew taut, and her wings twitched. You do not know her as well as I do. Jonquil looked over her shoulder, half her face behind the iridescent sheen of her wings. I clenched my hands into the fine silk of my dress, twisting and kneading the fine fabric. Anyway, she couldn't possibly have done it. She's been in prison, remember? Yes, she was. Until you let her out. My throat suddenly felt dry, and the walls felt like they were pulsing around me. Was she accusing me of something? Of being an accomplice to the murder of her mother? This just happened, I said weakly. She escaped a few days before the Queen was assassinated. I buried my mother the day before the purge. Suspicious, isn't it? So you see, I can't just let her go. I find it difficult to believe that Ember could just murder someone, I replied, my heart pounding an anxious rhythm. Secretly, I was stalling for time. Isn't that exactly what Ember said she was going to do? Find Queen Beryl and kill her? She escaped the prison, but then returned to the purge. Can you think of any reason she might have done that, if not to seek out the Queen? Wait, you said she was killed at home, before the purge. If she did kill Queen Beryl, why would she show up to the purge anyway? Surely you don't think Ember escaped prison, killed Beryl, returned here to save me, and then let herself be caught again? Seems a little convoluted, doesn't it? Even if that's the case, we still have her on the charges against the Knight Commander. If he hadn't been dead, the Queen wouldn't be vulnerable, so she's obviously part of a larger conspiracy. Queen Beryl is already dead. That's what Ember had told me during the purge. I don't know what to do. And then she jumped into the fray to save me. Had she lied to me? Did she know she'd be condemned for the crime and was ready to die with whatever honor she had left? I took a steadying breath. How could I convince Jonquil that Ember was innocent when I already had doubts of my own. I searched for the right words, as Jonquil remained silent, giving me nothing. Finally, she rolled her eyes and sat down on the couch again. Let me save you some time. As a royal, you do have a little bit of political clout. And as a human, I would guess you're comfortable lying. So you're probably thinking about swearing Ember was with you the whole time and demand her freedom. But before you do that, let me ask you this. Why do you care so much? What is she to you? I wouldn't have survived prison without her. And then at the purge, she risked her life, her freedom, for me. I owe her at least this much. And she's the only fae I trust by a mile. I don't know how to do all this without her. Were you lovers? Jonquil asked, faking disinterest. No. Friends, I think, if anything. She loved you. She loves you still. It's adorable how committed you are to her. But you seem far too eager to make deals. This I would caution you against. You really are no good at it. She turned to study me shrewdly, but there was a softness around her eyes that hadn't been there before. She settled into the couch again, arranging her skirts and adjusting her crown. We may never be friends, and you've made it clear you don't trust me, but permit me to offer counsel anyway, because no one else will, and without it, you're going to get absolutely wrecked. I'll be candid, but after I leave the room, this conversation never happened, and you're on your own. Do you understand? I nodded, meeting her eyes. To a lower house, you're a boon. A bit of attention, a thrill, at least for a while. For a major house, you're a liability. The charm will fade. Marriage is long. Nobody will be quick to propose until they know exactly what you're capable of. You mean magic? No, not really. I mean, the magic, a bit of flair now and then, certainly makes for a dramatic display. But since there is no overt external fighting or warfare, at least not anymore, it's used to make a point, to make an entrance, to remind them of your power. But magic itself is not particularly useful. Power, that's the important thing. Aren't they the same? No, Dove, they aren't. Not at all. Magic is what you can see. Power is who you are. Do people fear you or love you? Those are both emotions to be exploited to improve your position during an exchange. A bargain, a deal, 1,000, 100,000. All of those deals and treaties become a web of power based on promises of gain or loss. Threats and silent, subtle nudges. Favors done without acting, without begging or negotiating, given. Because a gift demands a response. Every gift is also a curse. It must be paid, eventually. I see, I said, taking a deep breath. I was in way over my head. You are new to the game, but you will come empty-handed with your heart on your sleeve, making promises you have no way to fulfill. Astra is afraid of you, afraid of what you might be able to do to her. I, however, am not. You have nothing to offer. No political power, no alliances. You're a novelty, for now, but that will wear off. I'm willing to indulge you and ensure Astra releases your human friends because it costs me nothing. But Ember is potentially a threat to my kingdom and my personhood. How could one Fey Knight possibly be a threat to you? I asked. Jonquil gazed hard at me. I saw indecision flicker in her eyes, as if she was trying to decide how much to tell me. There are, she said slowly, 2 ways to become the ruler of a court. The first is by birthright, and the second is by a duel. It is possible to take a court through a formal challenge, although it is uncommon. Claiming a throne imbues you with extraordinary powers. It can be tempting for those with nothing else to lose. She would never. She loves you. Jonquil held out her hand, and fire burst from her fingertips. I sucked in a sharp breath and watched as the flames crackled and popped above her fingers. Although I knew the Fae had powers, only royals could use them within the prison grounds, so I'd seen very little magic so far. And most magic, or so I'd heard, wasn't all that visually impressive. It was talking to animals, or enhanced strength. "So you're stronger if you're a king or queen?" I asked, furrowing my brow. "And if you were dethroned, you'd lose your powers?" She closed her hand, and the fire vanished. "Some of them." I felt like Jonquil was trying to warn me about something, but I couldn't figure out exactly what it was. But I didn't need to marry some arrogant Fae prince to protect me. "If you are so powerful, Ember should present no threat to you then. You've a castle filled with knights at your disposal, don't you? And more powers than she has." "So I do." "Then you've no reason to keep her imprisoned." Jonquil looked askance. "You're meddling with things you do not understand." I wanted to growl in frustration. It felt like the past few months everyone kept bending over backward to avoid telling me absolutely anything at all. "Then I'll offer you something concrete," I said. "You're going to be the one to take me to the meeting place, right?" The Fae Queen nodded. "Hochwirfing?" "Yes." "Good. Then you've an incentive to free Ember. If you do, I promise to be on my best behavior. I won't try to run or embarrass you. I'll be the absolute epitome of grace and elegance." I had no idea if Jonquil would even care how I made her look. She might be willing to just drag me to the Fae meeting place in handcuffs, but I was hoping that, being a queen, she'd be somewhat self-conscious about her appearance. She'd want to look in control, especially if she was escorting someone who the Fae believed to be a long-lost royal. "That isn't enough," Jonquil said sharply. "I'd be indebted to you. No doubt the other Fae would try to influence me, offer me deals and whatnot. If you let Ember go free, I promise I'll listen to your advice. I'll marry the one you choose, whatever alliance benefits you the most." "You'll consider it?" She raised an eyebrow. "I swear it. And if I don't free Ember," Jonquil asked, "then I'll be an absolute terror," I replied. "If you talk to Astra, she'll tell you that I'm trouble. I was a headache and a half who tried to escape multiple times. I did escape, actually. It probably wouldn't look that good if I ran off and disappeared when you were supposed to be escorting me to the Horfing." Jonquil winced, likely at how badly I'd butchered that name. But after a few seconds passed, she didn't answer. Instead, she seemed to be mulling the offer over in her mind. At least, she was taking me seriously. That was more than the other Fae had done. But I had to get this right. I had to secure Ember's freedom, and if I could win it by promising myself to Jonquil, it was worth it. I could always plan my own escape later, once Ember and the others were out of harm's way. "Have you considered, Noel, that maybe Ember is better off in prison?" Jonquil asked softly. I laughed incredulously. No one would be better off here, and whatever Ember may face outside of prison, it can't be nearly as bad as what's in here. "You don't know that," Jonquil replied. "The world, our world, has changed greatly. It is a world where queens are slaughtered in their beds, where alliances are shifting like ice floes breaking free in the early spring. Ember isn't a queen." "No," Jonquil replied. "But I am." I crossed my arms. Talking with Jonquil felt like some sort of weird circular logic puzzle. We kept going back to where we started over and over again. The smart thing to do would be to play nice and keep Jonquil at my side. She might be able to help me while I played for time. I didn't see any other way out of this. Not yet. But my freedom had to go on the back burner for now. I'd been selfish for too long, and it was time I did something for my friends, especially since I was, at least, partially responsible for them being stuck where they were. "Either Ember goes free, or I swear that I will defy you with all my power." Jonquil sank onto the love seat once again, looking as though I'd exhausted her. "It is adorable how loyal you are. I hope she deserves it." But you have a deal. I shall ensure that Astra frees your friends, including Ember, and in return, you will conduct yourself properly on our journey to the Hochwerfing. As for your engagement, I doubt you'll have much say in that, so the value of your offer is weak. However, I will accept a substitute that if another important decision does lie within your control, and it affects me, I will have the right to make the choice for you. Done, I said, sticking out my hand. That sounded vague and harmless enough for a hypothetical promise. But, Jonquil continued, there is a contingency. Ember will be banished from the March Court forever. She must swear to stay away from my kingdom, my allies, my throne, and my person. I floundered, trying to decide whether or not I should accept the terms. Ember's future wasn't something I had any right to give away, but the alternative was imprisonment or death, and she'd have 11 other kingdoms and the whole world to explore. Do you agree? The Queen asked. Yes. The promise of any bargain was better than none. As we shook hands, Jonquil's smile grew victorious. A shiver of doubt traced a frigid path down my spine. Maybe this wasn't just a risk. Maybe it was a mistake, one that I'd pay dearly for later. But for now, it meant that my friends would walk free, leaving the prison and the purge behind. That had to be enough. Jonquil stood, her elegant dress murmuring softly against the tapestry cushions of the seat. She inclined her head slightly. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance. This exchange was more entertaining than I expected. Maybe in a few years, we'll talk again, once you've had time to adjust to your new reality. I will return tomorrow, Noel, to escort you to the Hochwerfing. 3. The prison was a massive tower, half of it at ground level and the other spiraling down beneath it. Rusted bars of the cells and impenetrable stone walls reached up to a dizzying height. Thin bridges linked to the tower like spokes of a wheel. The stunning architecture was even more impressive for its medieval feel, like it had been carved from the rock centuries ago by long-dead masons who sculpted their own graves. When I'd first arrived, this place had always been swarming with people, but now it was unnervingly quiet. As I bounded onto the social floor, I found only 4 people. Once, there would have been dozens. My heart beat madly against my ribcage, both relieved to see them and also anxious about how they'd receive me. Although it had only been a day since the purge, it felt like so much had changed. Behind closed doors, I'd bargained for their fates, and their freedom hung on the tenuous promises I'd gained from capricious fairies, undoubtedly more skilled at bargaining than I'd ever be. Astra, who'd escorted me along with 6 guards for protection, relinquished her grip on my arm just before the last flight of stairs. The others hadn't seen us yet. "About your friends," she said quietly. "I would have freed them, you know. You didn't need to go behind my back and bother Queen Jonquil about them." "Apparently I did," I murmured, studying her forehead. A wrinkle seemed to deepen around her brow, and her eyes seemed dark and stormy against her pale skin. Ember, at least. So why not ask about the others, too? What harm was there in ensuring their freedom when human prisoners seemed to mean so little to the Fae? Astra's jaw tightened, and her blue eyes narrowed with anger. I backed away, my cheeks suddenly burning as I remembered her fury when she'd branded me in her office. But with Jonquil's support, my friends would be beyond her reach, as long as I played my part. That meant she had no power over me, and she knew it. "Since we're on the topic, what would you like me to do with the others?" "The what?" I asked. "The other survivors, who were left unexpectedly alive after your sudden transformation." She pointed down the hallway where I could just make out 3 figures surrounded with guards, Each had a leather bag over their head and a dozen spears pointed towards their chests. Astra smiled again, with an eager glint in her eye. What exactly was she offering me? I racked my brain trying to remember their faces, but they were vague and blurry. Who had been left on the battlefield? Aurora, I think, had been fighting with Ember. S8359, the summer fae with the hammer who had nearly smashed my head in, and the graceful fae who had nearly impaled Michaela with a spear. They would have killed me, if they could have, but I felt nothing for them now. Hadn't I also killed? How many had Jackson taken out in the purge? Responsibility for them was just one more burden I didn't want. Ask their kingdoms if they want them. If not, keep them here until the next purge. As you wish. She smiled again before backing away with her head bowed. Somehow, it was even more chilling to see her play the sycophant. Away from Jonquil's gaze, Astra could seem to decide how she wanted to treat me. She seemed to alternate between two extremes, like she couldn't figure out how to reconcile my new conflicting roles. Today, I was a princess, but one wrong move, and tomorrow, I could end up her prisoner again. At the March Queen's request, Astra continued, I've agreed to let you speak to Ember, who will need to tell me if she intends to swear as Queen Jonquil has asked. If she will, fine, I'll release her with the others once you return from the Hallwirfing. After I return? I asked, dread rising through my chest. Of course, said the warden. After you've been confirmed as a royal and a house has been decided, you'll be relinquished to the guidance of your patron royal, free to partake in courtly duties. The others will go free, return to the human world, or let loose upon the world to cause mischief in the case of your fae companion. Thank you, I said dismissively. I was tired of Astra's games. Astra's lips curled, as though I'd just insulted her. Anything for the royals. She nodded curtly and left, her combat boots slapping heavily against the stone floor. I took a deep breath and forced myself down into the courtyard to join the others, silently waiting their judgment. Michaela was the first to see me. She rushed forward and threw her arms around my waist. Ashley came next, but hesitated before closing the gap between us. Don't hug me, she smiled. I'm a mess. It'll just get that dress dirty. I let out an anxious laugh. They hadn't let her bathe or change her clothes yet, and I knew it must be taking a toll on her. Ashley took more pride in her appearance than anyone I knew. Are you all right? Every time I asked that question, it seemed to sound stupider. Of course she's not, but she will be. Ashley shivered, her breath hitching awkwardly. Her eyes were guarded and bitter in a way that I'd never seen before. My chest tightened. I'm fine, she said. I told you that already. Nothing has changed since then. Not for you, maybe. Apparently, she mused, studying my fine dress. Michaela tugged at my arm, pulling me towards the others. Her thick brown curls were as unkempt as ever, and her brown eyes darted nervously between Jackson and me. She was expecting a fight, and really, so was I. She'd recently turned 16, but she looked simultaneously older and younger than she ought to. Dark bags lingered persistently beneath her eyes, and her face was gaunt and worn. Jackson leaned against the wall, dressed in the usual prison uniform for humans, white pants and a loose white shirt with his number, H2159, embroidered on it. A few new bruises colored his stubbled jaw, and a cut stretched across his forehead. His gray eyes were smoldering, like ash burning away at the heat of a fire. My pulse quickened as our gazes met. Jackson was a jerk, even at his best, but I knew there was more to him, beneath the hostile appearance. Ember sat on a nearby table, her knees pulled up to her chest and her chin resting atop them. Strands of her long curly hair, faded red with dark roots, fell around her face, framing her soft jawline. "Nice dress," Ember said, her voice determinedly cheerful. Was it a gift from the January prince? God, I hope not. Astra gave it to me, I said uncomfortably. She was still wearing the flowing chiffon dress that she'd had on when she jumped into the purge and saved me. It was in tatters now, the fabric shredded in some places and stained with mud around the hem. Cuts and smears of blood marred her once smooth skin. But even a year of imprisonment and her injuries in the purge didn't quite hide Ember's beauty. I felt suddenly wretched in my beautiful, comfortable gown. I was still a prisoner, like them, but I had been afforded a good night's sleep and a bath, at least, while they'd no doubt been locked away after the purge with no word about their respective fates. Icy blue is the traditional color of the January court, Ember said, filling the silence. After longing for this moment to be alone with my friends again, words failed me. I grimaced. It clashes terribly with the wings, I said at last, doing a mock spin to twist the hem of the gown and make my wings bounce awkwardly behind me. Ember cracked a smile. They're beautiful. They're freaky, Jackson interrupted, finally finding his voice. You're one of them. You were one of them this whole time. Brilliant observation, Ember replied. As they looked at one another, the air seemed thick and heavy, as if it could barely contain the tension between them. I can't believe I trusted you, Jackson growled, spitting on the ground for effect. Warmth rushed to my face, probably breaking out into a blotchy blush across my cheeks and nose. Do you think I wanted this, Jackson? I asked. He left the wall and stormed towards me. I stepped forward, ready to meet him halfway. When he stood a few inches away, he halted. I heard the murmur of silk as Ember shifted behind me. Don't, the Fae murmured, clenching her fists. I think we should all just calm down. Ashley's voice cut off abruptly. She meant well, but she hadn't been through what we'd been through, and I wasn't going to put up with Jackson's crap. Not anymore. I tipped my chin up, refusing to let Jackson's height intimidate me, even though I was dwarfed beneath his bulky frame. We stared one another down, and I wondered what he noticed most about me. Even though I'd spent the day being treated like a dress-up doll, presented to Queen Jonquil like an exotic gift, surely Jackson saw the tiredness in my eyes. I knew that around my brown irises, the whites were bloodshot, and I had bruises, too. Even if I'd been treated better than the rest of them, the Fae had still left their mark. When did you first realize you were one of those? His eyes snapped over my shoulder, probably looking over Ember. One of those monsters. When did you know? When the wings appeared? Before then, I was condemned here to die, a regular human imprisoned by the Fae, just like you. Are you even listening to yourself? You are the Fae, he snapped. Michaela cleared her throat. She saved me, Jackson. That earns your patience, if nothing else. Why don't you just let her speak? Jackson clenched his jaw. His nostrils flared. Michaela had a way of calming him down, but I knew he wouldn't be swayed for long. You look ridiculous, by the way, he sneered, in your stupid princess dress. And you look like an inmate, I replied. Neither of us had a choice in any of this. Astra didn't exactly let me pick out what I wanted to wear. It's not the same, and you know it. I tried to force back the hot anger that coursed through my veins. He had no right to treat me this way, to be angry at me, when I hadn't done anything wrong. I drew in a deep breath, trying to steady myself before I said something I regretted. He'd been in prison here for years. Of course, he was bitter and suspicious. But damn it, did he have to take it all out on me? Look, I'm doing the best I can. I don't even know how this all happened, okay? I snapped my attention back to Jackson. You act like I don't know, like I've betrayed you or something, and that's completely unreasonable. I've spent the last few hours begging for your freedom. That seemed to shut him up. But we aren't free yet, Jackson cut in, before I could tell the others about the bargain I'd struck. I'm sure she's going to get out of it somehow. That's what the Fae do. It's all favors and contingencies, half-truths that lead nowhere. They aren't capable of saying what they really mean. I glanced at Ember, expecting a rebuttal, but she said nothing. Her brown eyes remained fixed on my wings, and it was difficult to say whether her expression was more curious or concerned. Why was it that every time I started to like Jackson, he had some sort of jackass relapse? I felt some of my old personality, a bit of who I was before I'd arrived in prison, come back to me. That, Noel, hadn't accepted fools. She would never have let some guy intimidate her. Be nice, Jackson. I'm trying to get you home, and I'm the only ally you've got. His breath audibly caught, and it took all my willpower not to wilt before him. If Jackson hadn't been such a jerk, he'd have been very handsome. Even roughed up and wearing that crappy prison uniform, with dark stubble on his chin, he still looked like he could have had a side job as a model. A pity he hated my guts and smelled like ass. Jackson stormed back to the wall and crossed his arms. Beside him, Michaela gave me a tentative smile, but I doubted she would get involved if she didn't have to, and I couldn't blame her for that. Especially not after I'd left her here during our clumsy escape. Really, it was more surprising that Michaela felt sympathetic towards me at all. Astra has agreed to release you all, and if there was a trick in the wording, John Quill has guaranteed your freedom, I said. You can hate me all you want, Jackson, but it'll still work to get you out of here. John Quill? Ember asked, sitting up suddenly. You spoke with her? About me? When I looked at her, Ember's face was a strange mixture of longing and hesitation. I nodded. She agreed to free you, I said. My heart broke at how happy Ember suddenly looked. Her whole face seemed to brighten the instant the words left my mouth. But there's a contingency, I said. You have to promise to stay away from, as she put it, her kingdom, allies, throne, and person. For how long? Ember asked, biting her lip. Forever. As suddenly as she'd brightened, Ember's face fell. I swallowed back a lump in my throat. I knew that I wasn't the cause of this, not really. I had made the deal with John Quill, but it was only to preserve her life and freedom. It had to be better than the alternative. But why? Ember whispered. I hesitated, the question on the tip of my tongue. Did you kill Queen Beryl? But I couldn't bear to make myself ask. I didn't know if I'd be ready to face her answer, and even if I was, how could I really judge Ember for killing a woman who sounded like a complete monster? I don't know what John Quill is thinking, or why, I said instead, but please do what she wants. You'll need to swear to the terms yourself. It's your only chance of getting your freedom. Ember ran her hands through her hair and let out a jerky breath of air. And you? She asked suddenly, her eyes snapping back up. Are they letting you go? It depends on which family they think I'm a part of, I replied. John Quill thinks they're just as likely to marry me off as let me go. What? Ashley asked, her eyes darting nervously toward my wings. What would they want with you? Oh yeah, it was a whole thing. They'll assign me a guardian and then marry me off for some political alliance. The alternative, from what I hear, is a swift and unavoidable assassination. So it seems you can either attend my wedding or my funeral. Either way, I promise there will be cake. The others seemed stunned by my nonchalant ramble, but I'd been through too much already to worry about how crazy it all sounded. Michaela, for one, appeared to be pleased with the idea of cake, regardless of the reasons for the event. It's not like I have much of a choice in the matter, I said, holding up my palms. I leveled my gaze at Jackson, and was happy to see a look of chagrin on his face. Michaela bit her lip and fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. Her wide blue eyes darted to Jackson, as if she was trying to get some sort of indication on how to behave. That's crazy, Ashley said, stepping closer and holding me by the shoulders. What the hell? They can't just force you to marry someone. For one blissful second, it was almost like we were back at college, complaining about our professors. That's exactly what I said, I replied. but I don't see a way out of it right now, so I'm going to agree. I don't know for sure that it'll even happen, and it could be months before I'm expected to do anything. But for right now, it keeps us all safe. I've never heard of the Fae doing something like this before, Ember said, her brown eyes narrowing. Even if you're royal, the monarchs have illegitimate children all the time. They seldom feel the need to have one go through such pageantry. What do you mean, a royal? Ashley asked, her eyes widening. Only the royal Fae have wings, Ember answered, as if it were self-evident. I took Ashley's hand as she sunk back against the bench. Royal Fae have more magic and can shift sizes. We're all basically tiny right now. Honestly, I don't know much more than that. Ember is a Fae, the rest of us are tiny humans, but I have wings. Ashley's mouth popped open and her head looked like it was about to explode, but she clenched her jaw and nodded her head before falling silent. It's something about the purge, I guessed. John Quill said people were talking. I think it's an embarrassment. It caused a commotion, putting a royal in the purge like that. It must have rattled them, so they need to embrace me and then lock me away as soon as possible. Lock you away? Jackson grumbled, rolling his eyes. In a palace, no doubt. Ember offered a one-shouldered shrug. Perhaps they're just bored. Unexpected events of importance are pretty rare. Instability offers upward momentum and fragility. John Quill said that I'm in danger without a court, I replied, but also a threat, a danger to the establishment or whatever. Ember frowned and stretched her legs out, torn chiffon wrapping around her calves. I suppose you might be, she said slowly. If they really do think you're a royal, but I don't know why John Quill would involve herself with this. Maybe your queen has been working with them all along, and this is just another trap, Jackson cut in. Ember scowled at him. Perhaps you want to be grateful that Noel has negotiated your release and keep quiet, unless you've something to add. You don't know my world, much less my queen. This is an unusual situation, and try as you might, I don't imagine you'd understand it. And why should I listen to you? He snapped. For all I know, you're involved in this too. Ember jumped to her feet, kicking him in the chest with just enough force for him to stumble back into the wall. Stop fighting, for God's sake! This situation sucks for everyone, Ashley retorted, looking at me with a wild and desperate expression. Please, can't we just walk away? If you're really a royal fae, you can make us all bigger, right? I just want to go home and pretend this never happened. Jackson cast his eyes upward, as though asking for deliverance from on high, but he said nothing. Ashley crossed her arms and paced across the floor like a caged tiger. I sighed. So what's the most likely reason I'm getting special treatment, Ember? If this situation is that unusual. The universe hates you, maybe? Ember offered, flashing a wry grin. It sure felt like it. But I don't know, Ember replied. Did John Quill say which court you're from? No. They're going to have me tested tomorrow. Another test? What will she have to do? Jackson cut in. I couldn't tell if he was concerned for me or just worried I'd fail. It could just be a formality, Ember offered. I mean, you've got wings. That's enough proof for anyone. But you were raised human, and that's rare. Given your unique situation and mysterious appearance, the Fae Kings and Queens will want to find out which family you're part of. They'll let the blood decide. Otherwise, everyone could lay claim to you or deny responsibility. After that, your court will decide if you're worth bothering with or how you can profit the court and increase their position. It's less of an interest in you, per se, and more of an interest in following the letter of the law. The Fae letter of the law said I belonged to a complete stranger just because we happened to be related? Fantastic. Well, you can't do it, Ashley said. She may not have much of a choice in the matter, Ember argued. So what? Ashley snapped. You think Noel ought to just go along with this stupid thing, willingly? Ember's freedom is contingent on my good behavior, I said. Ashley looked as though she still wanted to argue. She pounded the nearby table with a fist and shook her head. Ember can look after herself, can't she? You can't just throw away your freedom to save her. And if she was any kind of friend, she'd tell you that herself. For God's sake, she's a magical Fey knight. Ember was, but none of that mattered in prison, where enchantments prevented her from using her enhanced strength. You can't ask Ember to choose between her freedom and mine, I said. That isn't fair. Besides, she's already risked her life for mine, more than once. None of this is fair, Ashley snapped, waving wildly around her. I just want us all to go home and act like this never happened, okay? It wouldn't matter anyway, I began. Yesterday, we were all as good as dead. For whatever reason, these stupid wings mean enough to leverage for your freedom. Don't you get it? You're getting out of here alive and safe. That's all I ever wanted. It's not a choice because there is no alternative. It's this, or we all join the pile of corpses left from the purge. That's not something I could live with. So you cut your losses and run, Jackson interrupted. We escaped once. We can do it again. We're a team. We're in this together, aren't we? Ashley's attention snapped to him. Yes, she said gratefully. That's exactly what we should do. I have to do what Jonquil wants, I said. But why? She asked, with tears in her eyes. I'd never seen her this upset before. To save you. Because I promised, I said, biting my lip. Don't you get it? It's this, or we join the pile of corpses left over from the purge. I made a deal. Your freedom, my wedding. Ashley clenched her fists. Her blue eyes were bright and beginning to redden. So it's my fault then. You're going to make me live with the guilt forever, while you're trapped in a fairyland? That's not what I meant, I said. This is the worst decision you've ever made, Noel, and I will never forgive you if you go through with it. I've made mistakes, I said slowly. With all of you. This is the least I can do. Literally, it's the only thing I can offer, my place, in exchange for yours. And though you might deny it, I'd bet any one of you would have taken the exact same deal in a heartbeat. It's done. So can we stop feeling shitty about it? Ashley nodded once, sharply, and without another word, she stormed to the stairs. My heart felt as if it had lodged itself in my throat as I watched her retreat up the steps. Michaela cleared her throat. She's just upset, Noel. She didn't mean it. Michaela shivered and rubbed her forearms. I noticed it was nearly dark, and guards had lit the braziers, which cast circles of orange light over the stone chamber. Jackson scowled, his face in the shadows, but I wasn't sure if his glare was more for Ember or for me. The Fae had quietly watched the argument swirl around her, and now she sat, looking still and melancholy. I sat next to her, feeling suddenly exhausted. What's the situation with Jonquil? I asked quietly. She sighed and ran a rough hand through her hair. I don't know much. After I was arrested for the murder of Alder, the Knight Commander. Ember swallowed hard. You don't need. Just spit it out, Jackson said. Ember rolled back her shoulders, all her muscles becoming taut and stiff. Queen Beryl, Jonquil's mother, was a cruel and merciless woman. She often disposed of her rivals. It was an open secret, and few would openly defy Beryl. But Alder was one of the few who would. She let him keep me, like a pet, but always said I'd turn out bad. Rotten seed, rotten fruit. I tried everything to prove myself, a doting and loyal servant to her crown. But then he was murdered, and I ended up in prison. I've often wondered if Queen Beryl killed him and framed me for the crime, to keep me away from Jonquil, because it was convenient. I'm not really one of them after all, remember? I do remember. Ember and her family had been refugees and barely tolerated outsiders that lived mostly in the forests around the border of the March Court. So what happened to Beryl? I asked. Do you know? Ember shook her head. When I tried to go home, she was already dead. I kept my distance, but I saw the funeral processions. So I waited until the purge, hoping to get a chance to speak with Jonquil. But then, when I saw you and Aurora, Ember seemed to shrink against the table, dropping like a rain-laden tiger lily. I just don't know what to think anymore. I knew Ember loved Jonquil, and it must hurt her deeply to have Jonquil abandon her now, after all that had passed. During the year she'd been imprisoned, Ember had wanted nothing but to clear her name and return to serve her court. And now, she'd been banished. Jackson snorted and rolled his eyes as if Ember's love life exhausted him. I don't know why you're surprised. If there's one thing that's clear about the Fae, it's that they're fickle and petty. Jonquil probably just forgot you existed. Out of sight, out of mind. Jackson, Michaela whispered, sounding horrified. If only my memory were so short, Ember snipped. I wouldn't be upset to forget you exist. I glanced between the two of them and silently prayed that Jackson and Ember weren't about to launch into another fight. Come on, I teased, trying to lighten the mood. You two are obviously crazy about each other. So, what are you going to do, Ember? Michaela asked, trying to distract her. She shrugged. Oh, I don't know, she hemmed. There are so many options for a disgraced ex-convict fairy knight. Outlaw, outcast, bandit, pirate. I'll look around the kingdoms, maybe track down some of my old contacts and try to figure out why Jonquil refuses my mere presence. Is court jester a thing? Jackson smirked. You'd make a decent clown. She threw a chair at him, but it clattered harmlessly against the wall. You can't get too close, I said nervously, counting on my fingers. Kingdom, allies, throne, and person. Remember? Got it, princess. No need to kick a girl when she's down. Then you'll swear what Jonquil wants you to? I asked. She nodded, and I finally felt my ribs loosen enough for me to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as she kept her promise, she'd be free, and I'd have managed to make amends. Maybe I could prove to myself that I wasn't the awful, selfish person that I felt like. I'd save my friends first, like I should have done from the start, and then I'd find a way to take care of myself. Still, I felt a cold sense of dread well up inside me. The old Noel, the pre-imprisoned Noel, was gone, and I knew I'd never be that woman again. I tried to force away the rising panic. If I went with the Fae, I might be able to help my friends, but there would be no one left to help me. I was going to be left behind and all alone. 4. Jonquil led the way across the prison grounds, dead grass covered in a layer of ice and thick clouds of snow. The late December winds tore at the sleeves of my extravagant green gown. With its layers of tulle, heavy velvet, and intricately beaded hummingbirds, the gown looked vaguely like something Marie Antoinette would wear. My wings twitched against the confines of my velvet cloak, trimmed with jeweled flowers, which twinkled like tiny stars. I wondered how hard flying would be, and what it would feel like. I'd seen the way butterflies flitted in the sky, glorious monarchs and zebra swallowtails with their bright colors and large wings. With the weight of this gown, it would be a miracle if I could even get off the ground. As it was, I could barely take 3 steps without tripping. It was still early, just after dawn. I'd found the gown by the door, just inside my locked chamber. I didn't want to think about who had come inside to deliver it while I'd been sleeping. At the front entrance, Astra waved her hand and the giant spider clicked and scurried out of the way, lifting her webs like curtains to clear the path. There were more hanging corpses than I remembered, but Jonquil ignored the macabre scene and monstrous arachnid as if they were beneath her concerns. Give Ashley my room tonight, I instructed, and feed them well. Astra's eyes flickered to Jonquil, who simply stared her down with no response. As you wish, Astra said finally, before heading back inside the prison walls. Queen Jonquil's dress was even more ridiculous than my own. with long trails of pink fabric and golden bees that bounced and fluttered around her from invisible strings. Her hair was piled into an immaculate sculpture and studded with white flowers and diamonds. They sparkled in the soft morning light as she approached an iridescent blue carriage, hitched to a pair of ruby-throated hummingbirds. Despite the cold weather, the hummingbirds seemed unbothered. But perhaps there was some sort of magic involved. A dark-haired man dressed in green stood by the carriage and bowed as the Queen approached. "Your Majesty." Jonquil nodded curtly, and the Fae hurried to open the door for her. After helping the Queen settle inside, he turned his attention to me. "Welcome, my lady," he said. I forced a smile, my hand shaking as I placed it in his. Lifting the skirts of my new dress, I stepped inside. Despite the weight of the decadent dress, the fabric kept me warm, and I was thrilled to be in anything other than the itchy prison uniform. As I settled onto the soft velvet seat opposite Jonquil, my wings brushed the seat through the cloak and sent an unsettling shiver down my spine. With a faint sound, the carriage door closed behind us. The interior of the carriage was mint green with gold floral patterns, and between Jonquil and me, our skirts nearly encompassed the whole cabin. We jerked suddenly, and I felt the carriage move forward, then lift up so quickly I felt my stomach lurch. "Is it far?" I asked, taking a steadying breath and clutching the walls as the ground vanished beneath us. This was some straight-up Cinderella shit, and I was too old for fairy tales. Jonquil shook her head, black and green curls shaking like flower petals caught in a gentle breeze. "Not at all," she replied. "There are many points through which we might access the other world." "The other world?" Jonquil vaguely waved her hand. "Perhaps you've heard it called Anwen, or Fairyland. It is the realm of the Fae. Our world exists alongside yours. It's like—" She trailed off. "Layers. Imagine a veil of gossamer draped over your world, and in some places there are tears in the fabric. In those places, beings may cross over. Most of them are small and elevated out of reach of most creatures. You might feel a chill when we pass through. Despite my anxiety, I felt a bit of a scientific interest stir inside me. You mean something like interdimensional travel?" I said. "Can anyone do it?" "Not quite. There are many hidden doors through which one may cross, but most are guarded or difficult to access. We have laws which prevent common Fae from crossing over at will, for their safety as much as for our own." "Will we need to do paperwork or something then?" I asked. "I am the March Queen," Jonquil replied. "There is no being, Fae or otherwise, who will dare tell me where I may go." "Okay, fair enough." I frowned, trying to wrap my head around it all. I didn't like the idea of depending on a chaperone to get around. I needed an exit plan, just in case things went south quickly. But if the doors were high up and hard to find, I'd have no luck accessing them on my own. "So the prison," I said slowly, "is a kind of Fae space, a tear in the chiffon?" "It is. And a rather isolated one, too. We keep our prisoners there because it is difficult for Fae to return home," Jonquil said. "Even if they escape, without guidance, it would be easy to get lost, bouncing forever between portals or stuck in between them. It would probably be too obvious for me to ask if escaping from the other world and going to the mortal realm would be any easier. But surely the Fae couldn't know of all those little tears, could they? I pursed my lips together and tried to remember what I'd learned in my introduction to physics class. But honestly, it was all kind of a blur. Maybe physics didn't even apply here. But Jonquil seemed to be in a talkative mood, and I had bigger concerns anyway. "So after we meet all these other Fae, you'll make sure my friends are freed?" I asked. Jonquil's lips twitched into a smile so warm and inviting that I felt myself melt with it. There was a warmth to Jonquil which made it difficult to imagine her as being cruel. But was she sincere? Or just really good at hiding how terrible she was? I'd dealt with awful people before, but they'd always been obviously awful. Cedric, my mom's good-for-nothing boyfriend, who made really offensive jokes, drank nonstop, and refused to do anything except work on his failed money pit of a startup. Or Aldrin, the asshole who imprisoned me for no reason. Or the prison inmates who knocked me around a few times. I'd never had to deal with someone really conniving before. I knew that I shouldn't automatically assume the worst of Jonquil, but I couldn't trust her either. She was like candy with a razor inside. "I will ensure that they are freed," Jonquil confirmed. I cut off abruptly, gasping as a sharp coolness spread through me. It was like stepping outside and finding it was colder than you expected, but the sensation only lasted a few seconds. I felt colors pulsing like a strobe light behind my eyelids and shivered out a puff of frozen breath. Then, it was gone, as quickly as it came. "If you were outside of this carriage, you would see it, too," Jonquil continued, sounding amused. "The layer between the worlds appears as a thin mist." I almost wished that the carriage had windows, so I could see us passing between the two. But that might have been a bad idea. I suspect that if I could see how high up we were, I wouldn't be nearly as calm about the situation as I was. Jonquil stared at me with a sudden intensity. Her eyes seemed to search for something in my face, but I didn't know what she hoped to see. Even if I was a royal fae, I was still ordinary in literally every other aspect. The carriage slowed before coming to a stop. Outside, there were muffled voices. Jonquil tore her gaze away. "Watch your step," she said, opening the door. "It's a long drop." I'd been expecting that the Fae courts would meet in the woods or something, kind of like a Disney movie. Woodland creatures all around, tiny cottages, that sort of thing. Instead, they met in what could only charitably be described as an architectural nightmare. It was a massive castle with all the vaulted ceilings of a Gothic cathedral, an absurd amount of carved Celtic-looking dragons, more crystals than belonged in any place outside of a Swarovski store, and ivy sprawling over the floor and topped with bright purple flowers. But the dimensions were all wrong. It was stretched impossibly high and seemed to grow taller even as I rolled my head back to try and see the top of the structure. The carriage was parked on the edge of a long, thin bridge that had stones missing, and parts of its supports had crumbled and been hastily fixed with great logs and transparent sap. The landscape was filled craggy mountains of stone, half covered by dark and moody pine forests. Thin waterfalls and bubbling streams seemed to actively be eating away at the bedrock, filling the air with a fine mist that distorted my vision. "Are we big or small?" I asked, raising my voice against the humming wind. "Does it matter?" she asked, straightening her gown and striding forward. I was sorely tempted to ask Jonquil if this place was meant to be an eyesore, but I also knew that would be super rude. I didn't want to be impolite or run the risk of Jonquil not upholding her end of the deal. I also learned by now how disproportionate a Fae's retribution could be, and she probably wouldn't take me insulting this place very well. "Remember our bargain," Jonquil said quietly as I caught up with her. "They won't treat you as an equal, and they won't make allowances for you. With all due respect, I don't see how the situation could get much worse. I mean, forcibly adopted and likely thrown into an arranged marriage. But if it keeps me safe from Frosty Boy, I'm in." "Frosty Boy?" She paused, glancing at me from the side. "Aldrin," I replied. She smirked at my pet name for him. "Perhaps your family will choose to release you of your obligations." Jonquil offered. Would you? The March Queen's lips curled into a small, sad smile. Only if you were more trouble than you were worth, which, according to you, you are. As for myself, I'm already stretched too thin as it is. I would have neither the time nor the energy to devote to marrying off a long-lost princess. We reached a set of double doors, guarded by 2 Fey knights, both of whom wore bronze armor that was embossed with delicate floral patterns. They grabbed the heavy doors and pulled them open. Jonquil strode to the entrance, but did not enter, hovering just outside. I heard trumpets blast. Queen Jonquil of the March Court, with Princess Noel. I threw up a little in my throat. Princess? A shiver shot down my back. This had to be some kind of mistake. Maybe it's Aldrin playing some kind of trick on me. They'd discover that my wings were an illusion made of papier-mâché and glitter and tear them from my back. Then I'd be executed for impersonating a royal fae, while they laughed and drank champagne, swirling in their pretty dresses. I swallowed, my mind going wild with possibilities. Jonquil entered, her head high and her back straight. I followed her, my eyes taking in the room as we entered. The room was circular, with banners hanging from its walls and thin stairways carved up the exterior walls, leading to hidden alcoves. Narrow windows were filled with creeping vines and ivy, and part of the rough walls held scraps of faded ancient frescoes, once outlined in glittering gold. In the center of the room, a massive table was rimmed with sparkly fae in even more elaborate outfits. As Jonquil took her seat, beckoning to the vacant space beside her, all the gathered fae snapped their attention to me. Their whispers rose around me like the buzzing of thousands of insects, before snuffing out suddenly, leaving a deep silence. I tipped my chin up, refusing to flinch away from their stares. Across from me, I met a pair of icy blue eyes and an infuriating smirk. Prince Aldrin's pretty face looked especially punchable. My face burned in memory of Ember's comment about the dress Astra had given me. Was it a gift from the January prince? Aldrin was wearing a coat in the same pale blue, embellished with silver thread. My dress had looked like something he would choose, almost like it was a matching set. With his coal-black hair and abnormally pale skin, he should have looked washed out and colorless in that particular shade. But instead, he was strikingly handsome. It was probably the cosmic forces compensating for his abrasive personality. Aldrin didn't have his wings out, but I knew he had them. I'd seen just the outline, dark, sparkling fragments of frost, once before, but nothing since then. To his right, there sat a stern-looking woman with pale skin and thick black hair. I could see the resemblance between her face and Aldrin's. His mother, I assumed. A cheerful-looking man dressed in green and gold leaned forward with such enthusiasm that he shook the table and drew a few annoyed glares from the fae seated near him. One of his large golden wings nearly smacked another fae in the face. "Queen Jonquil!" His voice boomed and reverberated through the room. "You're looking very magnificent today." Jonquil lowered her head and reached for her skirts beneath the table. I suspected that she was feigning distraction. A flicker of annoyance passed across her features before promptly disappearing. "Quickthorn," she said, her voice perfectly pleasant. "Hello." Quickthorn grinned roguishly. He was a handsome man with golden brown hair and a charming smile, so brilliant that a grin twitched at my own lips. His eyes were the most remarkable shade of green, and flitted merely between Jonquil and me. Unlike the other men who were mostly wearing suits, he had on a long cape lined with puffs of soft fur that glittered as he moved. "You didn't answer my last invitation," Quickthorn added, his eyes snapping back to the March Queen. "Did I not?" Jonquil asked, her face a picture of innocence. Considering the irritation I'd seen in her eyes, I had no doubt that Jonquil had purposefully not answered that invitation. It seemed that even queens had to deal with unwanted attention. Despite how little I trusted her, I felt a spark of sympathy. "I'll send another one," Quickthorn replied, winking. "On second thought, I'd better send two, now that you've brought such a pretty princess with you." "Hello," I replied. "It's a pleasure to meet you." "Everyone thinks so," he purred, shooting me a flirtatious wink. Jonquil gripped my wrist under the table and leaned close to my ear. "Quickthorn," she murmured. "The May Prince." I snorted. The lusty month of May? I doubted Jonquil was familiar with the dazzling number from the musical Camelot. I really wasn't either, but I'd watched it once on YouTube with Ashley. Still, the queen gave a small nod, her curls brushing against my cheek, before she moved away. Across the table, a figure lumbered to his feet. My eyes widened as I took him in. He was a massive, broad-chested man with a shining red beard that fell past his chest, braided into complex patterns and bound by gold rings. I'd never really liked how beards looked on men, but somehow he made it work, in a Celtic forest god kind of way. The gold crown on his head was as tall as a bucket, with a handful of rough-hewn diamonds as big as my palm. Despite his jewelry, he had a rugged masculinity, and the navy fabric of his tunic bore intricately embroidered stags and unicorns. With a broad grin and cheerful blue eyes, the man raised his hands upwards. "Welcome, Princess Noel, to the gathered courts. I am King Selyn of the December throne, and it is my pleasure to greet you." December, king of a solstice court, so a major player, like Jonquil was. He waited for the polite clapping to die down as a line of servers brought out arrangements of multicolored macaroons. I reached for one, but Jonquil's glare gave me pause. "Because of the season," Selyn continued, "I've been given the prestigious honor of overseeing the proceedings. I assume that Jonquil has already explained our arrangement to you?" All of the Fae had delicate, sharp features, with two large eyes that made them seem slightly carnivorous. They tended to either counteract the effect with spiky, dangerous-looking outfits, distract with the fashionista flourishes, or lay themselves bare, revealing more skin than I was comfortable with. I thought Astra's mark on my cheek would instantly reveal me as an imposter, but many of them had visible scars, if not intentional signs of body modification. These weren't just pretty dolls, I had to remind myself. Even still, it was hard to believe I was in any way related to those beautiful creatures. For a split second, I thought about running out the door to the nearest cliff edge and throwing myself into the abyss, or asking one of the armored guards to just go ahead and behead me. But I took a breath and stood carefully, grateful that my thick dress hid the trembling in my knees. "Yes, sire," I said, forcing a polite smile and a half bow. A round of whispers and laughter rose from around the table, and heat flooded my face. They were mocking me. I felt like a kid at a dance recital, or worse, some shiny bauble to play with and be discarded. I forced down the lump in my throat. I wasn't here for their entertainment, but apparently I was already on stage, and my friends' lives depended on my performance. For now, I had to play nice. I'd promised to behave, and I couldn't risk losing Jonquil's goodwill until Ember had her freedom. Then, all bets were off. Jonquil frowned and pulled back my robe, letting the tips of my black and yellow wings peek out from the fabric. I heard a young fae behind me suck in a breath. "Wings but no ears. How bizarre," a woman said across from me. "I have ears," I replied. "Do you, though?" Aldrin snipped, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair. Prick. "Prince Aldrin has told me so much about you," Selyn continued. I'd have loved to know exactly what he'd said. Probably that I was a stubborn pain in the ass. That's the only thing he really knew about me, anyway. Aldrin's grin widened as he stood and bowed. "Princess Noel," he said. "What a pleasure to see you once more." "Oh, that's so nice of you to say. Bless your heart," I replied. Bless your heart was naturally the southern way of saying, go to hell. Aldrin's smile never wavered, but his eyes darkened with displeasure. It took all my willpower, but I didn't flinch or shy away from him. I forced myself to stare that son of a bitch straight in the face without backing down. After all, I was a royal now. He'd never hurt me again. "And of course you've met Jonquil, the March Queen," Selin said, sweeping a hand towards the Fae at my side. "I'd like to introduce you to Amaryllis and Arcturus, the June Queen and her prince consort, and their son Prince Hawthorne." Selin gestured towards a stately man and woman sitting directly across from them. The woman's skin was as black as a starless night, and her eyes like polished onyx. 5 light dots underlined each eye, and a single line of gold was drawn downward from her forehead to the bridge of her nose, continuing down her chin. The crown on her head had 3 tall spikes, like a church, and dripped with tiny gold chains, connecting a web of hanging pearls and rubies. Hundreds of gemstones, purple and red, secured in gold, covered her long one-piece cape, like a $1 million poncho fastened by a gaudy belt that drew the fabric tight against her form. Her thick hair spread over her shoulders and purple wings. The man was pale, with silver hair and a crown of pearls. A dainty lace collar was held in place by the stiff, low-cut vest, revealing black beads hanging loosely across his bare chest. The only flash of color was a sprinkling of rubies and emeralds woven into the borders of his dark garment. High cheekbones and long eyelashes made him seem elegant and wounded, like a romantic poet. His wings were thin and long, like a dragonfly's wings, like Jonquil's. I furrowed my brow and tried to dredge up what little I'd learned from my history classes about how monarchies worked. If he was the prince consort, that meant he'd married in. I remembered what Jonquil had once said about the importance of alliances among the Fae, and wondered if Arcturus had originally come from the March Court. Beside them, a young man sat, looking as though he was dying of boredom. His shoulder-length hair was a darker gray than his father's, except for a shock of deep orange framing his face. Compared to most of the guests, his simple dark suit looked underdressed, like he put comfort leagues ahead of jewels and embellishments. Besides a single silver cuff over one pointy ear and a leather necklace knotted with teeth and beads, he could have passed for human. He froze when our eyes connected. His eyes were a pale teal, which contrasted pleasingly with the patches of darker skin around his mouth and eyes. One of his cheeks seemed bigger than the other. He swallowed quickly, and I choked back a laugh, realizing he'd been caught snacking on the refreshments. "A pleasure," the woman, Queen Amaryllis, said, pulling my attention back to her. "It is very seldom that young royals are added to our number." I wasn't sure what to say, so I only nodded. The June Queen's eyes remained on me for an uncomfortably long moment. I hoped I hadn't managed to offend her already. "What a marvelous performance you put on during the purge," she continued. "Quite unexpected. I imagine I'm not the only one who has lost a considerable wager betting against you." "Astra always manages to put on a good show," Aldrin chuckled. I resisted the urge to swear at him. Everyone had to know that he was responsible for my imprisonment, but nobody seemed to care. "Still," Amaryllis replied, "we can't let this kind of slight stand. A permanent reminder of our weakness, there. But for the fate, go any one of us." "Should we kill her for you?" a raspy voice said behind me, A girl who looked a few years younger than me, with pale skin and blue lines tattooed up her arms and neck, silently unsheathed a gleaming sword. A large silver helmet with thorns covered the top half of her face. The rest of her body was only partially hidden behind tissue-thin strips of white fabric. "What?" I asked, my palms beginning to sweat. "Astra is useful," Quickthorn cut in. "She didn't know the girl was even Fae, much less a royal." "As a royal," Arcturus said. "Surely it is the girl's choice how she wishes to deal with an insult like this. Death would not be out of the question, though for the sake of honor, she should be the one to stick the knife, as it were. A fitting and satisfying conclusion to this little melodrama." Was this some kind of test, I wondered? And if so, what was the right answer? I was not ready to make these kinds of decisions. "I'll need some time to think about it," I said quietly. "Of course. Let's get you settled first. You have time enough to learn our customs. Now, where was I? How could I forget? Dahlia, our lovely September queen." This time, Selin waved towards a woman a few seats to my left. Her auburn hair was woven up a golden skull with budding antlers, covered with bits of brass wire and hanging bits of glass that made her look like a chandelier. Delicate whorls and patterns adorned her arms and face, slightly lighter than the rest of her skin. Scars, not tattoos. Her eyes were glass green, and freckles made a path across the bridge of her nose. When she looked at me, her expression laden with gold glittery eyeshadow, I found something hungry in her gaze. "A pleasure," Dahlia said. "Likewise," I said. I studied their faces, committing the notable members to memory. March, June, September, December. The major thrones. Regardless of which royal court I was assigned to, these were the seats of Fae power. 3 queens, 1 king. Though gender roles seemed to be somewhat optional. I looked around, trying to draw into focus the other figures scattered around the table, but they seemed to blur or fade into shadow, resisting my attempts to study them. I felt the presence of other figures and watchful eyes all around me, but they didn't move into the light. Apparently, these few were the only ones to be introduced. And yet, it was already overwhelming. Those seated seemed to draw the light to themselves, casting everything else in darkness. "This is just an informal audience," Jonquil whispered. "You are something of an oddity, and it's an honor for the cardinal courts to have first viewing privileges." "Plus, when the Fae courts get together," Quickthorn interrupted, "it ends up becoming a week-long riot until everyone is completely spent." "If brevity was the main concern," Jonquil said under her breath, "you wouldn't have received an invitation. Why are you here again?" "Put your claws away," Selin continued, raising his voice slightly. "Now that we're introduced, we can begin the ceremony." A thin, wispy Fae carrying an ornate golden box approached King Selin. A silver visor covered her eyes, giving her a cyberpunk feel. The December Fae opened it and withdrew a handful of polished rocks, arranging them carefully before him in a circle. 12 bits of stone, some smooth and some jagged, ranging in color from clear green and pink to dark metals or flaky gold. There was probably one for each court. I wondered if they matched the healing birthstones Ashley had tried to get me into once. "We'll need something of yours," Selin said. "A hair or a bit of blood, whichever you prefer." I swallowed hard. Was it worth arguing? If I wasn't really Fae, they'd find out soon enough. I rolled up my sleeve and bared my wrist, trying to keep my arm from trembling. I glared at the January prince across the table. He was probably enjoying this. "No need to make a mess," he smirked, withdrawing a small black pouch. I have some of her hair. My skin prickled, and I resisted the urge to feel for the back of my neck. Once, I'd had long, beautiful hair, but Aldrin had hacked it off with his sword when I was imprisoned. I hadn't realized he'd kept any of it, and apparently held onto it like some kind of trophy. What a psycho. Selin opened the pouch, and a long chestnut curl fell onto the table, tied with a scrap of ribbon. My stomach churned, and I resisted the urge to shift uncomfortably in my seat. Some of the Fae leaned nearer. Others looked at me. I wondered if they were trying to compare the color. "Perfect," Selin said. The December King placed my lock of hair in the center of the circle of gemstones, and then gently weighed it down with a smooth, round piece of selenite. Selin leaned forward, his beard brushing the edge of the table, and whispered softly. I couldn't make out the string of words, but their impact was palpable. The air seemed to hum with energy. "Jonquil, would you mind?" he said quietly, keeping his eyes fixed on the altar. She rolled her eyes but flicked her fingers towards the center of the table, where the bundle of hair burst into a steady flame. Thick black smoke plumed toward the windows, looking for an escape from the ancient tower like a living inkstain. In the darkness, I saw a crackle of tiny sparks, like fireworks. Then the air cleared. I swallowed, my heart beating so quickly that it made my chest ache. Was this normal? Everyone seemed to be waiting, listening for a sound I couldn't hear. I didn't know what they were looking for, but I was sure I'd disappoint them. I could almost hear Aldrin's voice in my head. "You're nothing, Yarrow, just a worthless human." I picked my nails beneath the table and tried to force down the hot, swirling feelings inside my belly. Everything inside me was winding up more and more tightly, and I felt like I was about to break down right then and there, in front of all these Fae. But then, a polished piece of tiger's eye began to pulse with soft white light, rattling against the stone table like an egg about to hatch, before fading again to smooth bands of gold and dust. Around me, Faye took in breaths, hands clasped at chests, and beside me, Jonquil leaned forward, blinking her eyes in astonishment. "Tiger's eye," Selin declared victoriously. "Silky luster, opaque transparency, the stone of confidence and inner strength. Queen Dahlia, it appears that you have a new addition to welcome to your court." I froze in place, surprised that anything had actually happened. But confidence and inner strength? That couldn't be right. Everyone was smiling and clapping their hands, but their teeth were too sharp and their eyes too bright. Dahlia's predatory eyes landed on me, turning slowly so that the crystals hanging from her golden crown swayed hypnotically, scattering the sunlight. "So it seems," she answered. 5. My stomach lurched. An equinox princess? That wasn't possible. I stared at Aldrin, expecting a smirk, but his usual expression seemed, for the first time, forced in a way I couldn't explain. He had the grace to act like he hadn't instigated all of this. The Fae burst into a mixture of cheers and hushed whispers. I saw more than one handful of gold coins changing hands, accompanied by sour faces from the losers. Had they bet on this, too? Like I was some kind of prized horse? Selin's grin was broad, his teeth brilliant and white. "How exciting! Feel free to stay or adjourn to more hospitable locations to drink, dine, and discuss the results." "I will bring Princess Noel to your estate, Queen Dahlia," Jonquil said, standing stiffly, "if you find that agreeable." Dahlia's eyes flitted towards the March Queen. "Of course. I shall make preparations for the girl's arrival, and begin considering potential candidates for her suitors." Suitors? My first instinct was to argue, to scream and protest, but I couldn't make a scene. Not yet. Not until I knew my friends were free. After that, I'd worry about Dahlia. Maybe if I could get the September Queen alone, I could convince her that this was just a big mistake, that I didn't belong here, that I had to go home. I tried to ignore the flutter of anxiety that rose with her words. Instead, I smiled and nodded appropriately as the Fae offered their congratulations. But there were too many faces, and the voices grew sharp, like someone had turned up the volume. They each looked too invested in me, curious, eager, and angry. All their emotions were extremes set along a spectrum, already attempting to calculate how my placement would shift the playing board of fairy politics. The Fae filed out until only Aldrin, Jonquil, and I remained. Dahlia had left first, without as much as a glance behind her. I refused to rise from my seat, curling my fingers into the fabric of my skirt so tightly that my knuckles ached. This was all so screwed up. That someone could just own me, have rights to me, just because of a stupid glowing crystal? An equinox princess, Aldrin purred in my ear. My, who'd have thought? I straightened my back and stared dead ahead, looking just over his shoulder. I did my part, I said, ignoring him. I still expect you to do yours, Jonquil. Nothing would infuriate Aldrin more than being ignored. I shall, Jonquil replied, from across the room. The Fae couldn't lie. Ember had told me that, and I trusted her. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that Jonquil would worm her way out of our agreement somehow. I had to get them freed, immediately, before I fell to pieces. Aldrin left his chair and stalked around the table, color rising in his cheeks. He halted only a couple of inches away from the Fae Queen. What part? He hissed. Jonquil idly twirled one of her green curls around her finger. It's no big deal. I agreed to release the prisoners. You can't be serious, Aldrin said, before turning back towards me with a sharp smile. So, you've been trying to get some benefit from this situation. I don't recall saying that you could do that. I don't recall needing your permission, I replied. Besides, if I am an equinox princess, don't I outrank or something? It doesn't work like that. He pushed aside the vacant chair beside me and leaned closer. I curled my fingers over the arm of the chair in disgust. Aldrin reached out and trailed a finger along my jawline. I jerked my head away and stood, knocking over the chair behind me. Jonquil perched by the window, silently watching. Was she seriously just going to let him invade my space like this? You and I made a bargain, I said, fixing my eyes upon her. Or have you forgotten? I've forgotten more things than you'll see in your lifetime, she answered, heading to the door. I followed after her, emerging out of the entrance into the light. The sky was dark, with white gleaming cracks between thin clouds. The black trees were like an ocean below the craggy rocks. I want to see it done. Today. Before Dahlia's, before anything. You doubt me, at my word? Jonquil turned towards me, her expression hostile. I've killed Fae. For less. I'm not Fae. You are now, stupid girl. She reached towards my neck and snapped off the clasp of my cloak. My wings sprang open behind me, catching the wind like a kite. My long dress billowed in the wind, dragging me towards the edge like an anchor. For a terrifying moment, my feet left the ground. Then, Aldrin seized my wrist and held it tightly. You are so dense it physically hurts me sometimes. He seized my wrist and pulled sharply until my flailing legs found purchase on the rough stones. My chest collided with his, and heart racing, I struggled against him. Careful, Jonquil taunted, or she'll blow away like a leaf. Aldrin held me firm until he could tuck my wings away again and fasten the clasp of my cloak. I shuddered as his cold fingers brushed against my collarbone. It's a good thing we'll be going home soon, he whispered, making his voice low and husky. It's obvious you'd get yourself killed without constant supervision. Weren't you paying attention? I'm going with Dahlia. I said. "Thanks to you. So I'm not your concern anymore. I never was." Aldrin patted my head, and as anger burned through my veins, I jerked my wrist free of his grip. Moving quickly, I crossed the thin bridge toward Jonquil's chariot, putting space between us. "Someone needs to watch out for you," Aldrin called after me, his eyes cold. "Otherwise, you might get into trouble, Princess Noel. And that would be disastrous." "So you like to watch. I hear there are websites for that kind of smut," I retorted. "And we both know I'm not a princess. If I need a mentor, I'll find one, but I'd rather die than let you guide me." "Quite frankly, your judgment is appalling," he said, catching up to me. "And you've proven time and time again just how outmatched you are." "So find another wayward college girl," I snapped. "Join the club. You'll fit right in with the assholes on campus who won't take no for an answer. Now scram, you obsessed weirdo." Aldrin stiffened, his expression growing colder. That was the same look he'd given me when he'd forcibly hacked off my hair. A violent look. "That's enough," Jonquil said. "We shouldn't argue here." I didn't take my gaze off Aldrin, bristling with fury and so close to me that I could have reached out and touched him. I became slowly self-conscious of my warmed skin and quickened breathing. "Don't overstep your bounds, Jonquil," Aldrin replied, without taking his eyes off of me. Jonquil arched an eyebrow. "Last I checked, I was the highest-ranking person on this bridge," she said, sweeping a hand across the thin stretch of stone. "It's rather difficult to overstep a boundary in that situation." All the other carriages had left, and a flock of birds cutting towards the mountains in the distance was the only sign of movement. We were like points of color in a desolate watercolor painting, an old ruined fortress, and 3 dots of green, blue, and pink. "You may be an Equinox queen," Aldrin said, "but we both know just how easily I could bring you down." "But you won't," Jonquil said coolly. The two of them stared at one another for a long moment. As the silence grew, I tried to figure out what their deal was. They didn't exactly appear to be friends, but clearly they had some kind of arrangement. What did the two of them have in common? It must be something big for Jonquil to cast her lot with him, despite the obvious friction between them. Me, I realized, with a cold rush of dread. Was Aldrin really so petty that he'd engineered this whole long-lost princess thing and talked Jonquil into helping him with it? It sounded so outlandish in my head, but Aldrin had also thrown me in prison for bumping into him on the street. Unreasonably petty was just his default personality. Jonquil was the first to glance away. "Fine, Noel. I'll forgive your insolence this one time and acquiesce to your infantile demands. But know this, we Fae are petty and cruel, and I'll resent you for it for many years." "I can live with that," I said, crossing my arms. My chest felt tight, but I had to see this through. Maybe Dahlia would be reasonable, but somehow I doubted it. Aldrin leaned forward, his breath puffing against my bare neck. "Back off, you colossal twat-waffle." Such harsh words for a princess. But don't worry, we'll have plenty of time to work on your etiquette. You better hope I don't learn much about the politics of being Fae royalty, because I promise I will use everything I learn, any power I manage to harness, to destroy you for what you've done to me. Then I pushed past him and hurried after Jonquil, before she had a chance to leave me alone with him. It was a childish threat, but the words gave me a small measure of comfort, for now, at least. Just a small act of defiance until I had a concrete plan of attack. Eventually, I'd have to settle the score with Aldrin. If I didn't, he'd never leave me alone. Aldrin tapped on the side of the carriage, sticking his hand in the door just before I closed it. "See you soon," he leered through the crack. "I wouldn't count on it, frosty boy," I replied, kicking his fingers away. Despite my sarcasm and brave face, inside I was a wreck, Even if Dahlia did, by some miracle, agree to let me go back home, was there anything to stop Aldrin from coming after me again? Or if not, my friends? It felt like I was trying to stand against a hurricane with water rising around me, getting higher and higher, and no matter how hard I fought, eventually, I was going to drown. Once we were airborne, I picked at the beading on my dress and tried to put my thoughts in order. First, to the prison. Then, to Dahlia's estate. I wasn't sure which was worse. Jonquil let her head rest against the interior of the carriage, her expression solemn and still. I'd thought she'd say something once we were on our way, but she'd fallen unexpectedly quiet. Her eyes remained fixed in the distance, as though she were imagining herself being somewhere else, somewhere far away. Aldrin was right about one thing, though. I was tired of having no idea what was going on. That put me at a huge disadvantage. I needed to learn the ways of the Fae, and fast. Then, as soon as I knew everyone was free, I could worry about my own circumstances and extricate myself from them as soon as possible. "Jonquil," I said softly, to get her attention. "Hmm?" she asked. "Do they always dress like that?" I asked. "At home, in private, probably not. But with each other? Absolutely. Even a casual gathering like this is a seat at the table. Every interaction is a negotiation. So, I'm to be pawned off? You already have been," she said. "Dahlia controls your fate now." "What's she like?" "Ambitious," Jonquil said carefully. "And she doesn't care who she hurts to fulfill her goals. Though that's true for all Fae." "Do you like her?" "It hardly matters," Jonquil replied, sounding absent-minded. "But I respect her, almost as an equal, though we're very different." "It does matter," I insisted. "I'm trying to figure out if she'll let me go." Jonquil smiled thinly. "She won't do that. An Equinox princess is too valuable for her to simply cast aside." "Then I just need to make it clear that I'm not worth the effort." Jonquil shook her head. "Even if she believes you're worthless, that doesn't mean she won't pawn you off on someone who does value you and probably get the better end of the deal. But if she truly has no use for you, she might not risk anyone else claiming you either. No, if anything, I'd try to make yourself useful to her as soon as possible." "So I'm stuck," I said bitterly. "That's what you're saying?" "So it is," Jonquil replied. I searched for her face, hoping to find some small scrap of sympathy, but there was none. I clenched my jaw. Of course there wasn't. I wasn't anything to her, and I could hardly expect better from the woman who'd let her own lover remain imprisoned. Jonquil waited outside when we arrived at the prison. I made the trek down the mostly empty social floor, where I found everyone waiting for us. I wondered if Jonquil had sent word ahead to Astra and let her know to expect us. The lines between my friends were clearly drawn. Jackson and Michaela stood against the wall, while Ashley fidgeted in a nearby chair. Ember sat alone on the edge of a table, swinging her legs back and forth. Seeing us, she straightened suddenly. She looked anxious, and I realized she was hoping to see Jonquil. Ashley crossed the room, warily eyeing Astra and the two guards with her. My friend pulled me into a sharp and sudden hug, embracing me as if she thought she'd never see me again. And my heart sank with the realization that she really might not. At least, not for a long time. "Hey, Ash," I murmured. "Did they hurt you?" she whispered, shooting a distrustful look in Astra's direction. "No, not yet." It remained to be seen whether my situation would improve with Dahlia. From her sharp smile and hungry eyes, I really doubted it. I had the feeling that she'd be just like Aldrin, which meant she wouldn't give me up easily. It was a piece of cake. Speaking of which, ta-da! I reached into the folds of my dress, pulling out a hastily wrapped package of colorful macaroons. "That's a gown, not a picnic basket," Jackson grumbled. In case you forgot, I've spent the last few months in jail, so I'll take my calories where I can get them. Thanks. Where did you even get these from? Michaela asked, grabbing two. Are you kidding? It's like a closet under here. You're all free to go, Astra said. I'll escort you out and see that the prison's enchantments return you to your normal sizes. And you? Ashley asked, her blue eyes focusing on me. I'm going to stick around for a while, I replied. The Fae, I passed their test. But that's impossible, Ashley retorted. You can't be one of them, for God's sake. Even if you were, you can't stay, Noel, Michaela said, her hands sticky with confectionery. Not after everything you've seen them do, everything they've done to us. Jackson said nothing, which wasn't like him. I'd expected another angry outburst, or maybe denial. Certainly not the cold contemplation I found in his gaze. I don't have much of a choice, I replied. If I don't go, if I didn't behave, we'd all remain in prison, and I wouldn't put it past the Fae to be petty and make things even worse, somehow. I'd seen the lengths that Aldrin was willing to take to make me miserable, and I doubted the other Fae would be less forgiving. Who are you related to? Ember asked. Dahlia, I replied. Ember's eyes widened. The September Queen? I nodded. Before you start figuring out your whole family tree, Jackson drawled, sticking out his hand. I think I'll take my leave. We shook hands, his palm pleasantly warm against mine. He smiled faintly, the gesture so genuine I was taken aback. Where will you go? I asked softly. Home. I'll continue doing what I was before. I assumed that meant running the soup kitchen he'd set up for homeless runaways. After his younger sister's disappearance, Jackson's search had led him to the Fae, which is how he ended up in prison after assaulting one. I felt a spark of admiration for his persistence, though I hoped he'd let it go this time. Take care of yourself, Jackson. He grinned. I'll be fine. You're the one who needs to watch their back, he said, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. I'll do my best. Jackson squeezed my hand and stepped aside. Michaela hugged me around the waist. Her eyes were red and it looked like she'd been crying. Good luck, I said, squeezing her shoulders. She nodded. You too. I looked again at Ashley. Color had risen to her face and her lips were pressed into a tight frown. Before I said a word, she shook her head. You better make me maid of honor, Noel. Are you kidding? You're my only friend. Who else would it be? Ashley launched herself at me again. My breath hitched and shuddered through me. With a shaky hand, I coaxed my fingers through the tangles in her hair. Hey now, I muttered. I'm not going to the guillotine. It'll just be for a little while, that's all. No, Besides, I continued, I'll feel better if I know that someone is keeping an eye on my mom. My friend grew still, and I recognized that I'd found an opening. Maybe if I gave her a purpose, I could help her move on. I needed her to go home, back where she'd be safe. You know how much I worry about her. Cedric is a deadbeat. She can't survive off that pathetic Social Security check, and I'm sure she's probably distraught over my disappearance. I'll worry myself sick if you aren't there for her. Please, Ash. She sniffled and turned her head, but I'd already seen the tears falling down her cheek. If anything happens to you, I'll never be able to live with myself. It won't. Besides, I'll literally be a fairy princess. How bad can it be? Finally, Ashley stepped away, but she wouldn't meet my eyes, and that was fine. If she looked at me, I might start crying, and I wanted to look strong right now. I needed to be strong right now. Shall we? Astra asked. Jackson moved first, following but giving the warden a wide berth and eyeing the guards skeptically. Michaela went behind him, hurrying as if she feared Astra might change her mind, and knowing the Fae, she very well might. Ashley remained where she was, looking as though her world had just fallen apart in front of her. Ember stood, and squeezed Ashley's shoulder, while murmuring something I couldn't hear. Ashley jerked her shoulder free, giving Ember a fierce look. But she still went after Astra, trailing Jackson and Michaela. I only dared let myself breathe comfortably once they were out of sight. Now, it was just Ember and me. Ember's face softened with something like worry. "I suppose this is where we part ways," she said. I nodded. "I suppose it is. I hope you find what you're looking for, Ember." She picked at the orange chiffon of her dress. "I did find her, but she doesn't want me. However, she hasn't killed me yet either, and honestly, that's something. It's enough. For now. As long as I draw air, each breath will fuel the spark of my hope." Ember's expression wavered, and she looked askance. "I just wish I could talk with her. I refuse to believe that she doesn't still. Maybe Frosty Boy knows something. He seems friendly with John Quill." "Are they friendly?" Ember asked, her brown eyes narrowing. "That's interesting." "I'm sorry," I said. "If I were... John Quill is a complete fool if she doesn't understand how wonderful you are. But I'll keep my ears open. Maybe I'll be able to find something out for you." Ember offered a small, forced smile. "Until next time, then." I swelled in relief at the words. I didn't know where she was headed, but somehow I knew we'd find each other again. She wouldn't abandon me. Eventually, we'd meet again. Hopefully under better circumstances. If we survived that long. 6. After seeing my friends off, Astra returned me to the front entrance, where John Quill was waiting. "Shall we?" she asked, as if I had a choice in the matter. I nodded and followed her out towards her carriage, just past the front stairs of the prison. I didn't want to believe that John Quill was about to just hand me off to a woman I didn't know, but I didn't know the March Queen that well either. She owed me nothing. As we entered John Quill's carriage, the Queen let her head rest against the enamel shell. Her expression was worn and tired, and I couldn't help but feel a spark of irritation. What did she have to be worried about? "I don't suppose you could just drop me off at a hotel and tell everyone I got lost?" I asked. John Quill's lips twitched into a bitter smile. "The Fae can't lie, remember? You're deceptive enough without lying," I pointed out. "Nevertheless, Dahlia is expecting us. If you have concerns, you'd do better to share them with her. My duty to you is done, and I'm afraid that I cannot help you further." "Can't or won't?" I asked. "Both," John Quill said. "Dahlia is a fellow Equinox Queen. We're on amicable terms, which would doubtlessly be damaged if I failed to deliver you as we agreed. It could literally start a war. Maybe not tomorrow, but someday. Fae grievances tend to fester over time." I leaned back in the seat and tried with growing desperation to dredge up everything I'd learned about rhetoric and argument. Surely there must be some way to persuade her, but I doubted John Quill would be swayed by emotions, and I was already so tired I could barely think straight. I almost didn't care where I ended up, if I could just stay in bed for a day or two. "What about an alliance with me?" I asked. "I'm an Equinox princess, aren't I?" John Quill's face softened. She had the grace to look at least a little empathetic. "You are, indeed," she said. "And congratulations on your elevated status. But your position is tenuous and you have no power. I'm dreadfully sorry, Noel, but you don't warrant the risk. If I'm going to jeopardize the political alliances which I've carefully built for my kingdom and myself, it would take something exceedingly valuable. And you're worthless." "Sometimes," I replied, "doing the right thing requires you to make a sacrifice." "I know all about sacrifices," John Quill interrupted. "Quite more intimately than you, princess. There's no point in trying to avoid your fate, so you ought to make the best of it." I clenched my jaw. That was easy for her to say. She'd been born into all of this, rather than having it thrust upon her and destroying her life. Silence grew between us like a cloud. I wished the carriage had windows, so there would be something, anything to look at besides the queen across from me. The carriage halted, and my muscles tensed. Had we arrived already? The ride had felt short, though I had no idea how far we were going. Jonquil straightened, and the carriage door opened. I swallowed, and taking a handful of my skirts, stepped outside into the warm air. We were in a meadow, facing an enormous brown cliff. I stepped back, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, and realized it was the outer ring of a great stump, somewhere deep in the forest. A waterfall behind it made it seem like the sky was falling. Glowing lanterns lined a trail leading towards the stump, and as we got closer, I realized a great fissure had been cut through the wood, like a narrow, winding passageway. When we emerged on the other side, the view took my breath away. The ragged top of the stump protected the interior like mountains around a valley. The walls of the stump had been carved with buildings and houses that stacked on top of each other, a spherical vertical city. Gardens lined rings of the center, protected by a wide ring of clear water around the inner edge. A thin arched bridge created a long pathway towards the center, where a sparkling castle rose through the center of the stump, made of solid amber. It was a whole kingdom, tucked away in the middle of nowhere. The castle seemed to grow larger and more distant with each step, and as we got closer, I could see a small city built up around it. At the end of the path, Dahlia waited by the gates of the citadel. She smiled and spread her arms. "Welcome, Princess Noel." As she embraced me, her smile was sharp. Dahlia looked more like she'd rather bury me in a hole than welcome me. But maybe she was just putting on a show for the dozens of servants and guards around her, lining the enormous doors of her crystal palace. "And Queen Jonquil," Dahlia said. "Welcome back to my estate. It's been too long since you visited." Jonquil nodded, but she remained near the carriage. "Thank you. I apologize, Dahlia, but I can't linger. I've some pressing affairs to settle." So Jonquil really was throwing me to the wolves. She wasn't even going to stay and make sure Dahlia didn't murder me. I was just being passed along like a pet that no one wanted to deal with. "I understand completely," Dahlia said. "Perhaps some other time?" "Of course." "Come along, Noel," Dahlia said. The September Queen linked her arm with mine, and all but pulled me into the castle. I didn't even have time to bid the March Queen farewell, but really, I wouldn't have known what to say anyway. Inside, it was dim, despite the presence of a few dozen skylights far above, but gradually my eyes grew accustomed to the darkness. We were in some kind of grand foyer, with tile floors and hanging chandeliers. Mirrored hallways went off in every direction, and a set of carved pillars were encircled by curving stairways that led off into various floors. It reminded me of a Versailles palace, and a beehive, made of wood, gold, and marble. A waiter brought me a cucumber sandwich and a glass of sweet lemon water. I didn't know what to do with myself, so I sat in the wide leather sofa, which was in front of a display of exotic flowers and ferns. Dahlia didn't sit, but seemed to be waiting for something. "Oh, those came for you," she said, gesturing behind us to a pile of presents at the bottom of the stairs. The stack was already taller than me and seemed unstable. Soon, it would start blocking the halls. "What are they?" I asked. "Presents," she said with a smirk. "Word travels quickly. But why would people give me all this stuff?" "The Fae love giving presents," she said. "We'll put everything in your room for now. You can send it back later if you don't want them." "Send it back?" I said. Well, you're not obligated to anything unless you accept. Should I accept? It's not a binding contract. If you accept, they may come to you someday with a small favor. Usually something easy you can grant with no thought. Now they've established a transactional relationship. But don't worry about it. You don't owe them anything, and you're a princess. It would be rude of them not to offer something. In a sense, it's a way to stand out and be noticed, hoping to earn the favor, attention, and patronage of the throne, to be seen for something reflecting their house, something they're most proud of. Select whatever you wish, and we'll make sure to save it for you. But beware, it's not only about them, it's also about you. The things you select, it will indicate to everyone in attendance more about you, your likes and dislikes. People will be watching. It'll help them figure out your personality, what kind of princess you might be. If you delight in some token, don't be surprised if you get sent 100 more that are similar. That's a lot to take in, I said. She'd mentioned my room, but made no move to show me more of the palace. The couch underneath me was so comfortable, if I sat here much longer, I'd just fall asleep. Why don't we take a walk outside? She said. I got up and followed her back to the main entrance. The bright green moss was soft under my feet. I wanted to take my shoes off, but wasn't sure if that was allowed. The town was a maze. And we stopped at a scenic lookout area with umbrellas and tables, where Fae were having lunch and watching yellow and brown boats made of dry leaves float by. It smelled of fall, moss and leaves, old wood. It's so exciting to have you here, Dahlia said. And such a pretty princess, too. Just you watch, we'll see you married before the year is out. Isn't that a little fast? Not at all, Dahlia replied. Best to get these things settled. I stared at her, trying to understand her personality. I'd expected something else, more subtle threats and twisted words. Dahlia was so blunt. She'd been cold after the ceremony, but not unkind. Maybe she was just surprised. For whatever reason, now that she'd taken off her deerskull crown, she could almost pass for a breezy hippie doing a European tour. The marks on her face seemed to enlarge her wide, expressive eyes. And how do you plan to make that happen? I asked. Quite easily, Dahlia replied. I'll simply wait. And when suitors begin expressing their interest, hoping for an alliance with the September court, we'll pick the best one for you. I would love to forge a relationship with one of the equinox or solstice courts, though that would only leave you with a handful of options. It's a pity that you failed to impress Jonquil. She is attracted to women. I'm not. Dahlia shrugged. I don't particularly care. It would have been an excellent match, and you could have simply announced an heir later, perhaps by adopting one from another court. You might be able to marry into the other equinox court and then adopt an heir from one of the solstice courts. Selin and Ira have a whole host of young daughters who could be molded. I blinked, unable to follow the torrent of words. For God's sake, did Dahlia have my whole future planned out? Maybe you should try and seduce Jonquil, I said. Dahlia pulled up short and tugged on my arm. Her eyes narrowed and her lips curled as we stared at one another. I'm already a queen. That means I have far more responsibilities than I can bear, including you, whether or not I wanted it. Now that you're here, I'll do what's best for my kingdom, for my people, Dahlia said. And that includes getting you married within a year. All you need to do, since you have no comprehension of Fae courtly duties, is to restrict your regrettable attitude, at least until after the wedding. I'll not have a dead weight to manage. And if I don't? Dahlia pulled so hard on my arm that I nearly stumbled in my heavy skirts, but I held my ground. We were at the edge of the pond, staring down at our reflections. Then, perhaps, she whispered, I'll finish what that convict started in the purge. I froze. For a split second, my mind returned to the moment I was choking down cold water as I was held underwater. A shiver rushed down my spine. Even though Dahlia and I stood outside in a very open space, it suddenly felt suffocatingly small. She couldn't really do that, could she? Would she? My heart hammered against my ribcage. She'd said it like she meant it, and the Fae couldn't lie. And how would the other Fae feel about that? I managed to ask. Oh, I'm sure they'd be quite upset. At first, Dahlia replied. But all scandals are eventually forgotten, dearest princess. And your only value is a potential alliance with the September court. You're a promise, a pawn. Don't make the mistake of thinking you have any inherent value on your own. A lump rose in my throat, and when I tried to swallow, I nearly choked. Dahlia smiled victoriously. That should provide you with very good incentive to be married in a year's time, don't you think? I nodded mutely, but my mind whirled, trying to find some way out of this. I had no idea where I was, which would make running away very hard. No, I needed to come up with a plan of some kind, and fast. Oh, don't look so horrified, she said. It's better than languishing around the castle all day like a dreary shut-in. I was just starting to like this castle. Fortunately, Dahlia continued, you already have an interested suitor. He isn't my first choice, but it might not hurt to allow the courtship. Let the other princes see how desirable you are. It will make them want you all the more. So quickly? How was that possible? My stomach lurched and bile rose in my throat. Whoever wanted to court me must have gone to Dahlia right after the placement ceremony, for them to have spoken to her so quickly. With a growing sense of dread, I realized that I knew exactly who would be that obsessive. It's Aldrin, isn't it? I asked faintly. Dahlia only smiled. Oh, good. You're already acquainted. My heart sank, and horror washed over me, filling my veins with ice. No, I can't, I said. He is an eligible prince, Dahlia replied. I shouldn't have gone to prison with John Quill. I should have tried to run away, but there hadn't been much of a choice. I'd had to make sure that my friends were all freed, and if I ran now, if I made Aldrin angry. Despite the bargain I'd made protecting my friends, I knew Aldrin could still find ways to make my life miserable, or find a way around the wording to take it out on my friends. What match would they be for a powerful winter prince? And now I had Dahlia to contend with. If I didn't marry in a year, she'd drown me in her pond and bury me under the water lilies. I'll never marry him, I said, desperation rising inside me. There must be someone else. Anyone else. Dahlia smiled thinly. But would you rather die than marry him? Because that is an option. And anyway, nobody said anything about marriage. He's merely a suitor. He'll have an opportunity to charm you, to woo you. All he's negotiated for is the right to first opportunity, to try and win your hand. He's a beast. Well then, he should make the others look better by comparison. Maybe a few months with him will lure out the most prosperous suitors. A few months? A lump rose in my throat. There didn't seem to be enough air in the world. I remembered all too well Aurora's sharp, malicious eyes and her cruel snarls. A wave of cold traced down the path of my spine as I realized she was probably out there somewhere too, freed, thanks to me. I didn't want to die, but I couldn't marry Aldrin either. My heart thundered against my ribs. I had a year to find a way out of marrying Aldrin, but it wouldn't be easy. He'd hound me. That much was obvious. But I had no more leverage, nothing else to offer. I just have to figure something out. I'll take your silence as acceptance, Dahlia said. And just in time. It looks like he's already waiting for us. I gawked ahead of the path, where, indeed, a stark figure was waiting next to a small black raven. Aldrin was already waiting for me. Of course he was. Acid rose in my throat, accompanied by the urge to vomit. Dahlia dropped her hand from my arm and flashed the January prince a winning smile. "Here she is, Prince Aldrin. I apologize for keeping you. Princess Noel and I were just having a little talk." "There's no need to apologize," Aldrin said, his eyes gleaming. "You got here rather quickly," I said. The prince smiled. "Why, how could I resist? I'm quite sure that Queen Dahlia has other matters to attend to." I stood there, curling my fingers so tightly into my dress I felt them go white. This was all so ridiculous. Did Jonquil know about this? Or any of the other royals? What was the point of a placement ceremony if I was going to be given right back to Aldrin? Suddenly, death by drowning didn't seem like the worst option. Aldrin tugged sharply on my arm. "Come along, Yarrow." I stumbled as he pulled on my arm, half dragging away from the decorative gates and the glittering palace behind them. "Until next time, Princess Noel," Dahlia exclaimed, turning back inside again. She'd just handed me off to him. In a single day, I'd been passed from Jonquil to Dahlia and then back to Aldrin. Hot anger curled inside my belly, threatening to overwhelm me. And when the doors to Dahlia's beautiful refuge closed behind me, Aldrin was the only person left to be angry at. "You don't have to drag me everywhere," I snapped, kicking at his shin. "What is wrong with you?" A lot. That much was quite clear. I'd never seen someone so in need of a psychologist in my life. He'd been so quick to arrange all this, disturbingly quick, and I didn't even want to begin thinking about what would happen once I was on his estate and alone with him. I thought about screaming for help, but before I could, he put a palm over my mouth and pulled me flush against his chest. My head reeled, and I swallowed back the bile that rose in my throat. He was so close to me, I could smell him. Cedar wood mixed with something sweet and floral. What a weird-ass thing to notice. "You are proving to be exceptionally troublesome," he hissed, bringing our faces close together. "And I intend to make you pay for it. Did you think I'd just let you make a fool of me?" "You don't need help being made a fool of," I replied. Aldrin pressed himself harder against me. "I think it's time I show you which of us is really in control here." "I'm not afraid of you." "Then obviously I haven't been trying hard enough. There are dangerous things out there, Princess. Things you should be afraid of. And if I can't tame you through fear, they will destroy you when your foolishness gets us both in trouble." What was he even talking about? My pulse leapt when he was near, and my knees felt weak. It was just my body reacting to a threat, but neither fight nor flight seemed like an adequate response anymore. But he was about to take me away somewhere, away from all my friends and family, and I'd have absolutely no way out. I'd just have to tolerate him long enough to figure out how to navigate the political intrigue of the Fey Kingdoms. I stopped struggling suddenly, going so limp it nearly pulled him off balance. He let go of me cautiously. Then his eyes brightened, and he smiled victoriously. "Tell you what, let's grab a bite to eat on the way home. A last meal of sorts, Anything you want?" A shiver shot down my spine, and ice filled my veins. I wasn't as well read as Ashley, but I was still pretty sure when a fairy offered you food, you were supposed to refuse. "I'm not hungry," I said, my throat raw. His grin only broadened. "Too bad." 7. Instead of a carriage, Aldrin flew us on the back of a raven, without a saddle. Unlike the smooth, fluid hummingbird we'd used to escape the prison, the raven was like riding an ocean wave, with the wind howling in my ears and teasing my hair and dress. Finally, I caught sight of a city down below, between the tips of the raven's wings, just as I heard Aldrin call over his shoulder. "Ready to jump?" "Ready to what?" I yelled, but he didn't give me time to respond. He yanked on the reins and the raven fell into a twisting nosedive before shooting up 180 degrees, dumping me off the back towards the ground. But before I had the chance to scream, I was tumbling across the pavement into a pair of garbage bins. When my head stopped spinning, I sat up, pulling a wet banana peel off my forehead. Aldrin, of course, had landed in a perfect crouch, without a mark on him. "You need to work on your landings," he smirked, brushing a black feather off his shoulder. I stood, feeling the weight of my body and realizing my wings are gone. Apparently, being human-sized took away your wings. I hid my relief as they disappeared, but I still felt an oddness between my shoulder blades, like instead of going away, they'd just folded somewhere beneath my skin. The dress grew with me, shifting its size to accommodate my new form. I sighed and turned my attention to our surroundings. Old antebellum buildings and trees laden with draping Spanish moss spanned the road. Christmas lights and tinsel covered windowsills and wrapped around old iron lampposts. I recognized this place. It was downtown Port St. Joan. My jaw dropped. I thought we were going to your—
"We are going to my home," Aldrin confirmed. "But I thought a detour might be in order."
"Why?" Aldrin shoved his hands into his pockets and didn't answer. I was sure there had to be some ulterior motive, though. He didn't do anything just out of kindness. But still, I was home, and it was hard to resist the allure of the familiar sights, sounds, and smells around me. I breathed in the mingling of fried food, gasoline, and the lingering remnants of a recent storm.
"What a terrible little town,"
Aldrin said, probably just to spite me.
"I've never seen such a filthy place in my life."
"Get off your high horse," I said, without any real heat. He wasn't wrong. Port St. Joan had the look of a town past its prime, that had been forgotten and was slowly coming apart at the seams. From the broken sidewalks to the rusted beaters, there were even areas I knew it wasn't safe to walk alone at night. I groaned inwardly at that notion now. After all I'd been through, what more did I have to be afraid of? I jerked my arm free of him and stepped to the edge of the sidewalk, momentarily forgetting the cold and discomfort at the familiar image of the Magnolia Blossom Hotel. The tunnel that I'd always thought was so cool as a kid, and the cheap plastic beads hanging in the trees, reminders of Mardi Gras parades from years before. My mom and I used to come here and watch them together, even though crowds make her anxious. My heart ached, and my eyes burned with unshed tears. I'd finally made it back home. But after seeing Dahlia's stunning place, everything seemed small and broken, almost like a weathered movie set for a fictional town. "Are you done gawking?" Aldrin asked, pulling me across the street into a greasy diner. I thought I was going to get to choose.
"You can," he said with a tight-lipped smile. "Anything on the menu."
I thought about arguing and pushing for Thai or Mexican, but the smell of bacon rooted me to the spot. The sad, discounted candy canes by the register reminded me we'd just missed Christmas. "Bacon cheeseburger, chocolate milkshake, extra fries," I said.
"Same," Aldrin said, "but with a Diet Coke."
The cashier took a few curious glances at our formal attire, but moved quickly once Aldrin pulled out a Sapphire Express card from his leather wallet.
"What did you expect?" he whispered. "I'd try to pay with gold coins."
"I'm a little disappointed you didn't."
"I invested in property a couple centuries ago. I'm not sure exactly how much money I have in my accounts, but I'm pretty sure it's more than I could ever spend."
"Your treat, then." "Besides," I said a little louder, "I haven't had cash on me since I was abducted by the Fae and forced to compete in their fairy games." The cashier gave me a confused smile, but didn't respond. "Oh, it's okay. I'm a fairy princess now, and I'm to be wed off to this eligible bastard here. Don't cross him, though. If you don't get his order exactly right, who knows where you'll wake up." Are you quite finished? Aldrin hissed. Relax, it's Port St. Joan, and this place is a shithole, probably full of crazies. I followed Aldrin to a table, rubbing my arms. My chest tightened and my blood roared in my ears. Aldrin glanced at the empty tables around us before turning his gaze towards me again. So, what do you do? He asked, stealing one of my fries. Do? I echoed. He waved vaguely. You must do something. Any particular skills? Or are you just the single most untalented fae in existence? The latter, I answered, just to spite him. Bitterness was easy and hot. It gave me a distraction from the memories boiling to the surface within me. I just had to focus on the right parts of my past. If I could do that, I could survive this. I bit into my burger, melting when the taste exploded on my tongue. When was the last time I'd even eaten? Yesterday? I couldn't remember anything tasting so good. I was working on being an entomologist or a biologist of some sort, I added between chews, but then some jerk threw me in prison. Aldrin's smile remained smug. You shouldn't have been so obnoxious, and I'd have left you alone. I did say you'd be sorry if you continued to behave like you did. And yet, you underestimated me, I grinned. I didn't die in the purge like you planned. And now you're buying me lunch. Underestimate you? He asked. Oh, please. To underestimate you, you'd have to be a threat to begin with, and you aren't. Sorry, princess. I bristled at the title. Coming from him, it sounded too much like an endearment. You're doing it again, I said instead. You must work hard to be this dumb. If the university had taught me anything, it was how to argue with assholes. Just accuse them of the same flaws they see in you and turn their vitriol back on them to expose their weakness. The problem was I had never quite figured out when to cut my losses and accept defeat. And since my imprisonment, my emotions were sporadic and haywire. I alternated between despair and anger, determination and dejection so quickly that it seemed impossible to keep track. And even though I knew that my moods were erratic, that knowledge didn't make dealing with them any easier. Time will tell, Aldrin said. So it will, Frosty boy. His jaw tightened. I see that manners aren't something you were especially good at, he said. I'm from the South. Politeness is in my blood. It's just reserved for people who are also polite. And just between us, I don't think that kidnapping people is very classy. Actually, it's kind of Nintendo villain. I imagined myself as Princess Peach in a voluminous ball gown, which meant Aldrin was Bowser. Despite the seriousness of the situation, I had to fight back the urge to laugh. It wasn't kidnapping, Aldrin argued. You assaulted my royal person, and I saw you justly punished for it. Oh, yes. Bumping into you on the street constitutes assault, I said, rolling my eyes. I hadn't realized you were such a delicate flower. Aldrin grabbed a serrated steak knife from the table and held it over his own hand. I reached out instinctively and grabbed his wrist. I expected him to glare at me, maybe yell. But instead, he kept that smug smile on his face. Oh, look, you do care. My blood boiled and my face grew hot. I really don't, but I'm also not some sort of sadist. Besides, maybe I just don't want to get fae blood on my food. Mercy has no place in the fae, he said, slowly cutting deeper into his palm until I saw red. But then, he blew gently over the wound and I saw it crystallize, knitting itself shut. If you want to survive, I'd advise you to rid yourself of that weakness as soon as possible. Why? So I can be heartless, like you? Aldrin sighed dramatically. So combative. I don't suppose you fancy a career in knighthood. You could spend some of that anger defending my honor. It wouldn't be a hard task. You have none. He had the gall to laugh. I silently bristled. Everything I did seemed to amuse him, and it was really grating on me. I took the moment to seize another bite from my burger.
I don't want to hurt you, you know. It's simply that you don't understand what's at stake and have to be kept motivated by your petty human emotions.
So tell me, genius, what's at stake?
Haven't you ever read any of the human stories about the Fae? Don't you know what we're truly capable of?
Not really, I mumbled. I mean, I've seen Peter Pan a few times.
Ah, yes, Tinkerbell, he said, leaning back. I saw the play in 1904 and the original movie in 1953.
Of course you did, I said.
Let's start there. Tinkerbell is able to fly, a gift Pan wants to share with his new human friends. When she refuses, they beat the pixie dust out of her violently. Pan commands Tink to save Wendy's brothers from Captain Hook. She refuses, leaving them captured. Then she tells the Lost Boys that Pan ordered them to shoot down the Wendy bird, so that when the hapless human arrives, she'll be murdered. Pan saves her life and sends Tink into exile. She makes a deal with Hook, pointing the way to the secret hideout as long as he promises to leave Pan alone. Hook agrees, but then he betrays her. He presents Pan with a disguised gift from Wendy that's actually a bomb. Tinkerbell escapes and goes to warn Pan, but he brushes her off, refusing to listen. She steals the gift just as the bomb goes off, sacrificing herself. At the end of the novel, when he goes back to see Wendy, now an old woman, it's mentioned that Tinkerbell died many years ago, and Pan no longer even remembers her.
That's not exactly how I remember it, I said.
Of course not. She was a plot device, a supportive character for the story of Peter and Wendy. A Fae taken for granted, abused, discarded, treated like a toy, and then betrayed. And even after all that abuse, she saves Pan's life, only to be forgotten.
Is there a point to all of this? I asked, dipping fries into my milkshake.
In a moment. First, here's another story I like. It's about a farmer who woke up late one night to find a kingdom of fairies attacking his last beautiful cow. They butchered it in an open field, stripping its meat with 1,000 sharp knives, flaying her clean as a whistle. Then, someone carried in firewood and made a roaring blaze in the hearth, where they cooked the flesh, baked and broiled, stewed and fried. "Take care," cried one who seemed to be the king. "Let no bone be broken." When they had all eaten and devoured every scrap of beef on the cow, they began playing games with the bones, tossing them to one another. One little leg bone fell close to the closet door where the farmer was hiding. He was so afraid, lest the fairies should discover his hiding place, that he put out his hand and drew it into him. Then he saw the king stand on the table and cry, "Gather the bones!" Round and round flew the Fae, picking up the bones. "Arrange them," said the king, and they placed them all in their proper positions in the hide of the cow. Then they folded the skin over them, and the king struck the heap of bone and skin with his rod. Whisht! Up sprang the cow and lowed dismally. It was alive again, but alas, as the fairies dragged it back to its stall, it halted in the off forefront, for a bone was missing. The cock crew. Away they flew, and the farmer crept, trembling, to bed.
I gulped in spite of myself. Aldrin's story was captivating and painted an eerie image. I had questions, but wasn't sure if the story was meant as an allegory or was something that actually happened. "Gruesome," I said finally. "You couldn't have waited until I was done eating?"
"So you see," Aldrin continued, "that's what we really are. Underneath the magic and palaces and silk finery, Fae are wild, untamed, and destructive beings. Human stories of the Fae are charming. Fae stories are horrible. They remind us, under all that glam and polish, we are desperate, hungry creatures." I feel like there's still a point coming, I said. Well, if you need me to spell everything out for you. The Fae political hierarchy is a careful balance. Every part has its place for it to function properly. Without it, the entire animal will stumble, break, and be consumed by predators. Let me guess. I'm the missing bone? Maybe, Aldrin said, rubbing his chin like he was actually considering it. Or maybe you're the farmer, terrified and trembling. The one who steals the bone because they didn't understand the king's intention. And you're Tinkerbell, right? Great story, I said. Really glad we made time for whatever this is. Aldrin took a deep breath, as if it physically pained him to put up with me. I'm working on delicate, important matters. Things you couldn't possibly understand, but seem to have a knack for screwing up. What I don't need right now is political insecurity or the scrutiny of the entire fairy kingdom. The best thing, the safest thing for both of us right now is to get you away from all that as soon as possible until you're ready and able to take care of yourself. I can take care of myself. Actually, you suck at it. But since self-preservation doesn't seem to be one of your strongest drives, I'm forced to threaten you with physical violence. So what you're saying is, you're doing this for my own good? Classic refrain of every abuser ever. Like I said, he smirked, but there was a kind of sadness in his eyes. You're too stubborn to modify your behavior, at least for your own sake. That's why I've brought you here. I opened my mouth to respond, but he nodded out the window. It took me a moment to recognize the figure across the street, standing outside a pawn shop smoking a cigarette. My eyes filled with tears and I gasped a raggy breath. She told me she'd stop, I whispered. Mothers rarely listen. My mother finished her cigarette and stamped it out on the cement sidewalk. I froze, everything shutting down except for the sight of her. She was wearing a fitted black dress, a bulky rain jacket, and talking to a young blonde-haired woman. What is she doing? I whispered, scarcely able to force out the words. Mom can't work. She doesn't have the health for that. And she's smoking? This was my fault. I hadn't been there to take care of her. I itched to race across the street to let her know I was okay, but how could I do that, knowing Aldrin was about to drag me off to his castle? Aldrin grabbed my arm, jarring me from my thoughts. Now then, do we really want to involve her in all this? He purred. Despite myself, I flinched. He'd won, and he knew it. I felt as if my heart stopped for a second. Leave her alone. I'd meant it as a threat, but it came out as a whimper. And you'll be good? I'll be good. He narrowed his eyes, no doubt wondering if he'd have to make his threats more specific. I'll be good, I repeated, holding his gaze. When Mom turned, my heartbeat quickened. I thought she might look up at just the right moment and see me through the window, but instead, her eyes drifted to a dress in the display. She moved inside to straighten the fabric. It was difficult to say how she looked from so far away, but her movements seemed slow, her smile strained. How did you know where she was? How to find her? I've been keeping an eye on her. I expected you might want to say goodbye. Desperately. But I didn't trust him. Aren't I entertaining enough? I asked, forcing bravado. Not everything is about you, Aldrin said. He rolled up his sleeves and stowed his hands into the pockets of his dark blue coat. He jerked his head down the street. Whenever you're ready, we should get going. I'm not finished, I said, looking at my half-eaten burger. He held his palms over my plate, and I heard the soft crackling of ice. When he was done, my plate was frozen solid. He'd made a hamburger popsicle. Stubbornly, I crunched into it, letting it thaw in my mouth, but it had lost its flavor. A tightness twisted in my chest and rose up in my throat,
I couldn't take this casual cruelty. Was this destined to be my life now? Balling up the fabric of my skirts, I bolted through the exit and took off running down the pavement, keeping my head turned away from the store across the street. I couldn't let Mom see me like this, not when I could barely keep myself together. I felt like I needed to cry and vomit and sleep all at once. I couldn't just waltz back into Mom's life, wearing a fancy dress and with some handsome guy, like I'd just come from some expensive tour of Europe or something. She hadn't seen me for months. She'd had to start working because of me. My eyes burned, and tears scalded my cheeks. I kept running, the impact of the concrete striking hard through the thin silk of my slippers. When I reached a crosswalk, I turned and kept running, taking deep, ragged breaths. There didn't seem to be enough air in the world. My hands felt numb as I finally came to a halt a couple blocks away from where I began. Despite feeling like my world was falling apart, the few shoppers along the sidewalk didn't spare me a glance. Probably thought I was dressed up for a winter formal or something. I raked my hands through my hair, tearing at the jewel-tipped pins that John Quill had stuck in, and ripping apart the braids. A wave of tiredness suddenly swept over me, and I collapsed onto a nearby bench, my skirt ballooning around me. I gasped for air, trying to force oxygen into my burning lungs.
"Are you finished?"
Aldrin asked. My head snapped, and I found him leaning against the brick building across from me. I had no idea if he'd run after me or used some sort of magic to get here, but at the moment, it was hard to care about much of anything. "Almost," I rasped. I roughly rubbed my eyes, although he'd surely already seen my tears. I took another deep breath, trying to steady myself.
"You love her," he said.
"Of course I do. She's my mother." Aldrin scowled.
"That doesn't mean you're obligated to love her. She doesn't seem to take very good care of you."
He sounded uncomfortably like Ashley, who always swore that the only way I'd ever be happy would be if I left my mother behind and struck off on my own. "We took care of each other," I argued. "Until you came in and tore my life apart. Thanks for that."
"You're welcome."
I didn't even bother dignifying that with a response. Instead, I just sat on the bench, twisting my fingers in the heavy velvet skirts. It was such a stupid, decadent thing to wear, and my fingers itched to seize the fabric and rip it to shreds. I felt my resolve crumbling. We were just a few blocks away from my mother. I was human again. I could run inside and just sink into her arms. Until Aldrin tore me away again.
"Well, hurry up,"
Aldrin said, with a touch of impatience this time. I glared at him, my vision blurred by the tears I couldn't seem to rid myself of. Prison had made me so much weaker. I couldn't keep my emotions in check no matter how hard I tried, and everything felt so overwhelming at the moment that I just wanted to disappear. "I'll take my damn time," I finally hissed.
"You'll take whatever amount of time I choose," he said, "because any time you have for wallowing in pity is time that I've graciously given you."
Gracious. I sprang to my feet, trembling from the hot fury coursing through me. "You listen. Just because I'm going with you doesn't mean that you get to control every aspect of my life." Even as I stormed closer to him, Aldrin remained unruffled. But that wasn't a surprise. I wasn't very threatening, even though I desperately wished that I was. At the moment, I'd have given anything to be someone stronger and braver, like Ember. She was beautiful and elegant, but there was such a confidence and sleekness about her. Even if her magic wasn't as powerful as Aldrin's, I was sure she'd have been able to escape him, somehow.
"That,"
Aldrin said deliberately,
"is exactly what it means. My estate, my rules."
He sounded like my mom's boyfriend Cedric, and the comparison sent a jolt of anxiety curling in my belly. I felt like I might vomit. "You don't even want to be my suitor," I argued.
Of course I do, Aldrin replied. If I had no interest in marrying you, I wouldn't have agreed to this arrangement.
Great, because that was so much better. He probably just wanted to marry me so he could keep me trapped under his thumb forever, like I hadn't already suffered enough. You need to find a damn hobby, I said. Aldrin sighed and glanced around us, feigning a look of embarrassment, as though I was being irrational and unreasonable.
I don't think a young lady ought to swear so much, he chided. It's not befitting for someone of your station.
I didn't swear until someone put me in prison, I snapped. I stood mere inches away from him, my skin burned so hotly that I scarcely noticed the cold, despite my own breath clouding the air before me. Although my wings didn't emerge, I felt the new muscles fluttering in my upper back, like they were fighting to get free.
What you mean to say is that this was all caused by your lack of manners, Aldrin replied. You should have apologized after bumping into me, but you didn't, and now you insist on speaking like the rabble.
As a person, I was easily annoyed, but rarely genuinely angered. The boiling rage that swept through me now was so strong and overwhelming that it made my toes curl and my fingers twitch. But I had no idea what to do with it or how to use it. I opened my mouth, ready to let loose at the threats that came to mind, but I knew that I wouldn't do anything. Not when he could hurt my mom. My friends may be protected for now, but Aldrin and I both knew my mother was fair game. That's why he'd brought me here, to show me how much he could still hurt me, and what I still had to lose. And he was right. My shoulders slumped, and I shook my head. I forced back more tears before they could fall. This was all just a game to Prince Aldrin, and it was quite clear which one of us was losing. He'd played his last card, and for now, he'd won the prize of my compliance. For better or worse, I'd accompany Aldrin to his palace. I'd let him court me, whatever that entailed, and somehow, slowly, I'd find a way to destroy him. 8. The journey back through the other world and to Aldrin's estate felt like it took 1,000,000 years. I huddled behind Aldrin, at first attempting not to get too close or comfortable, but after shooting through a sparkle in the sky, I was hit with a stinging wave of bitter cold. It was so much worse than the first time, and I blinked against the sheer white landscape, momentarily confused by the drastic change to the horizon. The ground and sky were as blank as a white canvas, only broken by a line of jagged black mountains directly below us. A few moments later, I was clinging to Aldrin for warmth, as icy snowflakes began to form a thin crust of ice on my hair and shoulders. By the time we finally landed, he had to practically pry me from the back of the Raven.
You'll need to be more accustomed to some discomfort, Princess Yarrow, Aldrin drawled.
Teeth chattering, I was about to question his mode of transportation, but of course, he enjoyed seeing me suffer. From his cruel smirk, I suspected he had something, probably really awful, in store for me. Not that I could expect anything better from the man who'd abducted me. I'll remember that when I'm freezing to death, I said. You can enjoy watching me go through the different stages of hypothermia. My wings, which had returned when Aldrin made us small again, burned so fiercely with cold that I genuinely wondered if they might crack apart and break off. Maybe that was why Aldrin never had his wings out. His estate was just too cold to have them exposed. In a vain attempt to keep my teeth from chattering, I clenched my jaw. Heavy, downy flakes of snow fell lazily through the soft gray sky. Already, the ground was covered in heavy white carpet, save for the crystalline path before us. It looked like ice, and when I gingerly nudged the path with my toe, cold shot through my foot. I rubbed my shoulders, looking past him at what I'd first mistaken for a jaggedy rock peak. Tall, decorative columns had been cut into the rock, and multiple dark spires were rimmed with gold. Some kind of fortress, by all appearances. It looked like a tomb, more than anything, but I headed toward what I took as the entrance, an arched opening of some kind. Inside, I found a short hallway, framed by glowing torches that produced barely enough heat to melt the ice clinging to the ceiling and wall of stone. I held my fingers up to one, rubbing them together. They were so white I couldn't feel them. Aldrin walked past me toward the far wall, which was nothing but solid ice. "Some place you've got here," I said, frowning. He rolled his eyes and pressed a hand to the white barrier, which melted away until there was a crevice wide enough for us to slip through. I followed him through the opening, blinking in astonishment as we emerged into a wide hall that looked like it had been cut straight into the rock. The walls were decorated with paintings, the floors covered in rough white furs and wood furniture. A large fireplace cast an orange glow over the mostly dark room, despite the skylights letting in feeble rays from above. Aldrin whistled, and I snapped my head to him. He'd already disappeared down another hallway, and soon we came to another wall of ice. "We're not going back outside, are we?"
"This was just the first outpost," he replied. "Barely a hovel."
I lifted up the heavy skirts of my dress, but as I stepped towards the open door, Aldrin shoved past me. When I nearly stumbled into the snow, he smirked and kept moving forward. Face burning, I followed, carefully stepping over patches of smooth ice. More than once, the surface cracked, and my foot fell through the snow to my ankles. I let the skirts down, hoping the velvet would deter the worst of the cold, but it seemed to help very little. "I'm not dressed for this," I grumbled. Aldrin waited on a raised ridge and waved to a castle in the near distance. It was a massive building, carved out of either ice or crystal, and stood like a diamond against the gray sky. I could just barely make out delicate round arches. It looked like something a little girl might have dreamed up, a magical ice castle. Below it, and sweeping out to the sides like a cape, were buildings made of dark brick, half covered by snow and ice.
"This way,"
he said. He cut off through the snow, rather than sticking to the flat, curving path that led towards the castle. While he wore black combat boots, I wore thin silk slippers, and at the first step into the knee-deep snow, the cold seeped through the thin fabric of my socks. I was going to be a mess of sodden skirt hems by the time we reached shelter. As I walked, I tried to strategically pile my lifted skirts over my arms, clutching them to my chest for warmth. My nose burned, and I sniffled.
"Don't worry," Aldrin said. "I won't let you die of cold."
Somehow, he made that sound absurdly threatening. Sure, he wouldn't let the cold kill me, but that didn't mean he wouldn't make my life a complete nightmare. My teeth chattered. "I wouldn't mind keeping most of my toes," I grumbled.
"If one breaks off, I'll put it in a pretty box for you."
"You're the worst suitor in the world. How did you even think this is going to work? Is your plan to hold me hostage until I agree to marry you? Because that's never going to happen." Not that I had many options. A shiver raced down my spine, and I remembered the gleam in Dahlia's eyes and the sharp smile as she delivered her threats. Marry within a year, or face the consequences.
"You should be grateful," he replied. "I'm protecting you from potential assassins. Some of the Fae won't be happy with you for coming in and vying for a courtship from a royal house."
I glared at the back of his head as he walked on, undeterred by the snow that had made my feet numb. Right, because they'd freeze to death before they got near me. Up close, the massive castle was clearly crafted from thick, white-blue blocks of ice. 2 massive double doors were framed by cute carved birds with spread wings and tails that twisted into elegant Celtic-looking knotwork. A dozen Fae soldiers wearing hooded robes and masks to cover the bottom of their faces waited on each side of the entrance. Spiky silver armor ran down their arms, like arrows, pointing to the swords and spears clutched in their gloved palms. Archers lined the battlements above us, dressed in blue wool and thick white fur. All my knowledge from my undergrad art history class came bubbling forth in scattered fragments. The castle resembled a Norwegian stave church, with layers stacked on one another and steeply sloped ceilings. But the churches in my textbook were all made of wood. I reached out with a trembling hand and touched the doorframe, as if to reassure myself it was real. My fingers came back cold and red. It all seemed to be made entirely of ice, at least the external facade. "Like it?" Aldrin asked. There was an eagerness in his eyes, as if he actually cared what I thought. It might have been the first thing he said to me that wasn't mocking or insulting. "It's beautiful," I admitted. A beautiful, miserable prison. I rubbed my arms and rocked back on my heels, trying to force feeling back through my cold limbs. Aldrin waved his hand, and the waiting Fae snapped to attention and hauled the doors open. I hesitated before crossing the threshold. Despite Dahlia's political scheming, I knew Aldrin would never just let me go. The inside of the castle was all smooth plains of ice, but had a vaguely modern feel, with more comfortable furniture covered by antiques and golden bowls full of dried fruits and nuts. The vaulted ceiling stretched upward, supported by sleek black arches layered with icicles. Several Fae, clad in light blue and white fur, hurried past to take their master's robe. I gasped sharply as I dropped the folds of my gown and tried flexing my stiff fingers. Despite Aldrin's declaration that he wouldn't let me freeze to death, the cold was really beginning to get to me. The muscles in my back twitched, sending dull aches between my shoulder blades. The wings were numb, and I couldn't feel my toes. My shoes and skirts were soaked with snow and mud, the once brilliant color stained a dull brown. "Shall we?" Aldrin asked. I was too cold to think of a good retort. Maybe, if I was quiet, he'd get me some warmer clothing more quickly. Or a roaring fire. It really was pathetic how easily he'd forced me into submission. So embarrassingly easy. I trailed him as he entered another hallway, and then what looked like a living room. The Fae gave him a wide berth, stepping back and sinking to their knees, only rising once we walked past. No wonder he was such a prick, if he was used to being treated this way. My feet burned as the wetness from the floor soaked through my thin shoes. At the end, the hall branched off in 3 directions, each with a wide staircase. "You're quiet," Aldrin said. "Finally. I thought this day would never arrive." "I'm cold," I ground out, each syllable enunciated with my chattering teeth. "You may not feel it, but I do." He'd been walking beside me, but abruptly turned around and blocked my path. His movements were so sudden that I tripped over him. I felt his hand at the small of my back. He was warm, so very warm. A flush of embarrassment ran through me, accompanied by a humiliating desire to stay close to him and share his body heat. His breath puffed at the hollow of my throat, hot and damp. My body shuddered in response. Slowly, he lifted his hand and pressed his fingers against the side of my neck. His warm fingertips caressed my skin, deceptively gentle considering how vicious he could be. "What are you doing?" I stammered. "Your pulse seems quite strong for someone dying of hypothermia. It's actually a little quicker than I expected. You're enjoying this, aren't you?" His voice became low and husky. "Should I move closer?" My heart raced. I couldn't decide how to play this perverse game. White-hot fury burned in my chest as I thought of all the awful things he'd done to me and everything he was responsible for. He'd literally thrown me in prison. I wanted to shove him away, to cuss him out, and storm away like I would have any other jerk who treated me this way. But he wasn't any other jerk. He was a fey prince with magical powers, and I was trapped in his realm with no idea how to return home. And I was so cold. My jaw ached from my chattering teeth. I could barely feel my own feet or fingers anymore, and his warm touch seemed somehow more real and present than any other sensation. No, the word emerged weaker than I wanted. Aldrin shrugged and stepped away, and suddenly, the air seemed much colder. I wasn't sure if he'd actually done something to the temperature, or if it was just because of the increased distance between us, but I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from crying out at the sudden absence of warmth.
"Rith!"
Aldrin shouted, his voice reverberating through the icy chamber. A fae promptly approached him. She was a tiny slip of a woman with fine blonde hair, decorated with several braids and small, sparkling beads. Beneath a white apron-like garment, she wore a blue dress trimmed with white fur. She wore several necklaces. One was a giant silver medallion with a bird etched over it, a tiny sapphire twinkling beneath its eye. The other necklaces were made of mismatched blue-green beads. The woman dropped into a curtsy. "How may I be of service, Your Majesty?"
"Princess Yarrow,"
he said, waving vaguely to me.
"She's your charge now."
Hrith's curious blue eyes landed on me. It was becoming hard to focus on anything except for the cold that had settled inside me, though. I dug my nails into my own arms, trying to cement my attention on the pain rather than the frigid temperature.
"Take her to the guest room in the north wing, the one facing the lake," Aldrin said. "Ensure that she doesn't die."
"How gracious," I mumbled. "Yes, Your Majesty," Hrith replied, bobbing her head. Aldrin smirked.
"Until later, Yarrow."
I followed Hrith past a number of fascinating rooms, filled with armor, stuffed animals, and richly engraved furniture covered with heavy furs. Tapestries lined the walls. The farther we went, the more the ice receded. We went through a long hallway where narrow slits let in patches of bright light. Water trickled down the dark stone walls, feeding into shallow beds of bright green ferns. I nearly cried in relief when Hrith led me into a room that wasn't made entirely of ice. It was small, with a low ceiling, but comfortable. There was a plush canopy bed covered in layers of blankets and pillows, and a small couch and table, and a desk facing a window, which overlooked a frozen lake and a small cluster of snow-covered pines. Hrith clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. "Here, I'll help you remove your dress, and you can lay in bed while I warm the room." I had no idea how she was planning on warming a room surrounded by ice, but I was beyond questioning her. She'd said the magic word warm, and I wasn't going to risk doing anything that might make her mad at me. So I bent my knees while she bunched up the heavy skirts of my dress and lifted it over my head. She threw the garment dismissively to the ground. I'd long since stopped caring about modesty, so I quickly unlaced and removed my bra and panties. Then, kicking off my slippers, I bolted into bed and threw myself beneath the heavy furs and downy blankets. After the months I'd spent sleeping on a crappy prison bed, the mattress was nothing short of heavenly. I shivered and rolled onto my side, curling up and trying to make myself warmer. Hrith left the dress on the floor and left the room. My breath frosted the air. I pulled the blankets up past my chin, still shivering and cold. Blood rushed through my numb fingers and feet with the feeling of being stabbed by hundreds of tiny needles. My wings were worst of all. Beneath the confines of the furs and blankets, they twitched and burned, and the muscles in my back spasmed painfully. Hrith returned, holding a black iron pot between a pair of tongs. "What is that?" I asked, my voice muffled by the blankets. "To warm your bed." She slipped the object beneath the blankets at the foot of the bed, spreading a rich and pleasant warmth through the bedding. I drew in a sharp breath and wiggled my toes. Hrith disappeared with the tongs and returned again, her arms laden with furs. She threw some on the floors, smoothing them out over the icy black tiles. When 2 were left, she came to the bed and added them to it. "If you intend to stay very long, Your Royal Highness," she said, "you'll want to become accustomed to the cold." I pulled the fur and blankets down, exposing my chin. "How cold is it?" Rith frowned. "I don't know what you mean." They probably didn't have a systemic way of determining temperature. I wanted to cry. How would I know if I was in danger of hypothermia if I didn't even know how cold it was? I'd be putting my trust in Aldrin to know when it was too cold for me, and I didn't even know if he knew how much cold a human could take. But I'm not wholly human. The reminder struck me like a physical blow and sent a buzzing, nervous ache through my slowly warming body. Maybe Aldrin did know what I could endure. Maybe he knew better than I did what I was capable of. But I didn't want to think about that. I wanted to keep pretending that this was all just a trick of some kind. I didn't know how to be a Fae Royal. I'd barely cut it as a college freshman. My eyes burned, and I rolled over, burying my face in the pillow, so Rith didn't see my tears. "I will bring you something warm to eat," Rith said. I nodded, but I only turned around after I'd forced back my tears. It seemed like I cried all the time now, and I hated it. Hated that I cried and hated that I was weak. I'd always told myself that if I ever had to face something awful, I'd be strong. Brave, at least. But now I was faced with the reality that I was a much weaker girl than I'd thought. People were so stupid for thinking that facing adversity made you stronger and nobler. All it had taught me was how to be selfish and manipulative. "Thank you, Rith," I said, realizing she was still waiting for my response. "That would be wonderful." She curtsied and left me alone in the cozy, horrible room. My breath hitched, even though I tried to force myself to be calm. More than ever, I wished this was all some horrible nightmare. But at least my friends were safe. My mom was safe. Maybe none of them were happy, but in time, I hoped they'd find some semblance of peace. A longing for my mom rose inside me. I had so many questions that I wanted to ask her. She'd never really talked about my father, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she must have known something about him. I ran a finger over my ear, still curved and normal, thinking of Ember. When she was imprisoned, they'd clipped her ears. I'd never asked for details, but I'd seen the scars left by old, poorly made stitches. I had faded memories of my mom gently rubbing her fingers along my earlobes. It was a habit she'd developed when I was a little girl, but now I wondered if somewhere in her haze of mismatched stories and half-remembered men, she had subconsciously worried about what I was, or what I might become. Maybe someday I'd get the chance to ask her. 9. I fell asleep long before Rith returned with the food. It was still light outside, but I had the feeling I'd slept through to the next day. On the table, I found a hearty stew, now cold. I devoured it anyway, savoring the buttered bread, which was rich with flavor. The first few days, I stayed close to my room, waiting for Aldrin to come and torment me. But I hadn't seen him since we arrived. Rith was a good companion, at least the only servant who talked to me directly, if that's even what she was. She wore no uniform, but seemed comfortable enough around the house with domestic duties and chores. After the first exhausted nap, I'd barely left my room. But the nights seemed long and dark, the hours empty, and once my energy was restored, I felt a restless insomnia that drove me to explore my new surroundings. More than once, I got so lost and turned around, I needed help finding my room again. Curved staircases and tight hallways seemed to lead in every direction, but each new pathway was rewarded with a stunning view of the sprawling city. At night, the deep crevices that split through the dark mountains were illuminated with hundreds of glowing lights and torches glistening against the ice. On the third day, I found a library that seemed to take up a whole wing, with high ceilings and bookshelves stretching up towards stained glass windows. Large fireplaces kept the space warm, and it became my second home, a place to pass the time while perusing the thousands of volumes. Most were indecipherable, in foreign languages or archaic English, but there was a small section of modern books with their spines facing inwards, like they were someone's guilty pleasure. I spent hours sprawled on the soft couches, draped in blankets, while servants brought an endless assortment of tea and biscuits, or spreading books across the wide oak table, looking for any useful information about the Fae. I desperately needed an upper hand to regain some semblance of control. The only thing that everyone seemed to know for sure was that my wings proved I was a royal. But that should mean I had magic. I knew Aldrin could command ice, while John Quill's gift was fire. Those seemed obvious enough. But what was Dahlia's gift? If I was from the September Court, would my power be similar to hers? I was looking for a simple, practical guide to royal Fae magic. But no such guide existed, that I could find, though I'd spent days searching and only touched a fraction of the Grand Library. The next morning, Hrith led me downstairs into some kind of cavernous basement filled with hot steam. The stones had been cut into a stone basin filled with warm water that had a slightly sulfuric smell. "No way," I said, pulling off my robe and socks. "Hot springs? Let me guess, this whole place is built over a volcano?" "Only a small one," Hrith smiled. "And you're just now showing me this?" I moaned as I lowered myself into the warm water, helping myself to a shelf full of soaps and brushes. Hrith tossed in a handful of fragrant herbs and dried flowers. After a half an hour, I was warmer than I had been in days. When I was finished, Hrith guided me back upstairs, but entered the room next to mine, which was slightly wider with tall windows that let in more natural light. I sat on a velvet-covered cushion before a vanity made of polished wood carved into shapes of snow buntings and snowflakes, with the largest mirror I'd ever seen, while Hrith pulled back and twisted my hair before combing it out gently. Occasionally, she took a pair of enamel-handed scissors and snipped a few strands, trying to even my hair out. Once, it had been thick and long, falling halfway down my back, but when I insulted him, Aldrin hacked it off unevenly with his sword. Now, it barely brushed my shoulders. I wasn't sure why I was getting all this special attention, but it was comforting, and my body still felt relaxed from the spa treatment, so I allowed myself to enjoy being pampered for once. "How does magic work, exactly?" I asked suddenly, causing Hrith to pause her careful movements and catch my eye in the mirror, her reflection cautious. "It depends," she said at last. "Some of the smaller magic happens on its own, or with just a little coaxing, a whisper here or a nudge there. It's as natural as breathing. But with royal Fae, it is different." My wings twitched, the base of them brushing against my dress. The garment I wore vaguely resembled Hrith's. It was a long-sleeved dress and lined with white fur, and after putting it on, I discovered that the winter court dress typically contained built-in shelf bras. But unlike Hrith's simple gown, mine was made of icy blue velvet, its hems embroidered with silvery birds and poinsettia flowers. The back was a confusing array of lacing and fabric, meant to accommodate wings, which Hrith arranged with enviable efficiency. It was soft, and above all else, warm. I certainly wouldn't complain, especially when I'd half expected Frosty Boy to put me in a fur bikini and chain me to a giant slug, or something equally absurd. This was reasonable, and lovely, especially after spending months wearing a scratchy prison uniform that broke me out in an itchy, inflamed rash. Despite my circumstances, I was almost starting to feel like myself again. But every time I glanced in the mirror, my wings reminded me that I was something entirely foreign. The brand on my cheek, a harsh reminder of what I'd been through. "Do you know how I make the wings go away?" I asked, shifting my shoulders. I hadn't seen many naked royals, so it was possible they just bound them under their attire somehow. But mine always seemed in the way, loose and untamed. Aldrin would know, but I refused to ask him. "I do not, Your Royal Highness. It's one of the many mysteries that define our species." I frowned at the formal title. Hrith slipped an amber bead onto one of my braids and pinned it back. The end result was an intricately styled updo of braids and beads. It looked nice, but if my hair was longer, it would have looked better. It was a stupid thing to miss my own hair so much, but it had been taken away from me, and I felt less like myself without it. Hrith opened a pot of silvery powder. She took a thin brush, dipped it into the pot, and brushed the flakes of silver over my eyes and along the sides of my face, blending the silver into my hairline. It gave me a frosted, glittery look that was striking. "His Royal Highness would be the most knowledgeable about royal magic. I'm afraid such knowledge is above my station," Hrith added. "I apologize for it being so." "Yeah, well, I'm about as eager to talk with him again as I am to stick a hot needle in my eye. And you have nothing to apologize for." She shifted, uncomfortably. Shit, she was probably going to report everything I said straight back to her master. "Sorry," I said. "This is all new for me. Unexpected." "As it is for all of us," she said quietly. "Aldrin rarely has guests or visitors. The house runs itself, often in his absence. Perhaps, if you ask, he'll teach you something about the nature of royal magic. He does seem especially fond of you. You are the first potential suitor he's brought home in many decades." "There were others?" I asked. It was hard imagining Aldrin actually wooing anyone, for real. The hair on my arms stood on end, despite my attempts to keep my posture and expression neutral. What happened to them? Buried in the walls, probably. It occurred to me how much all of this resembled the setup to a horror movie. I could easily imagine how the script would play out. A young woman, in this case me, agreed to marry a handsome, mysterious man. After being whisked away to his mansion, she'd discover that he had a bunch of previous wives who disappeared under mysterious circumstances. "The engagements fell through," Hrith replied. "The Fae take marriages quite seriously, so it is not uncommon for a man, particularly of His Royal Highness's standing, to have several failed engagements before securing a marriage." Next, Hrith opened a jewelry box, filled with sparkling brooches and pins. She rifled through them, plucking a few sparkling snowflakes and glass-topped pins from the assortment and placing them on the top of the vanity. "He really isn't such a terrible master once you've become accustomed to his moods," she added. Hrith would say that. She worked for him. Hope flared in my chest when I realized she'd acknowledged his moodiness, at least. But Frosty Boy would never put me with a servant who was willing to actually help me, which meant I couldn't trust her. I needed to think strategically about what to do next and approach it in a logical way. I needed to escape this madness. But the question was, how? Whatever steps I took, I needed to be smart about them and ensure that Aldrin couldn't retaliate against any of the people I cared about. I touched the sparkling necklace Hrith had fastened around my neck, feeling the cold stones, the beginning of a plan taking form. When we'd shifted, our clothes had become larger around us. It was a skill that all royal fae were supposed to possess. Did that mean I could shift back to my human form and bring these jewels with me? If so, I could pawn them for cash and send my mom on an eternal round-the-world cruise or something. If she was safe, Aldrin would have nothing left to hold over me. "You look lovely," Hrith said, tucking a few of the shining clips into my hair. "His Royal Highness will be pleased." Dread filled me as I realized all this work was just to pretty me up for Aldrin. "He's here?" I asked. "He's requested that you join him this morning and expressed a desire to introduce you to court life." In other words, welcome to hell. But it would be wise to take advantage of every opportunity. If I had to dress up to keep appearances, surely I could play nice for a while. I just needed to lay low and learn as much as I could, so when the time came to escape, I'd be ready. After that, His Royal Highness could kiss my ass. Aldrin waited for me at the foot of the staircase, this time in a cool gray suit with a blue scarf. He took my hand and placed it on the crook of his elbow. "That's the proper way for a princess to walk with me. And I can tell you have princesses just lining up for the privilege," I said, gesturing to the long, icy corridor. We were alone, save for a few servants who hurried past, and they kept close to the walls. I went along with Aldrin, my heeled leather boots withstanding the icy floor better than the slippers John Quill had given me. It's poor manners to court more than one princess at a time. He led me through the corridor and into a dining room. It was a large room with a high vaulted ceiling and a massive rectangular table, meant to seat at least 40. Aldrin dropped his arm and pulled out a chair. "Sit, girl." I bristled and took my seat. Without warning, Aldrin pushed my chair roughly in, so the bottom of my ribcage nearly touched the polished wood. He sat to my right, at the head of the table. I waited for someone else to arrive, but when the servants entered, they only placed plates and wine glasses before Aldrin and me. "So if you're the prince, where are the king and queen?" "Elsewhere," he said. That was helpful. "So I was right about your mommy issues, was I?" His gaze darkened, and he seized my wrist. I expected him to drag me from my chair, but instead, he carefully lowered his head and kissed the underside of my wrist. My chest fluttered, caught off guard by the unexpected gesture. "I am not a very patient man, Yarrow," he murmured. "Don't test me." I jerked my hand away. "No surprise there, patience is a virtue, and it's quite clear you're lacking in those. I figured that out when you locked me up for, God forbid, bumping into you in a parking lot." A servant filled my wine glass with a pale, bubbly substance. I took a heavy gulp, grimacing at the sour taste. I'd only ever taken a few sips of wine in my life, sticking instead with fruity wine coolers, and now I remembered why. But the drink had a sweet aftertaste, and I realized it was some kind of dry cider. When the food was brought, it wasn't what I expected. Before all this began, my breakfast was usually a granola bar or, if it had been a good week for tips, a tall iced coffee from Starbucks that was saturated with free creamers and sugar. In prison, breakfast was a cup of juice, a slice of bread, a handful of fruit, and a teaspoon of butter. More than I usually ate for breakfast, but the prison hadn't offered lunch, so I ate every bit. This was something else entirely. Servants brought platters filled with grilled salmon, ham, and turkey. There were 6 different kinds of cheese, 10 different kinds of jam, and a basket overflowing with biscuits. English muffins and fresh loaves of what might be something close to French bread. A cup of strong black tea was placed before me, and a bowl of white yogurt topped with blackberries and raspberries. My mouth watered. This was more food than I'd ever seen in my life. "What, no coffee?" I joked, before digging in. A small part of me remembered being a poor college student who would have frowned at the lavish display of wealth and privilege. This was way too much food for just 2 people. But another selfish and new part of myself wanted to eat it all. Prison food had been so bland, and the last few days I'd only received simple meals in my room. "You could do with putting on some weight," Aldrin said. "You look like a good gust of wind could knock you over." "Whose fault is that?" I glared at him, but didn't speak the words. I didn't want to risk getting sent back to my room without breakfast. Not until I'd eaten my fill, and I knew Aldrin would be quick to deprive me of the pleasure if given cause. I glanced at the silver cutlery. I'd seen Titanic, so I knew to start and work my way in. It took all my resolve not to tear into the yogurt, while more food was added to my plate. Beside me, Aldrin took a sip of his cider, seemingly unbothered by the dry bitterness. I shoved a wedge of cheese in my mouth, chewing it hungrily.
"You're supposed to put it on bread," Aldrin said, "and spread jam over it."
I glanced at Aldrin and found him making a glorified sandwich out of salmon, half a biscuit, and jam. I swallowed the cheese, which left a faintly nutty aftertaste. "I'm really hungry," I replied, reaching across the table for a stack of crepes, sprinkled with cream and cardamom.
"That's no excuse for having the manners of a street urchin," he said.
Point taken. I took a crystal-handled knife and dipped it into a jar of blueberry jam and spread it on bread. "So," I said, with a sense of defeat, "you're going to teach me how to be a princess? Maybe start with how to control my wings. Not very regal if they get in the way while I'm stuffing my face, and Hrith didn't know how." The wings weren't cold this morning, as they often were, adding to my theory that Aldrin could somehow control the temperature of the room around me. But they were still a nuisance. Even now, they were crushed awkwardly against the back of my chair. I tilted my hips forward and straightened my spine, trying for a more comfortable position.
"She wouldn't. Wings are royal magic. Why would my maid know about them?"
"So I'm stuck depending on you for all my answers? This would surely end well."
"One of my responsibilities," Aldrin said slowly, "is to help you discover your powers."
"And?" He took a bite of salmon and bread and chewed with a slowness that I suspected was deliberate. "I suppose you've no intention of teaching me," I said.
"No, I'll teach you, when you're ready to learn. But it won't be pleasant."
I shoved the bread covered in mint-flavored jam and smoky rosemary salmon in my mouth. The flavors melted on my tongue in the perfect blend of sweetness and saltiness. I had forgotten just how pleasant food could be, and even before I'd been imprisoned, salmon had been way more expensive than I could afford. "In that case," I swallowed, "great job tempering my expectations." Nothing about Aldrin was pleasant. Well, almost nothing. He had a handsome face and striking eyes. His hair was nice, too, as sleek and dark as a raven's wing. I glanced at him from beneath my eyelashes. He wore a high-collared shirt, but it was unbuttoned to his clavicle. I saw the barest hint of his chest rising and falling. He seemed to grow more handsome each time I looked. It was a pity that his personality was so grating. "I don't need it to be pleasant," I said, this time with conviction. "I get it. This is who I am now. I have responsibilities and I'm way behind. Whatever it takes, I'm ready." Aldrin nodded, then twisted his wrist, curling his fingers. Ice blossomed in the palm of his hand, crystallizing into a delicate petaled rose. He closed his fingers over it. Ice crackled and burst apart in a flurry of heavy, downy snow. Aldrin opened his hand again and with a soft puff of his breath, sent the snow dancing through the air, where it briefly took the shape of a ballerina before dissolving again.
Elemental magic is difficult to master, especially when you endeavor to learn it at such an advanced age as yours. I'll need to be rigorous with your education.
But the Fae live for centuries. I'm still young by my standards.
Much of it involves sitting still and paying attention. Talents the human world has strenuously tried to rid you of. The rest is mostly instinctual and personal. It manifests at a young age in unique ways, aligned with one's court.
Shouldn't Dahlia be the one to teach me then? His lips twitched, and instead of answering, he changed the subject.
During your stay, you will accompany me everywhere I go. You will watch and learn without pestering me constantly with your insane questions.
I stared at him. Everywhere? He sipped his cider and raised an eyebrow, giving me a beautiful and poised look of condescension. The expression reminded me vaguely of the mayor back in Port St. Joan, whose default expression was smug jackass. "Are you deaf?" he asked. "Or just willfully stupid?" My face burned. I'm not stupid. It was a question seeking clarification. "I hadn't realized you'd want me to watch you piss, but if you insist, I suppose I've no choice but to obey, Your Royal Highness." Sharp pain burst through my wrist. I jumped and pushed down my sleeve. A large red spot marred my skin. I stared at him, half sure that he'd hurt me, but not clear on exactly how he'd done it. "Language," he hissed. "If you cannot speak like a princess, I'll discipline you." "Like I'm a toddler?" I asked, rubbing my wrist. "No, like a pet." I dug my nails into the palms of my hands. It wouldn't be wise to goad him on because I didn't doubt he'd do it, but I couldn't stand his arrogant self-assurance. Aldrin remained silent, his blue eyes watchful. He looked like a predator preparing to pounce, and I didn't like the position that put me in. I pressed my hands against the table and pushed hard, using all my weight to move the heavy chair. My wings ached as they were forced against the wooden back of the chair. I stood and brazenly met his gaze. When I stormed past him, he rose suddenly and seized my arm with bruising force. I clenched my jaw as he twisted me around. My back struck the table, and he pressed himself against me, his eyes blazing with fury. "I don't recall giving you permission to leave," he hissed. My heart beat so fiercely that my chest ached. I twisted my caught wrist and tried to pry his fingers off me, but his grip only tightened. "I don't need your permission. In case you've forgotten, I'm a princess now. I don't have to do what you say." "Considering my claim on you, I think you do. Don't forget, princess, that I own you." "Go to hell," I growled. "I didn't ask for you to court me, or whatever this is, and I will never marry you." "And yet, here you are." I laughed incredulously. "I'm here because your company is only slightly more appealing than being murdered for sport. Congratulations, Aldrin." Dull, throbbing pain spread through the side of my face. Belatedly, I realized that he'd backhanded me. "How dare you!" I snapped, shoving a hand against his chest. "How dare I?" he snarled, his expression feral. "I think I'm well within my rights. Haven't I ensured that you have a nice room, a warm bed, and good clothes, and a very nice breakfast, which you seem entirely ungrateful for?" "You don't get credit for showing basic courtesy when hosting a guest. Were you expecting me to fawn over you in gratitude after you caused all this? After you imprisoned me?" Aldrin shoved me back against the table and dropped my wrist. I clenched my jaw against the throbbing pain. I knew I should back down, but somehow he brought out the worst in me. So instead, I grabbed a palmful of yogurt and flung it at him, splattering his face and jacket. He licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with a murderous look. "Guard!" he snapped. An armored guard clad in silvery armor and a pale blue cloak approached. He was so tall and wide, he'd barely fit through the entrance. "Your Royal Highness," he greeted, bowing lowly. His eyes widened when he saw Aldrin's appearance, but he kept his eyes on the ground. My pulse jumped. I shouldn't have goaded him on. I should have been quiet. Whatever Aldrin had planned for me, it wouldn't be good. I silently gathered my scraps of bravery around me so I wouldn't apologize or beg for mercy. "Princess Noel seems quite determined to remain odious, and I don't think she's particularly fond of my company. So perhaps we ought to indulge her preferences. I wouldn't want to deny a guest, after all." "What, you're going away?" I asked, the words coming out weaker than I wanted. "Torture us." He smiled darkly, wiping the yogurt off his face and neck with a folded napkin. "I can assure you, it will be." 10. After months in prison, I thought I'd gotten used to confinement, but Aldrin proved me wrong. I didn't know exactly what the function of this room was, but it was small, cramped, and dark. Maybe a small linens closet. I sat in the corner with my knees pulled up to my chest, trying to stay warm. My face still hurt where Aldrin had struck me, but the pain became fainter until it was just a muted throbbing. It was impossible to say how much time had passed, but when my stomach started rumbling again, anxiety blossomed like a black rose. The ice from the walls and floor began to seep through the thick fabric of my dress. My wings felt frail and thin, and the cold became an active presence, lingering along my skin with a dull stabbing sensation. Every hour or so, I stood to stretch, touching the ceiling and the walls, rubbing my limbs to keep the blood moving. But each time it was harder to rouse myself, and eventually, I gave in to the heavy sedation as my pulse slowed. Part of me felt like if I moved too quickly, my limbs would crack and splinter apart. What if he forgets I'm here? That probably wouldn't happen. I had a feeling that he enjoyed tormenting me too much to let me die. It was really almost like being back in the Fae prison, and I'd survived that. Surely I could handle Aldrin. But had I survived prison? Really? Or had I gone mad and lost my mind? Maybe I was still there. Ember had warned me about the dangers of prolonged solitary confinement. I shuddered when I remembered the time I'd spent locked up. The handcuffs that bit into my skin. The wounds around my wrists that never quite healed. The way Borealis threatened to tear me apart if Aldrin decided he was bored with me. I'd been so afraid of everything, but mostly of losing myself to my baser instincts, intent on bare survival at all costs. In the darkness, the memories replayed vividly, almost as if I was watching a movie projector. When the door finally opened, I winced at the light spilling in. Aldrin's figure looked dark, framed by the light and the ice of his castle. I glared at him. He chuckled, the sound warmer than I expected. "It seems I've found an angry field mouse in my closet." I said nothing. My sharp tongue had been frozen in place. I got it now. It was him or no one. Aldrin had proven that he could hurt me. He'd use anything I cared about to keep me in check, and if that wasn't enough, he'd just lock me up again. There had to be something I could use against him. Surely there was something or someone he loved, but I wouldn't learn anything buried away in a closet. My stomach growled, the sound so loud that heat rushed to my face. Strange how sitting and doing nothing for hours builds one's appetite. How many hours had it been? "I just have one thing I want us to do together, and then we'll have a nice dinner." Doesn't that sound lovely? Why was he suddenly being so nice? It was probably a trick, but when he extended his hand, I took it and let him help me to my feet. The promise of food and space was too alluring to ignore, and company as much as I hated to admit it. Being alone with my thoughts was nearly more than I could bear. He put my hand in the crook of his elbow and led me down the stairs. When I stood close to him, I didn't feel as cold. He was probably messing with the temperature just to torment me. I kept quiet and let the newfound semi-warmth seep the coldness from my limbs. "Don't you want to know what we're doing?" he asked. I bit the inside of my cheek, unsure if this was a trap of some kind. "I don't really care," I admitted. "A little more enthusiasm would be welcome," Aldrin replied. "Is it better than the closet? If so, consider me enthused." He paused by a doorway, grabbing a thick wool coat for himself and a heavy robe for me. I rubbed the soft fur across my face, wrapping it around me like a blanket. I was about to say thank you when he opened the door and an icy chill ran down my neck. "We're going outside?" I asked. "We'll be quick," Aldrin said, holding the door open for me. "I promise." As we left the palace and crossed the courtyard, I gazed longingly at the wide grounds covered in thick and downy snowbanks. Living in Port St. Joan, snow was rare and usually just a few spitting flurries, if that. But when I was a little girl, I'd seen snow, somewhere. I furrowed my brow and tried to remember where Mom had taken me. My chest ached. I longed to have Ashley around. She'd always had a comforting effect on me. She somehow knew exactly what to say to make people feel better. Or she had. I didn't know if Ashley and I were even still friends, or if I'd driven a permanent wedge between us. A small part of me dreaded seeing her again. Her rejection would just be too much right now. Maybe Ember then. I hadn't known her that long, and I knew I couldn't really anticipate sympathy from her, but she might have some idea of how to get out of this mess. I wondered what she was doing right now. Had she learned anything new about Jonquil, or what really happened with her mother?
"The weather is nice,"
Aldrin said, placing his hands behind his back. Now he wants to make small talk? It was enough to jolt me out of my own thoughts, however. And he wasn't wrong. We seemed to be crossing through a park of some kind with rugged bushes and small yellow blossoms pushing out from the snow. White statues made of ice gave it a timeless European feeling. Above us, the black peaks of the jagged mountains were silhouetted by the fading light. And through the dark trees, I could see the gilded tops of buildings and what looked like streetlights. I glanced at him through the corner of my eye. The winter sunlight and the gray sky made Aldrin's skin look even paler and left silvery blue glints in his dark hair. His lips bore the nearest hint of a smile. He was in a good mood. I could never remember him being in a good mood before, except when he was trying to make me miserable. Maybe it was just the calm before the storm. He's trying to get my guard down and savoring whatever cruel surprise he has in store for me. But even knowing that didn't dampen my desire to keep him happy, so he wouldn't make me cold and miserable again. Or lock me in a closet which brought all the worst memories of prison rushing up like piranhas. And I was still so hungry that my stomach felt like it might resort to eating itself. But there wasn't any shame in keeping my captor happy, so he remained pleasant, right? Gradually, I realized we were moving up, cutting through several steep stairwells between buildings before emerging on a path leading up the side of one of the mountains. I frowned after Aldrin as his long legs strode easily up the incline, but didn't complain. This time, he'd given me warm boots at least, and the heavy robe. The exercise was enough to keep away the worst of the cold, and it felt good to stretch my legs. Soon I was breathing heavily and almost sweating beneath the cloak. He stopped on a narrow bridge, lined with statues, that stretched over a thin crevice in the dark stones, surrounded by burrows and caves, each with a unique decorative portcullis and lit with flickering torches. I stopped next to him, leaning over the guardrail to catch my breath and admire the sweeping view. We were directly above the palace, a few hundred feet maybe. Behind us, a frozen waterfall glistened, reflecting the pink and orange colors of the setting sun. The sprawling city below was marked by a handful of palaces and castles made of stone and ice, and the bridges that crossed a central river lined with green pine trees and holly bushes. Aldrin dropped his arm and pulled his cloak from his shoulders. His wings unfurled behind him, snapping out like a switchblade. I'd only seen the indistinct shape of them before, a vague smoky outline with the merest hint of dark blue. Now, they were in sharp focus. They reminded me of bat wings almost, but lined with a soft blue fur like velvet.
"You were right," he said, stretching his neck. "We should focus on your wings. Though it gave me some pleasure to see you clumsily stumbling about, running into things, that simply won't work for a royal princess. Magic is who we are, and your wings are part of you now, not some foreign body."
"What are you saying?" I asked. He turned to look at me, the familiar smirk back in place.
"I'm going to teach you how to fly,"
he said. A nervous fluttering awoke inside my chest, followed by a cold dread that stretched through me. The view became suddenly dizzying as I realized what he intended to do. He was going to throw me off the bridge. Then he could tell everyone the frail human couldn't take the pressure and jumped to her death, poor thing. Couldn't we maybe start from the ground?
First rule of flying. Fairy wings might look glamorous, but it takes a lot of strength and effort to get off the ground. It's much easier to use them to slow your descent. Although, most fae are sturdy creatures, and it's often faster to drop from a height without them.
I don't think I'm up for that, I said, glancing down below us.
Exactly. So, this.
But what if I fall?
Oh, you definitely will. The trick is to fall slowly. Oh, you definitely will. The trick is to fall slowly.
He flapped his wings, pumping them until he was a few feet off the ground, and then rotated his shoulders back. The wings spread out wider, and he hovered in place for a moment before gliding gently down again.
Besides, I have it on good authority that humans pay good money for thrills like this.
Only the dumb ones, I grumbled, looking out over the bridge again. The sharp spires of the palace glinted like daggers directly below.
You asked for this, didn't you? He said flippantly. I'd think someone so interested in biology would find the whole process fascinating.
I know, I just need a second, I replied.
You can't learn to fly by thinking it through. You've got to feel the wind beneath your wings.
Thanks, Hallmark, I mumbled. Aldrin took a step towards me, standing so close that I had to crane my neck up to meet his cold blue eyes.
Just trust me, he murmured.
I'd be a fool to trust him. When Aldrin exhaled, his breath emerged in a puff that felt cool against my face. But when he took my hands in his, my heart raced, and all my protests died in my throat.
Take a deep breath in, he said,
his voice wrapping around me like a warm blanket.
And focus on me.
I swallowed hard. His eyes were such a brilliant silver blue. Meeting his gaze was like looking into the center of a storm. It was as if thick mist descended over my thoughts, kicking out any and all reasoning. I only dimly noticed that Aldrin had dropped my right hand. He pressed a finger against my belly and slowly trailed it up my abdomen, pausing just beneath my breasts. I should have been upset about that, but I wasn't.
Let the air gather in your chest, he whispered, and hold it there. Spread your toes and your fingers apart. Now, do the same with your wings.
The mist, which had settled over my thoughts, cleared. I remembered being a little girl taking ballet lessons with the babysitter. I remembered going onto the tips of my toes, one hand held lightly around the edge of the table as I forced myself up higher. Muscles in my back twitched as I tried to figure out how to access my wings. I held my breath, straining my neck until I felt my wings flare out to the sides, like Aldrin's had done.
Very good, he said. Now step off the edge and let gravity take you. It'll be scary at first. The air will challenge your wings to buckle and fold. Focus only on resisting.
I wanted to refuse, but after everything I'd been through recently, a small part of me was determined to see this through. I couldn't back down now. I couldn't stay afraid forever. I took a deep breath and swept forward off the ledge, letting gravity take me. For a tantalizing moment, my wings held their shape, and I felt the thin material drag against the rising wind. Then, I looked down. The other bent awkwardly, spinning me into a circle. I recovered, flaring my wings and gliding a few dozen paces forward, rushing over the palace. My heart pounded as I fell swiftly between the illuminated towers, realizing I had no idea how to change direction or slow my momentum, which seemed to be growing. The best I could do was kick my legs to keep from smashing into a hard surface, tumble away gracefully, and throw my arms out until I flipped over to face the ground again. But it was all happening so quickly. The lights below were rushing up and my shoulders felt like they were on fire.
"Spread your fingers," Aldrin shouted, swooping just below me. "Imagine pushing them against the ground."
Despite my panic, I did as commanded, stretching my fingers as widely as possible and bracing myself for impact. The rushing wind grew quieter in my ears, and when I looked out, I could feel my wings fully extended, like the wings of a small plane. We were still about 20 feet off the ground, but I wasn't spiraling or falling out of control. Now, it felt like being on a hot air balloon. I laughed, joy bubbling from my throat. The muscles in my back and my wings moved as if by instinct, as if I'd discovered some long-lost part of myself. My blood hummed beneath my veins, and despite all he'd put me through, I grinned at Aldrin. "I did it," I said.
"So you did," he smirked, and gave everyone walking across the courtyard a peek up your skirt.
I glanced again at the ground and realized a small crowd had gathered below to watch us land. For a second, everything stopped. My face was on fire. All my instincts seemed to abandon me, and I dropped suddenly. A scream tore from my throat, and I plunged towards the ground. The wind whipped through my hair and pulled at my clothing. The muscles in my back flitted wildly, but I didn't slow down this time. I struck a snowdrift, gasping as the sudden cold swept through me. My bare legs felt encrusted by ice up to my thighs. Suddenly, a strong arm wrapped around my waist and my wings were crushed against something soft. Belatedly, I realized it was Aldrin's heavy wool and fur-trimmed coat. His chuckle reverberated through my wings as he carried me to the road and slowly lowered me to the ground again.
"Now we know, Yarrow, you fold under the least provocation."
"You did that on purpose," I grumbled, teeth chattering. "You distracted me."
"Oh, I did. But you shouldn't let yourself be so easily ruffled. What are you going to do if someone insults you during a magical duel and you lose focus? You'll find yourself frozen in ice or burned alive."
Glaring, I shook the ice out of the folds of my gown, pulling the cloak tighter around my shoulders. Snow had fallen down the collar of my dress, but I had too much dignity to fish it out with him standing there.
"Shall we go to dinner now?" he asked.
I thought about telling him exactly what he could do with his dinner, but my stomach growled incessantly.
"Yes," I muttered. "That would be nice."
The days fell into a familiar pattern. Hrith dressed me each morning, and I joined Aldrin for breakfast. If I was reasonably polite, he made me follow him around all day and do whatever he wanted. Most of the time, it was torturously boring. I sat in his office and watched him fill out paperwork, keeping quiet as he met with a billion different servants from half a dozen different estates, and tried to keep my temper in check when he flicked bits of ice at me or made the room so cold that I shivered. If I made him angry, he'd lock me in the damn closet. Sometimes it happened for even the mildest of offenses, like a dirty look or letting my mind wander. I suspected sometimes he just wanted to put me away, like a toy he was tired of playing with. Escape was impossible. But on my third visit, I found a small lantern, a dish of snacks, and a few books to pass the time. I suspected Hrith, as I still had barely spoken to any of the other servants. Sometimes I'd find small tokens in my pockets or waiting outside my bedroom. Gifts, I'd assumed. I didn't know who they were from, but somehow they made me feel less alone. But one morning, Hrith arrived with a seamstress who set to work literally sewing me into a dress. It was a beautiful garment, made of all feathers. The low-cut neckline was rimmed with gray and white, and the seamstress kept the bodice tight in an effort, I assumed, to make me look bigger than a bee cup. At my waist, the dress flared out into a heavy skirt of white feathers that slowly became a brilliant orange towards the hem. The dress was sleeveless, and even though Hrith added a long trailing cloak of pale brown feathers over my shoulders, I doubted it would keep me warm enough. The whole extravagant ensemble looked out of place among the simple blue fabrics and glass beads that everyone seemed to wear in the January court. This costume looked more like something I'd expected Queen Jonquil to wear, although she'd have definitely opted for a brighter color. I'd become sick of wearing baby blue, so the muted natural colors were a pleasing change, until I realized how much this looked like a bridal gown. "I'm not marrying him, am I?" I asked. In this?" I felt like I might vomit. Surely he couldn't just force me into wedlock, could he? That horrifying notion hadn't occurred to me yet, but the Fae seemed to thrive on bending the rules. Hrith dismissed the seamstress with a wave of her hand. This dress is made to resemble a snow bunting, the symbol of the January court. You have important guests today, and His Royal Highness would like to make sure you look nice to greet them. Guests? My heart leapt into my throat, wondering who had finally bothered to come check up on me. Maybe I could tell someone how badly Aldrin had been treating me. Surely it would reflect poorly on Dahlia to let another court abuse her new princess. If I could just gain an ally, maybe they'd be able to carry a message, at least. His Royal Highness is a very kind master, Hrith said, once you've gotten to know him. Oh, I think I know him plenty. I glared at her in the mirror, scrunching my nose to draw attention to my bruised eye. The purple bruise had faded, and she managed to cover the rest up with more glittery makeup, gold this time. Hrith looked towards the door and beckoned for me. I took a deep breath and followed her to the dining hall as usual. As expected, Aldrin was there, but he'd been removed from his usual place at the head of the table. He had 2 guests. Selin, the December King, had taken Aldrin's usual place. To Selin's right, there sat a tall, stately woman with thick, dark hair and piercing pale blue eyes. Her low-cut, dark blue velvet dress and silver crown gave her a look of elegant sophistication, though by appearances, she seemed about my age. I felt like I might have seen her when the Fae Council met, but I wasn't sure. Princess Noel, Hrith announced. Selin and Aldrin both stood, bowing to me. Briefly, I considered sitting beside the woman, but I knew Aldrin wouldn't like that. The servants arrived with food and drink, and by now I'd learned something about proper eating etiquette. I went first for the cup of fruit-laden yogurt, taking delicate spoonfuls. I wondered if Aldrin had purposefully chosen to meat over a meal. The more I ate, the less I'd be able to speak. "You look quite lovely this morning, my lady," Selin said. "Thank you, Your Majesty," I replied. "And I don't believe you've been properly introduced yet. My radiant wife, Ira," Selin said. The woman smiled and raised her wine glass in a small toasting gesture. "A pleasure to be properly introduced to you. Prince Aldrin has told us so much about you." I wondered exactly how much he'd left out in his discussion of me. "I'm sure that Prince Aldrin gave me far more praise than I deserve," I replied. If I hadn't known how much of a jerk Aldrin was, I probably would have fallen for the bright, gentle smile he offered me. "You know the Fae are unable to lie, Noel. I can assure you that any praise I gave you was well earned." "But tell us," Ira said, as she spread a thin layer of honey over a muffin. "What are your interests, Noel? My dear Selin has a particular fondness for humans, so we are more, curious about human ways than most." I wondered with growing dread what she meant exactly by particular fondness. Selin grinned. "Yes, humans create such marvelous things. I'm quite impressed with your technology." The December King said the word slowly, sounding as if he wasn't really used to it. "Were you skilled with it?" "I guess. I am a student, so I use a computer sometimes. I had a phone, until someone broke it." Selin and Ira both leaned forward, their gazes alight with such interest that a nervous laugh bubbled from my throat. I felt vaguely like I'd just entered a job interview with a pack of wolves, who I was desperately trying to impress with my proficiency in Microsoft Word. "I mean, I was a student," I said, clearing my throat. "Before prison." Selin's gaze snapped to Aldrin. "Yes, that. A regrettable mistake, wasn't it, to treat an Equinox princess so disgracefully?" "One I'm working to remedy," Aldrin said, his expression contrite. "Very admirably so," I added, even though I hated myself for it. It'll just be like a performance. Play the role of pretty, content Princess Noel. Get him to let his guard down. Wait for an opening. If I kept Aldrin happy, he might not take it out on me later. As we all should, Selin said. I shudder to think what could have happened. To have a royal fae fight in the trials, why, you could have been killed. He sounded so genuinely bothered by this fact that my heart fluttered at that small shred of decency. If most of the fae were like Selin, there was no way one of them could just kill me, not without being ostracized. But what if being ostracized was a risk Dahlia was willing to take? She didn't seem eager to conform to social niceties, and I suspected being one of the 4 main courts made her even less concerned with appearances. John Quill had said that Dahlia didn't like to keep useless things around, so I just had to find a way to become useful, without marrying a fae prince, if at all possible. Has Aldrin been helping you adapt to fae life? Ira asked, her gaze soft. I studied Aldrin for a reaction, but he seemed suddenly absorbed in slicing up a hard-boiled egg. This was a test, I realized, of whether or not I could behave myself, if he could trust me in public. If I let anything slip, who knows how long it would be before he allowed me to visit with company again. I couldn't risk telling these people about how much I hated it here, not with him right there at the table. And if I embarrassed Aldrin, he was sure to make me pay for it later. Thus far, all he'd done was lock me in a closet and make sure I was freezing cold, but I had no doubt he could come up with something much worse, and I would never be able to escape if he decided to take what little freedom I had away as punishment. As nice as Selin and Ira seemed, it wasn't safe to show my hand yet, and I knew that one wrong move would make either Aldrin or Dahlia furious with me. And who was to say that the December court was any better? Their eagerness was unnerving, and for all I knew, they thought of humans as amusing pets, or viruses to be studied under a microscope. We've been working on flying and administrative matters, I replied, realizing I'd yet to respond to Ira's question. Prince Aldrin has been teaching me a great deal about being a royal fae. I'm glad to hear it, Selin said. That is precisely what we'd hoped for, Noel. It is the council's desire that you settle into your position as a proper princess to the house you choose. Although he has been hiding you away, perhaps that's for the best, so you can adjust without all the bothers of the other major courts. Although my gaze remained on Selin, I could feel the heat of Aldrin's gaze burning into me like a piece of hot iron. It took me a moment to work out the implied insult. The January court was one of the lesser houses, which made him a lesser prince. Ouch. I wasn't surprised the Fae King had brought up marriage, but I wondered what Selin's agenda was, and whether he approved of Aldrin courting me. I forced a benevolent smile. So do I, Your Majesty. You look the part, Ira said. You're quite a beautiful princess. Frith does excellent work, I replied. Anyone would look beautiful from her efforts. I think it's more than that, Selin said. If it's not too bold of me to say. Not in the slightest, Ira said, slyly eyeing me over her cup of tea. The two of them looked at me with expressions I couldn't quite decipher. I felt as though they were playing a game far beyond my understanding, but I suspected they found me amusing. And not in a good way. After breakfast, Selin and Ira stayed for another hour, talking with Aldrin about upcoming balls and galas. It seemed that all the Fae did was throw extravagant parties. They mentioned several people I'd never heard of, so many that I was quickly lost in the chorus of names and titles. When Selin finally apologized and admitted that the stay had run long, Aldrin and I accompanied the December monarchs to the entrance of the manor. A carriage, led by a pair of white ferrets, waited below the steps. I just barely kept my jaw from dropping. Had I really gotten used to being a tiny fae that I'd forgotten that this diminutive size wasn't normal?
"Do you like them?" Selin asked, sounding proud. "We imported them from the mortal realm. They're not as efficient as mortal means of travel, of course, but I find them quite adequate."
"Mortals must devise quicker means of travel," Ira said. "Their lives are so short." Both Selin and Ira looked at me as though I was the expert who ought to have something really intelligent to say, but all I could think about was that the albino weasels looked like they could crush us in their jaws. "They're lovely," I replied. "And, we're working on it?" Selin nodded, looking pleased.
"I thought you'd appreciate that."
"It was a pleasure to see you again," Ira said.
"Indeed,"
Selin agreed. The December King bowed, and taking my hand, he placed a light kiss to my knuckles, his beard soft against my hand. I smiled. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ira came next and enveloped me in a quick but enthusiastic hug. "I look forward to seeing you again." I wondered if the Fae couldn't lie rule also applied to empty pleasantries. "Me too," I replied. I pulled away, but her embrace lingered, and she slipped something discreetly into my palm. "A little gift," she whispered. "A princess should not be dependent on a suitor for her welfare. From what I've gathered, you were moved here rather quickly. In my opinion, Dahlia should have better prepared you before allowing you to be courted so intensely." I tucked it into my pocket and nodded my thanks. After bidding farewell to Aldrin, Selin and Ira went to their waiting carriage. I watched, alongside Aldrin in the entryway, until the couple was gone. Finally, Aldrin took a deep breath and relaxed his shoulders. "Do they come often?" I asked.
"No," he replied, a hint of bitterness creeping into his voice. "Despite living in the next estate over, the cardinal courts always think they're too good for the rest of us."
I arched an eyebrow and tried to figure out why they'd come today then. All they seemed to do was gossip. "They came for me, didn't they?" He nodded.
"To see how you were settling in. The Fae consider you a curiosity. You're a new, shiny object that they all want to meet. As rulers of the Winter Court, I couldn't refuse them a visit, and undoubtedly there's been some pressure from the other royals to evaluate your position."
"I thought they wanted to kill me," I replied. Aldrin smiled cruelly.
"Some of them do. Make no mistake of that."
"I haven't seen any proof of that from anyone," I said, despite all the warnings.
"Only because I've never left you exposed. Why do you think I demand you stick close to me whenever we're outside the palace? For my own amusement?"
That was exactly what I'd thought. It had never crossed my mind that his presence might be a deterrent to anyone. I stared at him, suddenly unsure. But no, this was just him playing mind games. He was a control freak, and if his presence genuinely deterred some threats, that was just a coincidence. If the solstice and equinox courts think they're too good for everyone else, why did Dahlia agree to this? I asked, waving a vague hand toward his palace. One of the lesser kingdoms. Aldrin frowned and looked as though he was deliberating something.
"Let's just say she accepted a gift that she shouldn't have,"
he said smoothly. My palms began to sweat under his gaze. Had he seen Ira slip me something? Was he warning me?
"I arguably had a claim," he continued slowly. "I found you and put you in prison. This has led to some malicious rumors against my person and my court. It would only be fair for me to have an opportunity to correct my mistake."
"And the best way to do that is to force me into marriage?" I asked.
"I'm not forcing you," Aldrin replied. "The other Fae princes, they will be charming and willful in their pursuit of you. If given half a chance, they'd bury you in chocolate and roses. Dahlia probably wasn't eager to be defending her kingdom against grand romantic gestures. Bids for attention would grow in number and complexity until it became nearly a war of violence to entrap you in a contract through whatever means necessary. The Fae love a competition, but they hate to lose. So you're protecting me? I asked, doubtfully. He gestured toward the open door and winked. You're here, aren't you? Do you see any chocolate and roses, any grand romantic gestures? I rest my case. I rolled my eyes, a smile playing on the edge of my lips. I knew Aldrin was probably kidding, but it seemed grossly unfair that I would somehow get stuck helping him pay penance for his misdeeds. He acted like he was doing me a favor, as if this was some glorious existence trapped in a frigid castle and gawked at by visitors. It was exactly like the prison, with slightly better food and absurdly nice decor. I'm protecting myself and looking out for my own interests, Aldrin said, as we stepped back inside. He smiled, but the expression was almost gentle this time. As should you. I can't keep the Fae at bay for long. In fact, there was another reason for King Selen's visit. When the snow melts, it is customary for the spring royals to visit the winter courts, officially heralding the change of power, as a show of goodwill. What's that got to do with us? I asked. He sighed. Apparently, we've been chosen to host the gathering.
11. Preparations began 2 weeks before the vernal equinox. The manor seemed warmer, and the servants were abuzz, emptying the cellars of centuries-old beer, evidently to meet the spring court's notorious love for alcohol. John Quill arrived first. It wasn't just her, though. She came with 6 knights, a handful of advisors, and a seemingly endless retinue of ladies-in-waiting. The unmarried April Queen came next, a beautiful creature, her soft face framed by sleek dark hair. Her deep forest green dress brought out the olive tone in her skin. She greeted me with a hug and sly eyes, before striding into the manor accompanied by a train of people. You've displeased her, Aldrin murmured, as the next carriage, pulled by 4 tree frogs, arrived. Pirouette's been trying to persuade me into marriage for decades now. She can have you, I replied. A pity. I was hoping you'd both duel to the death for the privilege of my hand, he replied. Maybe, if you taught me how to handle a sword, I'd be willing to indulge you, I said. Oh, is that what you wanted? I chuckled, and when Aldrin grinned at me, my heart skipped a beat. I'd have thought sex jokes beneath your princely dignity. You're so obviously a blushing virgin, I'm surprised you got the joke, he replied. You don't know that? I countered, feeling suddenly warm. Aldrin's smirk grew, and yet every time you're around me, your heartbeat quickens and the blood rushes to your face. I find it difficult to believe that you're accustomed to any amount of male attention. My face grew hot with his words, and a sort of eager, anxious warmth spread through me. Maybe his touch did send shivers down my spine and make my heart race, especially as of late. But I'd mostly managed to convince myself that it was just fear and hatred. At this moment, I wasn't so sure. A carriage door opened, and when it slammed shut, I broke my eyes away from Aldrin's. An icy gust blew past, and it was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over my head. There was something wrong with me. Very wrong. Aldrin had threatened my mother, was holding me against my will, and practically never allowed me a moment to myself. Even when he did leave me alone, Hrith was always with me. He'd hit me and insulted me and made me jump off a bridge. No amount of teasing or smiles could make up for that. So why was it becoming so much harder to hate him? Quickthorn emerged, his striking form clad in green and gold. He stepped from the carriage, followed by 2 women. I raised an eyebrow, as he took one in each arm. One was a slight blonde. The other was curvaceous with thick red hair that fell in curls past her waist. Both wore green dresses, which flickered as if they'd been made of iridescent scales. They all 3 looked surreal, like some cross between Marie Antoinette's court
and a boozy St. Patrick's Day parade. His sisters? I asked. Aldrin snorted. His harem. It took all my willpower to keep my jaw from dropping. I'd heard about polyamorous relationships, of course, but I'd never seen one, and I'd never heard anyone talk about them so casually. Evidently, they were more commonplace among the Fae. "Prince Aldrin! Princess Noel!" Quickthorn exclaimed. "What a pleasure!" I curtsied, and Aldrin smiled tightly. "These are my ladies. Peony," he nodded to the red-haired woman, "and Daphne." At home, bringing 2 dates to a party was a recipe for disaster, but no one else seemed to think this situation was weird. At least Quickthorn was transparent about it. "A pleasure," I said. "We've heard so much about you," Peony said, her green eyes distant, as if she was looking somewhere beyond me. "It is a pleasure to meet you at last. I can tell we're going to be fast friends." "Likewise," I replied. Daphne said nothing, but eyed me appraisingly. "Well," Quickthorn exclaimed jovially. Let's go. Where's the mead? That's the only reason I bother with these dreadful affairs." Aldrin put my hand on his arm. "Yes, let's. I have a new brew I think you'll like. Hints of coriander and apricot." "Shouldn't we greet the other guests?" I asked, glancing behind me at the row of carriages. "They'll find their own way." Aldrin shrugged. Indeed, most of the guests seemed to know their way around Aldrin's place better than I did. The royals ducked into rooms on the second floor to change or freshen up and found their way to the ballroom. It wasn't a ball, however. It felt more like a social gathering. Tables laden with food and drink were lined along the perimeter of the room. An orchestra played in one corner. Their music, loud and cheerful, reverberated along the crystal walls. Already Faye danced. I raised an eyebrow. Never had I seen a party begin so quickly or with so much enthusiasm. But then, I'd only ever been to a handful of parties, always at Ashley's behest. Aldrin and Quickthorn began discussing hops and polypin barrels, sampling a section of brews from small glasses. I grabbed the first cold bottle I could find, not fond of the taste, but eager to calm my anxiety. I hadn't seen this many people in months, and the noise was overwhelming, chatter and music pierced occasionally by a shriek of laughter. I felt like I was being watched, and finally found a woman eyeing me from across the room. She was dressed more casually than most, in a teal romper that revealed her long legs and an embroidered white blouse. She had a young face, and the outfit made her look adorable, but there was something ferocious under her beauty. I recognized her as the Fae in the oversized helmet I'd met at the ceremony, the one who'd suggested killing Astra. Her hair, which I'd thought was blonde at first but was actually a shade of cotton candy blue, was wrapped in coils and fastened with gold. "Who's that?" I asked Aldrin, tugging at his elbow. He glanced when I nodded my head. "Aoife," he said. "February Queen." I nodded, glancing around the room for more faces I recognized. Selin was December, so him, Aldrin, and Aoife made up the winter court. They were the hosts. Jonquil, Pirouette, and Quickthorn represented March, April, and May, the guests. Jonquil and Selin were the most important monarchs here, an equinox queen and a solstice king. Everyone else was probably minor royals, consorts or servants, apart from the entertainment. It was exhausting trying to keep track of it all, but I liked the idea of it. Winter, welcoming in the spring. The only problem was it meant that Dahlia wasn't invited, and technically, as a September princess, I wasn't supposed to be here either. I wasn't exactly eager for a reunion with Dahlia, but I knew she was the only one with the authority to get me out of here. My chest ached. It was mid-March. I'd last seen her in late December, maybe early January. Where had the time gone? All the days here seemed to blur together, making it impossible to keep track. Worse,
The realization that I'd been Aldrin's prisoner for months didn't fill me with alarm like it should have, and that worried me.
"Shall we?"
Aldrin asked. He offered his hand, and the twisted, incoherent jumble of my thoughts melted away like cobwebs as I accepted. Aldrin led me to the dance floor. My heart thundered against my ribs, and a shiver sparked through my fingertips. The orchestra started playing, and the crowd parted to watch us dance. It was like a fairy tale, or a horror movie. I just didn't know which one I was in. Aldrin put his hand on my hip. I didn't really know how to dance and wasn't fond of being touched. But when Aldrin pulled me against him, I did my best to move with him. He was fast, though, and I stumbled over my feet and the hem of my dress. Luckily, instead of one of the heavy, formal gowns, this time I'd been dressed in a lightweight pale blue dress with transparent sleeves and fabric blossoms in yellow, purple, and pink spreading around my neck and shoulders.
"I see I should have devoted some time to dance lessons. Maybe we'll remedy that now?"
I nodded, silently, and we spun on the dance floor. At first, I focused on the rhythm of the music and the space around me, but something strange happened after that. The more we danced, the less the outside world seemed to exist. It was only Aldrin and me and the music, dancing for what felt like an eternity. His eyes were so intense, they felt like chips of ice against my bare skin, but his hands sent a hot, thrilled feeling rushing through me. I could have danced forever, danced myself to death. "May I get in?" a young spring fae asked in a pink dress. "It would be my honor to dance with you, January Prince." The world snapped back into focus with a sudden, painful jolt. I blinked rapidly, unable to shake the feeling of disorientation from my eyes and limbs. The spring fae was a pretty, petite woman, but Aldrin sneered at her. I thought he might snap at her for interrupting us. "Actually," I said, "I think I really need a break." Aldrin slowly forced a smile and dropped my hands.
"Of course," he said. "Noel, why don't you get a drink and wait for me to finish?"
"Sure," I said. My throat really was dry, and now that we'd stopped dancing, I realized just how much my feet hurt. The fairy beer must be stronger than what I was used to. I went to the edge of the room and took a glass of water in hand. It was dark outside, but the lights in the ballroom were so bright I hadn't noticed. I watched Aldrin dance with the spring fae, beautiful and fair-haired. My fingers itched, and a nervous energy hummed through my veins. It was like I didn't know what to do if he wasn't breathing down my throat. I'd never liked parties, but standing alone felt unnatural in a way that it never had before. She whispered something in his ear and smiled, glancing at someone over her shoulder. The song ended, but instead of joining me, Aldrin turned on his heels and stormed away. I slowly set my drink aside. He was leaving. But why? I bit the inside of my cheek. He'd hate to be followed. Why do I care what he thinks? My breath shuddered. I ought to obey him, needed to obey him. As long as I kept him happy, he wouldn't lock me in a closet, make me go hungry, or hit me. But he had no right to do any of those things to me anyway. I clenched my jaw as a fiery feeling of rebellion rose inside me. Shoving aside my fears, I lifted my skirts and skipped across the ballroom. He moved quickly through the corridor, and I tread silently after him, slipping behind columns to remain hidden. He went down the stairs, and I crouched low against the top of the railing. As I gazed down, I found Jonquil. The Queen's arms were crossed. She and Aldrin spoke, but they were too far away for me to make out their exact words. Just as I was considering creeping closer, Aldrin waved upstairs, and Jonquil put her hand on the railing. They were coming back up. Why? He just went down. I was going to be in so much trouble over this. I darted into the room behind me, keeping low and silently praying they wouldn't see me. I found myself in a small sitting room. I recognized a similar setup to my quarters, which seemed to indicate that this was a bedroom. A large wardrobe rested in the corner. My breath caught in my throat as I slid open the doors. "If you'd answered my letters." Jonquil's voice was alarmingly close. Were they coming in? I didn't hesitate and tucked my legs inside, pulling the doors closed and trying to hide myself behind the fur-trimmed cloaks. Through the crack between the wardrobe doors, I could see that Jonquil entered with Aldrin close behind her. He shut and locked the door, then grabbed her wrist. I really hope they're not about to have sex. But neither Aldrin nor Jonquil went any further in the room, where I knew a large plush bed most certainly waited. "You have some gall, raising this issue in an open corridor where anyone can hear you," he hissed. "And sending that spring fae? Reckless, even for you. I have enough to worry about without my allies trying to sabotage my efforts." "If you're displeased with my behavior," Jonquil replied, "you ought to consider what's at stake. If I recall correctly, you approached me about this." "You still shouldn't have done it, Jonquil. You risk someone catching us." Aldrin flung himself into a nearby chair. He looked at Jonquil with a sort of haughty irritation, as if her presence was an unfathomable inconvenience. She remained standing, showing me her back and her slender, iridescent wings. "With so many guests, I doubt anyone will notice. Most of them will be occupied trying to curry favor with our new princess, which is an inconvenience I could have done without." "I didn't know she was a princess," Aldrin retorted. "And I seem to recall that you brought an inconvenience of your own into all of this." Jonquil's muscles grew taut, and her wings twitched. "Oh, did I strike a nerve? Do I need to recount all the times that your pride and sentiment were nearly the end of everything? Your devotion to this cause is far more suspect than mine." "I did my part," Jonquil snapped. "The throne needed to be claimed. You know what it cost me." I sucked in a sharp breath. Were they talking about her mother? Aldrin had said big things were at stake, but what were they? And how was the March Court involved? Whatever it was, I realized, it was dangerous. And this was more than just an illicit trust between royals. I felt the sudden urge to flee, but I couldn't leave without them catching me. My only hope was to remain hidden. "Do you expect sympathy from me?" Aldrin sneered. "She was a cruel tyrant who was leading your kingdom to ruin. That doesn't sound like a great loss to me. Quit being so emotional." Jonquil drew herself up straighter. She turned abruptly, storming away from Aldrin. My pulse jumped as she walked right towards me. Through the crack in the wardrobe, I saw the anger etched across her face. She halted mere inches before me, practically bristling with fury. Jonquil inhaled and let the breath out slowly, gathering herself. "She was still my mother. And you have no idea how difficult it is trying to weed out her corrupt supporters and to restore order. I worry every day that I'll find my throat slit by some extremist because of the corruption my mother allowed to flourish in our realm." When she spoke, Jonquil's voice vibrated with barely contained rage. "And thus far, you've not delivered on your promises. I feel as though one of us is contributing significantly more than the other." "I seem to recall an incident involving Queen Beryl's Knight Commander," Aldrin said coldly. "That was quite a significant contribution, wasn't it?" "Are you expecting gratitude for that botched assassination? We were nearly caught by your carelessness." I covered my mouth with my hand. Did Aldrin just admit to killing the Knight Commander? That was the crime Ember was framed for. But why would he go to all that trouble to help Jonquil take over her kingdom? Jonquil reached out, her palm resting on the doors of the wardrobe. My own breath seemed suddenly too loud. It seemed miraculous that Jonquil hadn't caught me already. I shifted lower, trying to hide myself better beneath a heavy, fur-lined coat. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions. But while Ember had always assumed Queen Beryl just wanted rid of her, it was beginning to look like she'd been set up by Jonquil. If so, Ember would be heartbroken when she found out. "Only because you wouldn't let me tie up your loose end," Aldrin said. "Maybe I should do it now." I recognized the cold expression on his face. It was the same one he'd leveled at me during breakfast, right before he'd hit me. "You'll leave Ember alone," Jonquil said. Her eyes sparked with fury, and an orange flame flickered along her arms, spreading to her fingertips.
"Only if she doesn't cause any trouble,"
Aldrin replied, darkly. My heart felt like it was lodged in my throat. Ember was in danger, and Aldrin was threatening her. I bit my lip, my fingers white. It was all I could do not to storm out of hiding and accuse them both. I had to find some way to warn her. "Even then," she said quietly, "or I'll melt this place to rubble."
"Please don't," Aldrin smirked. "We've just redone the carpets."
"You'd best weigh any decision regarding her very carefully, Aldrin."
"I weigh all of my decisions carefully. You should return to your retinue, Jonquil. They'll be missing you now."
Aldrin said nothing as the Queen swept past him. It was only the two of us now, and my pulse jumped. Why wasn't he leaving? A jolt of paranoia shot through me. Did he know I was here? Was he going to say something? He'd be furious if he found me watching him, eavesdropping on private conversations. I gulped. My knees shook. Logically, I knew that I ought to remain where I was, but the sudden urge to tumble out and confess everything surged through me. Maybe he wouldn't hurt me as badly if I was honest. But he doesn't know I'm here. How could he? Through the cracks in the wardrobe, I saw a glowing ember and caught the smell of smoke. My heart raced, wondering if Jonquil was already making good on her threats. But it was just Aldrin, smoking a thin cigar with hand-wrapped tobacco. When he climbed to his feet, I shivered, but then he turned away and left without a word. I waited for a few minutes before slipping out of the wardrobe and hurrying down the hall. I needed to get back to the party before I was caught. I darted back into the ballroom, but the party had shifted out into the garden. Wide open doors led straight onto the patio, with curving paths framed with yellow and pink roses, despite the light snow falling from above. The spring fae were making snowmen and jumping off the roof into thick piles of snow before heading back inside to warm up by the fire. "Princess!" Quickthorn boomed, sounding delighted. I forced a smile and joined him, my heart thudding in my chest. There were so many fae spread throughout the garden that I hadn't managed to find Aldrin yet. It was impossible to say if he'd noticed my absence. "Dance with me!" Quickthorn grinned roguishly. Without waiting for a response, he wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled me flush against him. I smelled honey and beer on his breath, and I read the drunkenness in his flushed face and bright eyes. But I let him lead me to the crowd of dancers, hoping that Aldrin would see us and assume I'd been with Quickthorn this whole time. Quickthorn spun me back through the garden doors and onto the dance floor where the music was louder. My skirts whirling around, the lights seemed to pulse and glow. Faye drifted back inside to cheer us on. Everyone was smiling, with pointy ears and bright teeth and fancy dresses, except one face, wearing a sullen expression. Aldrin wove his way through the crowd. Our eyes met, and his expression darkened. My skin crawled. He was angry, but did he know what I'd done? One way or another, I was sure I'd find out soon. 12. A week passed, and Aldrin said nothing about me sneaking into the wardrobe and eavesdropping on him and Jonquil. But something had changed. I didn't see him for several days, and then only in passing. He was supposed to be charming me, and yet he'd mostly left me in peace, apart from a few confusing, heart-racing interactions, which always seemed charged and volatile. Even so, I thought we'd almost been starting to get along before the party. After that, he'd shut down entirely, burying himself in work and expecting me to follow him around as silently as a ghost. For my part, I wasn't eager for another argument, but the shift in mood was killing me. Did he know I'd been spying on him? If so, was he waiting for me to admit my guilt, letting my fear and doubts linger until they ate me from the inside out? I traced a finger along the snow buntings, made of tiny glass beads, sewn on the skirt of my dress. Aldrin sat behind his desk, reading through a stack of correspondence. I hadn't been given anything to do, so I sat silently, my mind wandering. When did I become so submissive? Finally, I'd had enough of the quiet, simmering malice. Better to rip off the Band-Aid. I cleared my throat, the sound abnormally loud in the silence. Aldrin's eyes snapped to me. My heart raced. I winced. The urge to confess rose in my chest so strongly that I shivered with the force of it. It was completely irrational, but part of me still wanted to do it, afraid I'd walk into whatever trap Aldrin had set for me. Instead, I decided on a more subtle approach. "You're angry with me," I said at last.
"Have you just realized that?"
he said, without looking up from his paperwork. His voice was deceptively warm. "No, I've known," I replied, clasping my hands in my lap. "I just thought you'd tell me and not be such a damn child about it. Didn't want you to hurt me." Aldrin rose and he slowly walked towards me. He reminded me of a snow leopard stalking its prey, and his cold blue eyes seemed to hold me in place. My toes curled in my leather boots and my breath hitched.
"Just what?"
he purred. He placed his hands on the arm of my chair and leaned over me. His lips brushed against my temple, so hot that I gasped. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to fight against the tangle of emotions fighting for dominance inside of me. But unbidden, the image of him pulling me close and kissing me sprang into my mind. It was so outlandish and absurd. I shouldn't want him, not after everything he's done to me. Either I'm messed up, or he's using magic. But there is something not right. I panted for air, and my chest strained against the tight fabric of my dress. Whatever was wrong, I couldn't make myself care. "Please," I rasped. I don't know."
"I'm a very jealous man," he murmured, "and I don't like other fae touching what is mine."
Wait, what was he talking about? I hadn't touched anything. "Other fae?" I asked, confusion written across my features.
"Everyone saw you dancing together, laughing. It made me look bad. Do you really prefer Quickthorn to me? After everything I've done for you?"
Relief spread through me. That was what had upset him? I almost laughed, but the noise died in my throat when I saw his intense, moody glare. "I barely know him," I whispered, staring wide-eyed at him. I'd wounded him somehow, without meaning to. He was even more fragile than I thought. He asked, and I didn't think anything of it."
"You're a smart girl, Noel. Surely you must have realized how infuriated I'd be. Besides, you did more than dance with him, didn't you? There was about 20 minutes during the party that were unaccounted for. When I went to look for you, I found this in your bedroom under your pillow."
He took out a small note tied with a red ribbon from his inner breast pocket, like he'd been keeping it close for just this moment.
"For I would ride with you upon the wind and dance upon the mountains like a flame," he said, reading the note out loud.
"What's that supposed to mean?" I asked.
"Yeats, I think. Sounds like him anyway."
"And what? You think that's from Quickthorn?"
"Who else would it be? Unless you're in a habit of luring people into your bedroom. It certainly is his style, using a human poet to gain your favor, slipping you a private note in my own house, under my nose."
"I've never seen that before," I said, eyeing him carefully. "I've hardly spoken 2 words to Quickthorn, and apart from that one public dance, I've never touched him." I took the note from his hand, reading it again under my breath. "You think this is a love note? It sounds more like a threat."
"Only if your guilt is weighing on your conscience."
I swallowed hard. My thoughts were all blurry and indistinct, numbed by the warmth curling inside my chest. He was still far too close for my comfort, and my heart was racing out of control. But it wasn't just fear. Not anymore. Can you influence what I feel?" I asked, struggling to get the words out. He looked at me with a hunger in his eyes. Then his hand curled around the back of my head, his fingers twisting and pulling my hair. My scalp ached, and his lips pressed against mine with bruising, punishing force. I gasped against his mouth, inhaling the sharpness of mint and pine. He tasted like apple cider and honey. Aldrin pressed harder against me, climbing into the chair with me. I dug my nails into the arms of the chair. He turned his head abruptly, his teeth digging into my shoulder. I cried out in surprise, and he chuckled, pulling away again.
"Everything you're feeling is your own," he said,
straightening his jacket and moving back to his desk. I swallowed, sitting up straighter despite feeling like a hot mess. The Fae couldn't lie, but that didn't mean there wasn't a trick in his wording, because I couldn't be feeling these things, not for Aldrin. A door opened. "Apologies for my interruption, Your Royal Highness." Hrith's voice drifted through the haziness of my thoughts, a spot of sharpness and color in a muted, smudged landscape. Aldrin growled at the interruption. His head snapped up. "What?" he snapped. "You've received an invitation from the September Queen. I thought it prudent to bring you the letter directly." Dread shot through my veins like ice. "Dahlia." Aldrin glanced at me for a moment, before beckoning with one hand from behind the desk. "Bring it," he ordered. Hrith placed the creamy envelope in his hand, and Aldrin snatched it from her. He tore it open with a small dagger and waved a dismissive hand toward Hrith, who hurried away. I couldn't believe that Aldrin had just kissed me, like that, or that I'd let him. But maybe I'd been too surprised or shocked to pull away, or too afraid of his wounded male ego if I were to reject him. But why now, after all this time? Because he was jealous of Quickthorn? I slouched in the chair and tried to make sense of my thoughts.
"She's invited you to join a hunt,"
Aldrin said. I tried to slow my breathing, but to no avail. "Are we going?" He frowned.
"There will be too many people and we'll be too exposed. It could be dangerous for you. But if I refuse to go, people may think I'm ill-equipped to protect you. It's a challenge, either way."
"But you'll keep me safe, right?"
"Of course I would."
Against my better judgment, I believed him. He sighed heavily, and I realized what this meant for us. He knew this day would come. The party, and now a hunt. Dahlia was making sure the other royals got a chance to see me, to spend time with me, hoping for proposals from new suitors. I wondered if this was why Aldrin had been so sensitive lately. He'd joked about being buried in roses and chocolates, but Aldrin had given me something much more desirable. Solitude. He was wooing me in his own way. He'd just let his kingdom do the work for him. It really wasn't that bad here. It was almost possible to let myself accept it. Despite Aldrin's moods and occasional violence, I wasn't particularly eager to be thrown to another suitor, another court. But I had to get away, because even after everything he'd done, my lips tingled, swollen from his rough kiss. Against everything logical and rational, I was falling for the terrible, monstrous prince, and I had to escape before it was too late. My time with Aldrin was running short, and no doubt Dahlia was already making plans for my next sequester. Somehow, I had to prepare myself. "So what now?" I asked.
"Perhaps,"
Aldrin said,
"we should see how good you are with a bow."
For the hunt, we returned to the mortal realm, a distinctly royal privilege. Aldrin used his magic to return us both to human size. I'd done that once before, but I still had no idea how. And although I'd attempted a few times to force my magic, trying to stop time and make myself larger, I hadn't managed anything since going to live on Aldrin's estate. Except for flight and shooting a bow, although I doubted Aldrin's paltry lessons had really made me all that great. After a few half-hearted attempts, he'd let me practice in the gardens until my fingers were numb. I could almost hit a stationary target, as long as it was right in front of me. When I couldn't sleep, I'd sneak up the hill to jump off the bridge again. I wouldn't call it flying, but sometimes I could very nearly hover, and that was almost as satisfying. I'd coast down, explore the gardens, and walk up again before I got too cold, my cheeks red and stung. When Aldrin turned me human, my wings went away, but I still felt the muscles belonging to them fluttering beneath my skin. Despite not recognizing my surroundings, I felt a buzz of energy as we walked up the gravel road, framed by tall, round trees. This is my realm, not his. Already, a crowd had gathered in the valley below, filled with horses and white tents. Only royal fae had the power to make themselves and others bigger, which meant that everyone here was either royalty or the favored retainer of someone royal. As Aldrin and I approached, a woman broke away and strode toward us. Dahlia, the September Queen. As she walked to us, a quiver of short arrows bounced against her thigh. Her autumn hair was tied up in a messy knot, and the overskirt was split, revealing tapered black brocade pants underneath. Her eyes glittered with a hungry sort of eagerness. "Welcome," she said. "I'm glad you could make it." Aldrin nodded. I self-consciously toyed with one of the arrows in my quiver. The hunt hadn't even begun, but Dahlia looked at me like I was the prey. I had the sudden irrational thought that these fae might be about to hunt me down in the forest. "We're glad to be here," Aldrin said. Dahlia nodded, but her attention remained on me. "The stable hands are already preparing the horses," she said. "Are you accustomed to riding in a dress, Noel?" I felt suddenly self-conscious of my outfit. It hadn't even occurred to me to question Aldrin's wisdom in having me wear an ankle-length gown. "I've never ridden a horse at all," I replied. "Princess Noel is more interested in being an observer than a participant," Aldrin said. I'd said nothing of the kind. "Well, I suppose you'll manage," Dahlia said. "Queen Amaryllis rides in her gown." The September Queen waved to an elegant, dark-skinned woman who was clad in a shining gold dress that matched the ornate longbow around her bare shoulders. I remembered her from the council meeting, seated beside the June Prince. "Indeed," Aldrin said, placing a hand at the small of my back. I suspected he was trying to steer me away from Dahlia, but she didn't seem to take the hint. Or else she was willfully ignoring Aldrin. Instead, she linked her arm with mine. "I've a gentle mare in mind for you," she said. "You need not worry. My horse breeders come from good stock. Saxons, in fact. They know horses." "Saxons?" I asked. Dahlia smiled thinly. "My mother struck a bargain with them over 1,000 years ago. She gave them eternal youth, and in return, they agreed to breed and keep our horses for us. Most fae have a few human servants," Aldrin added. "Mortals with whom we've bargained over the centuries." Dahlia went to a massive white horse. I swallowed hard as I took in the sight of it. This looked like the sort of horse that would have carried a fully armed knight into battle. The sort of horse who could probably kill me if I wanted. "This one," Dahlia said. "Come on, I'll help you up." "I can do that," Aldrin said tensely. Without waiting for an answer, he seized part of my skirts and yanked them up past my knees. Dahlia's eyes narrowed as she watched. I had the sense that she was searching for something, but I couldn't have said what it was. "Foot in the stirrup, Noel," he said. His hand was a mere inches away from my thigh. After putting the bow over my shoulder, I planted my hands on the saddle and carefully placed my boot into the stirrup. Then, taking a deep breath, I hauled myself up and swung a leg over the saddle. Once mounted, I adjusted the bow and arrows so I'd be able to reach them. I didn't know if I actually had it in me to kill anything. Not that it mattered. Whatever we were hunting, I had a feeling it wouldn't hold still while I took aim. I gripped the reins, although I barely had any idea what to do with them. Aldrin dropped my skirts. "Don't be nervous," Dahlia said. "Just speak to her if you're worried. She's a good, clever horse. And stay close to me."
Aldrin added. Dahlia's eyes narrowed, searching his face. Yes, Noel, stay close to Aldrin. I nodded. The rest of the party mounted their horses. I saw Quickthorn among the crowd, laughing with Peony. Hawthorne, the June Prince, was present too. I leaned down and stroked the horse's neck. I'd always been good with animals, and I knew that most fae were as well. Maybe I couldn't summon fire or make myself large, but maybe those were the big things. Maybe I could still manage something small, some little power that most fae took for granted. I don't know if you can understand me, I whispered, but I really need your help today. I glanced up and saw Aldrin mount a black and white spotted stallion. He immediately turned the horse towards me. Aldrin will kill me for this, but only if I got caught. I shivered, peeking into the pocket of my vest, feeling the heavy weight of the pouch of gold coins Ira had given me and the sapphire necklace I'd tucked away this morning. They'd grown in size, like my clothes. The only problem was I had no idea where in the world we were. The tall trees and rolling hills felt European. Italy, I'd have guessed, or France. Where were the Saxons from again? I wished I could just Google it. My meager plan had been to fray around the edges. I'd been hoping to find a small town or store where I could mail these to Ashley and have her give them to my mother. But how would I even communicate if I couldn't speak the local language? At least I'd tested my theory. I scanned the field again, searching for potential allies. Dahlia had never been kind, but I knew she was the one who would ultimately call the shots about my future. Maybe if I could talk to her alone, I could ask her to send these to my mother for me, or allow me to visit before I got married. It was clear she had no love for Aldrin. Ashley, Ember, Jackson, and my mother. They'd all tell me to run for the hills. Anything to get away from Aldrin, the monster who'd imprisoned me twice, who locked me up and hit me. I pushed away the rising warmth I felt when I thought about him kissing me in his study. It was just Stockholm Syndrome or something. I felt that if I stayed with him much longer, I'd lose everything I was. I wouldn't really be me anymore. And that wasn't all. I knew he was involved in something terrible with John Quill. If nothing else, I needed to warn Ember that she was in danger. When his guard is down, I whispered, we'll make a break for it. The horse grunted in response, before lowering his head to chew on the tall yellow grass. Stay near me, Aldrin said, patting my horse's neck. I will, I lied. I dug my nails into my palms. It felt as if the air became colder around me, but I couldn't tell if it was the result of Aldrin's powers or my own fear that I'd been found out somehow. I had no idea if my horse could speak back to Aldrin, betraying my intentions. Dahlia stood in the stirrups of her horse's saddle and smirked. Thank you for joining us, everyone. I'm quite eager to see which of us can fell our quarry first. Her horse reared, and with a victorious shout, Dahlia took off into the forest. The Fae followed. Aldrin spurred his horse on, and my mare took off without provocation. At first, it was all I could do to hold on. But gradually, I found my body bouncing in rhythm to the pounding hooves. We crossed the thick field of grass and broke into the woods. Around us, trees rose into the sky, and the green, leafy canopy cast spots of dappled light over the ground. The horse seemed in control, or at least like she was following Aldrin's orders to stay close to him. So I dropped the reins and held onto the saddle. I hadn't expected the jolting feeling that came from riding a horse, or the speed of the animal. Wind rushed through my face and hair. It was almost like flying again. We found a clearing and the hunting party slowed. Dahlia rose in the stirrups of her saddle. Shall we make it a competition? She asked. Strips of leather and beaded amber wrapped around her arms, catching the light. I couldn't tell if it was functional or aesthetic. A few cheers rose. I glanced at Aldrin and saw that he looked bored.
I don't see why you'd want to,
Quickthorn replied jovially.
We all know who'd win.
Dahlia's lips curved into a playful smile. That sounds like a challenge. Autumn and winter against spring and summer? With a shout, Quickthorn tore off through the forest, followed by half the Fae, Jonquil and Hawthorn among them. Smirking, Dahlia fell back into her saddle. She raised her arm, and a hawk landed on her leather braces. She whispered in its ear before flinging it into the sky again. Horns sounded as she urged her horse into a gallop.
"She's so irritatingly theatrical, isn't she?"
Aldrin muttered. I didn't think so, but I knew not to argue with him. There was something thrilling, even rousing about her, like a Viking warrior charging into battle. Though her clothes were plain, in muted leather and brass studs that glinted as she moved, she seemed every inch a magical fairy queen. Being in the mortal realm and off Aldrin's estate made me feel more alive than I'd felt in months. It was as if I'd emerged from the frozen ground and a layer of snow myself. When Aldrin's horse moved into a gallop, mine did too. We crashed through the trees, the rest of the party racing through the woods around us, breathtaking flashes of color and armor. A shout went up. "A stag!" someone exclaimed. Dahlia swerved, riding past us, standing in her stirrups with an arrow already nocked in her bow. She was in her element here, her face bright with excitement. Aldrin steered his horse away from her, adding some space between them. An observer, I realized. He kept his bow nearby, but Aldrin didn't seem to have any interest in actually trying to hunt. He said he wanted to protect me, that I'd be in danger here. I wasn't sure I believed him, until the first few arrows whizzed past my head, embedding into the trees near me. "Please," I murmured, petting the horse's mane. I tried to put everything I could into that single word, every confused and desperate thought, every terrible thing he'd done to me, and every bit of longing that I had to see my mother and my friends again. I knew it was probably pointless, but this was the first time I'd even been allowed off the estate. I had to try. Beyond that, I didn't have much of a plan, but I'd worry about that after I found an opening. Maybe I'd find Ember, and she could help me. She was smart and had far more experience in dealing with Fae than I did. We could be outlaws together. Surely she'd have some idea about how I could protect myself and those I love without being married off for political gain.
"Missed!"
a man shouted. Aldrin's horse stumbled suddenly, creating a thick cloud of dust around him. I didn't see how or why, but in that second of distraction, my horse bolted. The mare broke into a gallop, cutting off Dahlia. "Noel!" she shouted, her face twisting into an irritated scowl. But the mare didn't stop. She broke the tree line. Before us, there was a long open field, and the mare took off at a breakneck speed. I curled my hands in her mane and held on tightly. The wind struck me so fast and hard that it hurt. Behind me, the shouts and noises from the hunt fell away. I looked behind me, expecting to see someone following, but no one had. Not even Aldrin. They were all still focused on their prize. I was almost free. The horse darted into the forest again and finally slowed. A nervous laugh babbled up from my throat. I patted the horse's neck. "Thank you," I whispered. The mare snorted and halted. I dismounted, stumbling over my skirts. Now I just had to figure out how to get to a road. Civilization. With a frown, I gazed into the forest before me. Through a gap between the trees, I spotted a farmhouse not far away, with lazy smoke rising from the chimney. "Will you go another way?" I asked the horse. "That's the last thing I'll ask of you. If they hear you, they may assume I'm with you." The horse tossed her head and turned on her hooves, trotting away through the trees. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. Step 1, get away from Aldrin. I'd done it. Now, I just needed to disappear. 13. I shouldered my bow and bundled up my skirts past my thighs as I trudged through the forest, trying my best to keep quiet. Although I was sure I'd hear anyone approaching, I knew that, logically, horses were faster than me. Aldrin could be upon me before I even had time to react, and he'd surely find me. They all would. I forced down the lump that rose in my throat. I practiced my alibi beneath my breath. The horse ran away, and I couldn't control it. I fell off and got lost, so I wandered looking for help. It was a believable enough excuse. They couldn't punish me for failing to keep up with experienced Fae royals who'd been riding for centuries. Even so, I kept my bow handy, watching for hidden dangers. I wasn't really worried about surviving. I would walk for as long as I could and then try to find water. I could live a while without food. But if I wanted to escape the Fae, I knew I'd have to put some distance between us and fast. It would be hard without money, but I'd manage. I could pry some of the gems from the necklace, if nothing else, or sell coins for cash. I'd need to find transportation, even if it was just a passing vehicle. Being a young girl in a fancy gown, I could pitch myself as someone whose car had broken down on the way to a destination wedding or something. There had to be a road somewhere nearby at least. Then I'd find a phone. I could tell Ashley and warn her so she'd know to take my mom and go. Aldrin would go after them first. After all that, I'd figure out a way to find Ember so she could help me think of a more permanent solution. At the very least, she needed to know about the Knight Commander, and that she might still be in danger. I owed her, after all. But first, I had to get out of these woods. If I took it just one step at a time, it would all be easier. Despite the uncertainty, I felt a thrill as I headed alone into the wilderness. The trees and bushes seemed brighter and more vivid than I remembered. The bushes rustled. I tensed and bent my knees, freezing in place. The rustling ceased, and I let out a low breath of air. Nothing. Probably a squirrel or a bird hopping beneath the foliage. I continued walking, stepping carefully over tree roots and rocks. I could almost pretend that I was in biology class again. We had a bunch of nature trails and bogs that ran behind the university, and often my professor would take the class out to explore and see what we could find. Poor Ashley hated it. She was terrified of snakes, and she hadn't liked going into the trails, especially after it had rained, when the ground was wet and flooded. I smiled, remembering the look on her face after she'd ruined a pair of new shoes. More rustling. I halted, ducking down in time to see a figure, clad in brown, move quietly through the trees not far away. I'd been found, but something about his posture put me on edge. Whoever this was, I had a feeling he wasn't planning to escort me back to the hunting party. I lifted my skirts and bolted. My light blue dress would be easy to spot in the green and brown forest. I wondered suddenly if Aldrin dressed me this way on purpose so he could find me more easily if I decided to run. Footsteps crashed behind me. Damn it! I jumped over tree roots and tripped over thin, scraggly vines and weeds. My heart raced, and my blood roared in my ears. Suddenly, pain burst through my ankle, and I fell hard. My face struck the ground. Brown, black dirt and leaves filled my vision. I rolled onto my back and clumsily unshouldered the bow. A thorny vine ensnared my ankle, drawing blood as I thrashed against it. My gaze snapped up as two men approached me. Both were tall and broad-shouldered, clearly muscular even beneath their leather armor, and both wore swords with handles of polished bronze. I recognized the fashion and weapons of the Fae, but these didn't look like royals, or even their assistants. My hand shook as I reached for an arrow. One of them, fair-haired with sly green eyes, whistled lowly beneath his teeth. "Princess Noel, isn't it?" he asked. "I wouldn't do that, if I were you." I slowly drew my hand back, pulling the bow taut. "I won't miss. Not from this far away." His companion was pale and dark-haired, his mouth stretched into an edged grin. He kicked my elbow and ducked as the shot released just past his neck. "Let's finish this quickly," he leered. "Now that the kitten is declawed, all alone, just as planned." The first one nodded,
drawing his sword. Planned? My mind reeled. They'd planned on me being separated from the others, that much was clear. But I had no idea how or why. Had they spooked Aldrin's horse, so he was distracted? Maybe they'd distracted the entire hunting party somehow to ensure that I wasn't followed. Or maybe they'd set the whole thing up from the beginning. Honestly, I expected more, the first Fae continued, blowing his blonde bangs out of his hair. For an alleged princess. Whatever their plan was, it didn't bode well for me. Whatever this is, you won't get away with it. If you mess with me, you're messing with Prince Aldrin. The blonde one snorted. We're hardly afraid of Prince Aldrin. His time will come, soon enough. The other drew his sword and stepped closer, drawing its sharp tip down my neck until it rested over my heart. He grinned, his eyes maniac. Poor little princess, he said in a sing-song voice. The sword pressed harder against my chest until I felt its sharp edge pierce my skin. I swallowed and curled my hands into fists. These were the assassins Aldrin had warned me about. They were here, and they were going to kill me. Something shifted inside me. It was either a feeling or a sensation, maybe both at once. It was anger and fury and my racing blood. And suddenly, the world around me stopped. The sword was still pressed against my chest. I pushed it aside, then bent over, my fingers clawing at the vines still wrapped around my ankle. I tore the vines away, ignoring the thorns that shredded my fingertips, and climbed to my feet. I uncurled the man's fingers from the handle of his sword, and with his weapon in hand, I took off running. The world began to ripple around me. I had to move quickly. Snap! When time restarted, it felt like a rubber band pulled tight and then snapped back into place. I crashed through the forest, forcing myself to put as much distance between the Fae and me as I could, but I knew it wouldn't be enough. Footsteps pounded behind me and I spun around. I barely knew how to use a sword, but I swung it with all the force I could manage. Blondie's blade met mine, vibrations shooting up my arms. I took a step back, strengthening my stance. I swung again, clumsily parrying another blow, and another. But then my grip slipped. Pain lanced through my right shoulder. Blondie smiled, twisting the blade before yanking it out. I felt my flesh tear and burning pain filled my arm. I swung wildly, but the blow didn't even come close to hitting my opponent. Blood dripped down my trembling arm, and soon I was sweating just from the exertion of lifting my sword. I will not die here. Dimly, I heard the other Fae shouting. He joined us, but I didn't have time to focus on it. Blondie's blade swept towards my neck. I jumped back, narrowly avoiding another blow to my ribs as it pierced the air by my side. I deflected the next strike, but my arm was so weak, the blow knocked the sword from my palm, flinging it deep into the bushes. "Leave me alone!" I shouted. Leaves rippling around me, and I could almost sense the trees bending towards me as I curled my fingers. I heard a snarl, and then turned in time to see a large white wolf bounding towards us. The dark-haired Fae screamed as the wolf bit down on his arm. Bushes and trees crunched, accompanied by the loud and heavy beat of hooves. A black horse burst through the trees, its hooves flashing. I recognized the June Prince as its rider. Blondie was momentarily distracted, his attention turned towards the horse, but he was too far away. He wouldn't make it in time. I saw my opening as I dove for the fallen sword. I thrust my fingers into the dirt, spinning over just in time to see the blonde Fae bearing down on me. My sword pierced through his leather armor with a terrible and hypnotic ease as I thrust it upwards. I'd expected something, maybe a roughness or resistance, but there was nothing. I heard the pounding in my ears and felt the warm blood flow over my fingers, dripping across my face. When I drew the blade out, it was as if everything moved in slow motion. I took a shaky breath, my lungs desperate for oxygen, my stomach churned, and although I'd never killed anyone before,
I'd felt nothing except the adrenaline rushing through my veins as the unfamiliar fae collapsed to the ground.
"Stay behind me," Hawthorne snapped, his horse rearing up on two legs as it stood between the dark-haired fae and me. I watched him slash down towards the stray assassin and run in the other direction. Let Hawthorne deal with my attacker. I ran until a stitch formed in my side. As I collapsed at the base of the tree, my vision blurred. Hot, stinging pain spread down my shoulder. I dropped the bloodied sword at my feet and clamped my hand over the wound in my shoulder. Blood squelched between my fingers. Already trails of blood stained the pale, expensive fabric of my dress. Now what? I'd gotten away from Aldrin, those two fae, and now Hawthorne. But how long could I manage to keep going with a hole in my shoulder? My breath caught in my throat, and my heartbeat raced. Those two men had tried to kill me, but only royals could shift, and not all of them were invited to the hunting party. My mind flashed back to the starting meadow, counting through the hunters, trying to figure out who would profit most from getting rid of me. Did John Quill suspect I'd overheard her talking with Aldrin? That gave her motive. Or had Dahlia decided, since I hadn't managed to please Aldrin, that I was better off dead in a hunting accident than shrouded in a wedding veil? This had been her event, after all. It even crossed my mind that Aldrin had set this up as some kind of political statement. If he couldn't have me, then nobody else could either. I couldn't trust any of them. I reached for the sword once more, the handle slick with blood. Then, putting the blade firmly into the ground, I forced myself up, supporting my weight with the metal. Each step felt like it took all my energy, but I willed my feet to keep moving, one after the other, even with the ground threatening to rush towards my face. Acid rose in my throat and I forced it back. If I didn't, I'd vomit. I walked until I was forced to stop and gather my breath once more. I'd probably only made it a few dozen paces. Behind me, I heard the sound of hooves. Taking a deep breath, I twisted around and raised my sword. The June Prince, clad in a dark tunic, shimmering with gold thread, brought his horse to a halt before me. My muscles tensed, and I tried to look imposing, despite my desperate pants for air and the blood oozing from the wound in my shoulder. When I said stay behind me, I did not mean for you to flee and force me to chase you down. Hawthorne snapped. A thin gold crown rested above his pointed ears. In human form, they were less distinct, but still noticeable. I don't care what you want, I growled. I'm tired of taking orders. Hawthorne rolled his eyes. So what? You're going to wander around the forest until you bleed to death? It's better than the alternative, I snapped. His eyes widened as he considered me. You're running away, he mused. Please tell me you didn't hire those thugs to attack you and provide a distraction. They appeared on their own, I said. But can you blame me for running? Someone must have hired them to kill me. One of you. I narrowed my eyes at him. A fae princess without a court can't survive, Hawthorne said. Until you choose a suitor, you must remain under the protection of a court. And Prince Aldrin is a monster, I cut him off. I mean, I don't know if being half-starved or locked in a freezing closet is typical treatment for a fairy princess, but at least as a waitress, the abuse came with tips. He hurts you? He said, his jaw clenching. Only sometimes, I muttered, but it's a relief when it comes. Waiting is the worst. I shook my head and stumbled backward. My thoughts were heady from exertion and probably blood loss. I knew I shouldn't be telling Hawthorne all this, that I had no reason to trust him. But what did it matter? I'd probably bleed out anyway. I laughed bitterly. No response, huh? He wouldn't help me, and I knew it. The fae looked out for their own interests, and he had nothing to gain, because I had nothing left to offer. But they weren't all bad. Ember had been cold and harsh in the beginning, but she wouldn't have left me to face this. He has a claim on you, Hawthorne trailed off. He's your suitor. My eyes burned, and I made no move to stop the tears falling down my cheeks. But he isn't here right now.
Just you and me." Hawthorne sighed. I could see his resolve wavering. My hand shook. I touched his knee and gazed up at him, pleading with my eyes. His long gray hair was pulled back behind his ears, and for a moment, his face looked timeless, like an oil painting. A wave of nausea swept over me, accompanied by the taste of metal in my mouth. I couldn't feel my injured shoulder anymore. My whole right arm had gone numb. "Please," I whispered. "Please, just get me away from—" Hooves beat against the grass. I bit back a sharp cry as Aldrin and his horse came pounding through the trees. 3 fae who I didn't recognize followed in his wake. Then, Jonquil and Dahlia. Aldrin dismounted properly, leaping from his saddle before the horse stopped moving.
"Noel, look at you. Is that your blood?"
"Not all of it," I replied weakly. When he touched my uninjured shoulder, I flinched. His eyes bore into me, angry and warning. If I did anything to make him mad, it would only make the situation worse. "Her horse got spooked," I heard Hawthorne say. "Then she was attacked by 2 ruffians. Noel got one, I got the other. It happened only a moment ago." "Too bad they're both dead," Dahlia said. "Or we could interrogate them." I gave Hawthorne one last desperate look, but he'd already turned his attention to Queen Amaryllis in her golden dress. I watched her lips moving as she murmured something in his ear. Then, my knees buckled. Aldrin caught me in his arms, just before I hit the ground. 14.
"Be grateful you're feverish," Aldrin said, sounding amused. "You're fortunate it's only an infection. You can't imagine some of the vile things you'd pick up off a sword blade. Disease, poison, and pestilence. There's quite an impressive list."
I wanted to tell him off, but my throat was too thick. Sweat drenched my blankets and me, but still I shivered. Everything around me seemed indistinct and fuzzy. My shoulder burned and ached, and as if he'd sensed my thoughts, Aldrin grasped my injured shoulder and pressed down. I wasn't sure if he was trying to hurt me or just inspecting the wound, but even the lightest touch sent a bolt of pain through my whole arm. I gasped and feebly raised a hand to try and push him away, but it didn't feel like my hand, and all I wanted to do was sleep. I was small again. I could feel my wings beneath me, though they felt limp. And I was back in Aldrin's place, because I recognized the shape of my room, the black stone and narrow windows. When I opened my eyes again, Aldrin was gone. I rolled over in bed, burying my face beneath the blankets. My head ached and throbbed so fiercely it felt like someone was trying to bash in my skull. "Ah, Noel." I turned my head to find a figure hovering over me. Luna, the prison librarian, sat beside me. Her thick white hair fell past her cheek in loose, sleek curls. I'd never seen her hair down before. She always wore it up or pulled tightly back. Her blue eyes were bright and soft with affection. "Poor dear, you're quite a sight, aren't you?" I shivered and turned over, twisting the sheets. Everything seemed so damp. It was probably my own sweat clinging to the blankets and furs. She placed a cool rag over my forehead, and I closed my eyes in relief. When I opened them again, I was back in prison, surrounded by bars, with golden handcuffs linking my wrists. Ashley's face came into view as she stepped into the light, brightened with silver eyeshadow and perfect eyeliner. I felt breathless seeing her like this, her makeup done and her blonde hair curled perfectly. "Oh, Ash," I exclaimed. "You look wonderful. I'm so happy to see you." "Who is it?" Ashley whispered, looking past me into the shadows. I furrowed my brow. "It's me. Who else?" "Astra." Ember's voice came from further ahead. Frowning, I stepped around the corner. Jackson was there, one hand on the gun held in the holster at his side. As I approached, His gray eyes remained fixed forward and narrowed in determination. I stared at him, taking in his dark-washed jeans and his black leather jacket. I'd never seen him dressed like that before. "Can you hear me?" I asked. "Can I shoot her?" Jackson whispered in response. "No, the sound will draw too much attention," Ember replied. "We can't risk being caught this early." I stepped up to her and nearly gasped. Her red hair, braided and coiled up at the back of her head, was sleek and full. When she'd been imprisoned, forced to clean it with waxy, cheap soap, it had been brittle and frizzy, so damaged that even her natural fey beauty hadn't been able to combat it. But now, she wore a bronze armor, etched with floral patterns, and a green velvet cloak over her shoulders, fastened with a hummingbird brooch. She remained crouched in the hall, her right hand clasped tightly on the hilt of a sword. "Ember?" I whispered. "What are you—" I cut off abruptly as I noticed a clone of myself, pressed against the wall and clad in a raggedy dress, the skirt hewn and cut off mid-thigh. A bronze breastplate, decorated just like Ember's, was strapped to her chest. At her waist, she wore an elegant sword with an intricately shaped handguard. The other me turned sharply, her lips curving into a small, shy smile. "Have you forgotten something?" I stared at her. This other Noel seemed to be the only person who realized I was there. "What have I forgotten?" I asked. She clasped her hands together and stepped away from the wall. I held out my hands, and something damp passed from her palms to mine. When she retreated, a brown and green frog rested in the palm of my hand, along with a golden ring. And then, I was back in my bedroom in Prince Aldrin's place. Dimly, I woke. It must have been a dream, a weird one brought on by my fever. There were worse things to dream about, certainly. When I rolled over in bed, my wings crushed uncomfortably against the blankets. I was too tired to move them, though. My eyelids were heavy, and I was due to fall asleep again at any moment. A gentle hand stroked my hair. I blinked blearily and found Luna still seated beside me. But she wasn't really here. She couldn't be. "This would have been easier if you were a more avid reader," she said gently. "I gave you the dictionary. You should have translated that Welsh." I frowned, my foggy mind slowly grasping at memories. Back in prison, I'd grabbed a Welsh book at random, and Luna had indeed given me a dictionary, but I hadn't touched either. I wasn't a reader, unless it involved biology, and sometimes not even then. "How many moon cycles are there in a year?" Luna asked. My head ached. 12, I muttered. 1 each month? Right? "And all the months are even, then?" Luna asked. I shivered, sweat gluing me to the blankets. "No," I said. "Not exactly." Because the calendar wasn't perfect, and the days didn't cut evenly, and the days were slowly getting longer every day because everything in the galaxy moved, just very slowly. Someday the stars would change too. Polaris wouldn't be the North Star. Instead, it would be Vega or Lyra. Considering my race's fondness for celestial forces, that should mean something, don't you think? "I guess," I mumbled, turning over again. She stroked my cheek, her blue eyes softening. "Your magic is muddled because your feelings are muddled. You need to find yourself again, the real you." "She doesn't exist anymore," I muttered. "Noel, I mean. I'm someone else now." "Come, silly girl. When the trees change their colors for autumn, does that make them less of a tree? So, Noel changes too." I sighed. "You sound like a fortune cookie. Why are you here?" "The other world needs you," Luna said. "Your friends need you to lead them. The power of heart, remember?" Right. Back to the magical girl anime business. But I wasn't exactly Sailor Moon, unfortunately, and if anyone was meant to be a leader, it wasn't me. Then go to Ember, I said. She's so much better than me, stronger and smarter, valiant. You admire her. I sighed. This conversation was so tiring, and it probably wasn't even happening. I was just aware enough to realize I must be hallucinating Luna's presence. I was in some weird feverish state, and only half awake. Anyone would admire her. Should admire her, I amended. Ember has no desire to lead. Would you force such a task upon your friend? But I didn't want to lead either. I didn't even understand what Luna was getting at. I don't know. Maybe not, I admitted. I wouldn't want her to be unhappy. It's fine to be uncertain. You can only do your best. But that's not good enough. It will be. The room started spinning around me. I was in Astra's office, looking up at the stars painted on her ceiling as she bent over me with a crystal dagger. I was on the bridge, at night, the wind howling around me, teasing my dress and hair. A dark figure pressed against me, cradling me in his arms, his black gown and wings blurred at the edges like smoke. His face was a skeletal mask of coal. His dark crown and veil shimmered with obsidian and onyx. He leaned over me, bringing our faces together. He gently stroked my cheek with a long, dark nail. But I wasn't afraid. I let my pale blue dress fall off my shoulders, studded with golden blossoms that matched my golden crown. When I opened my eyes again, Luna was gone, leaving no sign that she'd ever been there at all. I was awake again. When my fever broke, it was disorienting. I felt as though I'd been sleeping for an eternity, wading through fragments of half-forgotten memories, and now I emerged as something new, something stronger and more powerful. It was already evening, and after Hrith prepared me for dinner, I went to the dining room, wearing a heavy fur coat over a simple navy dress. Aldrin stood, as usual, but smiled tightly. "Ah, you're well again. How delightful." He pulled out a seat for me. I sat, and he shoved me in, too close to the table for the position to be comfortable. He dug his nails into my shoulder. I clenched my jaw against the pain, fury burning inside me. "Let's hope," Aldrin murmured, leaning close to my neck, "that we don't have this sort of problem again. I've far too much to do, without having to worry about you putting yourself in harm's way." I dug my nails into the palms of my hands. He returned nonchalantly to his seat and waved for his servants to bring breakfast. I lowered my gaze to the table, my eyes lingering on the knife placed before me. I'd stabbed someone in the woods. I remembered the feeling of the sword in my palm with a strange, dreamy sort of detachment. "Did he die?" I asked. Aldrin arched an eyebrow. "Who?" "The man I ran through," I said. The January prince grinned. "Oh, yes. He bled out. A very slow, gruesome death. Or so I'm told." He was trying to rattle me, to make me feel guilty about it. But that man had tried to kill me. I'd done what I had to survive. But it bothered me that I didn't regret it. I felt strangely numb about his death, like it was a story I'd heard about at a party. Maybe that meant I was demented. "I was only protecting myself," I said. Aldrin laughed. "Oh, please, you were lucky Hawthorne showed up in time to save you. In case you've forgotten, there's a reason you were placed under my protection." "Your possession, you mean?" I replied. "Because that's what you think I am. That's what everyone thinks I am. Yours." He smirked. "They think that because it's true. And deep down, you know it too. You enjoy it," he purred. "The food, the fancy dresses, even me." "Not even a little bit," I said, crossing my arms. "Our kiss in my study says differently.
You seem to enjoy that quite a bit. How far would you have let me go, I wonder, if Hrith hadn't interrupted us? I carefully pushed back my chair and stood to face him. You used magic on me. You're making me feel things I don't want to. Aldrin's smirk never wavered. That again? I told you, it's not one of the powers I possess. I can't help it if you're attracted to me. But I think you do want to feel them. I think you enjoy the feelings I inspire in you. I curled my fingers around the handle of the knife. Not anymore, I said. I'm done being a doormat for you. Aldrin stood and sauntered around the corner of the table. While you're living on my estate, you'll obey my rules. All of them. He reached for me, but I twisted around out of his grasp. I held the knife up in warning, my heart racing. Back off. Aldrin chuckled. What are you going to do, girl? Attack an unarmed opponent? You're not unarmed, you have freaking magic. Oh, you're right, he sighed. It will never be a fair contest. He curled his fingers, foaming blue and white shards of ice that pulsed with power. I'll tell you what. You seem a little feverish, so I'll ignore this little outburst. Unless you're still worried about the effect I'm having on your affection, in which case, maybe I should just reach into your chest and freeze your heart. For a moment, he stood still. Then he lunged for me, seizing my arm. I jerked back, but his grip was tight. A distant hammering roared in my ears. A strange sensation rose inside me, accompanied by a slowly creeping feeling. Magic. I recognized it now, as the soft fluttering thrummed through my body. And for the first time, I leaned in. Time slowed around me. Aldrin halted, his handsome face twisted in a feral snarl. I slowly uncurled his fingers from my arm. Anxious energy rushed through my blood. For the first time, I realized that I couldn't control it. I seized Aldrin's right arm, forcing it behind his back, and shoved him forward over the table. I put the knife at his throat, and drawing in a deep breath, I visualized the sensation inside me. I imagined it as a thin thread, and then I imagined it snapping. Time started with a jolt. Aldrin groaned. His breath came in a sharp gasp of air. I didn't know if I really had it in me to kill him, but I felt a thrill at pressing the blade against his neck. And for all his confidence, I was willing to bet Aldrin didn't really know what I was or wasn't capable of doing. You are going to swear right now not to grab me, hit me, lock me up, starve me, or use your magic on me ever again, or I will cut your throat. I swear it, he grunted. All of it. But you realize that the vow made under coercion isn't binding, don't you? I growled in frustration and tore away from him. I still made you swear it, I said, lifting my chin defiantly. And the Fae can't lie. Aldrin slowly turned around, staring at me like he'd never seen me before. There was something like admiration in his eyes. You couldn't begin to imagine the list of things I could do to hurt you. But fine. I won't touch you again. Not unless you ask me to. A guard tentatively approached, but Aldrin waved him back, dabbing a napkin against his neck. Well now, he said, taking a sip of wine. It's about time you stood up for yourself, Noel. Then he returned to his seat and calmly began spreading jam on a piece of bread. This is his way of diminishing what I've done, I thought. Why don't we have a talk? He asked. I might be willing to indulge you now that you've proven you have a spine. I'd surprised him, for sure, but I couldn't tell how he really felt about all this. I sat and grabbed a biscuit, feigning the same nonchalance as he had, and angrily reached for the butter. Talk about what? I asked. I don't know if you can tell me anything I don't already know. Well, that's impossible, since you know next to nothing. Isn't that your fault? I mean, aren't you supposed to be teaching me? I'm not your enemy, Noel. Aldrin said quietly. Haven't you noticed that your powers always appear when you are endangered or frustrated? If I was cruel to you, it was only to prepare you.
Bullshit, I said. You were an asshole before I was a princess.
Have you considered, Aldrin drawled, that expecting everyone to treat you kindly is a form of weakness? I brought you here so you wouldn't be distracted by simple pleasures and sparkling jewelry. You could have spent the last few months dancing and drinking, and you wouldn't have learned a thing.
Yeah, because that sounds terrible.
You're far too special to be wasted on frivolities.
I frowned at him, unsure of a response. That last comment almost sounded like a compliment.
You are royalty, he continued. The Fae will mesmerize you before showing you their teeth. You had to learn not to be reliant on others. A royal earns their crown by power, but keeps it through politics.
Heat rose to my face. I'd never wanted to punch him so much in my life. I was able to stand up for myself, I retorted. That's why you had me thrown in prison, remember? Because I refused to take your crap, and you punished me for it. I dug my nails into the palms of my hands.
If I hadn't, you'd have never learned what you really are.
So? Aldrin looked at me as if I'd just said something incredibly stupid.
I fail to see how living in ignorance could have possibly served you any better.
This was pointless. Aldrin would never admit to being a hypocrite. I clenched my jaw and fought down the urge to scream. He was finally, at least, telling me more about the Fae. I just had to keep him talking, so maybe he'd let a few things slip. You said you aren't my enemy, I said. Who do you consider your enemy, then?
The Summer Court,
he replied instantly. I arched an eyebrow. Prince Hawthorne? The one who literally saved my life? Yeah, that makes sense. I bristled when I remembered the way he'd sat atop his horse and watched me as I begged for his help. My desperation laid bare, and he shrugged it off like I was nothing.
He has a claim on you.
If he wanted to kill me, he could have done it in the forests. Aldrin's eyes flashed.
Maybe it's inconvenient for you to die now. Maybe for the time being you benefit him more as a distraction than as a corpse. But no, I don't suspect Hawthorne. Think about it like this. Who has the most to lose and the least to gain by your continued existence? To risk an open attack in the presence of powerful royals?
I shrugged, picking up my food.
Most of the lesser courts wouldn't dare risk it, unless they felt they had the support of their ruling monarch. That leaves the major courts. Dahlia is probably too clever to get rid of an asset that's already been handed to her, Aldrin continued. That leaves Jonquil, Selin, and Amaryllis. Jonquil and I have an understanding. I doubt she'd act against me, at least in this manner. Selin will be supportive of my courtship, if it brings honor to the Winter Court and a new alliance with the Fall Court. There's no reason for him to interfere. That leaves Amaryllis. Summer and fall have always rivaled each other, and with all the attention on Dahlia suddenly and you at her disposal, Amaryllis might be feeling slighted or ignored. She's done worse for less.
How do I know it wasn't you? I said. And you're just trying to confuse me.
Aldrin grinned. Don't be ridiculous. I don't want you dead.
But you do want something. I'm beneficial to you somehow. So either you're using me as a distraction, you're a sadistic prick, or you're hoping to get something from me, I said. Which is it? The January prince raised his glass of wine in a mock toast.
I'm sure you'll learn in due time, princess.
I raised my own glass. To me, then. We finished our meal in silence, but somehow I felt as though I'd improved my position. This time, without favors and promises and bargains. With power. My own, this time. Aldrin was more amicable, for now. He wished me a good night with civil restraint. The niceties didn't change the fact that Aldrin was a dangerous jerk and still someone I very much needed to get away from. But the power balance between us was becoming smaller.
I'd found my magic. I'd found myself again. I woke up alone in the middle of the night with poetry burning through my mind. For I would ride with you upon the wind and dance upon the mountains like a flame. I would ride with you. The mysterious note that Aldrin found under my pillow. Whoever had sent it, did they know I'd be going riding? Someone who knew about the hunting party? It was Dahlia's event. She wasn't at the party, but she could have slipped it to someone. After the attack in the forest, suddenly the vague threats of murder seemed much more pressing. They'd already tried once, and I knew the Fae were determined, if nothing else. There were sure to be more assassination attempts now that this one had failed, and next time, they'd be more crafty. I took a lamp and walked down the dark hallway to the library. It was late, and I caught sight of a crescent moon through the narrow windows, hanging low over the mountains. There were several collections of poems by Yeats, and it didn't take me long to find the missing line. Fairies, come take me out of this dull world, for I would ride with you upon the wind, run on the top of the disheveled tide, and dance upon the mountains like a flame. Let me have all the freedoms I have lost, work when I will and idle when I will. I would take the world and break it into pieces in my hands to see you smile watching it crumble away. William Butler Yeats, The Land of Heart's Desire. I went to put the book away, but a page came loose and fluttered to the floor. I frowned at it for a moment before realizing it belonged to a children's book of illustrated poems. Someone had stuck it inside the wrong volume. Was it a clue? Or a message of some kind? I'd like to tame a fairy, to keep it on a shelf, to see it wash its little face and dress its little self. I'd teach it pretty manners. It always should say please, and then I'd make it so, and curtsy with its knees, and slay my enemies. Author unknown. The last line had been crossed out by a childish hand and replaced with the crude alternative rhyme, and no wonder. Is that what humans used to do with fairies? Capture them for their pleasure? Force them to bow and perform, just as Aldrin had been treating me? Had someone sent me the note, knowing I'd find this? A chill ran down my spine, but it was probably just from the icy room. I stirred the coals in the fire and added a few sticks of wood. The red sparks crackled and whispered like friends sharing a secret. I blinked, rubbing my shoulders. I was clearly losing my grip on reality. Maybe it was just the fever earlier, getting angry and emotional. But Aldrin was right. It was time to start standing up for myself. And for the first time, I realized I might have more dangerous enemies than the January prince. 15. I woke up in the library. Someone had moved me to the couch in the corner and put a blanket over me. On the table was a still-warming mug of hot chocolate. It was still early, so I took it up to one of the towers to watch the sunrise over Aldrin's glistening city of ice. Then, realizing I was still a mess from yesterday's hunt, I went downstairs into the thermal baths. I gently peeled away the soft navy gown and tossed it to the side before lowering myself into the steaming tub. I washed away the blood and dirt and pushed away the rising anxiety when I remembered I'd just killed someone and brought the stain of them into the bath with me. I knew I should be traumatized, but I'd deal with that later. Right now, I just wanted to feel clean. I ran a finger over the gash in my shoulder, which had been sewn up neatly. It was tender and a little red, but it didn't look too bad, all things considered. An hour later, my skin rubbed raw and smelling of tea tree oil and lavender, I joined Aldrin for breakfast in an oversized sweater and thick black stockings. "Oh, good," Aldrin said, without looking up. "You've washed off the stink." "You sure that's not you?" I asked.
filling my plate with bacon-wrapped asparagus and a fried egg.
"We're going to Pirouette's estate this evening. Frith will help choose a dress that hides that hideous wound."
I finished chewing slowly, considering this new information. "I think I tried to kill you with a butter knife yesterday," I said.
"You did,"
he replied. "And I was running a fever, after getting stabbed."
"Correct."
"So tonight we're going to a party?"
"There's a festival every month to mark the changing seasons. Pirouette is very eager for you to attend, and Dahlia has insisted upon it. Apparently, she doesn't like suitors thinking of you as a sickly weakling."
"But someone tried to kill me."
"And you fought back valiantly, and were still well enough to attend the monthly festival looking radiant. That's a pretty narrative, don't you think?"
"What do you get out of it?" I asked, crossing my arms.
"Contrary to your naive belief, I don't have the luxury to always do exactly what I want. Now, please go make yourself look stunning. I know it might take all day, but do your best."
Although it was hard to measure distances, I got the sense that the Fey estates were arranged like a clock, with each month pressed against the other, and the kingdoms associated with them spread throughout the other world. I'd yet to see a map, and suspected Aldrin wasn't eager to let me get my bearings. Instead, the journey was a whirlwind that left me breathless, until we flew low enough to see the start of the April estate through the window of Aldrin's sleek carriage. The grounds were awash in green, the sculpted gardens creating complex crop circles in pink pansies and roses. Pirouette's castle looked like something from The Wizard of Oz. Jagged spikes of gold and emerald rose to a crescendo in the royal palace, surrounded by a moat of clear blue water.
"Garish, isn't it?"
Aldrin asked. "Adding a little color to your own estate wouldn't hurt," I said. "It might brighten the place up."
Aldrin snorted. "As if I'd want any trace of spring in my palace. They sprinkle seeds everywhere like glitter. Invite them to dinner, and a month later there'll be a forest in your dining room. Now, behave yourself. This event has a more generous guest list, so most of the courts will be there. What you do reflects on me. I'd rather not be embarrassed in front of these people."
"Got it," I said. "I'll be good." When the carriage door opened, Aldrin waved me out. I moved carefully so as not to trip. This gown was the most irritating one he'd ever made me wear. The fabric was torn and faded muted pinks and green, but organic tones. Long brown tendrils burrowed between the layers, and the top was a mesh knit, like a tightly woven net that extended around my neck and shoulders. Frith had teased my hair into a messy bird's nest and then added sprigs of bright green, like fresh sprouts. Baubles hung like acorns around my ankles, which were constricted, in golden heels that wrapped up my calves. Aldrin's dark navy suit, meanwhile, was severe, apart from the single pink rose in his blazer pocket. I was 100% sure he was punking me and setting me up for a massive embarrassment, until I saw everyone else. Most of the women were wearing yellow, pink, or purple dresses. Some were gowns, but most were light ensembles, some mere puffs and scraps of fabric that revealed far too much, and yet I couldn't look away. They were each exotic and beautiful in their own way, but the royal costumes were almost hypnotic, each a work of art. I was glad to see I wasn't the only person in somber, organic colors. One fae looked like she was wearing a burlap sack with mossy hair in orange and sage. Another was in a ruffled yellow military jacket and a puffy white ballerina dress. Most were wearing some kind of complex floral arrangement on their heads. Pirouette greeted us at the top of the stairs in a long green dress surrounded by shimmering glass butterflies that lit up. She had a crown of pink lotuses, and the top half of her face was painted to match. She kissed me carefully on both cheeks before gripping my palms. "Welcome, Noel," she said. "It occurs to me you've experienced the hardships of becoming a royal fae with none of the associated privileges. Tonight we celebrate new beginnings." She winked at me, before pressing a seed into my palm. It immediately sprouted, growing larger in my palm until the buds burst open in a tiny bouquet of wildflowers. "What am I supposed to do with it?" I asked. "Wear it tonight, if you like. Offer it to anyone who pleases you, or whisper your hopes and let it float into the river of dreams." She gestured to the clear water running beneath the drawbridge, which I could see was already full of flowers.
"The river of dreams," Aldrin repeated, rolling his eyes once we were inside.
We passed several sprawling floors, already filled with mingling guests, before emerging into the grand ballroom, which was so large I had to squint to make out the pastel-colored murals on the ceiling, just above the hanging chandeliers dripping with gold and crystal. When we stepped into the ballroom, I gave up counting how many people were here. At least 1,000, maybe more. A crowd quickly gathered around me, and I saw about a dozen gentlemen turn their heads in my direction. Each new face more striking, more beautiful. A few winked or smiled. One offered me his small bouquet of flowers, and a moment later, I was holding half a dozen more, my arms so full of stems I could barely see. Aldrin scowled, brushing the flowers aside and dragging me towards the center of the ballroom with him.
"What did I tell you?" he grumbled. "They're like vultures."
I glared at his hand on my arm, and he released me.
"Sorry," he said. "You're right, no touching. We can just stand here like idiots until someone else whisks you away and tries to spin you unconscious."
"Fine," I said. "You can dance with me if you ask nicely." Aldrin gave a low bow, lifting his head with a smirk and offering his hand. I took it, and he pulled me closer, moving his hand gently to my waist. He was right. Moving in slow circles was much better than being accosted by a horde of admirers, and Aldrin had a way of making people keep their distance. I wasn't quite ready to lose my overly irritating escort. Cheerful and energetic music burst through the air, and we picked up the pace, pausing only to take sips from the circulating trays of fluted champagne. Soon the party was in full swing. I searched the crowd for familiar faces, more from habit than anything else. Quickthorn's laughter boomed from a corner. His suit was a vibrant shade of green, like pirouettes. I wondered if he'd done that to suck up to her, or maybe he was just trying to be a good guest by emulating the queen who ruled the season. His face was flushed, seemingly indicating that he'd already drank too much. Peony and Daphne were with him, wearing skimpy clothes that revealed their long legs, dripping with jewels and golden chains and long trains of flowing silk. One in orange and purple flowers, the other in blue and yellow. Their dresses complemented their wings perfectly, and I wondered which court they were from. "How do you feel about Quickthorn?" I asked.
"You know how I feel about him,"
he muttered. "Not really. You dislike him, but you dislike everybody. I may have to choose a suitor, right? You may not have put an effort into wooing me, but surely you wouldn't miss an opportunity to speak ill of your competition."
"You're becoming quite crafty, Princess Noel."
"So, cite your evidence. Convince me."
"All right, fine,"
he smiled, extending an arm and guiding me through a twirl before catching my waist again.
"The dancing pandemic of 1518 in France spread to 3 villages. Hundreds of people died from starvation and heartache."
"That was Quickthorn?" I gasped.
"It's common for humans to get disoriented at our parties, but Quickthorn had a talent for weaponizing the effect. Apparently, a human girl he liked was getting married. He showed up at the ceremony with fairy wine and a personal band."
"Interesting. Maybe I ought to ask him what he thinks about you. If I danced with everyone here, I could uncover all your dark secrets." My eyes snapped to his face and found that his blue eyes hardened with disapproval. Aldrin pulled me roughly against him. I hissed as my chest collided with his.
"I said, behave."
"I think it's perfectly excusable for a young woman to ask questions about her fellow royals," I replied, batting my eyelids. Especially such a naive human princess. I bet they'd be eager to share your worst deeds with me. They'd probably talk my ears off.
You don't have ears, remember?
He reached up and tucked my hair behind my ear, letting his fingers linger against my scalp. I pushed against his shoulders, trying to force some space between us, but Aldrin only tightened his grip on me. "How about a bargain?" I asked.
You have nothing that isn't already mine.
"One question for each dance. That's fair, isn't it? Answer honestly, or I'll dance with someone else."
Don't test me, girl,
he muttered, but when the song ended, he still held himself against me. His hot breath came in steady puffs of air against my chest. My pulse quickened with it, and something like desire rushed through my veins. I swallowed back the lump that rose in my throat and tried to force my heart to slow. Another song began, and Aldrin spun me around. I stumbled through the steps, while he moved with practiced elegance. I blamed the dress, which felt like dancing while wrapped in garbage bags, and the heels weren't helping either. "What about Dahlia? Does being the Autumn Queen make her your ally? Why'd she let me come and stay with you?"
Dahlia owed me a favor and was happy enough to offer you up.
"Everyone seems to owe you favors," I said.
I'm very useful, he smirked.
"But she hasn't promised you anything?" I pressed. "Other than a chance to court me?"
It would have been silly for her to offer more, he said. And she's as shrewd as any fae. I imagine she'll wait and see who has the highest offer.
"So it's an auction?" I asked, dread pooling in my stomach.
Not exactly, not in the sense you're thinking. But it will be transactional. She'll make the best decision for herself, her crown, and her kingdom.
We spun around the dance floor. In the corner of my eye, I caught a fleeting glimpse of Jonquil, dressed in a shade of hummingbird green, with purple ribbons in her hair. Her heavy silk skirts spun around as she danced, her hands joined with those of a tall, pale-skinned man clad in gold. Hawthorne's father, I remembered. He was wearing a low-cut vest that revealed his chest, with a high collar that hid most of his neck, drawing attention to his pointed ears, which were accentuated with golden twigs that wove up through his gray hair like wings in flight. "Who's that one again?" I asked, nodding towards the man. I couldn't recall if Selen had mentioned the Summer King's name. It seemed like he must have, but there were so many names that day. Aldrin's eyes snapped over my shoulder.
Arcturus.
"Named after the star?" I asked.
I would assume.
There was a pause between songs, and then the music picked up once more. We traced the room, my view of guests changing like a kaleidoscope. When we passed them again, Jonquil was frowning and whispering harshly. The drink and spinning in circles was going to my head, and already my legs felt swollen. How long had we been dancing? I felt out of my element here, surrounded by all the fancy fae in their elaborate costumes. But each time we tried to take a break, I couldn't help noticing the hungry eyes that lingered in my direction. If the June court is my enemy, aren't you alarmed by King Arcturus being friendly with your ally?
She is slightly less irritating than most spring fae, and it's always beneficial to be on good terms with new monarchs. Don't forget, she's only held the March throne for a few months. You never know how taking the throne will impact a person. They'll need to secure power with complex negotiations and contracts between the kingdoms. Everyone will press for an advantage to test her strength. Most often, it makes fae monarchs cruel and calculating. As for Arcturus, he's a king in name only. The throne belongs to his wife.
"You don't have a throne yet," I said. "But you're already cruel. Just practicing?"
I don't need a throne to wield power, he answered.
The music changed again, and Aldrin was just about to twirl me around when he stopped suddenly, leaving me adrift. I looked over my shoulder as Prince Hawthorne approached us. He always seemed like a casual version of his posh father. Instead of the silver tunic, he was wearing a gray shirt with light embroidery, and his long hair was tangled and loose. dark gray with streaks of orange, that matched his ruddy complexion. Embroidered peacocks traced their way up the legs of his loose-fitting trousers, and he was wearing a pair of golden sneakers that seemed out of place, and yet boldly disruptive somehow. Keeping his teal eyes on me, he lowered himself into a bow, offering his palm.
"I request the honor of your presence, Princess Noel. Will you dance?"
Aldrin held my waist more tightly, his cool fingers pressed against my hips. Marking his territory, I was sure. Even beneath the thick fabric of my dress, I felt every touch as acutely as if it had been on bare skin.
"She is currently occupied," Aldrin said.
"If I'd wanted to address you," Hawthorne said firmly,
"I would have asked you to dance, Prince Aldrin. Surely I'm entitled to a single dance with the woman whose life I recently saved. The one who was nearly murdered, under your protection."
"Fine," Aldrin said, releasing me.
"I'll be in the gardens enjoying a cigar. When you're tired of mingling, let me know, and we'll go home. Together."
Hawthorne placed a hand at the small of my back and coaxed me away, so I turned my attention to him as the music began again.
"I thought you might want a break from him,"
Hawthorne said quietly. He didn't make any attempt to dance, aside from a bit of swaying that I recognized vaguely from middle school dances. Somehow he made it look good. Apart from the thin golden chains around his neck, he was considerably less adorned than most of the other Fae, and while not as beautiful as his father, he was just as handsome. With his ruffled shirt and long curly hair, he gave me a young Lestat vibe. I knew I should thank him for saving me, but all I could think of is how he'd refused to help me get away from Aldrin when I had the chance. Though, stumbling through the woods covered in blood, I probably wouldn't have actually made it very far. Even so, I had mixed feelings about him offering to dance with me, as if this was owed to him. "You left me with him," I hissed, "after everything that I told you."
"I had no choice," Hawthorne said quietly. "I couldn't risk offending the January court. It's bad form to show interest in a princess being courted by another, and if I'd helped you, that would have been interpreted as a hostile act."
"I'm glad to know your morals are tied to your own interests."
"Not only mine. I've my parents' court to think of," Hawthorne replied. "Our kingdom and our people, they have to come first."
"And showing interest in me would have threatened all that?"
"Not necessarily. You are an equinox princess, after all. But the Fae don't engage in battle on a whim. We've learned to be cautious."
"So my position is the only thing that matters to you, not my happiness?"
"No."
"But It's fine," I said softly. "And I don't need you to save me."
"But do you want me to save you?"
he asked, leaning closer. His eyes were so earnest and kind, something like hope fluttered in my chest. "What are you proposing?" I asked in a whisper, glancing around to make sure Aldrin wasn't somehow listening in.
"This isn't a formal proposal," he clarified quickly. "Just an invitation. Come stay with me for a while, away from him. No closets, and I promise, it'll be warm."
He grinned at me, acknowledging the low bar Aldrin had set. He was actually selling it pretty well. I had no other allies, and although Aldrin and my relationship seemed to have tempered somehow, I knew he'd never put my interests first. Hawthorne seemed like he actually cared, for whatever reason. The second the music changed, Hawthorne's hand dropped, but before he stepped away, he whispered in my ear,
"Blink twice for yes."
Then Aldrin swooped in and wrapped an arm around my waist. Aldrin grinned sharply. "Hawthorne," he said, "I think that's enough time with my dear Noel, don't you?" They passed me along like a possession, like they were playing some sort of stupid game. Hawthorne's face softened. He looked contemplative, studying my face. Would Aldrin actually agree to give me up? Did the June Prince have the strength to make him? As long as I was with Aldrin, I knew he'd use my friends and family to control my behavior. But if I was out of his grasp, and I still had to find a way to contact Ember, Aldrin had warned me against the summer court and Queen Amaryllis. If she really was behind the assassination attempt, accepting her son's invitation was probably stupid. But I didn't trust Aldrin to tell me the truth. I just have to be careful. I blinked twice. Hawthorne smiled and took a step forward.
Princess Noel and I were having a very nice discussion.
I don't care, Aldrin replied coldly, pushing me towards the door.
I don't see why your feelings should matter one way or the other, Hawthorne pressed. She's an Equinox princess. Other royals deserve to spend an equal amount of time getting to know her.
You're free to visit any time you like, Aldrin growled, raising his voice. His grip on me tightened, and I could see his patience fraying. I jerked away, and his eyes snapped to me, his face twisted in a fierce scowl.
Surely she needs to explore other kingdoms before she decides.
She's quite content to stay with me, Aldrin argued. Have you asked her that? Hawthorne retorted, his voice cool and even. What have you said to him? Aldrin whirled around to face me, ice tendrils of frost burning through his fingertips. Nothing, I exclaimed. Unhand her, Hawthorne said, his eyes stormy. Now. The air seemed to charge with electricity. Whoa! Quickthorn stumbled up to us, his pupils blown and his face reddened. Peony still curled her arms around his like a ball of mistletoe wrapped around a tree. What's the matter? You look like you're about to fight to the death right in the middle of this festive gathering. It's nothing we can't resolve on our own, Aldrin said, his words curt. Young Prince Hawthorne forgets that I have a prior claim on Noel, one that even his privileged position has no right to challenge. Hawthorne glanced at me, indecision flickering in his eyes. Was he about to back off? Of course he was. Why should I expect him to stick his neck out for someone he didn't even know? Maybe if I'd indicated that Hawthorne might gain something, he'd have been more motivated to help me. Dahlia approached us, practically dripping with glittering amber.
What's going on? She asked, looking pleased.
I think it's time for Princess Noel to visit other courts, Hawthorne said. How can she hope to win more suitors when nobody gets a chance to see her? Dahlia's eyes narrowed. Her sharp gaze landed on me, then on Aldrin.
You're assuming that anyone else even wants her, Aldrin replied with a tight grin. Tell me, have there been other proposals?
I imagine most royals are squeamish about making Aldrin their enemy, Hawthorne said. I, for one, am not afraid of the January prince. But if she's already been promised to him, Dahlia, you should have let us all know and save us the suspense. Not formally, Dahlia said quickly. In all but formality, then, Hawthorne said. It seems unfair that the courts have gained an Equinox princess and Prince Aldrin is the only one who is allowed to spend time with her. It gives the impression that Princess Noel is being hastened into a marriage without even having the opportunity to see what the other courts have to offer. You insult us. With every day, she's hidden away, protected. Dahlia's eyes glittered and my pulse quickened. Hawthorne hadn't backed down, and he'd just challenged Dahlia as well. He might be young, but he was no coward. Dahlia would be the one who decided where I went, and I knew she was ambitious. A solstice prince presented an advantageous ally. But was the prize worth the cost of crossing Aldrin? Agreed! Quickthorn exclaimed, butting in. Delightful! I'm sure Daphne and Peony would love another woman around the estate, eh? The more the merrier, Peony said, her eyes lingering on me. Dahlia didn't even spare him a glance. Are you saying you'd like to court my darling Noel? She asked Hawthorne. Officially? If it pleases her, Hawthorne said. It took all my willpower not to shrink back from their eyes on me. Hawthorne was a risk, but I knew that I didn't want to go back with Aldrin, so he could break the confidence I'd just recovered. I'd caused this, and I couldn't back down now. Well, I said, Pirouette did suggest we celebrate new beginnings. Dahlia's smile was radiant.
Then she'll leave with you, Prince Hawthorne. Aldrin can forward her personal effects later. I'm quite honored that you've taken an interest in Noel."
"This isn't what we agreed,"
Aldrin said under his breath. Dahlia gave him a glare frigid enough to freeze flame. "Prince Hawthorne is quite correct. You've had more than enough time to charm our princess. Noel ought to have the opportunity to experience the range of eligible suitors, and no court should receive special treatment." "Fantastic! And if Noel decides she doesn't like Hawthorne, she can always join us," Quickthorn agreed, placing a kiss on Peony's cheek. "Wouldn't that be fun, my little flower?" She giggled. "Yes, wonderful." "Then it's settled," Hawthorne said, looking at Aldrin. "Princess Noel will be leaving with me. Besides, you have nothing to fear, unless you haven't learned how to keep a woman happy," Quickthorn added playfully. Aldrin's eyes darkened. "Happiness is fleeting. It only lasts until her heart stops." "We'll see," Dahlia said brightly. "For now, Noel has made her choice, and I wholeheartedly support it." I glanced behind her to see the watchful eyes of Queen Amaryllis standing in the crowd with her beautiful pale husband. She smiled at me, but her dark eyes were calculating. If it had really been my choice, I'd have turned around and gone back home to what my life had been before all this began. For now, I'd thrown myself at another Fey prince and his potentially murderous mother, embarrassing Aldrin at the same time in a manner he wasn't likely to forgive. What have I done? 16. As I followed Hawthorne through the gates of his estate, I felt a deep, unexplainable yearning for the pristine sharpness of ice. The forest we'd entered had been deep and untamed, but gradually the ground smoothened into terraformed gardens, meticulously groomed into spiraling rows of produce, berries, and vegetables. Smooth marble paths wove like a labyrinth through the crops, accompanied by large fountains and statues. The castle itself seemed to be a hanging tower supported by thick vines and suspended tightly between trees as big as mountains. The central portion was all white and gold, but as we got closer, I could see hundreds of small treehouse dwellings hanging around it like fruit on a tree, connected by ropes and ladders. Inside was equally as grand. Golden vaults spanned the ceiling like intricate spider webs, and between them, there were paintings of peacocks and flowers cast in shiny enamel. The floor was white and polished to a mirror sheen. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Hawthorne asked. "Yes," I admitted. The June Prince stared at me for a long moment. He looked like he had no idea what to do with me now that I was here. Or maybe he was hoping I'd express some gratitude for rescuing me. But really, the only thing I felt like expressing was how hot I was. My dress clung uncomfortably to my belly and thighs, and sweat gathered beneath my breasts. It seemed that living with Aldrin for so long had made me really susceptible to heat, and if my life hadn't become so incredibly messed up, I might have laughed. I was a failure of a Floridian. "My parents stay in the top floor," he said, "so you won't see them much. I thought you might prefer to be closer to the ground until you get more accustomed to our lifestyle." I nodded, following through another wide corridor lined with golden mirrors. "I will have a lady-in-waiting assigned to you during your stay here," Hawthorne said. "Otherwise, you will be left to your own devices. I will confess I've no real desire to woo you, despite what I may have told Queen Dahlia. But Aldrin has no right to mistreat you, and offering you this sanctuary was worth it, just to see the look on his face. My court's interests usually align with spring and autumn more than they do with winter anyway, so it's no real burden to have you here. You're a real Prince Charming, Hawthorne." He looked confused for a moment. Maybe he didn't get the reference or the sarcasm. "You may call me Ha, if you like. That's what... to keep you from confusing my name with Quickthorn's. We both take our names from the same plant, just
I know, I replied. You're both named after Crataegus, just 2 different names for it.
Yes, he said.
A woman walked past, clad in a golden skirt made of chiffon. The garment had multiple high slits, affording a clear view of her thighs. Her shirt was a little more than a bikini top, but considering how hot it was, I could understand why she'd want to wear as little as possible. Beads of sweat slid down the back of my neck, making me itch.
I think that's all I wish to say, he said. You've free rein in my home and its grounds. You must remain on the estate for your own safety, but otherwise, do as you like. Everything that is mine is yours to enjoy during the duration of your stay. So, I could expect to be ignored. I wouldn't complain about that. Being ignored was far more preferable to having Aldrin always hovering over my shoulder.
I can do anything? I asked, hoping for clarification. Hawthorne, or Haw, as he had requested I call him, looked hesitant, but he finally offered me a small tentative nod.
Within reason, of course. I would prefer you not destroy anything, and be kind to my servants. They do their job well and deserve respect for all they do.
Of course, I replied. I had no intention of disrespecting any of his servants. They hadn't done anything to me. Ha beckoned me onwards. I followed him up a tall, spiraling staircase. It was a massive creation of enamel and marble. The banisters were lined with peacocks, their massive tails spread out. We passed a few more servants, but they didn't bow or linger in the background like Aldrin's had. Instead, they hurried past in a flurry of activity, as if they had no time for anything other than finishing whatever tasks they'd been assigned. I paused on the stairs and peeled my skirt up past my knees, grimacing at the red and sweaty legs I revealed. He looked over his shoulder, his eyes snapping to my exposed flesh. Oh, you're hot, of course. He went down the corridor, finally pulling open an enamel doorknob, letting in a cool breeze. The opening led to a suspended bridge, forking towards the entrance of 6 large A-frame cabins. They were each built on platforms of wood, with ladders leading to the ground level, where there was a private pool. Despite their rustic exterior, the inside was modern, with high ceilings, white walls, and wooden furniture. I drifted in, peering through the different doorways. The ground floor had a kitchen, living room, and bathroom. The second floor had another bathroom with a clawfoot tub, 2 bedrooms, an office, and a large deck looking over the forest. And on the very top floor was a small alcove with just a mattress and a wall full of books, with large transparent panels so you could watch the sky moving. Wow, I said. Ha grinned. Which room is mine? I asked. He pressed a large key into my palm. All of them. The cabins on either side are empty, for your privacy. My cabin is the last one on the right. I prefer these to the palatial quarters. But if you'd prefer, this is perfect, I said, holding the key tightly. The small gesture made me feel safer than Aldrin had ever made me feel. He waited in the center of the living room, his hands clasped behind his back. Don't forget to lock the door after I leave. I nodded, feeling strangely self-conscious. He'd just given me a house, and it was larger than the entire apartment I'd shared with my mom. Well then, I'll leave you to adjust. A maid will be along shortly to aid you. We've taken the liberty of filling your closet, but I'll send a seamstress tomorrow and you can have anything you'd like made to order. At least until your things arrive from the January court. What things? And with that, he turned and left. He closed the door, and I leaned back against it, marveling at the spacious, rustic modern cabin I'd been given. For the first time in months, I was really and truly alone. The Fae living on Ha's estate seemed to wear as little as possible. I found my closet stacked with thin skirts, tanks, and halter tops, and flowing dresses in a variety of colors. Some of them sheer, or with high slits, or fancy beading and embroidery. But they were all lightweight and comfortable. They looked like something I'd wear to the beach back at Port St. Joan, but the fabric was far finer than anything I'd have ever risked sand and salt water for. Despite being surrounded by old-growth forests, the kingdom seemed to catch a good deal of sunlight through the day, with a cooling evening wind. The cabin, thankfully, stayed cool most of the time. The first few days, I slept, bathed, and ate, picking through the bookshelf for reading material. On the second day, I dared to climb down the ladder to the ground, to dip my toes into the pool, and discovered that it was connected by a series of narrow canals that ran through the city. I even had a small docking station with a personal canoe. My attendant, a pretty summer fae named Rodella, kept my kitchen stocked with the essentials, mostly bread, butter, and fresh berries. Each morning she'd arrive to prepare food and lay out a breakfast I could enjoy on the porch, listening to the birds. Part of me realized I'd probably make a delicious snack for the airplane-sized jays flapping between the trees, but they seemed to keep their distance. On the fourth day, Rodella rang the doorbell and waited for me to answer in my robe. "Ha requests your presence, if it suits you." Yeah, just give me a moment." I hastily donned a soft pink dress and pair of baggy white shorts, slipping into my sandals. I hoped I wasn't underdressed, but I didn't want to keep him waiting either. I laughed when Rodella led me across the bridge to the cabin at the other end of our small cluster. "You could have just come over yourself," I said, as I found Ha outside on his deck. I was glad he was also dressed casually, in knee-length capri pants and a yellow shirt. A pair of aviators held back his hair, revealing his tapered ears. "I didn't want to impose," he said, standing to greet me. Besides Rodella, Ha had a handful of his own servants and a much wider table. While breakfasts on Aldrin's estates had included different kinds of breads, jams, and meat, Ha seemed to prefer cereal, yogurt, and waffles topped with cream and berries. And he took coffee over cider, at least for breakfast. My caffeine-neglected mind delighted at the familiar bitter taste. "So," I asked finally, "how do King Arcturus and Queen Amaryllis feel about me being here?" I was too anxious about my position not to ask, even though I dreaded the answer. Ha shrugged, drizzling maple syrup over his waffles. "As long as I'm not doing something to damage the family name, my parents don't really care what I do." "But did you ask them?" I pushed. "Did they say anything?" I really wanted to know if he'd asked his mother's permission before he'd made a scene at the ball, but I didn't know him well enough yet to press the issue. He looked up at me, his cool teal eyes catching the sunlight. "My mother is quick to defend her throne, and cautious about rushing into new agreements. My father is the political one. As a solstice prince, it's always been my role to marry well, securing a carefully balanced alliance. Until then, I'm expected to socialize and develop interests and skills of my own so I can better serve my court." "Is it the same with Frosty Boy?" I asked. Ha frowned. "Aldrin," I clarified. "He seems to have issues with his parents. I was there for months, and I don't think I met them once." "Winter Fae are not known for their attachments," Ha said. "They have a reputation for being cold and solitary creatures." "And the Summer Fae?" "Some would call our affections capricious." He grinned. "If you seek companionship, you'll more likely find it among spring or autumn. They are kinder to their lovers." Maybe not, considering what John Quill might have done to Ember. Aldrin's parents were an arranged marriage. A January king and a February princess, and they hated one another. They married only in the hopes of gaining power for themselves. Aldrin's mother, or so I've heard, was an exceptionally hard woman. "Was?" Ha nodded. "She tried to kill her husband in a duel and seized power over the January court, but both of them died. So, Aldrin's older sister, Athelflaed, took the throne and sent her brother to another estate. It was a glorified exile, really, a way to keep him out of her way." "That's awful," I muttered. "It's not uncommon," he shrugged. He grew up mostly alone, raised only by a handful of servants. Although most Winter Fae adopt a sink or swim method of raising their children anyway. Ha said. "It really isn't my business. But none of that excuses the way he treated you." "I know that," I said, pushing food around my plate. Against all sense of logic and reason, I missed the January estate, which had been comforting in its familiarity, if nothing else. Much like Aldrin, really. I loathed him, but at least I'd known him. And although I'd never forgive him for what he did to me and Ashley, I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd locked me up in his icy palace for my protection. You're far too special to be wasted on frivolities. At the same time, I knew he'd never let the betrayal stand. He'd find a way to hurt me, for sure. And since I was now a guest of the June court, that left my mother and friends exposed. In hindsight, I probably should have planned this all out more before trading the enemy I knew for the one I didn't. I needed guidance, and Ember was the only fae I trusted, but I had no idea where to find her. Am I allowed to contact someone? I asked. He paused, his eyes cautious. Who? I frowned at his reluctance. Does it matter? I asked, wondering if I was about to see the limits to Prince Hawthorne's hospitality. Apologies, he said. Your correspondence is your own, and I didn't mean to pry. Of course you must be worried about your human contacts. However, if they're in the mortal realm, it would have to be delivered in person by a royal. Otherwise, they'd need a microscope to read the writing. Oh, I said, my hopes deflating. Right. So I wouldn't be able to get in touch with Ashley or my mom. My heart ached. There were so many things I knew I ought to ask my mother, but more than anything, I really just wanted to throw myself into her arms and hug her. For just 5 minutes. I wanted to be her little girl again, all my fears easily assuaged by her stroking my hair or kissing my forehead. If they're within the other world, Ha continued, a letter or parcel should be delivered within a few days. Even if I don't know exactly where they are? I said slowly, trying to focus on the task at hand. Ha sipped his coffee and idly ran a finger along the rim of his gilded mug. Who is it that you wish to speak with? I had no idea how he'd feel about my request to contact an outlawed fae criminal and potential assassin, but I also didn't feel good about lying to him. Ember, I admitted, hoping I could trust him. She was a knight in the March Court. We were in prison together, and she was always kind to me. John Quill pardoned her, but only on the condition that she be exiled. I wanted to check up on her, but I don't know where she's gone. Ha furrowed his brow, looking contemplative. I wondered if he'd heard of Ember. I doubted most fae royals would have been familiar with a random knight from another court, but Ember had been imprisoned for murder and treason. She and John Quill had been romantically involved, too. I wasn't sure if everyone knew that, but Aldrin seemed to be well informed. She's the one who saved you, Ha said slowly. At the purge. Orange dress, right? You were there? I asked, holding my breath. I was, Ha said, reading me with his eyes. I feel as a potential suitor, I should ask if you're romantically involved. It's not a big deal. Married royals often indulge their pleasures with more suited lovers. But I'd like to know what I'm getting myself into. It's not like that, I said, feeling my cheeks warm. She's just a friend. Well then, feel free to borrow one of my fireflies, Ha said. They are among the most reliable messengers in all the courts. I'm certain one of them could find this knight of yours, wherever she may be, though it may take longer if she doesn't want to be found. Thank you, I said. Ha bowed his head in assent. Very well. I'll have one sent to your rooms. Good day, Princess. Good day, I echoed, standing up, before realizing I was at his house and that I was the one who needed to leave. Perhaps tomorrow, Ha called, before I'd gone far. If you'd like, I can show you more of the kingdom. I'd like that. I smiled over my shoulder with a shy wave. Although I still hadn't managed to venture within the palace or surrounding estates, the path from Ha's cabin to my own was short enough I probably could have done it blindfolded. It felt like we were at some private retreat in a wooded summer camp. I slipped inside, waiting anxiously until Rodella knocked on my door, holding a small gilded cage that was glowing like a lantern. She placed it on the center table, along with a few pieces of parchment and a silver fountain pen. "Hello," I said, tapping lightly on the cage. It was unnerving to see the soft-bodied insect up close. Like other beetles, fireflies had a pair of hardened wing cases called elytra that opened for liftoff like the gull wing doors of a fancy car. "How does it work?" I asked Rodella, who was waiting patiently to the side. "Write your message and picture the person you want to receive it. You can speak to her or visualize them in your mind while stroking its shell." "Got it," I said. Rodella turned to go, but paused at the door. "Fireflies are one of the symbols of the June Court," she said quietly. "Queen Amaryllis, especially, holds them in high regard." "They're beautiful," I said. She frowned slightly, like I was missing the point. "The females flash patterns to lure unsuspecting males from the lesser species. Preying on these males allows the frugivorous females to acquire their toxins, called lucibuphagins, which females then deposit into their eggs as a chemical defense. Predatory femme fatales have also been known to steal wrapped fireflies from spiders' webs, a behavior called kleptoparasitism, emerging from the web unscathed with their incapacitated prey." I nodded, holding her eyes for a long moment. This seemed practiced, almost rehearsed, and was clearly a message. But whether it was a warning to tread lightly around the June Prince or a threat from Queen Amaryllis herself, I wasn't sure. "I appreciate your candor, Rodella," I said carefully, "and your discretion." She curtsied, with a look of relief flashing briefly across her features, before disappearing quietly out the door. I waited a moment longer to make sure I was alone. A chill ran down my spine, most likely from Rodella's ominous symbolism, so I stacked some kindling in the wood stove and watched the flames grow. Then I sat by the fire and reached out a tentative hand, unlocking the cage. The firefly's only move was to blink lazily at me. My fingers carefully brushed its wings, as soft as silk. I'd never felt anything quite like them before, and a swell of excitement rose within me as the creature responded with a soft purr and a blinking light that was brighter than the fire across the room. Ashley would have thought this was the coolest thing ever. God, I longed for her literary jokes, even if I didn't understand most of them. I wondered if she was back at the university now, still pursuing her English degree, without me. My chest ached, and although I never stopped thinking about the life I'd lost to this whole Fae mess, it suddenly sank in how much I'd lost. I could have been in school, too, holding down 2 jobs, working myself to the bone to keep a roof over my head and my mother's. Instead, I was talking to a firefly in a secluded summer Fae kingdom completely out of my depth. I didn't even know what continent I was on. I sighed and smiled at the firefly. Well, at least I'm doing something now, right? For all I knew, the firefly could understand me. And even if it couldn't, I probably would have talked to it anyway, just as I'd always spoken to the stray cats that I found lingering around my apartment I shared with my mom. I held the pen, staring at the blank parchment, until the sky was beginning to darken. There was so much to tell her, but I couldn't be sure this letter wouldn't be confiscated en route, or where it might end up. Things were confusing enough, with all these courts and princes vying for my favor, but it seemed like there was something more, something larger, brewing. Something to do with Aldrin or Jonquil. Though I expected clandestine secret meetings weren't uncommon among Fae royals. Still, I'd heard Aldrin admit to killing the Knight Commander. If we could only prove it somehow, maybe we could negotiate Ember's status. But I couldn't write that down. We had to meet in person. Dear Ember, I know you're busy trying to pick up the pieces and put your own life together, but I need your help. I don't know who to trust or what to do. I'm staying with Ha in the June Kingdom, but we need to talk. P.S. I heard you have a thing for princesses, so come find me. I scrawled down the letter, signing my name at the bottom. The joke at the end seemed unnecessarily intimate, but I wanted her to know it was really from me. Well, I said, looking at the firefly, I'm not entirely sure how this works, but I need you to take this letter to Ember, the former knight of the March Court. I pictured Ember's face, her orange hair and slim body, even the scarred cartilage of her upper ears. Feeling foolish, I folded the letter and held it out. The firefly blinked a few times. Then, in a quick and sudden movement, she snapped up the letter in her tiny mouth, folding it under her tongue. I climbed to my feet and went to the large glass doors across the room. They opened to a balcony overlooking the gardens. When I lifted my arm, the firefly spread her wings, and after a few quick moments, it soared over the roof and out of sight, before emerging higher up, mingling with a dozen other bright spots of light beneath pines the size of skyscrapers. 17. The next morning, I woke up to what I thought sounded like a knocking on the front door. I scurried to open it, irrationally hoping Ember had already received my message, but there was nobody there. It was still early, and a cool mist hovered over the forest floor, giving the illusion that my cabin was perched in the clouds. The knocking noise continued, so I peered over the balcony to see someone moving around below just out of sight. I pulled my thin robe around myself, knotting it at the waist to hide my boxers and tank top, before climbing down the ladder in my bare feet. Ha had his back to me, carrying an axe over one shoulder. I was about to call out to him when a deep growl made me spin around. Directly behind me was a white wolf, its hackles raised. It looked like the one I'd seen in the forest, but I couldn't be sure. "Whoa, boy," I said, taking a step back, raising my palms cautiously. A sharp whistle cut through the air, and the wolf bounded past me, heading towards Ha, who scratched it behind its ears. "I see you've met Chowder," he said. "Sorry, I should have warned you." "That's a wolf," I said, raising an eyebrow. "Is it?" Ha said, studying his pet. "Anyway, he's friendly. Until he isn't." "Chowder. I like it." "The name or the soup?" He smirked. "Both." I shrugged. "Pretty sure Chowder saved my life on the hunt, so I guess we're cool." I watched Ha split a log into kindling with the axe, piling it beneath a tarp under my cabin. "Don't you have people to do that for you?" I asked. "Of course," he said. "But I don't mind it. And I did promise to keep you warm." "So you did," I said. I wasn't sure what to do with myself, so I leaned against the ladder, watching him work. Chowder came over to sniff my palm and let me scratch his ears. "Want some coffee?" Ha said, putting away the axe. "I asked Rodella to give you some, but I'm not sure if it's there yet." "I thought you were going to give me a tour today," I said. "I should change first," he said, taking off a pair of leather gloves. "You can wait at my place." "Oh," I said, blinking a few times. "Sure." Ha didn't take my arm like Aldrin always did when I walked with him. Instead, the June Prince simply tucked his hands into the pockets of his loose-fitting pants and continued along the path on the forest floor. I walked alongside him, my eyes darting to his elegant face. Chowder whined as we climbed the ladder to Ha's cabin. "He's one of the reasons I live on my own," Ha said, tossing down a meaty bone. "Mother won't allow him in the palace, but that gives me an excuse to keep my distance. The others, they think I'm silly, keeping a pet. It's not common for Fae." I followed him into his cabin, where he heated water and got out a French press. "You know how to use one of these?" he asked. "Sure," I said. "All right, make yourself at home. Be right back." Ha's cabin was nearly identical to mine, but filled with interesting things, antiques and collectibles, from both the Fae and human realms. It had a rugged lumberjack feel with soft rugs and comfortable furniture. I looked over his bookshelf, searching for titles I recognized. One of them read Modern English Slang. I flipped through it, noticing that Ha had underlined a few passages. Was he studying this for me? "We should get going," Ha said, coming back down the stairs pulling on a t-shirt. "I think it's going to rain soon." I'm not afraid of a little rain.
I said. That's because you're not used to being small. He grinned. At this size, you could drown in a drop of rain. We stopped at my place so I could slip into a cotton dress and leather loafers. Then I followed him down the ladder to his private pond and waited for him to untie the small boat and light the lantern hanging from the bow. The mist was clearing, but the sky was cloudy and the trees cast long stretches of shadow. He used an oar to maneuver us into a larger channel with a slow current. Chowder followed along, occasionally peeking out from the riverbank. I don't imagine Aldrin has many gardens, Ha asked. Not really, it's just snow and ice sculptures. Sounds rough, he said. I shook my head. I mean, it was still a castle. It wasn't all bad. But he made me follow him everywhere, so I only got to do what he wanted. Oh. Evidently, oh was what Ha said when he wasn't sure what to do. Yeah. Do you like the flowers? He asked suddenly, nodding towards the riverbank. Between curling ferns were small pockets of delicate star-shaped petals and pale freesia. A little further on, I saw pink and orange alstroemeria and yellow snapdragons. They're gorgeous, I admitted. These can't all be native. My mother is picky about her garden, which takes up most of the estate. But I had some help from a spring fae. I picked out a few I liked, and we let them grow wild along the river. We passed under a bridge and through a small village. Fae gathered along the bank to watch us pass. I got the sense Ha was avoiding the crowded center of the city and leading us farther into the outskirts. A large splash startled me, and I gripped the side of the vessel as the boat rocked to the side. Hold on, Ha said, grabbing the oar and pulling it smoothly through the water. I know someplace we can go. He turned off down a small creek, through what looked like a marshland with tall reeds, and pulled the boat to shore, jumping out into the shallow water and hauling up the boat to dry land so I wouldn't get my feet wet. He grabbed my hand and pulled me down an overgrown path towards what at first I mistook as a small hill, overgrown with moss and fungi. A large entrance was half covered in hanging vines, but Ha pulled me towards it and led me inside. It was like a symmetrical cave, but the walls and ceiling were polished and smooth. Inside was set up with a couch, a mattress, and a bookshelf. He lit some candles, and once I could see clearly, I realized what I was looking at. Wait, is this a turtle shell? Yep. Meet Harold. This was my first pet a long time ago. Now, I live in him when I need to get away. Farther away from courtly duties. Sorry for the mess, it's probably been a decade since I've been out here. He blew some dust off an old bottle of wine and found a pair of ceramic mugs. He tossed me a blanket, and I curled up on the couch, watching the rain fall with the force of water balloons, leaving muddy craters along the path. It was hypnotic, listening to the sound of rain. A distant rumble of thunder seemed to make the whole shell vibrate. I think I like it here, I said. You're welcome to it. Ha grinned, sitting in a rocking chair across the room. I smiled, curling up in the blanket and stretching out on the couch. We both knew that wasn't true. Eventually, Aldrin would retaliate somehow. Even if he didn't, I still had Dahlia to contend with. She vowed to have me wed within the year. And I didn't want to get my hopes up when I knew Dahlia would make the best decision for her kingdom, despite my personal preferences. Besides, Ha had made it pretty clear he wasn't really interested in me. I couldn't count on his continued support. Right now, he was a lukewarm ally at best, who, like Dahlia, could throw me to the wolves the moment a greater advantage came along. I had to find some way to improve my position. All I had were a pair of wings I could hardly control and a complete lack of understanding regarding Fae affairs. A royal earns their crown by power, but keeps it through politics. I'd bought myself some time for now, thanks to Ha's munificence, but it wouldn't last. I had to make myself more desirable somehow, a force to be reckoned with, so I could negotiate on my own behalf. Or at the very least, learn to defend myself from future attacks. Is something the matter? Ha said, leaning forward.
I shook my head and cradled my wine glass. I'm just feeling overwhelmed, I guess. If you hadn't come along during the hunt. Don't think about that, he said. You're safe here. But for how long? I asked. You know they'll try again. I reached towards my shoulder, feeling the long scar where I'd been stabbed. It itched a bit and was still sensitive to pressure, but all things considered, I'd healed well. I just wish I knew more about everything, I said quietly. Well then, grab a sword, he said, pointing to a chest against the wall. You've got a box full of weapons? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Junk, mostly, he said, pushing his hair back. His eyes seemed even brighter than usual. Jackson tried to teach me to fight, I said. You saw how well that worked out. Like a human, Ha said. Not like a fae. There's a difference? I asked. I'm going to pretend you didn't just say that, Ha said, opening the chest and pulling out a pair of mismatched swords. Fae, we're small, but we're not weak. We've got bones like rock, and we heal quickly. If you want to kill a fae, you can't just hack and slash. You need to pierce a vital organ, and even that won't always do. That means through the eye or the gut, if you tear it. The lungs, just between the ribs. Of course, any of these would be dishonorable, a cheap shot, a hack. An arrow through the heart on a battlefield is skillful, even commendable, but cowardly. There's only one honorable way to kill a fae, and that's with a sword through the heart, on purpose. With precision, intent, and absolute poise. Fae are fast, so to achieve this, you'd have to be very good with a sword. Still, it's worth training, because not all kills need to be honorable. Should I be scared you know all this? I asked. Any proper fae royal has spent decades learning the craft of war and are skilled in a variety of weapons. However, for royals, it's also acceptable to kill someone with a cleaver or use superior magic. In fact, it's preferred. Royals don't fight with knives. We fight with magic. Can you teach me? I asked, sitting up. Ha frowned, suddenly reluctant. Uncontrolled magic is dangerous, he said. Young royals are often isolated, given time to mature in peace as they go through their violent transformation. We'll often spend years in the human realm, in human form, where our power is much weaker. Can you show me how to shift sizes, at least? I'd rather not, he said. Imagine you were in the June Palace and suddenly became a giant, destroying the kingdom from within, killing thousands. Oh, I said. Shit. Don't worry, it's only happened once in history during a skirmish. You'll notice other things at first. It takes a tremendous amount of energy and will almost never happen by accident. You have to really mean it. What's Dahlia's power? I asked. Maybe I'm like her. The Autumn Court represents shadows, darkness, and decay. But not every power conforms to its court. The Fae royals intermarry often, and even purebred Fae sometimes demonstrate unpredictable abilities. What can you do? I asked, immediately regretting my choice of words. I sounded just like Aldrin. He didn't seem to notice. He looked outside for a moment, considering. You know, during a storm, when the air is humming and potent? So you're the prince of what, static electricity? Something like that. Show me, I said eagerly. He grinned and gestured toward the entrance, peeking out to see that it had almost stopped raining. He stepped out a few paces into the dirt and spread out his arms. His hair seemed to float, and the air charged around him, a whirling ball of tiny points of light, lifting up small dark pieces of debris into a ring around him. Then, bright flares of lightning sparked from his palms to the ground, leaving dark smoking holes on either side. So you're like a plasma ball, I said, laughing. Come here, he said. I stepped closer, and he put his hands loosely around me. I felt the change instantly. It felt like I was floating, and my short hair lifted up into the air. Watch your dress, he smirked. I looked down to see my dress was up around my waist, with my bare legs completely exposed. I pulled it down quickly and stepped away, back inside the shelter. Something tells me that's not the first time you've pulled that trick. He shrugged, giving me a cocky look, which was ruined the instant a stray raindrop hit him squarely, splashing around him like a bucket of water. The shocked look on his face was so sudden and precious, I burst out laughing. He smiled playfully, then grabbed my arm and tugged me outside with him. "Think that's funny, huh?" he said, looking up at the sky. "Wait till you get hit by one, princess." I squealed and pulled away, slapping him on the shoulder. He laughed, heading inside the cabin to grab a towel. The wet shirt stuck to his skin, outlining his body. "You know," I said, watching him, "for someone who's not trying to woo me, you don't suck at it." He stepped closer, putting the towel gently around my shoulders. A sharp whistle cut through the air behind us. I turned around. Quickthorn waved and jogged up the path towards us, surprisingly unaccompanied. His hair had returned to its usual shade of brown gold, and he was wearing a long robe with a golden belt and an embroidered robe that fell off his shoulders, down to his leather boots. "Ha! Noel!" "I didn't realize he was joining us," I said. "He wasn't," Ha replied dryly. "Quickthorn just shows up sometimes." I raised an eyebrow. "Quickthorn's parents and mine have been allies for a very long time," Ha clarified. Once Quickthorn reached us, he bowed deeply and took my hand. I jumped in surprise. He didn't seem to notice, placing a light kiss on my knuckle. The gesture was unexpected, and a light, tingling feeling spread through my hand. "Princess Noel, what a joy it is to gaze upon your beauty once more," Quickthorn said. What a charmer. I'd bet he'd flirted with every woman this exact same way. But his smile was so brilliant, so infectious, that I couldn't keep from giving him a small, approving grin. "May I join your walk?" Quickthorn said cheerfully. "I've got an invitation for you." He nodded, giving Quickthorn only the faintest hint of a smile. I wondered if he was annoyed with being interrupted, but he didn't show it. "As you know, April's gala was quite eventful, but I'm determined to make mine the event of the year, and I need your help to do that." "There's a party every month?" I asked. "Every night, darling, if you know where to look. But the royals don't like to exhaust their charm, so most limit themselves to one event a month. The kings and queens rarely make more than a handful of appearances a year. But we youth are expected to mix and mingle, especially those of us who are still single." "Like a debutante ball?" I asked. "Surely nothing so desperate," he said, scrunching his nose. "And yet every fae there will be seeking to press advantage. I would advise you to do the same, while also being on your guard. I was thinking you might want to come, Noel. And you, Ha," Quickthorn said. "Noel is welcome to go, if she likes," Ha said. "But I don't—" I know, Quickthorn interrupted. "You're trying to become a hermit. But come on, it'll be fun. And it's my season, you know. After all, you both attended Pirouette's party. It could seem like a personal insult to me if you refused to attend mine, although I'd try not to take it as such. After all, I can see how busy you are." He smiled cagily, and I sensed an unvoiced threat. If we didn't go to the party, would Quickthorn gossip about us? I mean, we hadn't done anything wrong, but I felt like we'd almost had a moment. If any hidden meaning was implied, Ha brushed it off. "There's always so many people at your parties, Quickthorn," Ha grimaced. He sounded sort of like me. I snorted with the realization because I could all too easily imagine Quickthorn as Ashley, trying to force me to be more social. College is about experience, she'd always said. "I see you find that amusing," Ha said, rubbing his hair, which was still wet. Quickthorn's face brightened. He swept an arm around my waist and winked roguishly. "I'm happy to have sparked humor in such a delightful specimen. I really do think you should come. The more pretty faces, the better." "Do you just collect pretty people?" I asked.
Absolutely. Do you have any interest in being one of them? Quickthorn asked, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. I have the most decadent, luxurious castle. It's a proper den of debauchery, if you know what I mean. You're welcome any time. Don't let these grumpy spoilsports ruin our fun. If I cast my lot with Quickthorn, I was quite sure he'd tire of me quickly. I knew his type. She's just come to my estate, Hawthorne said a bit defensively. Do you expect me to give her up so easily? Besides, the last ball was a little tense, don't you think? Haw looked uncertain. His eyes darted to me, and I couldn't quite name the emotions I found there. He seemed almost as if he wanted to say something and wasn't sure if he should. Affections should never be restrained or constricted, Quickthorn answered glibly. Only shared and encouraged. At any rate, Haw said, drawing himself up, Princess Noel and I are courting. It would be disgraceful for me to surrender her to your wicked ways so soon. Quickthorn seemed entirely undeterred. He winked at me, utterly shameless. When you tire of him, I'm available, Noel. If nothing else, you should come to my party so you can see what you're missing. Our dear hermit can come to protect your honor or whatever it is these overly moral types do. I'm quite sure Noel doesn't need me to defend her honor. She seems more capable of taking care of herself. I raised an eyebrow. He was the first royal who seemed confident that I could look after myself. Warmth spread across my face. Surely he was just being nice. And I trust that you, for all your bluster, would return her to my estate unscathed, Haw continued. The real question is how long are you going to hold this over me if I don't go? And how badly will you malign my reputation if I don't join you? Forever, Quickthorn said. And I shall slander you mercilessly. Besides, you haven't come to the past 6 years, Haw. I'm beginning to think you don't like me. You know very well that I do, Haw said. Our months have been allies since— Ah! Quickthorn exclaimed, waving a flippant hand. Respecting the celestial order isn't the same as liking someone. If it has any bearing on your decision, I don't think your parents are invited. Something flickered in Haw's face. Relief, maybe, but it was gone before I could look much at it. Is there any particular reason why? I haven't even told you the best part yet. Quickthorn smiled, his eyes sparkling. John Quill has graciously agreed to host the gala. Wait, the March Court is hosting the May Ball? I remembered how little John Quill had seemed to care for his invitation at the ceremony where I'd been declared a September princess. How much pestering had it taken to make her agree to that? It's rare, but not unheard of. I expect my reputation for wantonness has given the impression that the May Court is nothing more than a den of inequity and excess, which, despite the growing number of attendants, has also kept more sensitive fae from putting in an appearance. The former March queens, meanwhile, were notoriously selective, a private dinner with just a few dozen hand-picked royals. Since John Quill is still in her first year, she was even more conservative with her obligatory social duties. However, she's graciously agreed to allow me the use of her estate for my ball. I swear it will be glorious, an event like no other, and not to be missed. Quickthorn dropped his arm from my waist and instead swung his arms at his sides in a manner vaguely reminiscent of an over-caffeinated child. I wondered if he knew how exuberant and outlandish he was, and if he sometimes acted that way on purpose just to mess with people. It does sound intriguing, Haw murmured, though I'm surprised she agreed. I think she probably just wants a distraction. Perhaps she's beginning to crack beneath the pressure of being a solstice queen. Or maybe she's become aware of how important it is for a ruler to establish strong bonds with other kingdoms. Neither of those excuses sounded plausible to me, knowing what I did for the Fae. Why host a ball out of season, and with Quickthorn, of all people? But I didn't know John Quill well enough to even guess at an ulterior motive, if there was one. It is a large responsibility to shoulder sole control over an equinox court, Ha replied. But you will, one day, won't you? I asked. Most likely, Ha said. But sometimes Fae monarchs decide not to have their eldest child inherit. It's possible my parents would find one of my siblings more preferable. And both of them have illegitimate children, too. Quickthorn looked vaguely uncomfortable. I wondered if I'd said something wrong or if I had unknowingly brought up something I shouldn't have spoken about. But then the moment passed, and Quickthorn's plastered smile returned in full force. You should come, Quickthorn pressed. It'll be enjoyable. And Noel, I can introduce you to some of my new friends. Is that what you're calling them these days? Ha asked. Quickthorn grinned. It is indeed. And how many friends do you have? I asked. Oh, well... Quickthorn held up his fingers to count and quickly ran out of digits. A lot, he replied finally. He doesn't even know, Ha replied, sounding amused. I don't know how you manage to give that many people your attention. It sounds dreadfully tiring. It really did. Quickthorn laughed heartily and patted Ha so hard on the back that the June Prince actually stumbled. I manage quite nicely, thank you very much. And I've room for more, Quickthorn said, giving me a sly glance. Ha shook his head, but a warm smile spread across his features. The expression was so genuine and heartfelt that it made my insides flutter. I'd gotten too used to Aldrin's edged smiles, which always spelled something bad. I could sense he was beginning to soften beneath Quickthorn's pestering. Say you'll come to my party, Quickthorn continued. I mean, I put in all the effort to come myself and invite you personally. Because you knew a messenger would respectfully agree to abide by my wishes and leave me be, Ha countered. Your point? Quickthorn asked. You don't play fair. But the Fae never do, I replied. Ha blinked a few times, looking at me almost as if he'd forgotten I was there. No, he replied thoughtfully. I suppose they don't. Nonsense, Quickthorn interrupted. We make bets on the future. Then we scheme and plot to manipulate the outcome. You cheat. We absolutely do not, Quickthorn said, holding a hand over his heart. We stretch the rules, doing whatever is necessary to win. That is the game. Ha sighed, peering into the forest like he was searching for exits. Moreover, Quickthorn said with a wide smile, I can already tell by Ha's reluctant posturing that this round is mine. For Quickthorn's party, I was fitted for a new dress. Rodella brought me into the June Palace, leading me into a vaulted room that looked like a complete fashion studio, with bolts of fabric and old-fashioned sewing machines that a dozen attendants pumped by foot, creating a quiet hum. Apparently, I had a whole closet of dresses to choose from, as well as a spare bedroom in the royal wing at my avail, and a golden bathroom wide enough to throw a party in. It took a few days of measuring and adjusting, and even the Queen herself came in briefly to peruse the options to share her opinion. Apparently, even as a guest at Quickthorn's party, I was expected to represent the June court, or at least make Ha look good with a dress that flattered his wardrobe. It was more formal than the casual garments I'd been wearing on Ha's estate, but it still had a light beachy vibe to it. It was peach-colored, with flowers sewn around the edges. Straps of fabric made a crisscross pattern from my waist to my neck, revealing glimpses of my navel and collarbone. It was trimmed with sparkling sequins and secured with a wide gold belt. Translucent sleeves studded with diamonds were pinned to the sides, creating a fluttering effect when I moved my arms. And because the dress was open towards the front, parting to reveal a matching skirt that fell to my thighs, I could walk comfortably without tripping over myself. For the first time, I felt like I really could be a princess, elegant and graceful. We rode in a spacious carriage on the back of a falcon with wide windows so I could admire the view. It was a smoother flight than most, though the sudden dive through the otherworld portal was still a bit jarring. For a moment, I saw nothing but sweeping blue waves. Then,
we descended over a stark island of cliffs and rock. We flew through a cavern, and at the end was a small secluded cove of white sand, framing a glittering castle. We landed on the beach, where a handful of attendants unrolled a long carpet leading up the first platform. Everything seemed to be made of sand and crushed shells, which gave it a pink, glittery appearance, though some of the surfaces had become hardened, like marble. Billowing silk banners fluttered in the wind, and a line of tables and chairs had been set up so close to the shoreline that some guests were already swimming or dining with their feet in the water. Armored soldiers created a perimeter on either side, riding crabs and snapping lobster, and guests in fancy dresses were enjoying the view from a variety of balconies that stretched up towards the high towers. The back of the castle seemed to extend straight into the dark rock of the cliff, where intricate doorways and grassy plateaus seemed to go on forever. I got the sense that the real palace was built within the rock, and the shiny sand castle was merely an ornamental facade.
"If you feel uncomfortable, we can go back home," Ha murmured, as we followed the cobblestone path to the castle's main entrance. "Aldrin might very well be here, and while I'll be forced to obey the arrangement we've made, that doesn't mean he'll be very pleasant about it."
"He's never pleasant," I replied. Part of me did dread facing Aldrin again, after the look in his eyes at the last ball when I'd chosen Ha over him. But it wasn't just fear. Even now, the thought of his shining blue eyes made heat rise to my face, stirring up uncomfortable feelings. There was nothing about Aldrin that I should miss, and yet, when I thought of him, I felt like somehow, impossibly, the world was safer on his estate. I swallowed hard. Maybe I didn't know how to live without being a prisoner anymore, or I was suffering from some sort of psychological damage. Unfortunately, I doubted the Fae kept therapists around. I sighed quietly, earning a quizzical glance from Ha, but I bit my lip and didn't elaborate. Even if Ha was friendlier than Aldrin, that didn't mean I wanted to bare my soul to him. John Quill met us at the entrance. The Fae Queen was as stunning as always, radiant in a dress of pale green silk and pink hummingbird feathers with an iridescent sheen. Her olive skin sparkled with bits of golden glitter, highlighting her sharp cheekbones and illuminating the flecks of gold and mahogany in her brown eyes. "Welcome. And this, I believe, is your first time on my estate, Noel. I hope you like it." "It's lovely," I replied, trying not to let my smile waver. I knew this beautiful, radiant woman could not be trusted. "I think so too," John Quill said. "But then, we're all fond of our homes. When I was a girl, I spent most of my days running through the gardens or playing in the waves beyond the cliffs. So, although my castle is not the grandest of the Fae estates, it's mine. And very old, of course." I didn't know quite what to say to that, but realized Ember had also grown up somewhere around here. I wondered if she'd also run through the gardens or played in the ocean waves before training to become a knight.
"We won't keep you from your other guests," Ha said kindly, leading me away.
John Quill, still smiling benignly, beckoned us onward. "We're in the ballroom, but I expect that part of the party will spread through the estate." I nodded, but my mind went elsewhere. As Ha and I entered, we were greeted by thick stone walls covered in elegant tapestries depicting hummingbirds flitting through wildflowers. It was still as opulent as a medieval castle, but it had a homey sort of feel.
"Does John Quill unsettle you?"
Ha asked. I nodded, biting my lip. I'd never forgot how she called me stupid, or the terrifying moment she'd unbound my wings on the bridge in the other world. But that seemed like long ago now. She kept her word about freeing my friends, but now I knew John Quill had Aldrin kill the Knight Commander, the crime Ember had been charged with, and it had something to do with John Quill's ascent to the March throne. Whatever they were scheming, it couldn't be good. And in the back of my mind, I still felt like I'd made a mistake, promising her the right to make an undisclosed, important decision for me at some point in the future. For the first time, I considered sharing some of my concerns with Ha, but just because he'd been nice to me didn't mean I could trust him. "Does she unsettle you?" I asked.
"No, but I've known her my whole life. We're about the same age."
"Which is what, 500?
497.
I shook my head, trying to wrap my mind around just how long the Fae lived. It was absurd that Ha, who looked like he could have been in his early 20s, would have been around during the 16th century. "But didn't Aldrin call you young?" I prompted.
"He's considerably older," Ha said.
We entered the ballroom, a circular room with stained glass windows through which light swept, casting dots of pink and teal onto the floor. Vines and ivy swept across the walls and stretched to the ceiling in a web of green. The floor was polished glass, revealing an underground view of a marine cove, filled with neon purple and yellow fish darting between the pink and orange coral.
"Fairy basslets,"
Ha said, pointing them out.
"And pink-eyed gobies,"
he added, pointing to a translucent fish with huge, bright pink eyes. "Brianninopsnatans," I nodded. "You know your fish."
"Not really," he said sheepishly. "That's all I remember from my last visit, when John Quill pointed them out."
"Trying to impress me?" I asked.
"More like failing, apparently," he replied, "but I'm not threatened by an educated woman."
He was wearing a slimming gray tunic trimmed with aquamarine brocade and a pair of golden ear cuffs that held back his braided hair. Mine had been managed into a fancy bun with pearls and golden shells. Along the walls, tables were placed covered with surprisingly elegant-looking pastries and sugar flowers, stacking in arrangements so complex they looked like they'd topple if anyone breathed on them. In the center was a pair of massive roasted lobsters and an octopus the size of a bus charred over warming coals. Light, bubbly music flitted through the room, coming from the harpist who sat in the corner gently plucking on her strings. I searched the crowd for Aldrin and flinched when I found him standing on the opposite side of the room. He hadn't seen us yet, but I was sure he would. Quickthorn stood surrounded by a cluster of fae. I recognized Daphne and Peony among them, and there was Dahlia, dancing with a fae I didn't recognize. She was wearing a severe brown dress, studded with bronze leaves and twigs, with a wide flowing skirt. A few of the royals were wearing crowns, but not all of them, and some had their wings exposed. "How do the wings work?" I asked, rolling my shoulders. Ha hummed.
"What do you mean?"
Mine fluttered. "You don't have them. Or you can make them disappear, even when you're small," I said. "I don't know how to do that." The light behind Ha shimmered. I watched as the wings formed and extended from his back, just brushing the top of the shirt he wore. His wings were easy to identify, delicate patterns of tan and bronze flecked with yellow.
"It's a matter of personal preference whether you display them. Some fae do, some do not. The winter courts are especially fond of keeping them hidden because of the cold environments in which they often live."
"And you?" I asked.
"Many monarchs keep their wings exposed to flaunt their higher status. I think it's a little vain, so I usually hide mine. It makes me more approachable to my subjects."
"How admirable."
"I'm glad you approve. As to how you make them disappear, it's reflex, I suppose."
He flexed his shoulders, and they folded away gracefully like origami. Then he paused, looking vaguely embarrassed.
"I genuinely don't know how to explain it to you. Even the youngest Fae Royal is capable of it."
"Great."
Ha's face softened. "We can practice after the party if you'd like. I'm sure if I go through the motions a few times, I'll be able to better articulate what I mean."
At that moment, Aldrin's eyes snapped to my face. My blood seemed to freeze in my veins. Predictably, he crossed the room and headed towards us. I straightened my back and tipped my chin up, feigning confidence that I didn't feel. Aldrin halted a few feet away, with his hands behind his back.
"Princess Noel?"
He nodded. "Prince Aldrin," I said, giving a light curtsy without dropping my eyes. I felt a slight tremble in my legs, but I wasn't going to break down here. He didn't have any power over me, and I wasn't going to let him take me away again. Not after I'd finally gotten rid of him.
Hawthorne, Aldrin said.
Haw dipped his head, acknowledging the greeting.
Is Noel causing you much trouble?
Aldrin asked lightly, taking a sip of champagne.
I know how you abhor company.
Depends on the company, Haw responded. And on the contrary, Noel and I seem to share a love of solitude. Aldrin frowned and looked like he was gearing up for a scathing remark when Jonquil appeared behind him and tapped his shoulder lightly. He recoiled from her, annoyance flaring in her eyes. Let's keep this reunion peaceful, shall we? Don't forget, you're in my house. And I expect nothing but joy and laughter. Anything less would be disrespectful. Plus, she said, eyeing the room, half of the guests are simply salivating to see whether the tantalizing competition for Noel's favor will erupt in proper royal violence this time. Let's not give them that satisfaction. Agreed? Part of me wondered whether Jonquil had agreed to host this event, simply to keep an eye on Aldrin and me. But which of us was she protecting? Aldrin's face hardened.
Perhaps you ought to tend to your other guests.
And perhaps, Jonquil said, you ought to remember that you're speaking to an equinox queen, and not insult her by dragging down the mood with your wounded male pride. If you need to blow off steam, I recommend taking a swim. The water is lovely this time of year.
I have cheese, older than your claim on the throne, Aldrin said with a smirk. Which reminds me, is your mother buried on the grounds? Perhaps I should go pay my respects. I'll bet her corpse is still warm.
Something undeniable seemed to change about Jonquil. She grew somehow stiller. Then, without another word, she stormed away. Her green dress quickly vanished among the crowd. I wondered if she'd fled, fearing what else Aldrin might casually reveal.
You shouldn't have done that, Haw said. I heard Jonquil was the one who found her mother's body. I'm sure the matter weighs heavily on her mind. Surely you've noticed the increased security.
Oh, I'm sure it does, Aldrin laughed bitterly.
At least as heavy as the golden crown she inherited. Shall I go apologize? That would be the polite thing to do.
I bit the inside of my cheek. I was used to Aldrin's caustic remarks, but I'd never seen Jonquil retreat from conflict before. Something about the interaction seemed contrived. Yes, I said, speaking up for the first time. I really think you should. Aldrin stared hard, his eyes searching my face for a long second.
As the lady commands,
he sneered. Then he turned on his heel and left, striding across the dance floor and disappearing down a side hall, following Jonquil's path. They would be alone and have an excuse for leaving the party together. What if this whole gathering was just a cover so Aldrin and Jonquil could meet in private without arousing suspicion? But why now, so suddenly, and with so little warning? There was only one way to find out. 18. I need to use the restroom, I said quickly, my pulse jumping. Before Haw could answer, I darted away and cut through the crowd. Haw might ask questions later. I hadn't exactly been inconspicuous in my leaving, but I'd cross that bridge when I got there. For now, I had to focus on catching up with Aldrin and Jonquil. I didn't know this castle, so if I let too much distance get between us, I'd have no hope of following. I ran from the room, pausing by the doorway. I saw Aldrin go down the steps, scurrying away in his dark suit. There were no columns to hide behind or any rooms to dart into. I bit my lip and kept my distance, moving as silently as I could. He reached the bottom of the staircase and was gone from view. Damn it, I muttered. I picked up the pace and hurried down after him. Aldrin crossed a long hall covered in giant portraits and gilded frames, and there was Jonquil's figure ahead of him, her green dress sweeping over the floor, her wings catching the light and casting specks of color upon the walls. In a weird way, it looked like the scene from a Gothic film, a beautiful woman fleeing a dangerous man.
but I was positive Jonquil could hold her own.
Jonquil!
Aldrin snapped. She paused long enough to glance over her shoulder and jerk her chin for him to follow. I was right. This was obviously a planned meeting. They'd only put an appearance in at the party so people wouldn't comment on their absence. They disappeared around the corner, passing into a wide courtyard, framed with arched pillars and flowering trees. I heard the sound of her voice, a feminine trill, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. I was too far away to hear them clearly, but if I got any closer, I'd be directly in their line of sight. I ducked low, crawling on my hands and knees behind a low wall. They were talking. Jonquil's soft voice and Aldrin's low growl, but I only heard snippets of their conversation.
Is it safe?
Aldrin asked, gripping her arm. Not here, Jonquil replied, looking behind him. I heard footsteps growing dimmer, and I dared lift my head. They were walking away from me, and when they turned a corner, I hastened after them. My gold sandals made no noise as I ran over the stone floors, through another hall, under the watchful gaze of more framed portraits. Previous rulers of the March Court, I assumed. If I'd had the time, I might have stopped to see if I could find Beryl, Jonquil's cruel mother. At the end of the hall, the corridor branched in 3 directions, and a corkscrew staircase cut up through the ceiling. When I turned the corner, they were gone. Obviously, they'd made another turn, and I glanced behind me at a row of doors. They could have gone in any direction, and if I wasn't careful, I'd end up lost myself. A chill shot up my spine as I thought of my assailants in the forest. Sneaking around Jonquil's place alone probably wasn't smart. If Aldrin wanted me dead, he'd have killed me already. He'd had ample attempts when I was living with him. Though that was before I'd betrayed him at Pirouette's ball. Jonquil, I was even less sure about. But if this whole affair was an excuse to meet Aldrin in private, neither would appreciate me poking my nose in their business. With a sigh, I dusted off my dress and retraced my steps, heading back to the ballroom. My muscles remained tense, jumping at every shadow as I imagined someone attacking me. I finally let myself relax once I heard the laughter and music of the party. It was in full swing now, with spinning couples weaving complex patterns across the tiles. I entered, searching the cheerful crowd for Ha. When I found him, he stood near the wall, a heavy-looking tankard in his hand. His eyes snapped to me, and he let out a low sigh.
Enjoy the bathroom? He asked dryly.
It was adequate, I said.
He chuckled. I'm unaccustomed how bluntly humans lie about things. With us, it's never a lie, it's truth with a slant. There's something appealing at being able to express such dramatic falsehoods.
I wanted to protest or tell him I wasn't lying, but that wouldn't be true, and I liked him too much to pretend otherwise. So instead, I just leaned against the wall beside him, watching as the dancers swirled around the floor. The harpist halted and was joined by a fiddler and something that looked like a xylophone, sending a chorus of cheers through the room. The music grew louder and faster, and the dancers grew clumsier, less graceful and more manic. Laughter bobbled up as couples crashed into each other. One gentleman knocked over a tray of molded cake and then smeared frosting on his partner's face.
Would you like to dance?
Ha asked. I don't really know how, I replied, sweeping a hand to the crowd. And I'm sure I couldn't keep up with all that.
No one would notice, or if they did, I don't imagine they'd call attention to your bad steps. You are a princess, after all.
I chuckled, thinking of the only dancing I'd done lately, the awkward bumping and grinding at a sorority party last December, and then the possessive, uncomfortable waltz with Aldrin at the gala in April. Maybe later? I stalled. Ha snorted.
I'd hoped we could excuse ourselves before things get really wild. By the end of the night, I wouldn't be surprised if you found couples making love right in the middle of that dance floor. The Spring Fae are especially eager to state their sexual appetites. May, most of all.
Really?
Ha smirked. Didn't you notice that Quickthorn is rarely alone?
I did notice, but June follows May. If Fae natures are tied to their seasons, what does that say about you, Prince Hawthorne?
I prefer to avoid relationships, generally.
Doesn't that get lonely? I trailed off.
With my kind, our kind, it's always difficult to have a long-standing relationship. There are so many negotiations and strings attached. If you're not careful, it's easy to become hopelessly entangled. I don't know if I'm ready to put in the work required to maintain a real relationship.
That sounds very mature of you.
I think the opposite is probably true. Ha chuckled lightly. I'm either not yet experienced enough to manage my affairs or not yet callous enough not to care about the consequences.
I turned my attention back to the dancers. Jonquil and Aldrin returned and promptly went to opposite sides of the room. Aldrin to drink and scowl, and Jonquil to greet guests as the poised and graceful host. I wondered what they'd discussed and whether I'd missed something important. There was no way of knowing. I moved away from the wall, nearly ready to take up Ha on his offer. Well, since we're here... Ha grinned, but then froze stiffly, as if turned to stone. I glanced behind me, surprised at the sudden silence. The music had stopped, but so had everything else. The dancers froze mid-step, their dresses still whirling. Had I done that? Before I could figure out what was happening, I saw movement across the room. An unfamiliar Fae strode boldly across the dance floor, pushing between the guests. He was built like a house and at least 6'5". I thought of Quickthorn, who was also tall and broad. But while the May Prince always had a cheeriness in his expression, this man's expression was stormy. His hair was thick and dark, pulled back from his face with intricate braids, and unlike the polished royals, he was wearing frayed leather clothes strapped with blades. Smooth black armor covered his wrists and shoulders, like a polished beetle. I had no idea who this was, but he clearly didn't belong. Our eyes connected across the room, and he spun towards me.
"How unexpected,"
he said. His eyes were dark brown and hard as stone, and when he smiled, he sneered, revealing sharpened teeth. Then he flicked his wrist, hurling a knife in my direction. Pain exploded in my right wing as the knife tore through the sensitive membranes and implanted in the wall behind me. I screamed and clapped a hand over my throbbing wing. The intruder chuckled lightly, already reaching for another knife. My racing mind felt my powers expand before I realized that time was already frozen, which meant my one advantage was useless against him. I swallowed hard. I wasn't foolish enough to think that I'd fare better on my own than without the combined powers of this room, filled with Fae royals and armed knights. I let my powers snap, jerking the imaginary thread to force time to restart. The air rippled around me like water, and the party erupted in chaos around me. I stumbled back, and my assailant tilted his head, eyeing me like a curious cat. "Noel!" Ha's voice rang out as he noticed my injury. He scanned the room, his sharp eyes spying my assailant just as he loosed the second knife. Ha grasped my arm and pulled me back, shoving himself between the Fae and me. The force of the spinning blade thrust him back against the wall, knocking me to the side. Blood gushed around the handle of the weapon, staining through his tunic. My stomach lurched as the June Prince fell to his knees. In a rush of green fabric, Jonquil swept in front of me. She raised a hand and fire curled and crackled around her fingertips. When the queen snapped her wrist, the fire hurtled through the air, igniting 2 glittering dresses that lit up like candles. The Fae dove to the side at the last moment, rolling under the table. I expected burned flesh and screaming, but the world rippled again as time halted. Jonquil's flames remained frozen in midair, casting the dark Fae in eerie orange light. He stood and brushed himself off, stepping calmly out of the way of the fireball while keeping his eyes fixed on me. Then he narrowed his eyes at Jonquil, pulling out another blade. I glanced at the Fae Queen and took a tentative step towards her. "I won't let you hurt her," I insisted. I tensed, preparing myself for an attack, but instead, he just turned towards the buffet. "You think you could stop me?" he asked, tearing off a chunk of lobster and licking the butter off his fingers. "I could kill every fae in this room slowly, and they'd never even know I was here." I let out a puff of air. Across from me, the fae waited with an expression that was equal parts fascinated and patient. "You have two options," the fae said, putting away his knife. "We could continue this dance, jumping in and out of time, and each time you interfere, someone will die. This will continue until we're all alone, and then I'll kill you." "Or?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. "Or you can watch me leave and tend to your friend there before he bleeds out." I glanced behind me, looking at Ha, who was already pale and sweating. When I looked up again, the fae was already moving swiftly across the room. Part of me wanted to chase after him, or unfreeze time immediately, but his threat rang in my ears. Instead, I grabbed the punch bowl from the display table and splashed it over the fae whose dresses were already half incinerated from Jonquil's fireball, their faces frozen in anguish. Their injuries didn't seem too severe. I was setting down the bowl again when I spotted something under the table, some kind of old volume, its pages charred. I tucked it into the folds of my dress, pressing it tight against my waist. Then I took a breath and reached inside myself, concentrating until I found the telltale spark of magic. When I envisioned it snapping, time started again. The fireball exploded against the far wall, scorching the wallpaper and sending up a plume of black smoke. A harsh chorus of surprise and breaking glass pierced my ears as the stationary fae flurried back into action. Guards rushed in to cluster around Jonquil, their weapons drawn. Some of the fae ducked for cover, but most stood awkwardly, looking around with confused expressions. For them, it had only been an instant. The flash of a knife, Jonquil's violent response. Aldrin, I noticed, was quick enough to have formed a spear of ice, but when his target vanished, he tossed it to the side, letting it melt. "What just happened?" Jonquil gasped, whirling to face me. "He stopped time." I shrugged and left. Jonquil looked frozen, her eyes wide with terror. Her eyes darted to the door. "Stop time?" she murmured, half to herself. I nodded, and Jonquil straightened. "I want him found immediately. Double the knights on the battlements and ensure that the enchantments around the palace remain strong," she said, raising her voice. "Call for the healers and ensure that the injured are taken care of. Send Willow for Noel and Hawthorne." Knights hurried away, eager to do their queen's bidding. I turned to Ha, who yanked the knife out of his shoulder. A chill ran down my spine as I watched the blood drip down his shirt. I'd forgotten about his injury. Maybe I'd have done better to leave time frozen and tend to the wound myself. "Oh God, Ha!" "It's nothing. I don't even think it went in that deep," he rasped, flashing a pained smile. "And I've survived worse injuries." Despite his bravado, he gasped for air, like he was having trouble breathing. I held his hand as a young fae crouched at his side. "Stay steady, Your Royal Highness. I can help you." "Help him?" Aldrin snarled. "I'd warrant he set this up." Heat spread through my face, fury unlike any I'd ever known rushing through my veins. "What?" I asked, turning to face him. Convenient, isn't it, that he was the only person hurt, and not very badly from the look of it, and then the assailant disappeared? I'd say he staged this whole thing just to impress you. "Staged it?" Ha waved a hand, gesturing with the knife. "He could have killed her. Why would I stage an attack on Noel? The greater the danger, the more convincing the heroism." Aldrin scoffed. "In fact, isn't it curious that this is the second assassination attempt on her life which you've valiantly defended her from? Remember what I said about the summer court, Noel? They can't be trusted." Ha stumbled to his feet, stabbing the knife blade into a nearby table. The blade buried itself into the thick wood. "I happened to be nearest to her, and I was very nearly too late this time," he said, glancing at my injured wing and the second knife implanted in the wall behind us. "I didn't even see him throw that one." "I think it's too soon to be pointing fingers," Quickthorn cut in, carefully picking his way through the crowd. Most of the guests were filing out to the lobby, crowding the stairs and front steps leading to the beach.
Are you all right, Ha?
The May Prince said, with a nervous energy. Ha nodded. He pressed the fabric of his sleeve against the wound. Blood seeped from beneath the fabric in his fingers, and I wanted to vomit.
Just a scratch, he said.
No, it isn't, I countered, and I thought Faye couldn't lie. It wasn't a scratch. It was a gaping shoulder wound caused by a very large knife, an injury he'd received by throwing himself between a murderous Faye and me. Guilt curled in my belly.
All right,
Jonquil said, returning to join us. She looked as fierce as usual, but I could tell she'd been shaken.
There was an attack, but it's done now, and we should—
Oh, be quiet, Aldrin snapped, rolling his eyes.
This never should have happened. 2 attacks on an Equinox princess that got much too close. The first could be forgiven, as it happened in the wild, but an intruder here in the March Palace in the middle of a royal ball? People will whisper that the royals are getting weak. This affects all of us.
Way to think about yourself, I glared, rolling my shoulder to test my wing and feeling a hot pain that seemed to spread through my whole arm. Aldrin looked as though he was going to say something else, but a Fae lady clad in the March Court's green arrived and curtsied to Jonquil. She held a basket at the crook of her arm.
My queen,
she bowed her head. Jonquil waved to Ha.
Willow is my court physician, the queen said. She's unparalleled in her art.
With a sigh, Ha sat on the edge of the table, letting the healer unbutton his shirt and pull it to the side. I watched, my chest growing tight as she gently washed away the blood. She put some kind of ointment over it and then wrapped bandages around his arm and shoulder.
That'll stop the bleeding for the moment. She nodded to Jonquil. But we need to get him someplace where he can lie down, so I can stitch it up properly.
Great. Aldrin cleared his throat. And in the meantime, while Ha is resting, may I suggest that Noel comes home with me?
Absolutely not,
Ha said firmly. My eyes met Ha's, and I gave him an apologetic smile. One of the nicer Fae, and I'd managed to get him stabbed with a knife.
Well, she's obviously too incompetent to manage on her own, Aldrin continued. And from the looks of that wound, you won't be able to protect her from another attack at present. She's safest at my estate. After all, she managed to survive there for several months, unmolested.
When Aldrin reached for me, I jerked back, refusing to let him touch me. His eyes narrowed. He seemed a little too eager to reclaim me, and given the circumstances, I half suspected this was all his handiwork somehow. Dahlia approached, a tight smile on her lips, the bronze-colored dress swirling around her heels. I felt the urge to punch her for daring to look so composed during all of this mayhem. From the calculated look in her eye, I had no doubt she was already considering how to make this episode work to her advantage.
We are not going to have this petty disagreement right now,
Jonquil snapped. The March Queen swept a hand over the room, which was now mostly empty. Apart from the scorched remains of the buffet and a few smoking scraps of fabric, the damage had been minimal. No one seemed to be injured, except for Hawthorne and me. Faye milled about just outside the doors, whispering together in tight clusters. Somehow I knew that if our slight conflict at the last party had fueled wagging tongues, news of this event would spread like wildfire. Perhaps Quickthorn had gotten his wish, for a party not soon forgotten. Knights and healers swept across the room, seemingly trying to catch an idea of where my assailant might have gone after he left the room. And a nervousness hummed in the air, so heavy that it crackled like electricity over my arm.
We've just witnessed an attack in my palace, and you want to debate about who gets to take home a single princess?
Aldrin straightened his back. I suspected Jonquil's chastisement would only make him want to argue all the more.
Quill, if you messed this up, he snarled. You'll do what?
Jonquil snapped, sparks erupting from her fingertips. That's enough! I raised my voice. You're not going to accomplish anything by fighting one another. Ha is injured. The problem, Jonquil said slowly, is that none of us can really trust one another. But your point is true enough. Ha, I hope you'll stay here in my court while you recover.
Even if the wound seems superficial, it's entirely possible that the assailant's blade was poisoned. It's best to be cautious, and my court has the best healers in all the other world. Ha nodded. Thank you. John Quill fixed her eyes on me next. And I think, given everything that's happened, everyone should return to their estates and take appropriate precautions until we know the truth of what happened tonight. He stopped time, I said again, a little more loudly. But no one has that power, Ha said, sounding strangled behind me. I hadn't realized stopping time was some weird, impossible thing. But all around me, the Fae looked confused or afraid. It was as if they'd all come to some terrible realization, and I didn't know what it was. Except for John Quill. Her face was blank, too blank for her to be ignorant. She knew something, and her eyes kept darting to the doorway like she was desperate to escape. Nonsense, she said smoothly. He's obviously just a rogue assassin. I did warn you that this would happen, Noel. But considering the amount of chaos you seem to attract, perhaps I was hasty in refusing your request. Meaning? I asked, my heart fluttering. Well, you did ask if we could just send you home. Now I find myself wondering if you're worth all this fuss. I mean, Queen Amaryllis would have my head if her son was killed at my estate. As it is, you've no doubt set back our alliances a few decades, and I have no doubt she'll remind me of Ha's injury at every opportunity. What are you saying? Ha asked. Perhaps Noel just doesn't belong here. If someone wants to kill her this badly, and since she's yet to be claimed by one of the 12 houses, perhaps we should just send her back to the mortal realm and let her fend for herself. 19. Are you out of your mind? Aldrin snapped. His scathing voice brought me back to reality. I'd half convinced myself I must have misheard. John Quill was really willing to let me go home? Think about it. If this is really just some Fae assassin, he won't be able to shift, not without help. And if he isn't? Ha said. If there's a royal involved, he'll be much weaker in human form. I looked at Ha. His face was unreadable, but his eyelids were heavy with exertion and sweat dotted his brow. My eyes drifted to his injury. The wound looked much less scary when it was wrapped up in gauze, but John Quill mentioned that the blade might have been poisoned. How long would it take to know? I was both excited and anxious about the idea of returning home. A month ago, I'd have jumped at the opportunity, but now someone was trying to kill me. Or had he? I'd felt more like I'd interrupted him, like he wasn't expecting anyone else to see him. I'd surprised him somehow, which meant I wasn't his real target. You can't just banish an Equinox princess to the human realm, Quickthorn said. Why not? John Quill said, crossing her arms. She dies, everything goes back to normal. We forget any of this ever happened. She showed up out of nowhere and she hasn't been married into a court yet. Would any of us really miss her? I frowned at John Quill. Why did she want to get rid of me so fast? What was she protecting? Or did she just want to punish Aldrin by taking me away from him? Look, I'm sorry I spoiled your party or whatever, but you don't have to banish me. If the girl is attracting violence against actual royals, she's more pain than she's worth. Why not turn her loose? Dahlia was uncharacteristically quiet and cast a fleeting glance at Aldrin. She had the most to lose by sending me back, but perhaps she'd lost interest or agreed with John Quill. After all, she hadn't chosen to be responsible for me. I'd just shown up and been thrust upon her court. If I returned home, I'd probably be in danger, but the Fae were dangerous too. And if I was going to be miserable no matter what, it might as well be at home. At least a bunch of conniving Fae hadn't conspired to keep me in prison and then schemed to marry me off. Noel, I think you should wait, Ha said slowly. If you return to the mortal realm, it will be more difficult for us to protect you. Hold on, I said, stepping forward with one hand on my brow. If I return to the mortal realm, there'll be no reason for anyone to come after me, right? Isn't that why I'm in danger? The instability caused by an extra princess, the court's pressing advantage? I mean, why not remove me from the equation?
Dahlia's eyes clenched, and her eyes blazed. "The game is played with the pieces on the board," she said. "And if anyone is to remove you from the equation, it'll be me."
"It isn't that simple," Aldrin replied, watching me with his cold eyes. "Now that the Fae know about you, I doubt they'll just leave you in peace."
"Oh, right," I said, "because the Fae are vindictive, vengeful little shits." The royal Fae around me bristled, except for Quickthorn, who shot me a grin. Aldrin felt I'd slighted him, and now he felt like he owned me. But if I didn't figure out how to get rid of him, he'd harass me forever. Given the chance, he'd probably throw me right back in prison, or lock me up in his palace. "At any rate," Dahlia said, "Noel is a member of my court, and I may do what I wish with her." I met Ha's gaze and found questions there. What was he asking, though? I didn't think I'd be able to go back home without knowing that he was all right. After all, he'd put himself in front of a knife for me.
"I think it should be Noel's choice," Ha said quietly. "I'll support whatever her decision is."
"Why does she get a vote?" Jonquill asked. "This is my house."
"The June Prince and his royal charge were just violently attacked, Jonquill. As you mentioned earlier, my mother could get the wrong idea. This sort of thing could easily start a war if not handled delicately."
Ha grinned at me, and butterflies fluttered in my chest. I was starting to get the hang of these smooth, underhanded threats the Fae communicated with. I think Ha just said he'd go to battle for me. But did he want me to go home? Or did he just want to give me the option? It seemed like a very long time since anyone cared what I wanted. And while Aldrin had tried to keep me bound, Ha was willing to let me go. Dahlia pursed her lips together tightly, and I saw a silent battle of wills playing out between the royals. She was probably thinking that she was losing ground. If Ha aligned himself with Jonquill, if he agreed to send me home, Dahlia would be putting herself at odds with the Solstice Court. Was it worth that much to her? I didn't think so. I allowed myself a tantalizing moment, relishing in the idea of leaving this all behind and returning to my old life. For the first time, it actually seemed possible. But part of me knew Aldrin was right. The Fae would never really let me go, which meant I'd risk endangering Ashley or my mom again. "I'm not going anywhere until Ha is better," I said, my gaze fixed on him. "For the moment, nobody is trying to kill anyone. Can we just figure this out tomorrow?" Ha blinked, looking taken aback.
"Oh, well, I'm going to be fine. Until we know more," Quickthorn said quickly. "I suppose it makes sense for us to stay together. The assassin, whoever he is, was powerful enough to slip right past your guards." "Probably just a common camouflage or light-bending magic," Aldrin said.
"And yet neither you nor Jonquill could hit him with your magic," I said. "So he's fast," Jonquill said, tossing her hair. "I won't miss next time." But there was fear behind her eyes. She knew she hadn't missed. Why were they trying so hard to deny what I'd told them? "Jonquill," I said, "you insisted on Ha staying here until we know he's well enough to travel. Would you mind if I stayed too?" "I wasn't expecting overnight guests," she stalled. "I'm sure one of the hundreds of spare guest rooms will do nicely," Quickthorn said, drawing a long-suffering look from Jonquill. He didn't seem to notice. "I'll take the largest, with a view of the sea, I think."
"This is a terrible idea,"
Aldrin interrupted. "Aldrin," Jonquill said, "please, no more talking. I need to secure my palace. Pick out any room you want that isn't locked. I'll make sure to have guards placed outside your doors until morning. Let's all get some rest." Something passed between them, but I didn't know what it was. It just appeared to be some quick, unvocalized warning. Dahlia seemed to notice it too. I caught the way her eyes darted between the March Queen and the January Prince. "Fine," Aldrin said. "I'll agree. But I'm staying too." "Nobody cares," Jonquill said, spinning on her heel. She strode across the empty ballroom, snapping her fingers at the row of guards waiting for her at the door. I took a deep breath. feeling the tension finally slip away, replaced by a thick, swollen throbbing coming from the hole in my wing. I had the sense that in a few minutes, I'd no longer be able to think straight. I needed rest too, but I'd feel better if I could be near Ha, so he'd at least have one person looking out for him. Well, two. Quickthorn seemed to genuinely like Ha, but I'm not sure I trusted him yet. He didn't seem particularly reliable. The June Prince gave me a brilliant smile and squeezed my hand. With that simple gesture, I felt as if all my fears and worries melted away. I'd passed up my first chance to return to the mortal realm, but I wasn't upset by it, and for the first time, I felt like I actually had a voice. The guest room looked vaguely like it ought to have come out of a neo-pagan version of Southern Homes and Gardens. The walls were mostly white and peach, but dripping with Renaissance-style decorative wall molding. Tapestries featuring flowering trees and intricate Celtic knotwork covered the curving stone walls, and the rest of the space was filled with pastel-colored pastoral landscapes with heavy gold frames. The wooden frame of the canopy bed was curved with leaves and vines, and green chiffon curtains fell over it like Spanish moss. I'd never seen such a large bathroom in my life. It was built around a spring, so hot water and steam rose from the center of the room. But the most stunning aspect was the glass floor-to-ceiling doors that opened to a stone balcony facing the orange and teal sunset. Bright green ivy hung in the corners, creeping through the cracks, with one long tendril even reaching the hanging chandelier in the center of the room. 2 guards were stationed outside the window, and beyond them, I saw the green expanse of the courtyard, the stony cliffs, and the roaring foam-capped sea. Jonquil's healer Willow followed me soon after, carefully mending my wing with thin strips of viscous material, before folding it neatly and bandaging both wings tightly behind my shoulders. I lay down for a while, sinking into the soft mattress, but I was too anxious to sleep. I'd bought a little time, but I knew the discussion over my position would continue tomorrow. With Ha injured, at the mercy of Jonquil and Dahlia, we were in a precarious power balance, and as they were clear to let me know, I was entirely disposable. Jonquil especially seemed eager to get rid of me. But why? What had changed? And why didn't they want to believe me about what I'd seen? Or maybe they did believe me but didn't want the others to know. Questions buzzed through my head. Why were Jonquil and Aldrin meeting in secret? What could be so important that Jonquil would agree to host Hawthorne's party just as cover for them to meet in private? Aldrin had asked Jonquil, "Is it safe?" Is what safe? My pulse raced, remembering the dark phase look of surprise when I'd startled him. Maybe he was a thief, not an assassin. Maybe this was about more than simple Fae politics. But if so, what had he come to steal? Whatever it was, he'd taken an enormous risk infiltrating Jonquil's estate. But if he could really stop time, he'd be able to sneak around undetected. I shivered, despite the heavy blankets, remembering the horror and skepticism on everyone's faces when I mentioned that part of the incident. Ha called it an impossible power, but they seemed more than just surprised. They were scared. But what did that mean for me, if I shared the same unlikely power? One thing was for sure, Jonquil and Aldrin knew more than they were saying. Whatever was going on, I decided finally I couldn't just wait around for another attack, or for the Fae to decide what to do with me. I needed leverage, and information was power. Something important was going on at Jonquil's estate, and I was in the perfect position to snoop around. Besides, I was hungry. Looking in the mirror, I saw a small splatter of blood on my neck and jawline. Ha's blood, probably, from when he'd thrust himself in front of me. I washed it off and rinsed my face, deciding to check on him too. I frowned at the beachy sequined dress, but I didn't want to wander the halls in nothing but the thin nightgown I'd found in the closet. The hallway was already dark, apart from a few well-spaced torches. I scanned the corridor, knowing we'd all been placed in the same wing, but unsure about the exact rooms. I wouldn't want to stumble into Quickthorn's private quarters, knowing he would definitely get the wrong idea. I decided to risk asking the guards posted a few paces across from my door. They looked almost like empty suits of armor until I got close enough to see their eyes, and one of them turned towards me. "Sorry," I started. "I'm looking for Prince Hawthorne's room. Can you tell me which one it is?"
"Round the corner, third door on the left," he said, nodding down the hall. "But John Quill would prefer if you stay in your rooms."
"I'll be quick," I promised. "I also need to grab some food." "Dinner will be brought to your chambers," the other guard said. I frowned at him, feeling petulant in my pretty gown. I wanted to stomp my feet and declare, "I'm a princess, let me pass," but I couldn't afford making a scene.
"If you need to go anywhere else," the guard continued, as soon as I stood there facing him, "we will escort you to ensure you make it back here safely."
"Oh, of course," I said. No problem, I'll just wait in my room." I ducked back inside, leaning against the door. I retreated to the balcony, but the drop-off was steep, and the next balcony too far away to climb. My heart raced as I considered jumping off it anyway and floating down to the guards. But with my torn wing, I'd probably just plummet into the rocks below. This was going to be harder than I thought. I took a deep breath, trying to access my magic. But the only times I'd actually managed to stop time, I'd been flooded with adrenaline, injured and fighting for my life. I thought about the man I'd killed in the forest, Aldrin's smug face and violent threats, and Haw's face as the knife buried into his shoulder. I squeezed my fists together tightly, and then reached back to pinch my injured wing until pain shot through me. There. The pain and anger faded, and beneath it was a subtle humming thread of energy. I reached for it, curling my fingers into the air like I was trying to snatch a spider in my palm. It grew still and quiet, and when I hurried outside past the guards, this time they didn't turn in my direction. I scurried around the corner in my bare feet, counting the doors and ducking as I passed each set of guards, even though I knew they couldn't see me. The silence was moving like sand in an hourglass, and I felt my energy running low as I approached Haw's door. I let myself in and closed it gently behind me before reaching for the thin thread and snapping through it. I felt shaky and nervous as time restarted, waiting for someone to bang on the door, but nothing happened. Haw's room was dark and quiet, outside of the soft light from the stars and half-moon coming through the windows. I crept towards the bed until I could see the June Prince's pale face. From the rise and fall of his chest, I knew he was sleeping. But he was alive, at least. The bandages looked clean, and he'd been changed into a soft, long robe. I sat in a soft chair in the corner, gathering my courage in the darkness. Then I froze time again. This time, I didn't stop to ask for directions. I opened every room swiftly, peering inside. Only Aldrin's was empty. I searched it quickly but found nothing of interest. If he was with John Quill, they must have a secret meeting place. But where? They'd barely spoken to each other at the party, other than to trade insults.
"Is your mother buried in the grounds? Perhaps I should go pay my respects."
Could it be that simple? When I followed them earlier, they'd been heading down. I didn't know my way around John Quill's estate, but if I was looking for a crypt or a cemetery, it would be outside, on the hills above the castle, or more likely in the caverns beneath. I found my way down to the ballroom, which had been scrubbed clean, with all the furniture stacked in the corner. Each time I passed a set of guards, I closed my eyes and drew in a deep breath. A faint hum roared in my ears, and time held still by the powers I barely understood. But each time I felt thinner, like I was stretching my abilities beyond their limit. I started to risk creeping closer to each barrier, moving quietly to escape detection, and only freezing time for a few seconds when absolutely necessary. I crossed the floor and twisted the knob to another wing of the palace. When it opened and revealed the backs of two guards, my heartbeat quickened. I stopped time and pulled the door closed behind me, carefully edging past the guards.
neither guard moved as I darted around the corner. I visualized the power snapping, and the humming ceased. There were no sounds from the guards to indicate that they'd noticed anything amiss. So far, so good. I turned the corner and pressed myself against the wall. This hall appeared to be abandoned. A whole section of the wall was missing, with smooth edges like it had been eroded by the sea, revealing the dark, jagged cliff face behind the castle. "All right," I murmured, taking a few deep breaths. "Now what?" I put one hand to the wall and crept along in the darkness, keeping away from the missing portions of the floor. I made slow progress, taking care not to get lost. I was about to give up when movement caught my eye below. A couple was walking across a long, narrow bridge over the moat separating the castle from the structures carved into the cliff face, illuminated by a single torch. I recognized Aldrin's gait, and Jonquil's smooth movements made it look like she was floating. She's traded her showy ball gown into an elegant black dress that revealed her arms and legs. Bronze rings encircled her arms, reflecting the fire from the torch. But they were too far away. I'd never reach them before they disappeared into the shadows of the tunnels. I took a deep breath and stopped time, knowing it would take the last of my energy to hold it. I raced back through the palace, carefully choosing the most direct path, though I still got turned around a few times, before emerging into the back gardens and a stone archway that marked the beginning of the bridge. The only problem now was that there was nowhere left to hide. I ran across the bridge towards them, slowing down so I could step carefully around them. At the far end, the simple decorative facade of marble and stone gave way to a series of doorways, halls, and sprawling staircases. I spotted at least another dozen guards, but found a hiding spot behind a large pedestal bearing a bronze bust of a winged fae. When I unfroze time again, the sudden weight of my magic hit so suddenly it felt like my lungs had forgotten how to breathe. I covered my mouth with my hand, gasping for breath, feeling a painful throbbing through my temple. Even my stomach protested as waves of nausea and dizziness flooded through me. But finally, I heard footsteps approaching, and I heard the clink of metal. I dared peek around the corner in time to see Jonquil disappearing through another door, holding a golden key. Shit, the door was locked. My heart pounded violently, but I didn't have time to think about the risks. I curled my toes against the tile floor and conjured up the now familiar feeling, fighting to keep from losing consciousness. The door was only slightly ajar. I ran towards it, pulling it gently open. Jonquil was frozen, partially blocking the other side, a key still held in her hand. She looked like she was staring right at me as I slipped past her. Aldrin was holding the torch a few paces away. His pale face looked uncharacteristically anxious. I shivered, my wings twitching uncomfortably against their bonds, as I crept towards the shadows at the far end of the hall, but I didn't make it. The last few grains of magic felt like they slipped through my fingers, and the hourglass was empty. I flattened myself behind a tall pillar, hoping I hadn't been seen.
"What is it?"
Aldrin asked sharply. "I don't know," Jonquil whispered. "I thought I felt. Never mind." I waited for them to pass me, then followed at a distance. This section of Jonquil's estate seemed much older, and somehow grander than her sandcastle palace. Carved from stone, with blue beams of moonlight filtering in from above where the ceiling had fallen in. Vines hung from the ceiling, and some sections of the stairs had been blocked by fallen boulders. Tall tables were inscribed with ancient symbols. I held my breath each time they disappeared ahead of me through the heavy wooden doors, but thankfully, none were locked or secured. Deep within the caverns, we faced a wide, intricately carved facade. It was flanked by massive stone columns that had been carved into knights, one with an axe and one with a sword. A crowned skull hovered over the narrow entrance, supported in a flurry of swords and wings, embellished with gold that shimmered under the torchlight. Inside, the crypt was smaller than I expected, given the majestic entrance.
Strips of black fabric hung from the ceiling between hanging bronze censers on thin chains. The musty stench of decay was obscured by stale incense and the heavy fragrance of the fresh jasmine that blossomed up from the cracks in the floor between groupings of decorative jars and vases.
Was all this really necessary? Aldrin's voice said, too close for comfort.
I flinched as Jonquil flicked her wrist, lighting a collection of half-melted candles, first on her left and then on her right. Aldrin held his torch against one of the braziers, and I ducked behind a bundle of thick hanging vines near the corner.
Given today's events, Jonquil said,
apparently so.
We don't know anything for sure,
Aldrin said, pushing back his hair in frustration.
It could have just been another assassination attempt on Noel.
I know you're not dumb enough to believe that. He took a deep breath and sat against the decorative sarcophagus carved from onyx.
So, it's as we feared. Someone else knows about the artifacts.
That much is obvious, Jonquil cut in, as well as who is to blame. If your grandfather hadn't kept that book,
if he hadn't kept it, you wouldn't have known about the sword or your mother's plans.
And look where that's gotten us, she snapped. You're the one who let it be stolen.
Nobody else even knows of its existence, Aldrin said. And I warned you as soon as I suspected what they were after.
What bothers me most, Jonquil mused, pacing the floor, is why he went after Noel. You heard what she said about his powers.
We don't know what the girl saw, and the rest of us caught only a glimpse of him. He could have any number of powers, besides the ability to control time. Let's not jump to the worst conclusions.
Are you sure you aren't keeping something from me? Something about the girl?
I can handle Noel, Aldrin said coldly. Trust me, she's nothing.
For the moment, but we can't afford any more distractions. We're lucky he didn't find the sword this time. But it's unnerving enough that he knew where to look.
Agreed, Aldrin replied. And he appears more powerful than we anticipated. We need to be bold now, even if it means drawing attention to ourselves. There's too much at stake.
Tonight, then? Jonquil said.
I think it would be best to move quickly, Aldrin confirmed.
What about Astra? Jonquil asked. More muffling of Jonquil's slippers, another scrape.
I've no doubt that she would betray me if it was to her benefit, Aldrin said. But there's no reason to keep her involved. We can subdue her guards easily enough if we have to, and even Astra is no match against two royals, with her magic limited by the prison charms.
I would like to accomplish this without any unnecessary bloodshed, Jonquil replied. If we fail to find the second artifact, our presence will undoubtedly reveal its location. No doubt they'll be watching us closely, whoever they are, but we can't leave behind witnesses. And as you so rudely implied at my party, my grip on the March Court is uncertain.
It's not like you have any real challengers in that regard, Aldrin said. And if we do somehow collect all of the artifacts,
we'll be unstoppable, Jonquil said, the torchlight flickering in her eyes. All this was about a sword? That made no sense. Aldrin had dozens of fine swords on his estate. I'd seen them. And what could Astra possibly have to do with this? What's to prevent you from striking me down once I've outlived my usefulness? Jonquil said, her voice turning sharp.
Or vice versa,
Aldrin mused, a tense smirk on his face. A long silence followed, before Aldrin spoke again, much quieter this time.
I swear, Aldrin murmured with conviction. I only want what's mine.
I heard footsteps, and shadows flickered across the walls of the crypt as they moved towards the door. Only once they were far enough away, I moved slowly from my hiding place, but I'd only taken the first step when I felt someone breathe behind me. I whirled around, then dove to the side as Jonquil's fire burst through the vines I'd been hiding behind. They curled and writhed as the fire consumed them, illuminating the room with light and leaving me fully exposed. Jonquil stood over me with an expression of rage. Aldrin was near the door, already holding a barbed sword made of ice.
I reached for my powers, searching for the familiar sensation in my veins, soft and cool, but it was at odds with the blood thundering through me, and my heart pumping so loudly I could hear its echo reverberating between my ears. Instead, it felt like trying to pull water from a dry well and scraping my fingers across rough sand. When I needed it most, my gift had failed me.
20. John Quill's fingers tore through the remaining vines, then grabbed my ankle, dragging me across the stones and charred flowers, their petals now dark and foul. "Deal with this," she called. Her gaze was frantic as she searched through the room. She looked like she was expecting to face an entire army of hidden assassins. Aldrin strode towards me with a predatory grace.
"You should have stayed in your room, Yarrow."
I tipped my chin up and rolled my shoulders back. He reached for me, and his eyes narrowed when I danced back, kicking at his legs. For a moment, we simply stared at one another. Then, he lunged. I darted away, trying to make a break for the door. Pain suddenly shot through my skull. He grabbed a chunk of my hair around his fist and pulled hard, wrenching my head back. I twisted around as best as I could and glared at him. "Let go!" I snapped. Aldrin bent down and put his face close to mine.
"I won't have you destroy everything I've worked for."
"Too late," I retorted. "I know about the artifacts and the prison, and I know John Quill killed her mother." I was bluffing, but it was worth it to see the look of astonishment on his face. Bragging about what I'd overheard probably wasn't the best idea. But I couldn't just pretend to be innocent, either. They'd never believe I just stumbled in here, looking for the kitchen.
"Who else knows?"
Aldrin snarled. I hadn't told anyone else. I didn't even know what was going on. But Aldrin didn't know that. If I could convince him that I had allies, he might back down, or at least not kill me. It doesn't matter. But if I disappear, they're going to know that you had something to do with it. After all, I'm an Equinox princess, currently under the protection of the June Court. Prince Hawthorne and I are attacked at John Quill's party, and then I vanish? Come on, you know how that looks. "She's bluffing," John Quill said dismissively. Aldrin practically shook with anger. His nostrils flared, and his eyes gleamed with malice.
"I never kill my enemies. That's much too quick," he purred. "But by the time I'm done with you, you'll wish I'd let you off that easily."
"I'm not afraid of your bark," I said.
"Only because you've yet to experience my bite."
"That's enough," John Quill interrupted. "We don't have time for this." Aldrin tore his gaze from mine. I couldn't see what look he gave the Queen, but I doubted it was pleasant.
"You have no authority here, John Quill."
The Queen strode towards us, dark fabric shimmering around her. "We've come too far to have our plans unraveled. Before the night is out, we'll have what we seek, and then no one will be able to stop us. We can deal with this foolishness later, or kill her now if you like. After all, it's your mess." A lump rose in my throat. Whatever was going on, it was much bigger than I'd assumed. I had to do something, but what? I had to think fast. "I want to bargain," I said, as my heart hammered against my ribs. "I promised not to tell anyone else what I've heard. I swear it. John Quill, you took an oath from me to let you choose one important decision. What if this is it? And I may be useful someday. Think of it, an Equinox princess in your pocket, sworn to secrecy. I could still end up in a powerful position." Aldrin's gaze darkened.
"And when the palaces are burned to the ground and the courts scattered to the winds, what use will your crowns be then, princess?"
Aldrin relinquished his hold on my hair, shoving me to the floor. I felt the sting of blood as my palms tore, and there was a jolt of pain through my wrists and knees. "I've said from the beginning that girl needed to learn some restraint," John Quill said. "She might yet in time. Perhaps Yarrow would like a visit to your dungeons. She's right at home behind bars." "I've escaped prison before," I said, straightening my spine. "I don't want her in the dungeons," John Quill said. "The chances are too great that someone will discover her there, and then I'll have too much to explain. The better option would be to lock her in here. If we fail tonight, she'll starve, and then rot." Aldrin smirked. and his eyes flared with burning ferocity.
"Don't worry, Yarrow," he murmured. "Someone might discover you decades from now, long after everyone has already forgotten about the stubborn Equinox princess who was raised as a human and became a royal during the purge."
My heart pounded in my chest as I looked at Aldrin and sized him up. They weren't going to kill me, but somehow the thought of being trapped here forever was even more frightening. But if I could get past Aldrin somehow, I could run back to the palace, screaming my head off. Aldrin narrowed his eyes at me.
"Don't try anything foolish, Yarrow."
"I wouldn't dream of it, frosty boy." He cocked back his fist, and a spinning circle of ice particles formed around his arm. I moved into a fighting stance, pulling the hem of my dress taut around my legs, and lifted my hands up. My fist collided with Aldrin's jaw. He stumbled back as pain exploded in my knuckles. Behind me, Jonquil's slippers shuffled against the stone. I whipped around to face her just as she pressed a wet cloth to my face. Something pungent filled my nostrils. I aimed a weak punch at her nose, but the Fey Queen swept my feet from under me. I collapsed hard against the cold stones, knocking the air from my lungs. The room swayed, even after I'd stopped falling. "Wait!" I trailed off. Suddenly, I felt as though my head was stuffed full of cotton. "Don't!" My tongue felt thick and heavy. If she drugged me with chloroform or something, it shouldn't have worked this quickly, this efficiently. But I was tiny, I supposed. Did that mean I could get drunk faster now, too? Aldrin's face drifted into view, so close I could see his pores.
"Scream as loud as you want," he whispered, kissing my cheek. "No one will hear you."
My head felt unattached from my neck, and green filled my vision. The vines twisted like snakes, slithering through the cracks in the ceiling and walls. I didn't know why that mattered. All my thoughts came out so slowly, like molasses, and black dots slowly spread across my vision. Maybe it was Mississippi? No, it was Misso something. Missolonghi. In science fiction movies, space was like a big black sea. There were stars and planets, and between them was a black mass of empty space. Actual space wasn't like that. Every nook and cranny of the universe was filled with debris, and all that stuff was called the interstellar medium. This darkness was like the former. I wasn't exactly unconscious, but I was gone. I caught glimpses of memories and worlds I was sure I'd never seen, never even knew existed. When I settled painfully back into my body, the visions faded. I sat in the darkness for a while, trying to work through my scattered thoughts. My head felt like it had been smashed with a hammer, and my throat was dry. I had vague recollections of my first hangover. It had involved a lot of regret, pain, and vomiting, while Cedric teased me about being unable to hold my liquor. This was 20 times worse. I couldn't even move. No, that wasn't quite right. My wrists were tied together behind my back with something. My ankles, too. My cheek pressed against something rough, but cold. Possibly the floor. I lay still, half hoping that the cold would force back the pain shooting through my skull. My chest burned, too. I wondered if one of them had kicked me, and I just didn't remember. My mouth was filled with something soft that smelled vaguely of forget-me-nots. I spit out a few petals that Jonquil must have stuffed into my mouth. She'd been here. And Aldrin. Slowly, my memories came back in bits and pieces. Jonquil and Aldrin and the cloth pressed to my face, leaving me in a tomb to die. I worked my jaw and felt the pull of fibers press against my teeth. Had one of them gagged me? I tested the bonds around my wrists. Whatever I'd been tied up with, it wasn't the cuffs that I remembered from the prison. Something that gave enough that I didn't have to worry about my circulation, but tight enough that I couldn't force my wrists free. I rolled on my back, pulling my arms out from under me and stepping over them. My hands were bound with a long strip of black fabric. I tried twisting my wrists,
but they were bound too tightly for me to slip the bonds, and the gag prevented me from biting the fabric or teasing the knot with my teeth. My breath came in hot and damp against my cheek. The room was nearly dark now, apart from a thin ray of light from a crack in the ceiling and the soft orange glow of the coals from the extinguished brazier. I shuffled towards it until I could feel the heat. This was probably a bad idea. I held out my wrists, placing them directly over the coals. The burning came quickly, followed by black smoke and then a bright curl of flame as it caught the fabric. I rotated my wrists until my bonds turned to ash and my arms were free. Then I grabbed the side of a chunk of charcoal, using the glowing tip to free my ankles. I had to get out of here. Aldrin was going to kill me when he got back. Or if he didn't, Jonquil definitely would. I'd accused her of killing her mother, and she hadn't denied it. The door was blocked from the other side, and even the thin gaps around the hinges looked like they'd been blasted with ice. I held up my injured wrists, holding the burns against the soothing frozen stones. I thought about using the coals to start a fire, but what if it spread and I was still trapped in here? There wasn't much to burn anyway, and I was sure Aldrin had used more than just ice magic to block me in. I leaned against the door as my head ached and pulsed. I felt every quick beat of my heart, the tempo rising like a drum. Dimly, I felt like I might be having an actual panic attack. I realized I was still wearing the gag and unbound it, rotating my jaw. I wondered if either Jonquil or Aldrin had considered that I might suffocate. I'm not going to vomit. But my stomach lurched, and a wave of nausea made the room spin, as if my own body was preparing to prove me wrong. I rolled over, dragging one of my wings against the ground. Pain exploded in my back, and I yelped, nearly choking on my own tongue. This was hopeless. I pressed my cheek against the floor. My eyes burned as tears dripped down the sides of my face. I'd been imprisoned before, but not like this. The best way to survive in prison was to be quiet and calm, remain unnoticed, and don't draw attention to yourself. But even without the threat of violence, this was so much worse. I was all alone. My chest ached with something deeper than the burning pain from my injuries. Longing for Ashley came so suddenly and strongly that it took my breath away. She'd been my first real friend. I missed her brilliant smile and the way her face lit up when she talked about English literature. I almost never understood what she was talking about, but it was hard not to be caught up in her enthusiasm. Right now, she was probably at the library pulling an all-nighter or preparing for a party. I sniffed and blinked, sending scalding tears down my face. No, she wouldn't. It's summertime. She'll be working at Babe's, the crappy beachside bar I used to temp at, raking in tips from tourists and enjoying the ocean on her days off. Maybe she'll finally learn to surf. I remembered how one time we'd found a broken board and carried it out to the beach, then spent the evening at her apartment sprawled over her sofa and wonderfully tired from the waves and the sunlight. I'll never see her again. Maybe that was for the best, though. She'd moved on, picturing me as a fairy princess somewhere in a magical kingdom. Even if I escaped, I couldn't bring her into this mess, now that I'd pissed off 2 royal fae. I'd been so stupid to think that I might be able to outplay them somehow. I'd never see my mom again, either. I squeezed my eyes and shivered. Finally, I dragged myself out of my pity party and assessed the room again. I thought about desecrating the tombs, to see if one of the royals had been buried with a sword I could use to pry open the door. But the lids of the sarcophagi felt like they weighed a dozen tons. I tugged on some of the vines, seeing if they'd hold my weight, then tore a bundle from the wall. I could try climbing up them, and then dangle across the ceiling. Maybe even swing up and grab the lip of the crack above me, even though it looked too narrow to squeeze through. But if I missed, the fall would probably break my legs. I tested the vines anyway, hauling myself up a few feet before some of them snapped and I landed on my ass, sending jolts of pain up my tailbone. I sighed, letting myself settle where I'd fallen. I was done. I was too exhausted to escape. I could barely even move.
I screamed in frustration, the sound muffled by the strips of black fabric and the ancient crypts. Aldrin was right. Nobody was going to hear me, except the decaying skeletal remains of the ancient Fey royals buried all around me. And soon, I'd be one of them. 21. I had no idea how long I lay there, drifting between wakefulness and uneasy sleep. It was impossible to get comfortable. My body ached from the cold and the roughness of the floor. My jaw, wrists, and ankles throbbed from being bound. Then, I heard a noise, like rocks tumbling. My muscles stiffened, my wings twitched madly, and a shiver coursed down my spine. In the darkness, I imagined horrible things. My breath hitched and came in quick, wet pants. I was alone in a tomb without exits. At my size, any number of small rodents could devour me whole. Footsteps. These weren't the soft whisper of John Quill's slippers. Instead, they were heavier, the plod of boots, accompanied by a metallic ring. Pale orange light flittered at the edge of my vision. I turned my head and found the flickering flame of an oil lamp. I winced and blinked back tears at the sudden appearance of light. Dollface? I knew that voice, and the term of endearment, but it couldn't be who I thought. John Quill's drug must have really screwed with my head. Noel? My name, spoken in Ember's soft, gentle voice. I had to be dreaming. There was no way she could really be here. My eyes widened, taking in the oil lamp, and then trailing up the figure before me, dressed in bronze armor with a green cloak over her shoulders. This had to be a dream. But then she crouched beside me and cupped my cheek with her hand. "Hey now," she murmured. "Are you all right? Does anything hurt?" "Everything," I rasped, holding my arms out to her. Ember smiled sadly, her brow furrowed with worry. Then she embraced me and helped me to my feet. "How do you even know about this place?" I asked. "Are you kidding? We used to make out down here all the time. It's John Quill's go-to for a secret rendezvous. First of all, yuck. From Hawthorne's estate to John Quill's crypt, huh? You move fast. Been keeping tabs on me?" I asked. "Got your letter. Thought I'd come visit. Of course, I wasn't invited to the ball, but I know my way around John Quill's estate." "Aldrin killed the Knight Commander," I said quickly. "And John Quill, she killed Queen Beryl." Ember sucked in a sharp breath, then let it out slowly. Her face twisted in an expression I couldn't quite read. There was sorrow there. Or maybe just a bitter sort of resignation. "I had my suspicions," Ember said softly, "but that meant she knew. This whole time. And she let me take the fall. She orchestrated it." I swallowed hard. "I'm sorry," I said. "Let's focus on getting you out of here," she said, guiding me across the room. A thick nylon rope was now dangling through the crack in the ceiling. "Can you climb?" Her eyes flickered to my scraped palms, but I'd suffered worse. "Not according to my gym teacher," I smiled. "Well, one of the perks of being Fae. We heal quickly, and are very difficult to hurt. But when you're small, you should be able to jump higher and lift more than you'd normally be able to in human form. At least, that's what Quill told me. I'm always this amazing." She wiggled her eyebrows, and I chuckled lightly. "It's so good to see you," I said, my voice breaking. "I thought—" "What happened to you?" Ember said, rubbing my shoulders. "Did Quill do this?" "She knocked me out with something," I muttered. "I was spying on her and Aldrin." "Do you know where she went?" Ember said slowly. "She wasn't in her room." I blinked at her, my mind sluggish. Of course she'd gone to John Quill's room. Ember had her own mysteries to solve, her own problems. She'd probably come to the party for some sort of dramatic, satisfactory confrontation after all the trauma she'd endured. "They're going to the prison to get something. I don't know what, but they're going tonight. It has something to do with what happened today." Ember narrowed her eyes. "The attack on the June Prince, you mean? I heard about that." "Not him," I said. "The knives were meant for me. I think he was looking for a sword Jonquil has, and they're looking for something else in the prison. But someone else is after the same things. They called them artifacts, and Aldrin said something about scorched palaces, scattered to the wind. Ember drew in a sharp breath of air. There are rumors about ancient objects of power, weapons capable of incredible devastation. Mostly they're the stuff of myth and legend, told to children. But Quill told me once she suspected her mother was looking for something that used to belong to the March Court but was taken away. A flaming sword. You think she found it? Or her mother did, and she killed her for it. We have to stop them, I said. You're in no shape to stop anyone, Noel. I'll drop you off somewhere safe and go alone. But they'll kill you, I whispered. Or Aldrin will. Ember grinned and winked roguishly. They can try, she quipped. I suspected that she was faking her bravado, and I wondered for the first time if most of Ember's good humor and cavalier attitude were just a performance she put on to hide how much she was hurting. I got the sense she was just telling me what I wanted to hear, but it was enough for now. She held out the rope to me and I winced as I gripped it. I pulled myself up, hand over hand. Although it wasn't easy, it didn't feel as hopeless as it had in gym class. I made slow progress, and when I reached the ceiling, I found the gap in the rocks wide enough to wiggle through. My gown caught on some rocks, shredding the fabric, but once I'd gained purchase in the narrow chasm, it didn't take long to climb up through it, emerging on a narrow, grassy knoll above the palace. They might have magic, Ember added, pulling herself up behind me, but neither of them have trained for real fighting. She paused, considering me a moment, before drawing her sword and taking up a handful of my now ruined skirts. Let's make it easier for you to walk, she said, hacking apart the shimmering fabric until the ragged hem fell loosely around my thighs. In the moonlight, I could see her more clearly, the bronze armor etched with floral patterns, the green cloak fastened with a hummingbird brooch. I've seen this before, I whispered. Ember furrowed her brow. Her eyes were bright with caution, scanning the surrounding cliffs. She walked back on her heels, bursting to move. What have you seen, princess? She called over her shoulder, waving at me to keep up. Fey powers. Is it possible to have visions of the future? Not that I know of, she said. I mean, in legends, sure. Prophetic descriptions are rampant, but most of that stuff is written in afterwards. I fixed my gaze on Ember's breastplate. I had a dream about Luna, I said. The prison librarian? I nodded. You were dressed exactly like that, and I was wearing something similar, but with a torn gown. We were still in the prison, coming down the staircase. Ashley and Jackson were there, too. I was dressed like this? Ember asked, waving vaguely at her clothing. I nodded. And you've never seen me wear this before, Ember murmured, narrowing her eyes. I know. Ember's face became serious. Did you ever learn which court you were from? She asked. September. Hair or blood? She asked. Hair, but Aldrin already had some. The Fae slowly nodded. That's something to look at later. For now, I think we should go to Ashley's. Do you think you can make yourself big to communicate with her? Ember asked. I shrugged. I don't know. I thought I'd gotten the hang of stopping time. Ember's gaze suddenly seemed to intensify. But when I just tried it, it didn't work. Fae burn a lot of energy. That's why we eat so much sucrose. The royals even more so. Most of them keep vaults full of Skittles and pixie sticks. You're kidding, I said. Maybe, she winked. But why Ashley's? Won't that put her in danger? It's your dream, she shrugged. But it wouldn't hurt to have backup. It sounded absurd to be going by a dream of mine, by something I'd had during a fever, but Ember seemed to take it for granted. Come on, there's not much time. She put out the oil lamp and crossed the grassy field, then climbed up a makeshift ladder that had been cut into the rocks. I followed carefully, fumbling in the dim light. So what else do you know about this sword? I whispered. Until a minute ago, I thought it was just a story, Ember said. All the courts have grand old fables about their illustrious ancestors, though few of them are true.
But there was one Beryl told often when Jonquil was little. I'd sneak in after lessons and sometimes listen to it. A long time ago, a fairy queen was visiting the mortal realm. One day, a young boy was crying because he lost his tooth. She took it from his palm and replaced it with a gold coin. A fortune in human terms. He gave her a big smile. But, eager to curry favor, some of the Fae misunderstood her intentions, and they started gifting her human teeth, assuming she'd purchased it for some value, because the Fae never part with gold, unless they're getting the better bargain. This continued for years until she had more teeth than you can imagine. She built a castle with it, each tooth like a brick, stacks upon stacks. Centuries later, long after her death, it became a pile, and then an island, polished smooth, and she sits on a throne of smiles, holding a flaming sword in her cave of teeth. Nothing but skull and bones and hair that won't stop growing. I shivered and let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. "That's the story you tell kids?" I asked. She nodded, leaning down to give me a hand up to the next ledge. "We have something similar," I said. "The Tooth Fairy." "I know," Ember said. Quill told me. She'd been so excited when she heard about it for the first time. She said it proved the story was true, if both humans and Fae remembered some version of it. "Our version is nicer," I said. "Of course." She nodded. "They remember her good intentions. The Fairy Queen showed kindness and cared for them. She demonstrated that humans have value, and it's not a value you can buy and hold in your hand. For the Fae, it's a grim reminder." "Of what?" I asked. "Be careful with your words and deeds, for you'll be buried with them." "We say that too, kind of. Be careful what you wish for." "If there's more to the story, I don't know it," Ember said. "That part about the flaming sword, I never thought it fit in well. I just thought it was colorful imagery. But the assassin today, you said he was looking for the sword, and he's not with Jonquil? How'd he know about it?" "Aldrin mentioned a stolen book." I stopped suddenly, and Ember turned around to look at me. "What is it?" "He dropped something after he attacked me, but I left it in my room. It might have more information about what they're after, or what they plan to do next. Is it too dangerous to fly past the palace? My room has a balcony." "Normally, yes," she grinned. "But I brought my stealthy companion here." I stepped up the crest of a flat expanse of rock, startled when the shadows moved and shifted in front of me. "Is that a bat?" I asked. "It's just like a big black horse." "Sure," I said. "With wings, red eyes, and a thirst for blood. Oh, and the last time I rode a horse I got stabbed and killed by a guy, but sure, no problem." Ember's eyes widened. "Looking forward to hearing that story," she said. "I don't suppose anyone gave you a proper sword lesson." "Ha said royals fight with magic, not weapons." "Of course he did." She rolled her eyes. "Then you might be a threat." "Thank you," I said, "for believing me." "Oh, that part's easy. I brought something for you. A little gift I picked up." She pulled out a leather satchel from behind the saddle, opening it to reveal a bronze breastplate, similar to her own. "It's silly. I was going to make a joke about how the royals are more dangerous than the inmates." "It's beautiful," I said, running my fingers over the decorations. "You said we have matching armor in your vision. You couldn't have known I had it. I don't know what's going on, but I know when something is more than just coincidence. If you saw us at the prison in matching outfits with a pair of useless humans, then that's where we'll go." 3 useless humans," I said. "And one very brave Fae Knight." "Didn't you hear?" she said. "They took away my license." Despite the gravity of the situation, I cracked a grin at her. Ember returned my smile, but she wasted no time in swinging herself gracefully into the saddle and then pulling me up behind her. She adjusted herself for just a second, and then we were off. As the ground fell away before us, I wrapped my arms around my waist and drew in a steadying breath. "Are you ever afraid, doing things like this?" I asked. Ember chuckled. "You can't really be brave if you're never scared. And in my experience, bravery is much more attractive than fearlessness. The former is sexy. The latter is just boneheaded. We landed like a whisper on the balcony, and I slipped inside, stuffing the book at the small of my back and securing it with the gold belt. "Hey, princess," she called from the window. "Maybe find some shoes?" 22. The black velvet wings of the bat whipped through the air like a bullet, and I clung to Ember as the March court grew more and more distant. Gray-blue waves crashed against the cliffside, and Ember rode the bat straight through the shimmering water. I shivered as the wind and sea spray whipped around me. "So, how's palace life?" she yelled over her shoulder. "Worse than the prison," I said. "Don't I know it," she called back. "Hang on, this won't take long." I nodded, not trusting my voice to work. The view beneath me left me literally breathless. The sea gave way to tall green trees that stretched forth and met a sharp boundary of dark mountains, tipped with snow. The air shimmered and rippled as we passed through a sparkling glimmer. "We're going through the barrier now," Ember exclaimed, her voice barely audible over the whistling wind. It was so damp and cold that I could feel it in my bones. I squinted through the mist, trying to keep my eyes on the spinning image of the four seasons, all arranged in a circle, like a rotary phone. Somewhere in the bright green was Ha's estate. I felt an ache in my chest at leaving him behind. Then, in an instant, the Fey courts fell away, as if we shot out of the portal into the mortal realm. I shouted in surprise as we zoomed over downtown Port St. Joan. I scanned the buildings, finally getting my bearings when we passed Gulf Highway. "Ashley's apartment complex should be over there." I pointed to a row of white condos, a few blocks from the beach and next to an abandoned warehouse. "Great," Ember said. "We just need to make one stop first." She circled down low, winding around the flashing neon lights of a gas station. I braced myself for a crash, but the bat landed like a feather on a drain pipe above the parking lot. Ember jumped off smoothly and offered me a hand climbing down. I was numb and cold from the long flight, and I swayed slightly as I dismounted. The creature watched us for a moment, but then Ember whispered in its ear and it took off again. "What's up with the animals?" I asked. "You just grab whatever's closest, like an Uber?" "Depends how fast you need to go." Ember shrugged. "Some are easier to tame than others. With larger mammals, the best you can do is hitch a ride and let them go where they want. Speaking of which, be right back." She leaned over the edge and then jumped off, sliding halfway down the drain pipe before running sideways across the glass. I held my breath as she ran into the opening parking lot and slipped into the cuff of someone's pant leg just before he pushed open the doors to the gas station shop. A few minutes later, she emerged again with what looked like 2 large buckets, one under each arm. She waved at me to come down, pointing towards an old, mostly broken sofa not far away, surrounded by broken glass. She can't be serious. The drop made my heart flutter, but it probably wasn't any higher than the bridge above Aldrin's place. "Grab some leaves," she yelled. "It'll slow your fall." I dug my arms into the gutter, pulling out a pile of dried leaves, and held them together by the stems like a parachute. Then I took a breath and stepped off the ledge. The wind blew me to the side, and for a moment I was sure I was going to miss the couch entirely. But I landed on a patch of stuffing torn from the armrest and came to a stop after a few bounces. Ember joined me a minute later. "See?" she said. "You're tougher than you think." "What's this?" I asked as she tore the lid off one of the containers. "I call it death brew," she smirked. "In the old days, knights used to take over a beehive, fueling up for a fight. 100 years ago, that was still the best source of raw energy, but then humans started getting creative with their sweeteners. This one," she said, tapping on the plastic container like a drum. "Liquid sucrose. And the other one is coffee-flavored caffeine. It's a potent elixir." "No shit," I said, watching her pour the containers together and mix the black liquid with clear syrup. "Pretty sure that's just for the tweakers, who need a stronger kick to their machine-brewed coffee. They're condiments."
Well, we could also dig through the trash and lick the frosting off a half-eaten donut, but something tells me you're not quite ready for dumpster diving. We don't have time to eat anyway. So, bottoms up. She took one of the plastic tubs, holding it up to her mouth with both hands, and started gulping it down. I sighed and tried to follow her lead. The drink tasted thick, both bitter and sweet like burnt syrup, but I forced myself to keep drinking until my bucket was nearly empty. A few seconds later, I could feel it kicking in. "Oh," I said. "Wow." "I know, right?" she said, helping me up. I blinked, as everything seemed to come into sharper focus. Energy coursed through my body, and the pain I'd been feeling faded to a dull throb, leaving my head feeling clear and speedy. "Follow me," she said, climbing down the side of the couch and dropping to the pavement. The buildings loomed above me, and the small lot seemed to sprawl on forever, littered with obstacles we had to climb over or go around. And it stank. We slipped between a crack in the fence, then crossed through a field of clover and dandelions that I'm pretty sure was only a few feet wide, but felt like a jungle. But already, I made out the familiar shape of Ashley's apartment, absurdly massive against my diminutive size. "See?" Ember asked. "No problem." Just then, a large shadow emerged from the bushes under the stairs, its eyes gleaming in the light. I heard rustling behind me and sensed we were surrounded. "On second thought, now would be a good time for us not to be tiny," Ember said. One of the alley cats jumped forward, swiping at Ember with its claws. She stabbed it in the paw, then rolled between its legs, causing it to spin around. "Any time now, princess," she said. My pulse spiked as I heard a hiss behind me and turned around to see a furry puff of a feline licking its lips. The first time I went from fey-sized to human-sized, I hadn't thought about it. My adrenaline had spiked and it had just happened. But that seemed so long ago now. However, with Ember's elixir burning through me, it felt like I had more energy than I knew what to do with. I raised my arms, picturing Ember and I in Ashley's apartment, as we'd been on our last visit. There was a spark, and the feeling of light rushing through me as I connected with my magic. I just hoped it would be enough. The ground fell away, and I felt like I was floating. A wave of vertigo flooded through me, then my body shuddered. Somehow, I'd stayed on my feet, and when I looked up again, Ashley's door rose before me at the top of the stairs at its usual height. I nearly screamed in delight. I'd done it! Ember stood beside me, awkwardly patting herself, then hissed and stomped to make the stray cats scatter. "I think I used to feed those ungrateful bastards," I said. I took a deep breath, climbing up the stairs. Before I could overthink it, I pounded my fist against the door, my heart racing. The door opened, and I sighed in relief at Ashley framed by the soft glow of her apartment lights. She froze in surprise for a moment, then pulled me into her arms. When I inhaled, vanilla sugar body spray enveloped me. "Oh, Noel," she whispered. "Thank God." I grinned and squeezed her shoulders, taking in her face and studying her features. "And Ember," I said, nodding behind me. Ashley's smile faltered. The last time we'd shown up on her door, she'd ended up in a fey prison. Hesitantly, Ashley managed what might have been some small attempt at a smile, and pulled Ember into an awkward, haphazard hug, which the fey accepted with a bemused smile. "I'm glad you're well, Ashley," Ember said softly. "Can we come in?" My friend looked startled. "Right. I should probably warn you. Jackson's here." A chill shot up my spine. "Why is he here?" I asked. "What happened?" Ashley bit her lip and curled her fingers against the doorframe. "It's no big deal," she said. "He comes over sometimes." "Jackson? Comes to see you?" I frowned, studying her makeup, which was too fancy for a casual night in. "Oh, shit. Is this a date? Are we interrupting?" Ashley bit her lip. "I don't know," she whispered. "Nothing's happened, but maybe. There's just nobody else I can talk to about everything. He gets it." "Maybe I should wait outside," Ember said. "It might not be safe," I argued.
Ashley shrunk back against the door, holding onto the frame as if it were a lifeline. "Safe?" she whispered, with panic in her eyes. "It's fine," I said. "Aldrin thinks I'm in Jonquil's tomb." "It's best we talk inside," Ember pressed. Ashley hesitated. Her wide blue eyes darted between my face and Ember's. My heart ached for her. Poor Ashley. She was probably just beginning to put all this behind her. "Well then, come on in," she whispered, sounding defeated. When my friend stepped aside, I saw Jackson on her sofa. His gray eyes settled on me and narrowed when he saw Ember, but he stood up to greet us with a cautious smile.
"Well, well, look what the cat's dragged in."
"You have no idea," Ember said with a huff. Jackson looked well. He'd cut his hair short and shaved his face, which made him look younger and less like a thug. His expression was difficult to read, but it was clear he wasn't exactly thrilled to see us. Was I happy to see him? Maybe. He'd been a jerk to me most of the time, and always butted heads with Ember. But my heart filled with warmth as he gave me a one-armed squeeze. "How's Michaela?" I asked. He grunted and shrugged a shoulder.
"Fine, considering the circumstances. Took a while to settle on a believable enough story before returning her to her mother."
"Why is she here?"
He jerked his head towards Ember, and I knew Jackson was probably considering which of us he trusted less. The Fae took everything from him, and somehow I'd ended up joining them. "We need your help," I replied. His eyes were like ice, cold and disapproving. I straightened my spine, refusing to be cowed. In another time and place, I wondered if we'd actually liked one another, or if we'd ever been something like friends. "Aldrin and Jonquil are breaking into the prison to retrieve some sort of magical artifact, and we have to stop them." Jackson's eyes narrowed.
"Why?"
"Because whatever they're after is really bad," I said. "Dangerous."
"Seems like their problem," Jackson replied. "Let the Fae get theirs."
"It won't just be the Fae," Ember said, crossing her arms. Ashley carefully seated herself on the arm of her sofa. "What exactly do you mean by bad? Are we talking like end of days type stuff?" "Honestly, I have no idea," I said. "About that," Ember cut in. "Still got that book?" I pulled it from my pocket and handed it to her carefully. The cover was falling off, and half the pages were missing. What remained was charred around the edges, and the text blurred, like the ink had melted. "Can you read it?" I asked. "I think so," Ember said, curling up on the couch. "Give me a minute." "You hungry?" Ashley asked. "I'll cook something and you can fill me in. I'm glad you're here. I was hoping you'd get to visit. Does this mean you found a suitor or whatever?" I chatted with Ashley and Jackson for a few minutes in the kitchen, giving them a quick rundown of some of my more noteworthy adventures. Then, Ember sat up quickly, swearing under her breath. "Found something?" I asked, joining her with a plate of microwaved nachos. "It's a story about a brother and sister. I don't know it. I don't know if it's history or whatever, but parts of it feels real."
"So what's it say?"
Jackson said, helping himself to a handful of chips and dipping them in a bowl of salsa. "From what I can tell, it's the story of a pair of royal siblings. But it's more than that, too. Let me see if I can—" Her eyes skimmed through several pages quickly. Then she started summarizing out loud. "A long time ago, the 4 magnificent relics, created before time by our early ancestors, were rotated equally among the 13 Fae courts, in a constant state of unbalance that forced a dynamic equality. A perpetual flux."
13 courts? Jackson interrupted. "I thought there were only 12.
"Shh," Ashley whispered. "Anyway, Ifelwith and Fiallan, those were their names, they ruled the 13th house and were ruthless, powerful, and ambitious."
"That sounds about right," Jackson muttered.
"They were tired of the fairies hiding from the humans. They thought their magical gifts and ability to shift sizes proved that the Fae were destined to rule both worlds. Fiallan, especially, interfered in the politics and kingdoms of mankind, but as a royal,
he could only shift a few dozen of his soldiers for small precision encounters. He wanted to raise a Fey army and enslave humanity. His sister, Ifelwyth, vowed to help him. Together, through force or favor, they got the courts to support him, gathering all 4 objects together and keeping them for themselves. Fëallan became a powerful tyrant, and with the power of the artifacts and the support of the 13 courts, he planned to subdue both realms. But on the eve of great battle, Ifelwyth betrayed him. She slipped into his room and stole the artifacts from him. You see, she'd secretly fallen in love with a human prince, and seeing the horrors that the Fae caused to the humans, he convinced her to deceive her kind and steal the artifacts from the fairy realms. But then, her human lover betrayed her, hiding the stolen artifacts where the Fae couldn't find them. Fëallan tortured her lover, finally killing him. The heartbroken Ifelwyth returned in disgrace to challenge her brother for her family's crown. They fought a great battle that destroyed their kingdom from within, shaking the foundations with their glorious combat. The battle lasted for weeks, but then Ifelwyth snuck into her brother's tent, first poisoning him, then slitting his throat while he slept, before plunging the same dagger into her own breast. Their house collapsed without leadership, which sent ripples through the Fae kingdoms. Fëallan's followers were cursed, corrupted with dark magic. The rest, their powers greatly diminished, gradually receded into the cracks of the world, pushed back as the humans continued to flourish and thrive.
I think I read about that, Ashley interrupted. The Seelie and the Unseelie, the good and the bad fairies.
There's no such thing as a good fairy, Jackson grumbled.
Ashley kicked him, and he looked up and rolled his eyes.
Present company excluded. Maybe.
Anyway, they weren't good exactly, just the Fae that want to destroy all humans, and the ones that don't.
Eventually, Ember continued, ignoring them, they found a new balance. The 12 courts ruled together, and it was decided that should the relics ever be found, one would go to each of the major courts. But then the 4 cardinal houses, fearing the ambitions of the lesser courts, decided that the artifacts, and even the very existence of the 13th throne, was too dark a stain on their history, and a threat to their rule and privileged positions. So they burned the wreckage, erasing their names from history. But their memory lingers on the edges of Fae consciousness, just out of reach, a wound that won't heal.
Like the Tooth Fairy story? I said. The what? Ashley asked. Tell you later.
So you're saying, Jackson mused, your Ice Prince and that scary March Queen are after one of the objects, and they think it's in the prison?
I mean, I guess so. That's where they said they were going. But they already have one. And somebody else is after them too.
What would happen if they succeed?
With them, Fëallan wielded indescribable power.
What are we talking about here?
Besides the decimation of the human race, the destruction of everything, the undoing of time and space. Cities turned to ash, the earth sweating blood, the oceans filled with poison.
No big deal then,
Jackson shrugged with a smirk. Got it. Jonquil and Aldrin are collecting the 4 artifacts to take over the human world, free the Fae from their dark curse, and finish what the Cold Queen and her ruthless brother began so long ago, Ashley said, summarizing neatly. Typical English major. I don't know, Ember said. Aldrin and Jonquil, they're working together. I think they just want to claim the objects for their courts, to keep the balance and increase their power. Maybe, I said. But that other guy? I shuddered, remembering the look in his eye just before he'd thrown a knife at me. If these objects get into the wrong hands, it could be really, really bad, for everyone. Ember nodded. Even in my day, the Fae were a danger to humans. The royals terrorized mankind, stealing children and whisking unwilling mortals to their courts. They unleashed plagues upon the cities that angered them and forced regents into cruel bargains.
So, nothing's changed then?
Jackson said dryly. According to this, Ember said, tapping the book, Ifelwyth was incredibly gifted in magic, more than any other Fae we've seen since. Before she hid them, she used the 4 objects to curse the Fae, limiting their powers forever. She's why only the royals can shift their sizes, and why the Fae can't lie or abide iron.
I don't know, Ashley cut in.
That sounds like an origin myth, used to explain experiential phenomena, creating neat solutions to unanswered questions. The objects seem real enough, I said. If Jonquil claims to have already found one. How do I know this isn't all just a ruse? Jackson drawled, his eyes flaring in anger. So that you and Princess Noel here can find these artifacts for yourselves and unbreak the curse.
I'm trying to help you, Ember replied.
Yeah, sure you are, Jackson sneered, climbing to his feet.
Listen, moron, Ember snapped. You've already experienced what a few hundred royal fae can do when they meddle in human affairs. Now imagine 10,000 of us. We'd devour you.
I'd like to see you try, Jackson said, flexing his fists. As Jackson approached Ember, I moved to stand between them. My eyes flitted to the gun holstered at his side. Ashley hated guns. I was surprised she'd even let him bring it inside. His nostrils flared and he stared down at me with such fury that it seemed to crackle in the air around us.
Jackson, I said, forcing my voice even.
You want to hurt the Fae for real? Stop them from growing more powerful, taking more children? This is your chance. But we have to work together, and it has to be tonight. Jonquil and Aldrin are way ahead of us. It might already be too late.
But what can we do about it, Noel? I mean, why are you really here? Why us?
First of all, you're the only people I trust. And secondly, I had a vision. Ashley looked at me as if I'd lost my mind. Jackson barked in laughter.
Seriously?
He asked dryly. You were both there with me and Ember.
You want us to go back into the magical prison we nearly died in, Jackson said, based on some charred papers from an ancient book of fairy tales because you had a bad dream?
Heat rushed to my face. I knew it all sounded ridiculous, but he didn't have to mock me about it.
You were abducted by a race of magical beings living in the other world, Ember said. I watched you fight a caterpillar in the purge. How is this any less realistic? Because this is.
Jackson trailed off and waved a vague hand.
If this is all true, and I still don't buy that you aren't all involved with this somehow, how do you think this would even play out?
Aldrin and Jonquil don't want anyone to know about their plan, I said. They'll probably be alone. They might have magic, but Ember says they aren't skilled fighters. Plus, I might be able to shrink that pistol for you.
You brag nonstop about your competence, Ember said. I should think you could handle Aldrin and a few prison guards.
I'm in, Ashley said quietly. Jackson spun to face her, his eyes wide in astonishment. She held up a palm to silence him.
You know why, she told him, before holding my gaze. I tried going back to normal, to forget about everything. But I can't. I'm different now. I'm so angry all the time, and I didn't even have it that bad from what Jackson tells me. But I'm furious for what they did to you, for the months you disappeared, and I was frantic looking for you, not knowing where you were for all those months. And then just when I'd found you, they claimed you again. You didn't buy my freedom, Noel. It's like part of me never left that prison.
You don't have to do this,
he said, sitting beside her. The last few months, I barely remember them. I researched the shit out of fairy literature, and Jackson helped fill in some of the gaps. But the rest of it, schoolwork, it's all a blur. And now you show up at my door inviting me on an epic adventure? You're my best friend, Noel. How could I say no? Why would I want to? I wiped a tear from the corner of my eye and leaned down to hug her. Then I placed a tentative hand on Jackson's shoulder. His face reddened, like he was holding back all the things he wanted to say. But finally, he took a deep breath.
It's a bad idea, Ash, Jackson said. What if it's a trap?
Ashley rubbed her arms. I trust Noel. And despite your bluster, I know you do too. Jackson's expression never changed. But finally, he gave a jerky, sharp nod.
Fine, he said. But do we get armor, at least?
My eyes lingered over his denim jeans and leather jacket and Ashley's cute summer outfit. They were dressed exactly as I'd seen them in my dream. No need. I smiled. You're perfect, just the way you are.
The Fae prison was a wooded area near the intersection of Ginebra and DeSoto. It was marked by signs warning people not to feed the alligators, and to get to it, you had to trudge through a massive tangle of thorny bramble bushes and overgrown weeds. Ember hacked through them with her sword, and Jackson, who'd picked up a massive fallen branch to use as a walking stick, used it to force back the brambles.
"Here's a thought," he said. "Why don't we just stomp the damn prison, or blow it up?"
"If you get too close, the enchantments will shrink you," Ember replied.
"Yeah, but can't Noel make us big again?" Jackson asked. "Just one stomp, bam! No prison."
"You sound like a caveman," Ashley teased, "and look like one too." "That might make it harder to retrieve the artifact," Ember said, with a fierce expression. "But I promise, it wouldn't stop Quill or Aldrin. Just set them back a few decades." "Are you okay with this?" I murmured, lowly so Jackson wouldn't hear. "With what?" she asked, her eyes bright in the darkness. "I mean, if Quill is in there, we might have to fight them." "She could best me in the sheets, but never on the field," Ember said. Then her smile faded, and her brow furrowed. She kept hacking away at the brush, but her movements seemed slower. I think I must. You don't know how hard it's been. I just need to speak to her, face to face, get some kind of explanation, or at least ask for one. I think I deserve that." I nodded, squeezing her arm. "I won't betray you, if that's what you're asking." "Never even crossed my mind," I said. "Not sure about that one," she said, jerking her head towards Jackson. "And your friend's cute and all, but probably not great with a sword. Maybe we can use her to distract Quill." "I love that idea," I said. "Ashley can be very charming." Ember chuckled, then shook her head. She took a step forward and then vanished. I froze instantly, suddenly terrified of stepping on her. But I knew it didn't work like that. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, but my foot never hit the ground. Instead, I was falling. An unsettling coldness like a sudden breeze wafted over my skin. I felt as though I was descending, even as the ground was getting farther below me. I grew smaller and smaller, and my wings returned, muscles flitting in my back. I fell, but the ground was soft and springy, like a mattress. Someone drew in a sharp breath near me. It sounded like Jackson. He stared at my wings for a moment, and then looked away. I knew what he was probably thinking, that I was the enemy, that I'd lied to him. He'd never trusted Ember, but somehow my surprise transformation had felt like a personal betrayal. A wall of mismatched stones rose above us. I knew it surrounded the prison perimeter. We'd gone over it before with Ember's hummingbird, but then it was covered with guards. Ember whistled between her teeth, and a snowy owl swooped from the sky, coming to rest beside her. She gave the bird's neck a fond pat. "I can carry two of you," Ember said. "Do you know how to fly, Noel?" I grimaced. Frosty Boy gave me one lesson and dropped me into the snow. Clearly, his teaching methods left a lot to be desired. "What a gentleman," Ember deadpanned, mounting the bird. "Who's first, then?" Ashley didn't hesitate to climb behind Ember, pulling herself up by the downy feathers. I looked at Jackson, who waved me onward with a grimace, so I climbed onto the owl, clinging tightly behind Ashley and settling uncomfortably. Ember squeezed her thighs against the bird's side, and it rose easily above the walls, planting us on the other side. I dismounted, looking over the familiar prison grounds. Part of it rose above ground in a long, slender tower, but most of the prison was underground, its long corridors and hallways burrowing like a corkscrew. I expected an onslaught of guards, but it was so quiet I could hear Ember and Jackson arrive in a rush of wings. She murmured something to the owl, too softly for me to hear. It flew away, but I saw her nestle in a tree nearby.
"Where are the guards?" Jackson asked. "This seems too easy."
"I'm not sure," Ember replied. "The purge cleared most of the prisoners out. The younger inmates probably don't warrant the security. But it's weird that there aren't any." "Maybe John Quill and Aldrin already took care of them," Ashley said. That was entirely possible, though I shivered at the idea that John Quill and Aldrin had already taken out all the guards of the prison. "There aren't any bodies," I pointed out. "They're just not here." "Maybe it's a shift change then,"
Ember said, "and they're being careless because it's not a busy season."
Maybe. Either way, it wasn't like we had a choice in going forward.
"All right," I said, steadying myself. "Let's go." I took the lead, striding along the grass with more confidence than I felt. When we reached the wooden doors of the inner garden, past the stables and leading into the prison, I pulled hard on the handle. They didn't budge. "I'll take care of this," Jackson said. I stepped aside, giving him space. He took a deep breath and charged the door with a thud. With a growl, he threw himself at it again. The wood buckled, just a little, but Jackson stumbled, swaying along the wall. I heard the sound of broken glass.
"Over here,"
Ashley said. She'd smashed a narrow window with a rock and was already halfway inside. "I can't fit through there," Jackson growled.
"I'll go around, open it up for you."
She disappeared into the darkness. My pulse spiked, wondering if I should go in after her. But a moment later, I heard the sound of grunting as she lifted the bolts and unlocked the door. She swung it open with a wide smile. We waited in silence, but no guards emerged. The prison was as silent as the grave.
"I'll go first,"
Ember whispered, her sword held ready. Jackson pulled his gun from its holster. I swallowed hard. My heartbeat quickened. I bit my lip as I followed behind Ember and Jackson. I was conscious of Ashley behind me, walking so close to me that I heard the faint slap of her shoes and her deep, steadying breaths. She was nervous. We all were. Footsteps. Ember froze. Her muscles grew taut as she leaned against the wall, trying to blend into the shadows. After a moment, the Fae turned the corner before hastily backing up.
"Who is it?"
Ashley asked. "Astra," I replied, just like my dream. Ember gave me an appraising look and slowly nodded. Jackson began, waving his gun. "You can't shoot her," I interrupted. "It will draw too much attention, especially if John Quill and Frosty Boy are here. We don't want them to know we've arrived." "Can I kill her quietly, then?" Jackson asked. I couldn't tell if he was kidding. "I'll distract her," I said. "You guys sneak downstairs and I'll meet you there." "If she doesn't just lock you up and torture you again," Jackson grumbled.
"Aren't you a princess?"
Ashley asked. "Can't you just order her around?" I bit the inside of my cheek and tried to decide what to do. In hindsight, the vision had been pretty useless. It hadn't told me anything at all about what to actually do now that we were here. Ashley was right, though. I was a princess. An equinox princess. Would Astra really give me a hard time? Could she afford to? From what John Quill and Aldrin had indicated, the warden seemed to be out of the loop and insecure in her position. "Ember," I said, "did the book say what we were looking for, or where it is?" There was a riddle, I think, but I couldn't figure it out. The circle of power fell deep into the heart of gold, suspended beyond gravity, reflecting shimmering jewels and 1,000 hungry claws. "Great, that's not ominous or anything," Ashley said, with one hand on her hip. "There are some old ruins beneath the prison," Jackson said. "Astra told me about them once." "Crypts, probably," Ember replied. "Or more like a mass grave. I've never been down there, but Quill told me once the enslaved Fae who died building the prison were buried, right into the walls and foundation of the tower." Okay, that was creepy. "I'll ask Astra," I nodded. "Maybe she knows something." I stepped around her, nearly bumping into the warden. Her blue eyes were wide with surprise, but she quickly pulled out a crystal dagger, the tip glowing with energy. "Well, I don't think that will be necessary," I said, crossing my arms.
"Your Royal Highness,"
Astra said.
Welcome."
She put the dagger away carefully, but without lowering her guard. She probably thought I was here to kill her.
"And I see you've brought quite the entourage,"
she said, looking over my shoulder, where Ember's fingers were resting lightly on her sword. For the first time since I'd known her, she looked ruffled and anxious. I nodded curtly. "A princess needs protection. I'm sure you'll understand. After my experience here, I wasn't eager to come alone."
"I see. So you're alone, then?"
she asked, a dangerous gleam in her eyes. "I'm not, actually. I'm with John Quill and Aldrin. Maybe you've heard I spent a few months at his estate?" I said.
Unfortunately, I was delayed back at the palace. There is simply so much tedium involved in being a princess. Have they arrived yet?"
"They have not, I'm afraid," Astra said, furrowing her brow. We'd beaten them here. I tried not to show how visibly relieved I was. It looked like Astra didn't know anything about their plans either. On the one hand, that meant she probably wouldn't interfere, but once Aldrin and Jonquil arrived, things could get messy, and she'd surely tell them about my sudden appearance.
"Perhaps we can speak in your office?" I asked. The prison was built around a narrow, winding staircase that spread out into large open spaces, separated by thick doors, iron bars, and solid rock.
"Of course," she said, ushering me into the office. A warm lamp illuminated a pile of documents and books on her desk. "I apologize for the mess," she said, clearing off a pile of food scraps and candy wrappers. "If I'd have known you were coming, I could have made the prison better suited for your arrival."
"As a matter of fact," I said, sitting down in the chair across from her, "we were hoping for a brief tour of the prison. A surprise inspection, if you will."
"Is that so?" Astra said, leaning back and folding her palms together. Above us, the faded mural of the constellations seemed to reflect the subtle hostility in the room.
"As you may have heard, I'm being courted by several influential kingdoms, and as an Equinox Queen, I expect I may someday wield a great deal of power. Given the unfortunate circumstances in which I discovered my royal identity, naturally, I'm inclined to make certain changes, to make sure this type of thing never happens again. Consider it a pet project of mine."
Astra bristled at being called a pet, but schooled her features quickly. "I see," she gulped. "And what were you hoping to discover in an empty prison well after midnight? Dressed like that," she added with her eyes, which raked up my haphazard appearance, pausing on my torn dress, scratched arms, and the red burns on my wrist.
"Particularly the oldest section of the prison. I'm told they are quite extensive and ancient. How would we go about accessing them?"
"The prison was built over an old mine, as far as I know, but most of the tunnels are collapsed. I wouldn't recommend stumbling around down there. It could be dangerous."
"We'll manage," I said, rising to my feet. Indecision flickered in the warden's gaze. She was too smart not to realize something really weird was going on.
"Perhaps we should wait for Prince Aldrin to arrive. You'll be far more comfortable here in the office, and he'd be furious if I let you get hurt."
"That won't be necessary," Ember said, tensing behind me. Astra glanced at her rack of weapons near the wall, probably wondering whether she could subdue us both.
"I'm sorry, Your Royal Highness, but this is quite unexpected. Whatever do you hope to find down there?"
"Her Royal Highness doesn't have to tell you her business," Ember said, crossing her arms, "and has every right to punish you for insolence, for implying as much." Astra's smile grew strained, and I hid my own grateful expression.
"Yes, of course, but you must realize how irregular this is. You've arrived without warning, and my guards didn't even inform me."
"Perhaps because they've become very lax in their duty," Ember replied. "We entered without even seeing them." Genuine alarm crossed Astra's face.
"Without seeing them at all?"
"Does that surprise you?" I asked, doing my best impersonation of a haughty princess. "Perhaps you should look into it then. You know, Arcturus suggested I kill you, and Aoife offered to do it for me. I was hoping we'd find a way to work together, but if you're unable to reconcile to my new role—" The warden's jaw tightened and her face went a shade paler. She hadn't liked the comment, but I couldn't bring myself to care. It seemed like she had some respect, if not for my new position, then at least for the June and February queens. If ever there was a time to exploit my connections, it was now.
"It's fine," she replied stiffly. "You're welcome to explore any part of the grounds. Here, take my keys."
She lifted up a large brass ring, jangling with heavy skeleton keys.
"We'll take your lantern, too," Ember said, reaching over and grabbing it from the bookshelf.
"Of course," she said weakly. "I'll find another."
"What should I tell the others when they arrive?"
"It's really Aldrin who wanted to come. I don't have any idea why Jonquil is coming, but really, who can possibly understand those spring fae?" The March Court prides itself on our devotion to uncovering and recording history, Ember said. That wasn't the reason for our visit, but it wasn't a lie, either. Astra nodded, but I couldn't tell if she really agreed or was merely feigning compliance. As long as she left us alone, it didn't matter all that much. We'll be on our way then, I said. Of course, Astra replied. Yes, I'll just wait here then. Wonderful, I said. I followed Ember's lantern down the stairs until we reached the lower courtyard. Ashley and Jackson were hiding in the shadows, not far away. I glanced back at the tower, wondering if Astra was still sitting at her desk, fuming in the dark. I knew she could be vicious, and the truth was, with both of our positions in jeopardy, I had no idea who'd come out on top when all this was over. She was probably plotting all the things she'd do to me once the Royal Fae decided I wasn't worth protecting. I only dared breathe comfortably once we were out of earshot. So far, so good. Steeling myself, I unlocked a solid oak door at the end of the hall, leading past the library, and then another that revealed an ancient stairwell cut through the rocks. We descended the worn steps in single file, heading lower into the bowels of the prison. By some miracle, we were still ahead of Jonquil and Aldrin, but I had no idea how long that advantage would last. 23. The doors became round, bolted containment lids, and the hallways turned into rough tunnels bored through the rock. Still, the prison spiraled down, past unmarked doors and collapsed passageways, creeping with petrified roots and fragments of wooden support beams. As we went lower and lower, I felt a chill settle into my bones. Down and down we went, guided by flickering light of torches we picked up and lit along the way. Finally, we arrived at a broad oak door banded with metal. I twisted the knob and Jackson helped me pry it open. "Oh," I said, stepping through. "Wow." The cavern was so large and wide, it felt like I'd stepped into another world. Stalactites hung from the ceiling and stalagmites grew up to meet them from the floor, sometimes connecting into a solid pillar. Into these massive natural columns, whole cities had been carved, with sweeping buildings and palaces that looked like they were hanging from the sky. The ground tore open into a black abyss, perforated only by the crumbling remains of thin bridges and ancient drilling machines. Jagged purple crystals pierced through the rubble, along with gnarled black roots that twisted between them. "Great," Jackson said. "I spy with my little eye something round." "The riddle said it was in the heart, right? So, maybe up there?" Ashley pointed towards the central collection of towers high above us. Ember sighed and waved her hand. "Follow me," she said. She trudged out to the tip of the broken stone staircase, then jumped over to a large root and started running across it. She reached for a hanging piece of rope and swung herself to the next ledge, caught it with her fingertips, and pulled herself up. "Awesome," Jackson said. "We'll just wait here then." Ember knotted together the remains of a rope ladder and swung it down to us. Jackson caught it and tied it around a rusty pipe. We took turns crossing the makeshift bridge, trembling as it tilted beneath us, but it held. The rest was easier, with some portions of the stairs still winding their way up around the hanging buildings, or else a makeshift path through the rusted scaffolding. Parts of the architecture reminded me of Jonquil's crypt, with fancy decoration and engravings, but most of it was stark, with hard lines and straight edges that broke off into jagged peaks at the top and bottom. "I think Astra was right," Ember said. "It was a mine once. A big one. This feels almost industrial." We passed through hallways and courtyards, crossing over deep crevices that seemed to go on forever. As we got closer, the air seemed to change, and soft blue lights floated gently above us, collecting in an ethereal sphere like a halo. "Are those fireflies?" Ashley asked when one flew past her. She brushed her hand through it and it broke apart into particles before gathering again. "Air ionization," Jackson said. "I read about it in an engineering class once. Something about
holding a balance between positive and negative charges.
So the air is electric?
Ha would love it here. I mean, not exactly. If there's a bunch of gold and iron down here, it could be generating a magnetic field, but it's all over. So the extra charge that gets generated doesn't have anywhere to go, so it just floats around and stuff.
I'm almost impressed, Ember said over her shoulder.
Shut up,
he said. I turned the corner, through a narrow alleyway, and emerged on one of the rounded platforms on top of a crooked tower. I think we found our heart of gold, I said, my eyes widening. The others came to stand near me, looking out towards the hall of what must have been the center of the complex. But it looked like an explosion had gone off. Jagged clumps of iron twisted around smooth, flowing bands of gold, like the rings of Saturn.
Are those people?
Ashley asked, pointing above us. It looked like a cyclone of gold studded with portions of the building. But amidst the wreckage, there were skeletal remains, their jaws open in frozen screams.
What happened here?
Ember said, pale and breathless. Some kind of factory accident, from the looks of it.
The Fae. They had to separate the gold from the iron, right? They probably melted it down and then used the cave's magnetism somehow to get it out.
Suspended beyond gravity, Ember mumbled, pointing up above us. Hanging from a heavy chain in the ceiling, a conical section of the rubble dangled like a pendulum. Long purple and black crystals grew up from the wreckage, pointing towards it. Reflecting shimmering jewels, I said. Looks like whatever we're looking for, it's up there. But how do we get to it? It looked like it was at least 100 feet above us, and I couldn't see anything that would have even got us close.
You can do it, Noel,
Ember said quietly. What? I asked, staring across the distance and the inky void below.
The air is thin here. We'll toss you up for momentum. You should be able to reach it with your wings. You're the only one who can.
I gulped, looking around at the others. Nobody seemed to have a better plan. I unbound my wings cautiously, stretching them out. Willow's thin patchwork crinkled like cellophane, but it held. Let's try it, I said. If I can't make it, I'll turn around and glide back down. You'd better, Ashley said, her face pale. If you plummet to your death in an abandoned fairy mine, I'll never forgive you. She gave me a brief squeeze. Then Ember and Jackson bent down, holding their hands with their fingers locked together. I balanced lightly for a moment as they counted down from 3 and launched me into the air. Then I flapped my wings harder than I ever had before. My stomach flipped and I held my breath, fearing the worst. But I continued flailing my arms, with my fingers spread wide, feeling my wings burn with exhaustion. Finally, I was level with the hanging ruins and managed to grapple onto a long beam and pull myself towards one of the cracked platforms. Sweat beaded across my brow, and I wiped it off with a shaky arm. I waved at the others, who seemed so small and far away. Then I headed deeper into the wreckage of golden rivers and sparkling crystals, stepping through the remains of a large, broken hallway. There didn't appear to be much there, other than the piles of bones and molted fabric, nearly eaten away by time. Bile rose in my throat, and my nose tingled from the musty scent of mold. I traced the structure, ducking under collapsed ceilings and narrowed tunnels, to reach a round area that seemed like the ground zero for whatever incident had taken place here. I gasped when I saw a golden figure in the center of the space, its wings half melted, and realized it wasn't just a statue. The body was wrapped in scraps of thin black fabric. Gingerly, I plucked at the threads, unwrapping the skeleton. Bits of ancient paper felt like confetti, with handwriting so faded that I couldn't even make out the letters. Although I'd never been particularly superstitious, there was something about the corpse that sent chills up my spine. From the gilded wings, I knew this must have been some long-lost royal fae, but something was missing. A dark smudge drew a circle around the exposed skull. The circle of power. But where had it gone?
"What are you doing here?"
A voice snarled behind me. My blood ran cold. I knew that voice all too well. My heart pounded a mile a minute as I turned around, putting my back to the golden effigy. Aldrin stormed towards me, Jonquil at his heels. He shoved me to the side, then grabbed me by the shoulders. "Where is it?" he demanded, his icy fingers digging into my skin. "What have you done with it?" "Chill, dude. This guy was like this when I found him." "That's impossible," Jonquil spat, glaring at me, then casting her eyes around the chamber. Aldrin's fingers moved to my neck, and cold rushed through the air with such force that it knocked me back. I felt for my magic curling inside me, and it came at once. Time halted. My eyes landed on Jonquil. Her hand hovered above the sword strapped across her back. It was so wide and thin, it looked like a razor, and was nearly as tall as she was. Her eyes were fixed on me with an expression of fury. Somehow, I knew she was drawing her weapon, and in another few seconds, she planned to use it on me. I couldn't give her the opportunity. With time frozen, I seized it, wrapping my palm around the handle. The blade rang as it came smoothly from the scabbard, and I felt magic tingling along the edge. Light sparked in the air, and flames burst along the blade. My focus snapped, and time started moving again. I backed away, grasping the sword like a lifeline. Flames crackled around the sword, and heat wafted into the air. The weapon was long and unwieldy, but much lighter than I'd expected. Jonquil took a step towards me, her palm already flickering with fire. "Noel, wait." There was a worry in her eyes, almost real fear. The hilt wasn't hot, it didn't hurt to hold. But I hadn't expected it to burst into flames, and while my body seemed unable to do anything except retreat, my mind was screaming. A flaming sword. This wasn't the object we came for, but it was one of the 4 artifacts. I glanced around at the ruined mess of stone and gold. What if Jonquil and Aldrin were wrong, and the circle of power wasn't really here after all? At least we could take the sword away from them. "Don't you dare!" Aldrin snapped as I backed away towards an open section of the dangling, shattered mausoleum. But I didn't listen. I took the sword and I threw myself off the edge. I flailed, throwing my arm and spreading my fingers until I felt my wings expand and catch the wind. But with my hand wrapped tightly around the handle of the sword, one wing bent awkwardly, and I fluttered down at a sharp angle. The dark rocks of the edge of the crevice seemed too far away, but somehow I just made it, rolling painfully to a stop near the jutting crystals. Aldrin and Jonquil landed lightly behind me, as soft as a whisper. "There's nowhere to go, Yarrow," Aldrin said, stepping closer. "This is it for you." I swung the sword wildly in their direction, unleashing a bright arc of fire. Aldrin snapped his arm up, blocking the attack with a frozen shield. Jonquil's wrist curled delicately, preparing to launch one of her fireballs. But before she could burn me to a crisp, Ember swept past me and held the tip of her blade a mere hair's breadth from Jonquil's throat. The queen's face fell, and her lip trembled. Her wide brown eyes darted to the side. "Ember," she rasped, "you shouldn't be here." "Neither should you," Ember said. Aldrin raised his hand, and sharp shards of ice exploded along the floor. One struck Ember's leg, ringing as it pierced her armor. Ember stumbled, and Jonquil hurried past her. The queen lifted her arm, and a ball of fire curled into her palm. "Drop it," Jackson said, "or the Ice Prince dies." I heard a click as he cocked his pistol, pressing it against the back of Aldrin's head. I carefully edged myself between them, my sword still ablaze. Aldrin looked nearly feral, with his teeth bared and ice snapping around his fingertips. "You think you can hurt me with your little toy, human?" "I don't know," Jackson growled. "I'll bet iron bullets are pretty bad for fairy brains." We were at a stalemate, but it didn't last long. The cave rumbled as a violent tremor shook through the ground. A sharp clattering sound echoed off the walls and became a rushing noise, like an army marching. "What was that?" Ashley said, standing a little further away and holding a lantern. "1,000 hungry claws," Jackson murmured, backing up slowly. I looked up to see a massive shape scaling the walls. A millipede.
as long as a train, with sharp, thorny legs that tore into the rock as it scrambled towards us.
"You fools!"
Aldrin shouted. He looked like he couldn't decide whether to rip the sword out of my hand or turn to engage the beast single-handedly. But as the creature grew nearer, unleashing a hailstorm of heavy rocks, his eyes flickered back towards the entrance, no doubt mapping an escape route. He hadn't taken 2 steps when a massive boulder crushed the ground just beside us, turning our entire stretch of rock into collapsing chunks of stone.
"Run!"
Ember shouted, grabbing my arm and half dragging me behind her. We raced through the tight corners and thin bridges, taking a different route back towards the stretch of ruins we'd entered through. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jackson push Ashley for cover as the giant millipede scurried past them, spraying its pungent defensive fluids into a sizzling pool of acid. Jonquil launched a fireball, but it fizzled against the hard shell of its segmented body. It twisted around the wall, then rose up and slammed itself down across the path just behind me. It was after the sword.
"Get to the tunnels!"
Ember shouted. I nodded and tightened my grip on the blade. My hands were beginning to grow heavy with sweat from the persistent flames crackling along the edge of the legendary weapon. The cavern continued to crumble behind me, and it was hard to keep my footing as I ran through the ancient ruins, my path lit only by the glowing blade. I glanced behind me, hoping the others would follow. The millipede launched itself towards me, its legs stabbing like spears, but then there was a gust of icy wind that tore past us, freezing the creature in place. I swung the sword, chopping through the glassy legs and feeling them shatter. I rolled out of the way as the millipede screeched and stumbled. I didn't know if Aldrin had been helping me or trying to kill me, but I wasn't going to wait around to find out. I kept running until I reached the doorway leading back under the prison. I was just about to go through it when a dark figure came lumbering out to block my path. My blood ran cold as I recognized the man who'd attacked me at Jonquil's party. Claw-like spikes and feathers around his shoulders made him seem even more menacing. His black and gold armor gleamed in the dim light as he stalked towards me. I clenched my jaw and moved into a fighting stance, holding the sword ready. With a grin, he drew his own blade.
"Princess Noel," he said. "What a surprise."
"Who are you?" I asked.
"Call me Phelan," he replied. "You have something of mine, little princess."
Without warning, he lunged. I raised the blade and managed to parry his blow, scattering sparks into the air around us. He struck with such force that pain reverberated through my arms, nearly knocking me off my feet. Phelan struck again and again, and although I met his blade each time, unleashing a torrent of flame, pain pulsed down my arms. My muscles ached. A burst of fire, Jonquil's I was sure, whistled past my ear and struck Phelan square in the chest. He fell back, hissing between his teeth. Seeing an opening, I lunged forward and slashed at him. My sword deflected off his breastplate, melting a deep groove through the thick metal of his armor. His face twisted into a scowl as he resumed his attack with renewed ferocity. I stumbled over my own feet, tripping backwards down a short flight of stairs. A gunshot split the air. Aldrin's ice crackled behind me, and Jonquil shouted a warning. But it was cut off as the air rippled and time froze around us. Phelan's sword rushed to my face. I reached for my magic, knowing I'd never defeat him on my own. I raised my sword to parry, just as time started again. Jackson's bullet struck something, but I couldn't tell what. Phelan's blade cut through the air towards my neck, but changed course at the last minute, slicing neatly through my wing. I yelled at the pain and reached reflexively to cup my hand around the injured membrane. My grip loosened on the sword hilt as my arm went numb. Phelan whirled around, growling at Ember, who stood facing him with her sword raised. She must have attacked Phelan and thrown off his arm before he could behead me. "Stay back, dollface," Ember said, moving herself in front of me. "I've got this." I let out a hoarse laugh. I was pretty sure that I wouldn't be able to fight even if I tried, but I mustered up the remnants of my courage. "Will do. The angle is nice from here." "I know," the knight replied flippantly with a wink.
Ashley crouched against the rocks not far away, watching us with wide eyes. Jackson stood in front of her, his gun ready. He fired another shot. The sound exploded through the air and struck Phelan with a metallic ring. Aldrin was on the other side of us, fending off the millipede with icy spears. His eyes darted towards me, and his hands curled into fists. I tore my attention from him and took a deep breath, trying to manage the stinging pain which spread through my injured wing. My arms ached, and the sword felt heavier than it should in my hands. Even its flames seemed to dim a little, as if the sword could sense my waning strength. "Spring, Faye?" Phelan asked mildly, swinging his sword loosely. "April?" "March," Jonquil replied, going to Ember's side. She raised her hand and flames crackled in her palm. Phelan's eyes narrowed. There was no curiosity when he looked at Ember and Jonquil, only a cold and critical assessment. "A Fae queen and a knight from an equinox court," he mused. "Are you sure you want to die for this? For her?" Phelan feigned a thrust, but Ember didn't move. She'd seen the trap. "It's pretty pathetic to strike a young, unarmed half-mortal, don't you think? Are you too cowardly to face a real opponent?" "Not without stopping time, I'd warrant," Jonquil said. "He knows we'd best him then." Phelan began shifting. I suspected that he was trying to circle Ember, but she refused to budge. Jonquil unleashed a burst of flame, and Phelan twisted out of the way. He swung his sword, aiming for Jonquil's ribs, but Ember parried his blade and forced him back a step. "Of course he does," Ember replied. "He knows I'm stronger." "Typical knight," Phelan growled, "trying to goad me into an honorable death." He moved to strike, but shards of ice exploded around his legs. "Honor has nothing to do with it," Aldrin said, stepping closer. "You can't beat all of us." "That's where you're wrong," Phelan grinned. Ember lunged, and time froze. "I can do this all day, Princess Noel," Phelan said, kicking away the ice and fixing his gaze on me. "Why don't you end it now before someone gets hurt?" "Sure. In that case, I accept your unconditional surrender," I said, feigning bravado I didn't feel. He stepped past Ember and Jonquil. My heart beat so loudly I heard it echoing in my head. I blocked his first blow, even though it sent pain rippling through my body. I lashed out with the sword, but he deflected it neatly. I took a few breaths and stepped to the side, glancing at a large boulder frozen in the sky above us. If I could just get him in the right position. He took another step, and I reached for my magic. I could feel it tingling in the air, rippling like water. Time started and the boulder crashed between us, but Phelan managed to dodge at the last moment. "You'll have to do better than that," he grinned. Then he charged towards me. I raised my sword to block his attack. Pain burst across my collarbone as his sword struck my breastplate. Before I could react, he kicked me squarely in the chest. All the air left my lungs, and my head struck the side of a rock as I was thrown backwards. Agony, unlike anything I'd ever felt before, spread through my skull. I only dimly noted the stinging stickiness of blood. Suddenly, the ground rushed to my face. "Noel!" Ashley screamed. Blinking slowly, I looked at my empty palms. The sword was gone. I dropped it somehow. I pushed off the ground, trying to force myself upright, but a spike of pain shot through my skull. My stomach lurched, and the world spun unevenly. Ashley rushed to my side. "Noel, stay down," she whispered. "Don't try to get up." Jackson dove for the sword, but Phelan got there first. The dark fae seized the blade, and it burst into flames into his hand. The air was sweltering as waves of heat radiated from the weapon. I clung to a busted chunk of rubble in a feeble attempt to remain upright. With a victorious grin, Phelan abandoned his other sword and let it clatter to the ground near his feet. He raised the flaming sword into the air, and it seemed to gather energy from the charged particles around us. Then, he slammed it down into the stone with brutal force, unleashing a shock wave of hot air and sparks that hit like a hurricane. Suddenly, I was airborne, and Ashley was gone. My back collided hard with the wall, knocking the breath out of me. I gagged on my spit and lay there, trying to catch my breath. "Noel!" I wasn't sure who shouted my name. Across from me, Jackson lay prone beneath the remains of the wall, inscribed with fragments of a language I didn't recognize. Ashley stumbled to her feet, her gaze unsteady. I groaned as the sound of crashing metal rang in my ears. Ember must have recovered quickly. Distantly, I felt like I ought to be worried, but my head stung. When I raised a hand to my face, my fingers came back with blood. It seemed like a lot. A boot kicked away a stone near the side of my head. My eyes snapped up, and a pale face swam into view. "Stay out of the way," Aldrin snarled. "For once, just do as you're told." I heard the sound of his retreating footsteps, but my head felt too heavy to lift. I pressed my cheek against the cooling ground. A short distance away, I saw Ember stumble, with one arm pressed against her bloodied stomach. Jonquil swept into her place, fire bursting from the queen's fingertips. With a flick of her wrist, she sent flames snapping like a whip through the air. Aldrin stormed to where Fiallan was fending off Jonquil and Ember, already wounded by a halo of icicles. He unleashed them like a torrent of arrows, but Fiallan's fire was so hot that the air before him wavered, turning them to steam. Cinders popped and scorched the stone around us. A fat load of good Aldrin's ice powers would do against him. But he's trying. My vision blurred at the edges, eclipsed by black dots and white stars. I needed to stop all three of them, but Jackson weakly raised his head, but his gray eyes were glassy. Blood drenched the side of his face, and when he shifted, he grimaced. The rubble had him firmly pinned, and I doubted he had the strength left to move it. I knew I couldn't. I shook my head, trying to clear it. My stomach lurched, and I vomited on the ground. As I swallowed back the taste of acid, I edged along the wall. Every movement caused my vision to blur and twist, so I paused and tried to steady my breathing. My fingers felt numb, and my arm and wing throbbed with every step. Focus. Focus, focus, focus. Ember's slashes became increasingly erratic, whether because her anger was getting the best of her or because she was tiring, but her sword had blood on its edge. She'd struck someone, somewhere. Jonquil remained behind her, sending precise bursts of fire at Fiallan. They didn't seem to hurt him, but by aiming for his eyes, she kept him partially blinded. Aldrin had pulled out his sword, slashing Fiallan with his dark, foggy wings glowing behind him. Ember parried a blow from Fiallan's flaming sword, but he continued the strike. With a sharp cry, Jonquil formed a whip and sent it smacking against Fiallan's arm. He spun and thrust his blade towards her. The March Queen screamed as her dark dress caught fire. She twisted her arm and drew the fire away, bringing flames crackling around her wrist. But the smell of burning cloth and flesh rose in the air. The March Queen collapsed, one hand pressed against her chest. "Stay back," Ember snapped, jumping in front of her. She pressed forward, her sword crashing against Fiallan's, but he punched her with his left hand, and her head snapped back. Blood dripped from her nose. Ice crystallized around Fiallan's boots, clearly Aldrin's handiwork, but it wasn't enough. The crystals snapped and Fiallan whirled around, his sword aimed for the January Prince's chest. Aldrin stepped nimbly back, ice sparkling in his wake. Ember lunged, plunging her sword into the back of Fiallan's shoulder. She drew the blade free, and Fiallan whirled on her. Ember let out a pained cry as Fiallan's sword buried itself in her upper thigh, the glowing edge sizzling against her flesh. Jonquil stumbled towards her, protecting the knight with her body and sending out a powerful blast of fire over her shoulder. Fiallan absorbed the attack with the large flat edge of the flaming sword, turning the metal white-hot. "Ember," I rasped. I had to help, somehow. My gaze snapped across the room at Ashley, her pretty face hard with determination. Her hands curled around Fiallan's discarded blade, an elegant weapon with a curved hilt. Surely she wasn't about to jump in and try to save Ember and Jonquil from this sword-wielding reprobate. Aldrin unleashed his ice again, sharp crystals that materialized in the air before him. With a single wave from his flaming sword, Fiallan melted them to nothing. Everyone was going to die. My gaze drifted across the floor, my eyes slowly focusing on Jackson's gun. It had fallen from his grasp and landed several feet away.
I was pretty sure that Jackson's earlier shot had been deflected by Phealen's armor, but maybe I'd have better luck. I forced myself onto my hands and knees and crawled across the floor, grimacing as my bleeding palms encountered the shattered remains of a porcelain vase. Jonquil's scream was cut short, but I didn't dare turn around to see what had happened to her. I kept my attention on the gun as best as I could, with my vision blurring at its edges. I just had to reach it. But the world felt strange and uneven. I felt like I was crawling through the ocean, trying to fight against the waters. Dimly, I realized the cavern was shaking again. I collapsed onto my belly as the injured millipede clattered over me, shaking rocks loose from the walls. I closed my eyes, and my breath became so loud and ragged that it blocked out any other sound. It was as if I was the last person in the world, and all of time stretched out for me and me alone. When I opened my eyes again, I curled my shaky fingers around the gun, and I rolled onto my back, aiming the weapon. Cedric's voice echoed through my skull. One time, after he'd borrowed money from some thugs, he started keeping a gun in the house and thought I should learn how to use it.
If you gotta shoot someone, aim for the center mass, okay?
Ember was on her feet, limping on one leg. She reached for Phealen's sword with her bronze gauntlets, as if she could tear it away from him. Jonquil's fire snapped against Phealen's face, filling the air with the heavy scent of burning hair, and Aldrin's ice formed around Phealen's shoulders, the crystals creeping slowly down his wrist. The millipede pounced between them, knocking everyone to their feet. Phealen rolled and slashed at it with the burning sword, carving a long tear down its side. For a moment, he was exposed. I took in a deep breath and aimed squarely for Phealen's chest. I jolted with the kickback. My ears rang as the gunshot reverberated through the air. Phealen jerked and roared, but the bullet didn't pierce his armor. He met my eyes with a cruel smirk, then moved towards Ember, who was still on the ground looking dazed. He lifted the flaming sword over her, preparing to strike.
Not all kills need to be honorable.
I clenched my jaw and shot again, aiming for his knees this time and losing 3 more rounds in quick succession. I couldn't see where I'd struck, but he stumbled and bared his teeth. I gasped for air, fingers slippery against the trigger. My ears were ringing from the gunfire. Phealen screamed with rage, then turned towards me. Fire whirled around him, accompanied by burning wind. A trail of bright red sparks trailed behind him, sweeping over his dark, furry cloak. I felt myself flung against the wall. Phealen ran past me, his boots thundering against the ground. There was a long moment of calm, and I took a few ragged breaths, bracing myself against the pain. "Noel?" Ashley whispered. "Noel!" My friend ran to me and crouched at my side. I forced a grin for her, despite my uneven, painful breaths. Is anyone... I tipped my head back, strangely numb. I was sweating, but the deep chill in the underground cavern sent a wave of violent shudders through my body. Was this what dying felt like? Ashley tore off her gray cotton tank top and pressed it against my head. I whined and jerked away, but she was insistent, pressing the cloth against me even though it hurt. "Noel, you have to stay with me. You're going to be fine." But I wouldn't be, because Aldrin and Jonquil were still here, and I didn't understand anything. "Noel, let go of the gun," Ashley murmured. Reluctantly, I uncurled my fingers from the weapon and let Ashley press her wadded-up shirt against my head. I wanted to laugh at her hot pink sports bra, but I couldn't manage to work the sound past my strangled throat. A sudden wave of longing swept over me. In all the chaos, I hadn't really told Ashley how happy I was to see her again. All my love for her suddenly came crashing to the forefront, along with the guilt that I'd nearly gotten her killed again. "We need a hospital," Ashley snapped. "Quill, do you still know?" Everything came in fragments of conversation, half-heard questions and answers. My head ached, and my eyes burned when I blinked. It felt a bit like being drunk, or getting hit by a car. "We'll have to take her. Jonquil, maybe?" "Infirmary." "Ashley? Ember?" I tilted my head back, Aldrin's face swimming into view. "Did we fail?" I mumbled. "What were—" I felt myself lifted up, like I was floating. What the hell is going on? I cut off. More than anything, I wanted my mom.
24. The last time I'd been taken to the prison infirmary, I'd been there because Aurelius and Aurora, two of my fellow prisoners, beat me up in the courtyard. I felt something like panic bubbling in my throat as I recognized the white sheets and tall windows, but I forced the feeling away. I sat upright, wincing as my chest burned in protest. Someone had changed my clothes, but at least it wasn't a prison uniform. I plucked at the white silky fabric. The hem was trimmed with lace. "You're awake!" Ashley clasped my hand. Only then did I see that she sat beside the bed, a long scratch stressed over her right cheekbone, accompanied by a mottling of small dark bruises. "Hey, Ash." My throat was raw, and my chest ached as I forced the words out. "Hey, you. How do you feel?" "Like I got run over by a bus," I groaned. "What happened?" "We got our asses kicked," Jackson said as he entered. "But we all survived." A wad of bandages covered the side of his head, and bruises ran down his arms. When he crossed the room, he limped, but he was still breathing. The last I'd seen him, he was nearly unconscious, half buried beneath the broken rubble. "Everyone?" I said suddenly. "Are Jonquil and Aldrin still here? Why haven't they killed us yet?" Jackson nodded and crossed his arms. "They haven't exactly been forthcoming about all this, though. I heard them say something about making excuses for their absences." "Do you know where they are right now?" "Warden's quarters, last I checked." I took a breath to steel myself. Then I swung my legs out of bed and onto the cool tiles of the floor. I swayed and hissed between my teeth. My spine felt sore, but the pain wasn't as agonizing as I'd suspected. I felt like I was made of bubble wrap, with bandages and pads taped around me in embarrassing places. "Let's go," I muttered. Ashley stood, her fingertips brushing my elbow. I knew she'd be there to help me if I fell, but I wasn't confident that I could walk, at least for now. Once we'd gone up a few flights of those spiraling stairs, maybe I'd feel differently. My muscles ached and cramped, and my movements were slow and stiff. While Ashley stayed close to me, clearly slowing her own pace to match mine, Jackson went ahead of us. At first, I tried to keep up with him, but I eventually gave up. I'd get there when I got there. The burning in my chest grew as I climbed, and by the time I reached Astra's office, I was panting for breath. Ashley hurriedly grabbed a nearby chair and dragged it close to me. "Thank you," I muttered, tossing my head back. My friend nodded, her expression soft. She sat beside me and clasped her hands in her lap. Ashley still wore only her sports bra and leggings. My throat tightened when I remembered where her shirt had gone, and I resisted the urge to reach up and feel my head injury. "You should have stayed in bed," Aldrin growled. The January prince sat behind Astra's wide, polished desk. Fading burns marred the sides of his neck, and because his sleeves were rolled up past his elbows, I could see the wide expanse of bruises and bandages. Jonquil was beside him, her hair singed. Her blouse was low-cut, the neckline blackened and burned away. Jonquil's clavicle and the tops of her breasts were bright red and sore-looking. Ember had taken a position against the wall. She leaned against the uneven stone in a pair of boxers and had her ankles crossed, exuding cool confidence. I didn't miss, though, the thick bandages wound tightly around her thigh and the crutch resting beside her, or the fact that her bruised hand curled around the pommel of her sword. She was as skeptical of this temporary ceasefire as I was. Jackson had wedged himself in the corner behind my chair, and as far away from the Fae as he could. I had a feeling that he'd have already cut and run if he knew how to shift sizes. "You're not the boss of me, Frosty boy," I said, feeling bold. Aldrin's eyes narrowed. I knew that look by now. It was the same gaze he leveled at me whenever he was about to push me against a wall or seize my arm with bruising force. He clenched his jaw so tightly that it looked painful. "Nevertheless, you shouldn't be up," Ember said. "You're half mortal. You aren't as resilient as we are." The knight's look was apologetic, as if it physically pained her to agree with Aldrin. "I know, Ember. I replied, offering her a smile to show that no offense was being taken. But I think I have a right to know what's going on. Jonquil sighed and massaged her temples. You know as much as we do, she said. You were after an artifact, I said, and you didn't get it. No, Aldrin said coldly. And you did an excellent job in making us lose the one we already did have, without the flaming sword. That wasn't a sword, Jackson said gruffly. It was a guillotine on a stick. If you'd bothered to tell anyone what you were doing, this wouldn't have happened, Ember added. We tried, Aldrin sneered. You are... I wanted to tell you, Ember, Jonquil interrupted, her voice sounding half-strangled with emotions. So badly. But I was afraid. Afraid? Of what? Ember asked. Of losing you, Jonquil replied. My mother Beryl went after the objects, and she managed to find one. Aldrin learned first of her ambition, and he told me. We knew we had to stop her, and Aldrin arranged for her assassination. Our plan was for me to take the throne and hopefully put an end to her schemes, but Aldrin's plan didn't quite work. Instead, his assassins killed Beryl's Knight Commander. Ember let out a small puff of air. And you framed me for it. That wasn't intentional, Jonquil said. Not at all. But after you escaped, I knew she'd come after you. I thought about killing her myself. And you eventually did, I replied. Jonquil nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on Ember. It became obvious, though, that someone else knew Beryl had the sword and was trying to retrieve it. Someone else was after the objects, but we didn't know who. I thought maybe it was better for you to remain in prison. I knew you'd survive, but I couldn't bear the thought that you might get caught between someone so dangerous and me. But after, Ember insisted. What about after I escaped? You could have told me. Jonquil laughed, but the sound was pained. I couldn't face you. I'd have told you everything, and then you'd become a target. I'd rather you hate me forever than allow that to happen. Ember took a shuddering breath. I couldn't quite name her expression. She seemed torn between disbelief and tentative hopefulness. So Phelan wasn't one of yours? I asked carefully. Who told you that name? Aldrin asked suspiciously. He still didn't know I had his book. He did, I said. That's impossible. Phelan died a long time ago. Tell that to the guy who just tried to kill us. Aldrin smirked, his expression vicious. Whoever he is. Now he's got the first and only magnificent relic we've managed to locate. He won't stop until he's discovered the others. And you thwarted our efforts to stop him. Well, maybe if you'd bothered to explain literally anything instead of knocking me out and tying me up in a crypt, I snapped. What do you think he wants? Ember asked. Who is he? And where did he come from? Wouldn't you like to know? Aldrin said, crossing his arms. Yeah, actually, Jackson replied. And we don't have time for some stuck-up asshole. I don't have to tell you anything, Aldrin sneered. Ember pushed herself away from the wall and leaned over the desk, breathing hard. Listen here, Aldrin, she hissed. If you're not going to be helpful, you can shut your trap. I was asking Quill, anyway. Jackson crossed the room and leaned over my chair. We finally agree on something, Red, he said. Jonquil's smile was tentative, nearly shy. I think Phelan and my mother may have been working together. Among the Fae courts, ours is the one with the most invested in keeping historical records. I think Phelan might have wanted those, so he made some kind of bargain with her. Ember nodded slowly. That's interesting. Do we know anything else about him? Maybe. He arrived at Quickthorn's gala and attacked Noel, Jonquil said. I suspected that the flaming sword might have been his goal, and that seemed to be the case. After the party, I discovered that my quarters were torn asunder. Fortunately, the sword was still hidden. That was too close for comfort, though, so Aldrin and I knew we had to make our move. We had reason to believe an object was here in the prison, Aldrin said, so we went after it. Instead, we found you. But if you didn't get it, I said, and we didn't get it, I mean, we were all there before Phelan was. Right, Jonquil said. and while you were unconscious, Aldrin and I asked Astra what she knew, which wasn't much. It doesn't appear to be here, which means either we were wrong or, more troublingly, someone else is after these objects besides us and Faye Allen. You're beginning to have more enemies than your mother, Ember quipped. Quite an accomplishment, in my opinion, Jonquil said. What happened to these objects? Jackson asked. Are the other 3 still in the mortal realm? It's difficult to say, Jonquil replied. This was a millennia ago, so it's entirely possible that someone else has found them and moved them by now. The best thing we can do is find the other objects, Aldrin said. Alone, they're very powerful, but together... Wait, I said, holding up my palm. What do you mean, we? You're not suggesting we work together. You tried to kill me. Don't be so dramatic, Yarrow, Aldrin said. Since nothing I've done has prevented you from blazing a trail of destruction through my best-laid plans, it's too late for your death to profit me. And now that the Astra has seen you, I can't exactly just dispose of you and Ember without replacing the warden as well. And that would draw too much attention and inquiries. A huge bother, really. I sat for a moment, taking everything in. I knew it was more complicated than that. Jonquil would have never let Aldrin hurt Ember. And if Aldrin disposed of me, Ember would probably avenge my death somehow. So what now? I asked quietly. I intend to return to the March Court, Jonquil said, and continue searching for the whereabouts of the remaining objects. Even if they've moved, maybe I can pick up a trail for them. Ember's gaze flickered to me. Where do you want to go? I'll take you. I glanced at Aldrin. His eyes were like gazing across an icy wasteland. I wondered if he was thinking at this moment how he could threaten me into submission, or what revenge he'd take on me. But he looked disinterested, or maybe just exhausted from the battle we'd been through. I should return to Ha, I said. Mostly I was missing my cozy cabin. But first, I want to see my mother. If you don't mind coming with me, I'd like you to. Ember nodded. Of course. I'll come too, Ashley said. We can take my car. Don't get too comfortable, Aldrin interrupted. Don't forget, Dahlia expects to see you married within the year. And be mindful whose bed you slip into. We still don't know which house is behind this or what they plan to do next. I met his gaze unwaveringly. I think Dahlia will be quite pleased that I'm choosing to continue my courtship with the Solstice Prince. In fact, I think she'll be so pleased that I won't have to worry about you anymore. As for my bed, that's none of your business. Aldrin's expression darkened. I was right, though, and he knew it. One more thing, he murmured. Obviously, no one can know about this. What will it take, Jonquil nodded, to buy your silence? You have it, I said. The Fae in the room stared at me with unblinking eyes. I was negotiating again, and they wanted more. I mean, I already owe Jonquil, if she wants to cash in now. But I think it's only fair for my brave friends to get a boon, a favor as well. For what? Aldrin grimaced. Ruining everything? Letting the bad guy get away? If I recall, he was winning before I shot him. But who cares? We all survived, didn't we? What do you have in mind? Jonquil asked, leaning forward. Don't worry. I can think of at least one thing that would satisfy them, and you won't even have to leave the prison to get it. 20 minutes later, we'd gathered in the garden near the gigantic roses. Astra was surrounded by a small group of guards she'd managed to summon, dressed in a flowing navy dress and smooth formal armor. But I knew it was just a show of force. Aldrin and Jonquil had pulled some strings and forced her to relinquish her grip on the remaining prisoners. 23 human children of various ages that had been too young to participate in the purge. But who will tend to the grounds? She asked anxiously, furrowing her brow. Hire Fae labor. Pay them well. You'll figure it out. We walked to the edge of the gates and into the sprawling field outside the prison walls. Jonquil escorted us to help with the transition. What will you do next, Ember? Jonquil asked, her expression soft and vulnerable. Now that you know. Ember took the Queen's hand in hers. I'm not ready to forgive you for all of it, Quill, she said. You shouldn't, Jonquil murmured, but she sounded like it pained her. I should have told you. I'm sorry, and I know I don't deserve your forgiveness." "I don't particularly enjoy your self-flagellation either," Ember said. I know. Given time, I might. I just need some space to think. But going forward, you can't push me away every time there's a threat. I'm strong enough to take care of myself. You should know that better than anyone." "Of course you are," Jonquil said. Ember smiled and placed a quick kiss on Jonquil's knuckles. "I'll see you around." Jonquil's face brightened. Ember turned towards the shimmering barrier surrounding the prison and jerked her head. "Let's go, dollface." We headed out, with Ashley and Jackson trailing us, followed by a long line of lost children. Ember's stride was so bouncy and cheerful that, despite what she said, I suspected she'd forgiven Quill already. 25. We walked until we felt the magical barrier surrounding the prison snap and crackle around us, and then we were alone in the woods. The air was thin and gray, despite the season, but a handful of bright poppies were scattered like gems across the bleak, marshy ground, studded with capped mushrooms and fallen leaves. It was a hike back to the main road where we'd said goodbye to Jackson and the kids. "Looks like you'll have your work cut out for you, finding their families and everything." "Looks like I will," Jackson said. "Got a plan for that?" I asked, nodding at the long train of malnourished children. "I'll say I tracked down a trafficking ring and rescued them," Jackson said, scratching his chin. "Cops might hold me a while for questioning, but with any luck, I'll come out of this a hero." "If not, Ember and I will find a way to break you out again." I smiled, turning to leave, but he grabbed my arm softly. "Thanks for this," he said quietly. "It's no big deal." I shrugged. "It is to me," he said, his eyes warm. "And to them. Though I feel a bit like the Pied Piper." "So what? Are we friends again?" I said, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not sure I'd go that far," he chuckled. "But I guess maybe you're not that bad after all. For a fairy, at least." "Half fairy," I corrected. "And a princess." I gave a little twirl, which I knew looked ridiculous, half naked and covered in bruises and bandages. At least my wings were hidden in my human form. We watched Jackson and the kids until they disappeared around the bend, heading towards town. Then we cut through the parking lots and run-down stores until we reached Ashley's apartment. It was tempting to throw myself into her comfy bed and sleep for a week, or shower, at least. But I knew I had to see my mom before my courage failed me. I treated my wounds with hydrogen peroxide, changing the bandages so they were less noticeable, and slipped on a pair of jeans and a tank top. Ember found a loose pair of sweats that covered the padding around her thigh. Despite a slight limp and a purple bruise around one eye where she'd been punched, she didn't look that bad. Ashley helped us cover the discoloration with some quick makeup, and by the time we were ready, we didn't look like we'd all been in a terrible accident together. Even so, we stopped at the gas station for coffee and maple bars, dumping at least 5 of the little containers of caffeine and flavored syrup until it was like drinking butterscotch candy. Then we piled into Ashley's car, driving to the outskirts of the city. We stopped before a square, nondescript apartment building with faded signs and brown grass covered with dandelions. Ashley told me that my mom and Cedric lived on the bottom floor, and there was the number of her apartment, stamped in gold, on the side of the building. My stomach twisted itself in knots, and my chest tightened. "We're here," Ashley said. I nodded and unbuckled my seatbelt. As I climbed out of the car, my legs felt numb. This didn't feel real. My eyes watered. A sudden fear struck me. What if my mom wasn't here either? What if I knocked on that door and found nothing, or someone else entirely? I only dimly noticed that Ashley climbed out. She pulled me into a warm hug. I sniffled and lowered my head to her shoulder, unsure how to explain it all. But maybe I didn't need to. "Whenever you're ready," Ashley said, her voice so tender. "Ember and I are here with you." I lifted my head and nodded. Beside Ashley, Ember gave me a wink and a roguish grin. They were with me. I wasn't alone. I squeezed Ashley's shoulders in silent thanks, and then I stepped forward. My hand shook as I raised it to knock on the door. I had all my lies prepared and ready. The seconds ticked by and seemed to stretch into hours. I thought fleetingly of halting time just so I could spend a few more moments preparing myself for this confrontation. But I knew that no amount of time would really be enough. It was just like in college, where no matter how much time I was given to write a paper, I put it off until the night before. The door opened, accompanied by the screeching of hinges. Slowly, my mom appeared. I drank in her face, the pale blue eyes, worried expression, and thick chestnut curls. My eyes searched for any little change, any evidence of the heavy toll my absence had doubtlessly had on her. A lump rose in my throat. My mom's hand rose to her face. "You're here." She sounded like she might be going into shock. Maybe she was. Maybe we both were. "Yeah, I'm here," I finally rasped. I'm sorry I scared you. My mom pulled me into a hug so tight that I thought she might never release me. I curled my fingers in her shirt and breathed in the powdery scent of her favorite perfume and hairspray. "I thought the worst," Mom murmured. My eyes burned from unshed tears. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking. Honey, what happened?" An impulse to tell her absolutely everything rose inside me. I wanted to just vomit out all my fears and doubts so she could comfort me like I was a little girl, whose every care could be assuaged with a gentle touch and a few kind words. But I couldn't. She'd think I was out of my mind. I left, I'm sorry, but there was a guy. The lies came in spatters, awkward starts and stops. And it hurts to think about, but I got involved in some things that I shouldn't have. I'm sorry, but it's so hard to talk about. My mom drew a shuddering breath. Her eyes reddened and tears rolled down her cheeks. She pulled me tightly against her once more. I tried to force the tension from my muscles and enjoy her embrace, but I couldn't quite manage it. My stomach churned with guilt. I rarely lied to her, and never over something as big as this. "I'm so happy to be home," I whispered. I'm happy to have you back." Her breath came in damp, quick pants against my cheek. Come on," she said. "Please." I smiled and stepped inside with her. This was a new apartment, but it didn't look that different from the old one. Small, cramped, cluttered. It had the same setup, the same dull brown carpet, and the scuffed counters. Maybe the space was a little larger. "Oh," my mom exclaimed, noticing my guests for the first time. "Ashley, Ember, I'd almost forgotten about them in the excitement of seeing my mother again." "It took me some time before I could make myself face you," I said. "I'm so sorry, Mom." I raised an arm and roughly wiped away the tears as they fell from my eyes. My mom sat on the nearby sofa, bringing me down with her. As I settled on the cushions, I dimly noticed Ember enter. Ashley closed the door behind us. "You don't need to be sorry. What's important now is that you're safe," my mom said, squeezing my hands. I sniffled and rubbed my eyes against my shoulder. My tears kept coming, but I still felt my face grow hot with embarrassment. I'd become so emotional since being imprisoned, and that was accompanied by a newfound streak of shame. "I love you," I said. "So much." Mom kissed my forehead. "I love you too." I took a shuddering breath and smiled at her. My mother. She was finally here in front of me, after so many months of longing for her. Ashley sat in an armchair, and Ember perched nearby on the chair arm. "But you must. Are you going to stay now?" Mom asked. "I'm not sure," I replied. "I'll try." But I didn't really know if that was true. The Fae wouldn't let me stay here long, and after I'd messed up and let Fae Allen take the flaming sword, I knew that I had to make things right somehow. I'd have to help Aldrin find the other objects. Until then, the mortal realm would be at risk. For now, though, I just wanted to pretend that I could return to the ordinary life I'd once had. Mom's smile was watery. "I kept all your things," she said. We don't have a room for you. Cedric and I are sharing the bedroom, but you can stay on the sofa, of course, for a few nights, at least." I nodded, and my mom left the sofa. She wiped her reddened eyes and sniffled. I clenched my hands together in my lap and watched her cross the room. She crouched beside the sofa, near a pile of haphazard boxes, and pulled out my backpack. My heart leapt at the familiar galaxy print. "See?" Mom asked, just as he left it. It was surreal, and I didn't entirely understand why Mom had grabbed it. Maybe the situation was just so awkward that my mom was desperate to alleviate it somehow. The backpack bounced against the seat cushions. With an uneasy smile, I pulled it towards me. Everything was all spilled and thrown together inside, and I held the bag against my stomach, like a lifeline. It looked like she'd just dumped all the stuff from my room before her forced eviction. I knew Ashley had picked up some of my things from the curb. "Yeah," I rasped, "just like I left it." The bag was mostly unzipped, and tears threatened to fall anew. That was my old uniform from Babes, the seedy beachside bar where Ashley and I had worked together. And there were all of my textbooks, crammed in with crumpled pieces of paper, pens, and odd bits of makeup. "It's so good to have you back again," Mom said, her wide eyes fixed on my face and shining with such tenderness and hope that I couldn't stand it. I'd hurt my mom, unforgivably so. I averted my gaze. Even if this wasn't entirely my fault, guilt still curled in my belly for not being there when she needed me. I focused my attention on the small mesh pocket on the side of my backpack meant for holding bottles. There was my familiar cell phone, broken from when Aldrin had stepped on it. There were a handful of coins and... My breath caught in my throat at the telltale flash of metal. It was the golden ring the frog had given me. I slipped the ring on my finger and watched the light play across its metal surface. I still didn't know where it came from, or how it had gotten to me. It just had appeared before I was imprisoned. "Oh, I didn't even know you had that," Mom said with a light laugh. "How beautiful." She fidgeted with her fingers, seemingly for something to do. I nodded. "Yeah, I got it on sale." The lie came so easily, but this one was more frequent than most. Any time I splurged on a purchase, which wasn't very often, I claimed that I'd bought it on sale. My mom would throw a fit otherwise and make me feel bad about not using every cent for absolute necessities. It was so easy to revert back to old habits, and yet I knew that no matter how similar this all looked, it would never truly be the same. It's very pretty," Ember agreed. But there was something unnerved in the Fae's expression. I furrowed my brow, trying to figure out what was making her anxious. It was just a ring, shaped like a crown. I'd received it through some vaguely unusual circumstances, but Ember couldn't know that. Unless... I sucked in a deep breath. There were 4 magnificent relics, and in my vision, the vision where I'd stormed the prison to retrieve one of those objects, I'd seen the ring. A circle of power. I could almost hear Luna's voice whispering in my ear. "Haven't you forgotten something?" What if this wasn't just a ring? My heart hammered against my ribs. If this was one of the artifacts, that would explain why we hadn't found anything in the ancient mines beneath the prison. The item had been here all along, stuffed in my old backpack. But if that was true, who had sent it to me, and why? A shiver ran down my spine, and when I looked up again, I was alone on the couch. My mom was puttering in the kitchen, and my friends were outside on the narrow porch. I pushed open the screen door and joined them. A light summer rain had started to fall, and the air smelled like trash and fresh soil. "So, what now?" Ember asked. "I'm going to check in on Jackson," Ashley said. "He'll need some help with those kids." "This isn't over for me," I said, taking a shaky breath. Jonquil might be ready to let me go, but Dahlia isn't. "So you're really going back?" Ashley asked. "To be married off?" "I'm not sure," I said. "But somehow, I'll have to find my place. And I don't think it's here anymore." Ashley nodded, leaning her forehead against mine for a long moment. "You know, Noel, marriage isn't the only option," Ember said. "Meaning?" I asked, raising my eyes to her. "There are 2 ways to claim a house, through marriage or carnage. You can carve out your own space with a spray of blood and the crush of bones. It took me a moment to grasp her meaning. You want me to fight a royal in a magical duel? Did you miss the part where I was holding a legendary flaming sword and still got my ass handed to me? I think I'll leave the fighting to you. Don't sell yourself short, dollface. You're a lot more than I expected. And I've got a feeling, before all this is over, the other Fae kingdoms will see it as well. The end. This has been Palace Fae, Supernatural Penitentiary Book 2, written by Drake Mason and Marissa Mills, narrated by Annalise Scott.